In Rifenhad, the capital of the Antares Empire, the city was now engulfed in a sea of fire. A massive monster opened its mouth and roared. Its enormous feet trampled the soldiers on the ground below. The monsters were now attacking directly inside the city walls. A knight quickly rushed inside to report the situation to the emperor. 200,000 troops were killed by wide-area magic attacks and summoned beasts, and another 300,000 were wounded. The emperor looked at the chaotic scene outside and declared, "The Demon King has brought these disasters upon our nation, spreading evil throughout the world. Who will help us put an end to all this? The Demon King will soon meet his end at the hands of true heroes, all thanks to the wise guidance of His Majesty, the Emperor." At Gaiak, the center of the great demon's palace, a faint light shone into the abyss hall. Alex, unable to contain his outrage, spoke up. "I will not let you continue your evil deeds, hero." Alex von Hahn stepped forward, a group of heroes standing before the Demon King, boldly declaring, "I will send you back to eternal darkness." The Demon King, Rifen, sat on his throne and gave them a sinister look. Rifen, Emperor of the Antares Empire, Rus of Rienwat Antares, gathered power in his sword and growled, "Demon King, we will kill you and put an end to this dark, tyrannical empire." Sword St. Rus's words, however, did not seem to affect Rifenhad at all. He questioned them. "That sounds sad. I spent a great deal of effort building this empire. Why do you call it a dark empire when its name is Antares? The sun also rises and shines here." Teslon held out his powerful fist and criticized him. "You are raising demons here. Once we kill you, those vicious monsters will naturally disappear." Fist King Teslon Rifenhad's eyes were pensive as he thought to himself, "Vicious nature, my foot. They were already like that to begin with. I only taught them human tactics. They've lived half their lives being abused. I just taught them how to fight back. And now they're called corrupt and depraved for it? They're only doing what humans do." After a moment of thoughtful silence, Rifenhad finally spoke. "Have you all defeated the 4 heavenly kings already?" Rus stepped forward to answer him. "Yes, those filthy orcs weren't even worthy of me drawing my sword." Remembering his sworn brother, Rifenhad became furious. "Did you say my brave orc warrior is Tathis dead?" He remembered the gentle image of Tathis and was filled with regret. Although orcs may look fierce, they are simple hunter-gatherers, and most importantly, they never betray anyone. They protect the weak and fight against the strong. How can you call them monsters? They may bathe less often, but they are not as foul as you claim. Teslon heard this and let out a contemptuous laugh. "The 4 heavenly kings? That disgusting goblin has already paid a heavy price. Garus Athink is dead too?" Thinking of Athink, Rifenhad couldn't hold back his tears as he remembered the goblin and his wife. "I know goblins look a bit scary, but he's seriously exaggerating. They are just goblins who cherish nature and immerse themselves in it to train their minds." Silon, who had been standing by silently, finally spoke up. "The dwarf who worshipped a dark god has also been brought to the light of justice." Rifenhad collapsed when he heard that all his comrades were gone. Ma Maralin is gone too. Since when was the dwarves' god Apot a dark god? These arrogant fools. They think that anyone who doesn't worship their prophet and 12 gods is evil, don't they? Jay then used the death of the elf to mock Rifenhad. "I also sent a dark elf back to her ancestors. She was nothing before my magic. The Mage of Light, J. Light." Remembering the image of F, Rifenhad couldn't hide his anger. He immediately unleashed his power and roared, "And you too, Rus. Do you all want to die?" Rus's group gloated at his reaction. "So you've finally shown your true colors. That dark elf witch was drowning in darkness. We show no mercy to creatures like that." Rifenhad could only clutch his head, helpless in the face of what happened to his friends. "How could a dark elf? She was a bit darker than you. That's true, but that's only because humans destroyed so much of the forest that she had to migrate to barren lands. You're calling a noble, pure-blooded elf a dark elf just because she got a tan?" Rus's group didn't bother to reply and immediately unleashed their attacks. "I will avenge those who have fallen with this sword." Rifenhad stopped looking down and gave them a challenging smile. "Aren't you going to listen to what I have to say? Then who will avenge my losses?" Alex felt no remorse and even insulted him. How despicable. If it weren't for your dark power, those monsters wouldn't have fallen into darkness. They would have lived normal lives, as fate intended. Rifenhad knew there was no point in negotiating. He had to unleash his power. There's no other way. These people refuse to listen to me. Alex showed no mercy and rushed forward to attack him. To them, other creatures who didn't want to live as slaves, who wanted a peaceful, free life, were considered evil and deserving of death. After a moment of grim contemplation, Rifenhad made his decision. He immediately unleashed his power, roaring like a demon. Fine. I will truly become the Demon King you've been babbling about. That blast of power alone sent Alex's group flying backward. At some point, tears had begun to stream down Rifenhad's face. My name is Rifenhad. He began to deploy his magic formation. I am just an ordinary Archmage, though becoming an Archmage was anything but ordinary. Humans do not consider other races to have the same level of intelligence as them. Rifenhad knew all too well how humans exploited the Elves. Elves were seen as beautiful, long-living servants. Dwarves, with their strong hands, were forced into the mines. Orcs were used for menial labor as servants, and goblins were used as ingredients for potions. Humans only used them as tools for their own benefit, with no respect for them. They were seen as slaves with no right to resist. I was so surprised when I discovered their forgotten civilization, and the truth behind it. Rifenhad went to befriend the dwarves. I got to know them. They shared their civilization with him, shared their culture. I learned spirit magic from the elves and the goblin shamans. Thanks to the help of the goblin shaman, Rifenhad finally succeeded in mastering their magic. By combining them, I became the first person in history to unlock the 10th circle of magic. From then on, he and that group of friends got to know each other. I kept in touch with them. They were the ones who changed his entire worldview. I couldn't accept them being treated like slaves, so I started rescuing them. As my territory gradually grew, it became harder and harder to deceive the humans. And so, the Damn Knights came to attack the Elves, and the human knights also organized crusades into our lands. They continued to attack, destroying everything, plundering, and forcing us to migrate. Rifenhad finally agreed to compromise and move elsewhere. All I did was fight back, but in the end, our territory expanded even more. It just grew larger and larger, eventually becoming the Antares Empire. When he created this empire, the Elves were thrilled. Rifenhad still wanted to live peacefully with humans. I founded this nation, but that doesn't mean I hate humanity. I just believe that other beings also have the right to live and pursue happiness, just like humans. We didn't send armies to take revenge on humans, but humanity wouldn't leave Rifenhad's kingdom alone. The inevitable eventually happened. The people of Antares were brutally massacred by the invading humans. Even though all the citizens of Antares agreed it was a wonderful place to live, those humans claimed they were being manipulated by the Demon King's magic. I knew they would think that ever since I formed the Oros and Goblin armies, they aren't beautiful creatures, but to kill them just for that reason, that is unacceptable. Rifenhad, unleashing his power, declared, I have a duty to protect my kingdom. If there is any law that permits this slaughter, I will erase that law and replace it. The first person he attacked was Alex. With just a single blow from Rifenhad, he was sent flying. Standing above, Rifenhad vented all his resentment. I'm pretty sure you're called a hero because you're skilled with both sword and shield, but in reality, you haven't mastered either and have no real strength at all. Alex, his face streaked with tears, thought to himself that the man's power was decent, but not truly strong. Heroes are supposed to live until the end, but in reality, they die so easily. Witnessing Alex's demise, Teslon erupted with power, seeking revenge. Now, only the Fist King, Teslon, remained a man known for his incredible physical strength. Rifenhad actually held Teslon in high regard. Defeating the others wasn't difficult, but Teslon was different. Teslon didn't waste words, charging straight in to confront Rifenhad. Seeing the man's punch, Rifenhad's perception of him changed. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Teslon charged at him without hesitation. It would be quite difficult to defeat him. One of the man's punches sent Rifenhad flying, but he quickly regained his balance and landed on his feet. Rifenhad stared at Teslon with a pensive look. Teslon, without a moment's rest, was already in front of him. Rifenhad didn't stay idle either, preparing to gather his power to retaliate. Teslon's blow descended with immense force. He snarled, "We will win." The Demon King Rifenhad. Teslon's punch struck Rifenhad directly in the head. Even with a direct hit to the head, he was still talking tough. "Is that all you've got? I wasn't even using magic. As expected of the Demon King, you're pretty tough." Despite his tough words, Rifenhad was screaming internally. "Damn it, my spine is broken. It'll be over soon. I just need to kill him, and it's done. But there's no way I can beat him." While he was adjusting his head, Teslon was slowly walking toward him. "I will punish you myself." Rifenhad, clutching his gushing head, could only admit defeat. "All right, you win." Hearing those words didn't please Teslon. "I thought everyone would be freed from your demonic control." Hearing that, Rifenhad's eyes widened in shock. He gritted his teeth, anger swelling within him. "I was about to give up, but not anymore." Rifenhad thought of Teslon's words, filling with indignation. "Freed from my control? Are you saying that being slaves is their destiny?" Rifenhad took out his final item and introduced it. "I cannot accept this. This is insane. The Eye of Spacetime, a magical artifact I found in an ancient ruin. It's an artifact that contains such immense magical power that even a 10th circle mage like me couldn't decipher it. Seeing his actions, Teslon shouted in astonishment. What do you think you're doing? Rifenhad, his face full of resentment, made his decision. Space-time reversal, a pillar capable of turning back time and deceiving the gods. He decided to use this magical treasure. I don't know if this will work, but I have nothing left to lose. Stop me if you can. Hearing the challenge, the Fist King Teslon immediately rushed toward Rifenhad. Meanwhile, Rifenhad was trying with all his might to activate the spatial gate. I can't die. Teslon was instantly upon him. Rifenhad tried to hold on with all his strength to activate the formation. I can't die like this. Teslon threw a powerful punch toward Rifenhad's orb. The orb was shattered by the man's punch. The two of them charged at each other. A giant sphere of light enveloped both their bodies. That day, the sky was exceptionally clear in a forest filled with the chirping of birds. A well-built wooden cabin stood in the middle of the woods. Sunlight pierced through the window curtain, shining into the house. This sound, this warmth, this comfortable feeling. Someone's eyes slowly opened, looking out at the light. Am I still alive? The young man sat up, revealing a set of alluring six-pack abs. Did I succeed? That spell. I hadn't even deciphered half of it. I truly am a genius. I didn't even think it would actually work. The young man's silhouette sat quietly, looking at the light outside the window with disbelief. Where am I? It seems I successfully traveled through time, but I've never been to a place like this in the past. Rifenhad had truly returned to the past. He wondered, how old am I? In that house, a man's feet slowly touched the floor as he spoke. With a physique like this, most young men would scream in terror. Who is this? What are all these calluses? This body is all bulky muscle and scars. It's disgusting. A mage only needs to be proficient in magic. What's with this useless six-pack? It's a bit strange to describe myself like this, but my body when I was young drove quite a few girls crazy. And after I grew up, I became even cooler and made more than a few ladies swoon. What is with this stupid face? Where is my chiseled, statue-like face? Now my body looks more like a statue. What in the world happened? Did my space-time reversal spell fail? Is that why I'm in the body of some random nobody? But his face does look familiar. If that's the case, does it mean this isn't the past? That I'm still in the present, but I've swapped places with the soul in this body instead? Dark brown eyebrows, tenacious eyes, and a defiant mouth. If my body grew larger, and I grew a beard. The Indomitable Fist King, Teslon. Just then, a loud voice called out, Model. Teslon, the sun's already high in the sky. What are you doing in here? Why aren't you outside yet? Today's going to be another wonderful day. Jorat Gram Protasi walked into the house with a triumphant grin. Seeing that massive physique of his, the young man's face went pale as he stammered, Who are you? A monster, he thought. Seeing his stuttering state, the man bent down and asked, Why are you looking at me as if this is the first time you've ever seen me? Hearing this, he replied, I'm asking because I honestly don't know. Jorat Gram Protasi frowned and said, Teslon, haven't you already used the amnesia excuse twice? Surely you know by now that excuse no longer works. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the young man's head and cheerfully dragged him outside, saying, Now, let's go to the training grounds. Seeing this, the young man shouted in panic, Wait, training? Then he thought to himself, from the looks of it, this must be Teslon's master, the strongest martial artist on the continent, the War King Jorat Grum. He was the former War King Jorat Gram Protasi. Right now, he was tied tightly to a tree by the man, causing him to scream in fear. Hey, old man, can you please just listen to me? Jorat gently covered his mouth and said, Hush, now. You're awfully talkative today. All right, let's begin your training. As he spoke, he picked up a bamboo stick from the ground. In an instant, the young man's face contorted as if in immense pain. And indeed, the man whipped the bamboo stick straight into his stomach. The blow made tears stream from his eyes. Then he thought, What the hell is happening? Without letting him rest, the man continued to rain down blows on him. With tears in his eyes, he remembered an image of Cirrus and thought, It seems my life ends here. Cirrus. As for Jorat, he watched the boy's movements while he struck him, musing. His hands felt a bit strange just now. They felt much softer than before. Does he really have amnesia? Our school is the best place to forge strength, so you need to train diligently. Well, it's not a big deal anyway, so the solution is very simple. I just need to proceed as usual. This kind of training is nothing for him. Then he said loudly, You'll be good as new after a good beating. As for the boy, he wept and silently begged, Someone, please save me. Jorat Grom Protasi then asked, The reason humans use weapons is because they are weak. Their bodies are too weak, so they have to rely on armor and weapons. Is that not so? Hearing this question, the boy wondered, wait, why is he calling humans foolish when they know how to use tools? Jorat Gromprotasi continued to roar. They're all just excuses. That is the shame of a person who cannot conquer their own weakness. A martial artist trains to overcome their shortcomings. Hearing those words, the boy thought to himself, this is the first time in my life I've heard such a simple-minded and foolish way of thinking. Jorat Gromprotasi then snapped the bamboo stick and continued, humans are like steel. The more they are beaten, the stronger they will become, just like steel. The more he listened, the more the boy wondered, this crazy old man, how are humans anything like steel? The man continued to lecture, you are the disciple that I have chosen. Believe me, your body has no limits. You can become steel. Then, he thought to himself, Teslon, not everyone can become strong through training, just as only high-grade iron can become steel. Only a select few have a body as hard as steel. And I found you, Teslon. Then he smacked the bamboo stick straight across the boy's face and said, think of the ocean. The ocean swallows everything, but it does not change. The ocean is within you. Let the ocean inside of you emerge. The boy cursed under his breath. What a load of nonsense. The ocean. After he was done with the beating, the man said, that's enough for today. Go inside and rest. The boy lay sprawled on the ground and mumbled, I'm still alive. I was beaten so badly, and I'm still not dead. Thank you, body, for being so tough. Thank you so much. And so, time passed until evening. Among the leaves floating on the water's surface, he thought, oh my, Jaren leaves and petals. This is a healing potion, isn't it? A single vial of healing potion costs 10 silver coins, but I can't believe there's a whole bathtub full of it here. He continued, I heard that queens bathe in milk for beautiful skin, but that's still nothing compared to this. But why bathe in a potion? Jorat approached and replied, what do you mean? After forging steel, you have to quench it. Hearing that, he thought to himself, so after training my bones and muscles to the brink of death, I recover quickly by using the power of magic and healing potions. If so, my body will recover before it breaks down and will become stronger. That means this training method isn't completely insane. I've fought Teslon myself, so I know how tough his body is. Teslon must have repeated this training method since he was a child. I'm sure that this is the past. So what happened to the me of this time period? Does a young Rifenhad exist? Can two identical souls exist in the same timeline? If so, then I can form two hypotheses. First, Rifenhad from the future, which is me and Teslon's body, coexists with the younger Rifenhad. Second, inside the young Rifenhad's body is the soul of the War King, Teslon. After he finished bathing, Jorat Gromprotasi came over with several slabs of meat and said, eat all of this. An overworked body must be nourished. All right, now I'm going for a walk to digest. My disciple. Are you tired? Or should we continue with this morning's training? The boy did push-ups as he replied, not at all, master. During the next exercise, he thought, damn it, how long do I have to endure this brutal training? After training, he lay sprawled on his bed and thought, I've been reborn as the Teslon of the past. Then he curled up in a corner and wondered, I wonder if the future will be affected. I have to run. I have to escape, assuming I still exist. What would happen if two souls meet? The uniqueness of each soul is an immutable law that forms the foundation of this world. If you're unlucky, your soul will just disappear. The young Rifenhad won't become a mage for another 10 years. He must be studying diligently, focusing only on reading books in the Delpia Magic Tower, so he probably won't run into me. What if Teslon has taken over my body? In that case, he's definitely slower than me. Teslon's strength comes from arduously training his body with his master through grueling lessons. In my weak body, he wouldn't be able to do anything, as long as he hasn't reached level 10. This kind of harsh training requires a master's help. There's no way he could do it alone. No, with Teslon's level of mastery, he might just find a way. Then he snuck out and said, anyway, the first thing I need to do is escape this prison. As soon as the thought was finished, he bolted outside, thinking, I'm escaping. No matter what I have to do tonight, I will run away. Suddenly, Jorat appeared out of nowhere with a smile and asked, my disciple, where are you going? Seeing the old man, he screamed, wondering, you creepy old geezer, when did you get here? Jay replied, you've been quiet for a month or two, thinking of running away again? This must be the 9th time, right? We're almost in the double digits, he stammered, trying to explain, I'm really not this Teslon guy. My name is Rifenhad, and I'm a mage. Hearing this, the old man asked, oh, a new backstory? Last time, you told me you were from another world, and that you'd met dragons and gods. And what was it before that? In a kingdom on the eastern continent, there was a place called the martial arts world. You were a sect leader who was reincarnated or something, right? But this time sounds a bit more convincing. You're making progress. Now, let's get you back to bed. As he said that, he grabbed the kid by the head and started dragging him back, while he thought, this damn old geezer. I may have failed today, but I'll definitely succeed tomorrow. Yes, I admit it. My escape attempt today was a failure. But don't think I'll be locked up here forever. And whenever he planned to escape, Jorat Gram Protasi would appear out of nowhere, saying, I went through all this when I was a disciple too. So I get it. You just need to endure it a little longer. After being dragged back so many times, he finally understood. I gave up on the idea of escaping from the man known as the Demon King, because giving up isn't in his vocabulary. At that moment, the old man said, I have 30 years of experience preventing disciples from running away. Historically, every single one of them has tried to fake an illness to escape. At this, he looked up with resentful eyes and thought, even if I get lucky and escape, that man would chase me to the ends of the earth. It's better to just pass his test fair and square and then leave the mountain. And that's how I spent 2 years in a prison filled with tough love. Just then, Jorat Gram Protasi said, You did it. You finally awakened your own power. And at that moment, he had successfully awakened his aura. It's said that even the Sword Saint, Roos, only managed to awaken his aura in his late 20s, yet here I am, not even 20, and I've already reached this level. Seeing his student's success, the old man laughed with delight and asked, Why are you just standing there dumbfounded? Training with me like this is perfectly normal. If you stimulate your survival instincts and train your body, your will to live will strengthen your life force and the power to release your aura. This little bit probably won't hurt you, right? Let's move on to the next step. At this, he walked over and asked, Can I learn normal martial arts now? What are we going to train next, master? All the while, he was thinking, Can I finally leave this mountain? Jorat Gram Protasi grinned and said, Sparring with me, of course. Seeing this, the kid froze, and then the old man's fist came flying at him. And just like that, another 3 years flew by. The scene shifts to the Lockheed Mountains in the southern part of the Vasili Kingdom, a treacherous terrain with a flowing waterfall. There, he was tensing his body, clenching his fist, and chanting, Calamity Sonic Wave. At that moment, a source of mana was being compressed into his hand, slowly building up before erupting. He then unleashed a powerful punch into the waterfall. As he struck, he thought, Is the 3rd level my limit? I just need to perfect it a little more, and it'll be usable. Calamity Sonic Wave, a fatal blow that concentrates power into a single point of the body. Because the accumulated aura looks like a sonic wave, it was named the Calamity Sonic Wave. He then muttered, I have to find a way to break through to the 4th level. The final stage of the Calamity Sonic Wave is the 9th wave. A punch that unleashes 9 sonic waves is capable of killing even gods, but the Teslon I know of only had 7 sonic waves. Even Master Jorat Gram Protasi hasn't reached the 9th level. He said I have to reach at least the 4th level before I can leave the mountain. Then he added, It's been a while since I've been down to the village. He's probably taking his time drinking before he gets here. The old me would have definitely used this chance to escape. My days of physical training end here. He gathered energy in his palm, chanting, Turn air into a bullet to destroy the enemy. Air bullet. As he spoke, he launched the attack at a tree in front of him. It dissipated quickly, making him scratch his head and say, This body isn't helping me at all. Even though I still remember all my knowledge of magic, my mana is stuck in place. This rock-hard body of Teslon's has 0 aptitude for it either. I don't know if I can even be a mage like this. Suddenly, he sensed something and immediately realized, This presence. It isn't human. Just then, footsteps approached, and an orc with a slender body appeared. Seeing it, he narrowed his eyes and thought, An orc? Seeing him, the orc said, Human, if you pretend you didn't see me, then I won't kill you. He frowned, thinking to himself, just as I thought. He's an orc. Judging by his size, he must be about 3 or 4 years old. He looks like he's in a hurry. Did he just run from an arena? Meanwhile, the orc said nervously, Human, if you act like you never saw me, I will spare your life. Hearing this, he let out a small laugh and thought, He's only saying that because he thinks I look friendly. Plus, despite the difference in our strength, he's choosing to run instead of fighting. Then he asked, Hey orc, is someone chasing you? The young orc heard this and asked in surprise, How does a human like you know our language? He simply replied, I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to learn it. The young orc bowed his head and said, What a great fortune. Yes, I am being hunted. The man then offered, I can help you. Do you trust me? The young orc replied earnestly. If you know the language of the orcs, then you are my brother. I can feel your sincerity, but brother, helping me will put you in danger. Hearing this, Rifenhad thought, he's surprisingly well-spoken. He must come from a good bloodline. Then he said, I can handle it. Trust me. Just then, he began to cast some kind of spell on a nearby cave. He said, My magic will help you hide. Seeing this, the young orc asked awkwardly, You're a mage? Yes, I am, he replied. Is there something strange about me being a mage? The orc immediately answered, It's your body. Hearing that, he looked down at his own muscular physique, but the orc then entered the cave, offering his thanks. I'm very grateful for your kindness. Just then, a voice came from outside. This is so annoying. I have to deal with all this trouble for just a few measly silver coins? Hey, you there. Did you see an orc run past here? We'll give you a gold coin if you tell us the truth. Hey, what are you talking about? We don't have a gold coin. The man laughed and waved his hand. Who's actually going to give it to him? I'm just tricking him into telling the truth. But our hero simply said, Nope. This made the man suspicious. Really? He asked. But his subordinate found something. Aren't these orc tracks? Hearing that, the leader ordered, He's definitely here. Search for him. Seeing this, Rifenhad thought to himself, Damn it, my magic was too simple to erase the footprints. Then he said aloud, This is my home. I can't let you in. Hearing this, the man yelled, Are you crazy? A backwoods hermit like you dares to block our path? But the leader just frowned, observing him, and gave a warning. Bright, this guy doesn't seem normal, he shouted even louder. There are more than 10 of us. What's there to be afraid of? Stop being stubborn, you brat, and get lost. This kid's got a pretty sturdy build. Even so, you're still just a child. At that moment, he remembered the past when his fist was a weapon of destruction. A single swing could take a man down. He had asked back then, So what should I do, master? His master replied, The proper way to be merciful to the weak, for someone whose fists are stronger than any weapon, is to wield one. That is our form of mercy. Just then, he pulled out a club and said, Don't worry, if I use this, you won't die. The family focused on fist and foot techniques, but that didn't mean they weren't trained in using weapons. When they saw him pull out that club, they aggressively charged forward, saying, Is that brat holding a stick? You want to fight us with that? How skilled can a little brat be? Rifenhad gritted his teeth. Then, with one swing, he knocked them all down. Seeing that terrifying power, the rest of them continued to rush forward, saying, Damn it, everyone attack him at once. However, the true purpose of this club isn't for fighting, but for disciplining disciples. As he beat them, he thought, So weak. Are these guys really mercenaries who swing swords all day? The special thing about hitting all over an opponent's body is that they can't fight back. They can only lie there and take it. Just then, someone attacked him from behind, but his sword was instantly warped, making him wonder about his own blade. As for Rifenhad, he sent the man flying with one blow and thought, Not even a sword can cut through it. Is this even a human body? Even though it's my own body, I'm still amazed by it. No matter how hard I hit them, my opponents won't die. As he sent each approaching man flying, he thought, Don't worry, you won't die. At worst, you'll just break a few bones. No fatalities, no killing. You will not die. The only one left standing was Bright. He trembled and said, You bastard, state your name. Rifenhad retorted, Why should I? You can't even hold your sword properly. It wouldn't be fair if your comrades got beaten up. And you didn't, would it? After getting hit, he screamed for help. After beating them all up, Rifenhad said, Get lost. Bright immediately replied, Thank you, sir. Rifenhad then looked at his broken club and said, Beating them was fun, but it's a shame all good things must come to an end. Then he thought to himself, Should I call my disciples out and give them a good beating? He didn't know when he'd become so influenced by his family's philosophy. At that moment, the orc came out and said, Thank you, benefactor. I will never forget this kindness. I will surely repay you. Rifenhad gave a small smile and said, For a warrior like you to bow your head to me is a true honor. The orc continued to bow, offering, From now on, you will be my advisor. When you need me, consider me your sword. In orc culture, the advisor holds the highest position, respected and obeyed, similar to how human knights serve their lords. The orc, still bowing, asked, May I know my benefactor's name? He replied with a radiant smile, I am. But he paused, thinking for a moment, then answered, My name is Rifenhad Watares. The boy mumbled his name back. Rifenhad Watares. I will remember that name. Rifenhad then asked, This world is ruled by humans. Where do you plan to go? Where do you think you can go? The orc answered frankly. This continent is vast. There must be a place for me to rest my feet. If not, I would rather die wandering than die a slave. Hearing this, Rifenhad suggested, go past those fledgling mountains. A 2-week walk to the south. There is a wasteland there that your kind calls the Land of Hope. Go there. Other orcs are also hiding there. The Blue Bear tribe. I have business to attend to as well. Understanding the hint, the orc prepared to leave and said, then I shall be on my way. Suddenly, Rifenhad shouted, oh, right, what's your name? The young orc smiled brightly and replied, I am the son of Crota, the heir to Latex. My name is Tathis. Rifenhad was stunned when he heard that name. He watched the boys retreating back and thought, he's Tathis? One of the 4 heavenly kings. The great warrior Tathis. He was the chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe, who later became the great leader of the Orcs. I wonder if the real Teslon ever met Tathis in the previous life. With his personality, he would never have helped an orc. Then he said, it seems the gears of fate have begun to turn. He continued to watch Tathis and thought, fate is truly a fascinating thing. He smiled slightly as he watched him go, remembering the resounding cheers, the image of Tathis in his past life, his kin, and Cirrus, his own comrade, and the image of himself smiling with the words, one day, we will meet again, my friends, my brothers, descendants of brave warriors. Half a year had passed since the strange encounter with Tathis. Jorat Grom Protasi threw a punch and yelled, take this, disciple. He unleashed an immense and fierce power. Seeing the blow, Rifenhad was alarmed. He quickly curled up, using a protective shield. After the sound of explosions, Jorat laughed heartily. Excellent. Very good. Your defenses have reached their peak. I still remember it like it was yesterday. You were still insisting that Teslon was Rifenhad after getting beaten senseless. Rifenhad stood with his hands on his hips. That was 6 years ago, Master. Why are you still bringing it up? The Master stroked his beard. It's been 10 years since I started teaching you, hasn't it? You've gotten much stronger since then, but why are you still so tiny? Rifenhad was stunned. What do you mean, tiny? I'm over 1.8 meters tall, the old man roared. Nonsense! A member of the Heavenly Physique Association must be at least over 2 meters tall. The first Martial King, Van Kenchu. The second Martial King, Ken Brennan. The third Martial King, Rast. Jorat pushed Rifenhad's head down. Have you been diligently following the breathing technique I taught you? He vaguely thought to himself, the Teslon I once knew was about 2.3 meters tall. He replied to his master, it's probably just due to our different body types, Master. Sweat dripped down his face as he thought, are you crazy? I don't want to get any bigger. No way. If I use that breathing technique, my body will look weird. Jorat reluctantly agreed. I suppose so. As long as you're sturdy with that tiny frame of yours, it should be fine. On a rock, Jorat Grom Protasi watched him train. All right then. Show me the final results. Begin. Rifenhad's eyes flashed. He stretched and leaped high into the air, his arm muscles bulging. He used the cataclysmic sound wave. He twisted his body and launched a divine palm strike. Pillars of energy shot upward as he slammed his fist into the rock. Cataclysmic sound wave, 4th level. Water shot out from the cracks, creating a breathtaking sight. Jorat stood on high as boulders flew higher than his own head. He burst out in excitement. Wonderful, he praised while laughing. With this technique, you won't be defeated by anyone. Rifenhad looked at the muscles in his arm. I did it. Cataclysmic sound wave, 4th level. His master looked at him. It seems the time has come for you to step out into the world. Rifenhad responded with a, yes, sir. Jorat continued to praise him. You have done exceptionally well. Rifenhad, my disciple, you can now live freely as you wish. I don't care if you become a good person or an evil one. Live the life you desire. He closed his eyes sincerely. That is your reward for all your years of training. Sweat poured down his face as he called out for his master, Jorat Grom Protasi. His master interrupted his recollection. 60 years ago, the 3rd-generation Martial King, Rasto, told me to remember 3 things. First, it's fine to accumulate wealth, but do not engage in dishonest work. A young Jorat Grom Protasi asked, but sir, I thought you said it was okay to become evil. His master replied, I am saying, if you truly wish to, at least be a villain with class. At least have your own style. Jorat Grom Protasi was confused. What kind of strange ideal was that? Rasto continued his lesson. Second, whenever possible, stand with those who are treated unjustly. Wouldn't it be better to be praised and respected? Jorat Grom Protasi asked again. Those who are treated unjustly, not the weak? His master explained. Being weak doesn't necessarily mean you're treated unjustly. Besides, there are many people in this world weaker than you. How do you intend to distinguish between them all? And the third, and most important thing, at all costs, never let the heavenly body martial arts be lost. At this, Jorat Gram Protasi told him, "You must find a disciple and pass on this great technique. Understood?" Rifenhad stood firm. "Yes, master, I will carve it into my heart." His master smiled brightly and threw a pouch to him. Finding a talented child is not an easy task that can be done in a moment. Remember this for the rest of your life, but when the opportunity comes, do not miss it. Take this. Inside are clothes and travel expenses. He picked it up, stunned. 30 silver coins. I thought people in the Vasily kingdom were well off. And master, you even have a mansion, right? You should have given me more. Although, this was still half a year's living expenses for a commoner. His master stroked his beard and laughed. Our martial school has a rule about paying a fee to those who leave the mountain. The fee only increased due to inflation. It used to be just 25 silver. I've also prepared a small gift for you in the Seta mountain range. You can find the place with this map. Feel free to visit if you're ever nearby. He opened it to take a look. Standing on a rock and looking back, he wondered, is it really okay for me to leave the mountain? Am I truly free to leave this place? A massive pillar of energy shattered the ice and rock, startling him. Holy! It was Jorat Gram Protasi. Gram Protasi, using his power. His master thought, "Go, my disciple. Do not regret this parting. Move forward, and don't look back." His master's scowling face made him scream in fear. "I am the inheritor of the greatest teachings in this world." Meanwhile, in the outside world, at a house, a man called out in fear, "It's dangerous, village chief." But the chief was unafraid. "I must say what needs to be said, even to a nobleman." Edward questioned him. "What is it, village chief?" The chief approached and explained, "I demand that you pay for all the food that you and your knights have consumed during your stay." The arrogant man tossed a gold coin and thought, "These pathetic peasants." The man said, "Here, this should be more than enough." The village chief accepted it with a dazed look, while the nobleman thought smugly, "This must be the first time these wretches have ever seen a gold coin." The chief stammered, "Sir, this is nowhere near enough." Veins bulged on Sir Edward's face in anger. "What, you insolent dog? Do you think that just because I'm a noble, I know nothing of market prices?" He punched the chief hard. "How dare you mock a knight?" The people cried out, in worry, "Village chief." The other villagers glared at the man, filled with indignation. They thought, "These men are robbers, not knights. They took over our homes, ate all our food, and all for a single gold coin? Did he not even consider the cost of transport and labor?" Another person approached and asked, "What's going on, Sir Edward?" The man replied, "It's nothing, Prince Stepan." The prince looked at the villagers and exclaimed, "What despicable creatures! This is why you shouldn't show them any mercy. They've forgotten their place." The scene shifts to a time before, when Rifenhad was still in his original body. He asked Cirrus, who was lying beside him, "Why do you like stroking me so much?" She answered, "I just like it, that's all." He wondered, "What do you like about this withered, old body?" With a seductive look, she said, "You look so firm and sharp, like a finely honed blade. I used to look like that, but now." He looked in the mirror and cried out in despair, "I look like nothing more than a crude monster." But he quickly regained his confidence. "Still, I'm much taller than before." Rifenhad looked out the window. Cirrus would be about 70 years old now, around 17 in human years. He gazed at the streets below, thinking, "This is Krom, a city in the southern part of the Vasily kingdom. Cirrus will be sold next year, at the slave auction house in Chatan." He fell into deep thought. What should I do? Should I just crash the auction and take her? No. If I do something that reckless, it'll be difficult to find the materials I need to restore my power. It's faster to just solve this with money. The price of an elf slave is terrifyingly high. And I'm dirt poor, but that's fine. I have my martial arts and memories from my past life. I seem to recall hearing in my previous life that there's an ancient ruin in the same direction as Chatan. Meanwhile, Stepan asked, "Tot, have you still not located those ancient ruins?" The man, channeling his power, replied, "Please wait just a little longer, Your Highness." He was concentrating, as he was a mage from the Delpia Magic Tower, specializing in archaeology. Stepan wondered, "Is that the place?" Tot replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The prince gazed out the frosty window. That is where the famous swordsman, Rus, is buried. Rifenhad walked along, thinking, "It's been 3 days since I left Krom. I'm heading north, crossing the Hatan mountain range on the main road. My stamina is incredible, and I don't even feel the cold. What a magnificent body. I once heard that the martial king never wore a shirt, even in winter, but I don't want to do that. Memory recall. A secret art that allows me to review my memories from any point in time. I've used it to remember everything I knew about the ancient ruins in the Hatan Mountains. Before I regressed, I met a mage named Tot from the Delpia Magic Tower. He said he had discovered something hidden within the ruins. That's right, I remember it clearly. He grinned with delight. I went there in my past life and scooped up a ton of treasure that Tot's group had missed. I sold it all for 2,000 gold coins. Perfect. His feet came to a stop as he looked down from above. Katho Village. I remember the location pretty well, huh? The villagers were discussing something. What are we going to do now? We're not allowed to go near the Valley of Death. A man explained. But they've demanded a guide. You know what will happen if we dare to refuse their request. He clenched his fists. Even if the chief weren't here, he would be furious. Another man said angrily, "Those damn noble bastards." An old man beside him reminded him, "Hey, keep it down. What if they hear us?" Tet spoke up, his weapon in hand. "I'll go." They were puzzled. "You?" he said decisively. "I know this mountain better than anyone. I'm the most suitable person for this." His wife and daughter hugged him, crying, "Honey, Dad." In his heart, Tet didn't want to go at all, but he had no other choice. The villagers looked at him hopefully. "That's right, Tet. You can do it. A man should keep his word." His daughter was still sobbing, and he thought, "Now I want to go even less." Rifenhad pressed his face against the glass and said, "I could go in your place." Tet jumped in fear, aiming his bow at the man as he demanded, "Who are you?" He explained. "I was just passing by and happened to overhear your conversation." They were suspicious. "Happened to pass by? Who?" "Just happens to pass by someone's house and stop to eavesdrop." The unusually tall man stepped inside. A villager asked, "Do you know the terrain there?" "A fair bit." They asked again, "It's that dangerous, yet you still want to go?" He answered, "I've passed through there a few times without any problems. I don't think you know much about it. No one who's gone in has ever come back alive. Do you really still want to go?" He scoffed. "As I said, I've been in there several times. You all should be grateful that I just saved your lives." The Valley of Death. It was a dungeon, a remnant of the long-forgotten Silver Age. It had been forgotten for a very long time. 50 years ago, there was a great swordsman named Roos. At the young age of 45, he awakened the Sword of Light. He took part in every expedition on the continent, and his heroic tale spread throughout the Vasily kingdom. But fame can make a man arrogant. Afterward, Roos entered the valley with just one companion and lost his life there. But what's special is that the sword he carried, Antian, also vanished within the ruins. The demon sword Antian is an heirloom of the Antian clan, passed down for many generations. They are still desperately searching for that sword. For 50 years, he has followed the Sion party. He looked at the two of them, thinking, he might be Roos's grandson. Lencia looked at Stepan with admiration. "My lord, you move with such magnificent grace even when not on horseback. You truly are the top knight." He became flustered. "You praise me too much, Lencia. I'm not as great as you say." Rifenhad looked at them, annoyed. An elven slave is smiling at them. He then looked toward another man. "Is there only one priest in this party? His name is Silen, huh? He looks so young. Can he really use divine spells?" Rifenhad wondered. "Besides, is that really a boy?" He saw Tot and Silen discussing something and thought, "I should try to strike up a conversation with Tot. It's been a long time since I've seen him." But the two of them were too engrossed in their conversation. "He's been chattering endlessly since we departed. And this atmosphere, something's off." They were looking at each other with such affection. A realization dawned on him. Wait a minute. Could he be? He broke out in a cold sweat. "No way. Todd is a good person. It can't be. How could he possibly be?" Edward cut through his thoughts. "That was a wise choice." "Traveler," Rifenhad asked the man, "are you saying choosing me as the guide was a good idea?" "It's not that great. I just had to take the place of one of the villagers." The man closed his eyes. "Yes, because the villagers were so scared, none of them dared to do it." Rifenhad replied, "Of course they should be scared. But what's there for us to fear when we're accompanied by the brave knights of the kingdom?" The man looked smug. Rifenhad got angry, thinking, "These damn knights, every single one is selfish and cowardly. It's embarrassing to even be around them. What can they possibly accomplish?" A growling sound came from the trees, catching their attention. Strange creatures leaped out at incredible speed. Their swirling fur looked like a volley of arrows as the beasts appeared, diving down unexpectedly. They spread their wings, revealing sharp fangs. It was all directed at the group, a monster ambush. "Everyone, get into formation." The beasts lunged at the group with fangs and claws. Lencia leaped forward. How dare you disgusting monsters attack me? I, who am blessed by the prophet Fan, she proclaimed, swinging her sword. Knights of Antion, attack. Tot cast a fireball spell. The beast's offensive power was weakened by the magic. The knights' bodies suddenly began to radiate power. It was all thanks to the enchantment. Watching from the side, Rifenhad observed Stepan's swordsmanship and thought, not bad. Especially that kid, Stepan. He's stronger than I expected. That buff spell is quite effective. He looked around. Of course, with the perspective of a 10-ring mage from his previous life, but from the perspective of a martial arts master, they look pretty pathetic. It would only take a few of my punches to take them all down. Master Jorat wasn't just proud of my strength for no reason. He glanced over at another part of the battle. Terrified orcs were screaming loudly. A beast was lunging to attack them, and the orcs could do nothing but squeeze their eyes shut and wait for the end. A divine punch from him shot toward the beast, instantly shattering it into 100 pieces. He had saved those orcs, but no one had noticed him. A map materialized, showing his current location. If Tot's story about the expedition is true, then the last guy died right here. The magical beasts continued to roar and attack. Stepan fought fiercely. The leader of this expedition was the hero, Stepan of the Antion family. Magical beasts swooped down to attack the soldiers. They screamed, "Help me! He's not exactly a bad person, but he doesn't care about anyone around him at all." Rifenhad thought, wait a minute, a person like that is a bad person. This is why the last guy died. Silent turned to warn him, "It's dangerous here. You should hurry and hide behind a tree or something." This kid is a little better, he thought. A furry beast was launching its quills like darts. The quills struck him directly, but they had no effect whatsoever. Getting hit by these quills doesn't even hurt a bit. But then one quill flew straight into his eye. He yelled out in pain. "My eye!" While clutching his eye, he punched the beast, smashing it to pieces. "Didn't I cry out all my tears during my training? So why are they flowing again now?" Stepan asked Edward. "Report the number of casualties. Are the mages and priests safe?" The man replied, "They're safe, sir." Rifenhad got irritated. "Hey, what about us? Don't you care if we live or die?" Stepan paid him no mind and immediately shouted, "The knights of Antion are mighty. The rest of you can relax and enjoy the pleasure of victory." Rifenhad turned to start a conversation with Tot. "I should take this chance to talk to him for a bit." "Thank you, mage. Thanks to you, we were able to survive." The man replied, "Ah, it was no big deal." Rifenhad asked further, "I heard you're from the Mage Tower of Delpia. I have a friend who's there." Tot was stunned. "A friend?" Rifenhad mentioned the name. "His name is Rifenhad. Do you know him?" The man looked up. "Ah, Rifenhad, you say? That little kid has a big guy like you for a friend?" Tot smirked sleazily. "That kid is quite cute and kind-hearted." Rifenhad broke out in a sweat. "Huh? There it is again." Tot looked puzzled. "But why do you ask?" He answered calmly. I just wanted to know if he's living well. Also, has anything major happened to him recently?" Tot replied, "He's working hard studying magic." Rifenhad bowed his head. "Has nothing strange happened over the past few years?" he wondered. "Strange? I don't think so." Tot scowled again as he remembered Rifenhad's face from his past life. His nose was still as high as ever, his eyes were like gems, and his skin was smooth. He thought this guy was just like Jorat Grom Protasi, only caring about his own physique, but in a different way. God, what should I do? Should I just beat him to a pulp? He forced a smile. Besides that, has his personality changed at all? He drawled, "I'm not sure. I'm not very interested in that kid's thoughts or actions." Silent asked, "Are you injured anywhere?" Rifenhad looked at him. "I'm fine, so please check on the orcs over there." He went over to the orcs to heal their wounds. "Stay still." The orcs were shy. "It's all right, High Priest. We're not in pain. This is nothing, really. It doesn't hurt at all." A guard questioned him. "Your Holiness, those guys will heal just by licking their wounds. Why waste your energy healing them?" He ignored their words. Rifenhad thought he was kind and even healed them, but he treated them like cats and dogs, not people. The orcs were grateful. "Thank you, priest. Thank you so much." He thought further. The biggest problem is that the core value of humans is arrogance. Other races are always treated like animals. The path for other races to fight for their rights is still long and thorny. Stepan barked, "Hey, guide, show us the way." His face was angry. He changed his tone and pointed forward. "After going straight, turn right. There's a stream up ahead, so please move slowly." He challenged, "What's with that weird voice?" He maintained the same tone. "It's nothing, sir." A few hours later, the knights and soldiers were exhausted. They complained, a death snake and a dire wolf, and then over 20 goblins. How can this tiny mountain have so many monsters? Rifenhad smirked to himself. Why? It's because instead of taking an established path, I just plowed straight ahead. That's why we're running into so many monsters. Do you need to rest? Stepan, panting angrily, shouted, Everyone, get up! The knight is too arrogant, and the priest is too rigid. The mage is narrow-minded and mean. The nature of my past life as a mage is ingrained in my very bones. It's true that I showed you the fastest route, which was to go straight there. I wasn't lying. I didn't do it just to annoy you. Stepan wearily climbed onto a rock. So this is the place that took Lord Klaus's life. I never expected so many monsters on such a small mountain. Then, his gaze stopped, filled with amazement. They had reached the ruins they were looking for. He was overjoyed. Oh, is this it? Edward turned. This is definitely it, Lord Stepan. The ancient Panton ruins were shrouded in mist. They slowly approached their destination. Stepan's group stood before the gate. Tot pointed. This is the entrance. Edward said, I think we can go inside right now. Your Highness, he called out. All right, everyone get ready. Rifenhad smiled knowingly. In that case, I'll wait here. My job as a guide is finished. He was annoyed. Fine. Your work here is done. You can go back now. He feigned, but I have no way to get back to the village alone. It dawned on him. Therefore, you've worked hard guiding us here, so we will protect you on the way back. He smiled while clenching his fist. So you weren't planning on doing that from the start, huh? Stepan raised his sword and yelled, A great being slumbers within. Let us honor his will. Let's go in and find the demon sword, Antheon. He waved with an innocent smile. Good luck. They piled inside. Let's go, valiant knights of Antheon. Everyone went inside except Rifenhad. His triumphant expression returned. All right, it's my turn. Currently, the ancient Panton ruins were filled with monsters and ghosts. But originally, during the Silver Age, it was a type of logistics base and was used as a normal military building. Although it was nothing special, nowadays, all technology from the Silver Age is considered a rare miracle, so it's quite valuable. He slowly stepped inside. It's really been a long time. I came here to scout this place with Cirrus before. We were so happy back then. He remembered her calling, Rifenhad. The wind spirits are whispering that this way is a secret passage. Good job, Cirrus. You truly are my goddess. She opened the door, and he stepped in with her. He recalled the intimate scene in this place. I'm so embarrassed. Embarrassed? I'll reward you with a kiss. Rifenhad blushed. What were Cirrus and I even doing in such a dangerous place? I was pretty bold back then. He touched the wall, tracing from memory. The password is based on the left side of the Libra constellation, with the signs of water and earth inverted. Was that it? I basically already know the answer. He used magic. I don't have enough mana, so activating it isn't as easy as I thought. Another problem is that this body's brain isn't very smart. After a moment, the door opened. All right. He folded his shirt and placed it on the floor. First, I should take off my coat. I spent 10 silver coins on these clothes, so I can't just toss them away. He stretched, warming up. Well then, shall I test out this body's abilities? A piercing scream caught his attention. He looked around. That's weird. They went in from that direction, so why is their scream coming from over here? Rifenhad looked down the stairs. Wait, now that I think about it, this secret passage is the back door to the 3rd floor of the basement. If it's opened, it's considered a type of unauthorized entry. He started sweating. Unauthorized entry? I remember now. This place was a military building, after all. That magic system will activate its defense features to repel any intruders. Before, it was just me and Cirrus, so we didn't have to worry about other areas. But now, Antheon's group is in the basement. They must have hit a trap and fallen to the 2nd level of the basement. His face went blank. It looks like they're done for now. Inside, a knight had a blade to his neck. Stepan yelled in alarm. Sir Thomas, he wondered. What in the world is that? The creature possessed a massive scythe, glowing red eyes, and an extraordinary body. He was terrified. We can't beat that thing. It's a towering monster. How can a human possibly defeat a demon like that? Silon was treating them with magic. Oh, goddess Philones, please let your healing light envelop this soul. The knights recovered miraculously. Thank you, priest. He smiled to himself. It's the least I can do. If they're safe, I can survive. I almost lost my life when the floor suddenly collapsed. He looked at Tot. Thank you, honorable mage. Thanks to your protective magic, we all survived. Tot was cold. We may have avoided an accident, but whether we can survive what's to come is uncertain. The group stared into the dark passageway. A blast of power blew out! The knights screamed when they saw the creature was a monster, and they scattered in a panic. Oh God, run! Silent began to cast another spell. "Oh, goddess Phalanx, strike down that hideous creature with your mace of light." The mace appeared. "Oh, goddess Phalanx, grant them unyielding courage." He thought, have these Antien knights lost all their courage? What a waste of my energy. "Oh, goddess Phalanx, please grant them unyielding courage." As if empowered, they stood up to fight back. Tot wondered, how much divine power did this guy use to make them this frenzied? It's like he gave the knights a strength-enhancing potion. The knights charged forward. "Knights of Ntien, show that evil creature our courage." They all rushed to attack the horde of monsters. Tot also used a spell. "Mother Earth, reach out your hand and reclaim what belongs to humanity." Steel. The monster's swords were ripped into the air. Lencia twisted her body to attack the demon. She struck the monster directly. Her heavily injured body tried to press on, but the monster sent her flying with a single punch. She caught herself with her hands, her mouth filled with blood. "Was I of any help?" Prince Stepan von Antion answered while fighting enthusiastically. "You did great, Lencia." Hundreds of slashes landed on the monster, splattering blood everywhere. Edward shouted, "That's Prince Stepan von Antion for you. A truly courageous knight." He panted. "These filthy monsters." He screamed, "Everyone snap out of it. This is the place where even the great knight Roos fell." A great fire erupted above them, knocking the soldiers to the ground. Another powerful monster appeared in a blaze of fire. It shot fireballs from its mouth, and many knights fell in agony. Stepan von Antion ran forward and yelled, "Don't fall back! Haven't you all made your resolves? And you dare call yourselves the brave knights of Antien?" The fire had surrounded them on all sides, and even Stepan von Antion was having trouble holding on. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, there's no way I can beat this thing." He swung his sword forward, refusing to accept defeat. He leaped up, aiming straight for its head. "I am the one who upholds the honor of the Antien name, the one bestowed with the title of Soul Reaper." He used his Sandstrike skill, channeling power into his sword, but Stepan von Antion was knocked away. He went flying and tumbling, to the astonishment of his soldiers. Stepan von Antion then landed ungracefully, his entire body bruised. Silent cast another spell. "Oh, goddess Phalanx, please destroy these evil creatures with your light." The mace shot straight towards the monster's head, and it coughed up blood. He trembled as the monster unleashed even more power, which surged toward Silent. He was hit, and cried out in pain. A massive explosion sent the monster tumbling. Silent looked up to see Rifenhad standing protectively in front of him, his muscular body swinging into a powerful attack. Rifenhad swung with immense concentration. The monster fell after that single blow. "Wait, that's all it took to kill it?" He looked bewildered. "No wonder I almost died after getting punched once by Teslon in my past life." He turned to look at the others. They had all passed out from exhaustion. "First, I need to move these injured people to a safe place." Another battalion of monsters swarmed in. Tot and Silent wondered, who is this guy? He picked up Lencia and fought the monsters at the same time. "Get out of my way." Stepan von Antion was now groggily coming to, holding his head. Edward asked, "You're awake, Your Highness?" He wondered, what just happened? The guard hesitated. It was he who shouted in alarm. "What?" Stepan von Antion pointed at him skeptically. "Is he really a martial artist?" He walked over and lowered his voice. "I didn't realize you came from such a noble background. What is your name?" He replied, "My name is Rifenhad." Halfway through speaking, he remembered. "Wait, Tot knows me. We met at the magic tower." He corrected himself. "My name is Rifenhad." Edward thought, "Rifenhad? That's the first time I've ever heard that name. If he's that strong, how have I never heard of him?" Stepan von Antion asked, "What family do you belong to?" He was blunt. "A family? I don't have one." He looked down, thinking, what? Is he just a commoner? I thought he was the descendant of some noble house, traveling to train. Who would have thought he's just from a common background? This is so awkward. He clapped him on the shoulder. "It seems you handled the rest. Well done. You certainly made a small contribution." Rifenhad shoved his hand away. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Why don't you take a look at the situation? The truth is, you were completely useless." He was startled. "What?" He became furious. "How dare you? You should respect someone from a noble family." Edward's face turned red. "Calm down, Your Highness," the man explained. "How could a mere commoner understand noble etiquette?" His voice softened. "I suppose. It's not like he was properly raised." "Then, can you tell me your master's name?" He flinched. "I just figured it out myself," he said, thinking of his master. "My disciple. I've just discovered a new training method. Master Gerard is famous throughout the world, so I can't just casually mention his name. I also don't want him to know my whereabouts. He was still skeptical. But this power. You really figured it out all by yourself? He picked at his ear. You should be more concerned with your injured comrades instead of wasting time interrogating me. Edward thought to himself. The way he talks feels so natural. He pointed to the soldiers lying scattered about. They need medical attention. But he doesn't realize how arrogant that way of speaking is, he thought. Like how someone of high status speaks to their inferiors. If we put aside his age, with that nonchalant attitude, he could be royalty from another nation. Right, maybe I know why he's so arrogant. That's the way an elder speaks to their juniors. What a strange young man. Silent approached him to chat. Excuse me, is your name Rifen? How tall are you? He answered. About 192 centimeters, I think. He looked at him with admiration and asked further, and what about your weight? He replied, I don't know. I haven't weighed myself. With sparkling eyes, he asked, how do you usually train to get a body like this? He was blunt. I just fight, eat, and lift a lot of weights. Why is he suddenly so friendly? His eyes were pleading. I knew it. I've heard that martial artists don't easily reveal their training methods. An orphan since childhood, he grew up in an orphanage and was often bullied for his weakness and his appearance. Influenced over a long period, he gradually became obsessed with the things he didn't have. A strong body, a deep and loud voice. At times, he even wanted to become a gorilla, a species that proves itself with its physique. But reality was far from his imagination. He didn't grow any taller, even during puberty, and his hair grew back remarkably fast. Despite his weak body, he tried working out, hoping to overcome his trauma, but the only result was that his magic power increased from using healing magic on his training injuries. Because of that, he developed a thing for muscular guys. Silent exclaimed, he looks so amazing, which made the other guy nervously cover himself. What's with that look? He turned away. I'm going to find the exit, the boy eagerly said. I'll go with you, he asked. What if someone gets hurt and you're not here? The boy started to cry dejectedly. Stepan turned and said, then I'll go with you. Lencia, you stay here and help everyone. She accepted the order. Yes, master. He asked if that was okay. The man replied, do as you wish. The two walked down the hallway. He followed behind, thinking, even if this is just an unwanted coincidence, I don't admit I was helped by some country bumpkin. He should be honored that I allowed him to help a knight. The fact that he does everything his own way is ironclad proof of his disrespect for knights. That arrogant bastard. Let's see if you can keep that attitude when a demon shows up. I'll show you my skills and teach you your place. He imagined the man begging him for help. That's right. Sir Stepan is so strong. I hope a demon. Before he could finish his thought, he slumped over. Rifenhad had knocked him out. Time for a little nap. He stood strong before the horde of demons. They were so small that his body swiftly moved, taking them down one by one. In an instant, they had all fallen. The obstacles have been dealt with. Time to find the treasure. He entered a secret chamber and searched through everything. Nice. 50 white silver coins from the Silver Age. And it should be around here somewhere, right? Found it. A space bag. A magical item capable of holding items 10 times its size. The weight is also reduced by a factor of 10. There are a few other things too. A Skyfire forge, a Quihoan dagger, magic crystals, a whole bunch of valuable stuff. Stepan woke up, clutching his head. What happened? The man stood there nonchalantly. You're awake? They attacked you from behind. You went down right after. He grumbled in frustration. Damn it, why is my luck so bad today? He hesitated. Thank you for protecting me. The man gave a sly smile. Don't mention it. He thought. Looks like I'll have to knock him out again. While Rifenhad was looting all the items in the ruins, Stepan was knocked unconscious at least 3 times. I didn't hit him too hard, did I? Oh well, it's fine. Even if I did, he'll live. He woke up again with no memory of what happened. That's strange. I was on high alert, but I didn't sense anything at all. Is there something wrong with my body? Maybe I need to take some supplements when I get home. Rifenhad scratched his head. The bag is full. I guess I'll have to come back for the rest later. Looks like we've reached a dead end. Let's head back. I guess so, he said. The whole group headed for the exit. Silent clung to him, asking, Are you a royal noble? Rifenhad answered bluntly. A noble? I'm just a commoner. Silent was puzzled. A commoner. But you're so strong. How can that be? Is a commoner not allowed to be strong? Silent looked up at him. It's not just that. It's the way you talk, like you're his superior. Rifenhad tilted his head. Huh? Silent explained. As a martial artist, I know you're confident, and I can see you speaking to Sir Stepan as an equal. but I didn't think you'd do the same with Sir Edward, who's over 40 years old. Rifenhad froze. That's right. In this life, I'm only 22. I need to be more careful with my words and actions. He explained. I'm not good at talking to people, so I don't really understand etiquette. The group stood before a sealed gate. Stepan pushed the door open. Rifenhad and Silen were stunned. Another monster was waiting for them. It was a Gerbus. Rifenhad thought, why is that thing here? I remember it's not supposed to be in this place. Stepan stepped forward and drew his sword. It seems this demon is the guardian of this place. Her Fanghead stared at it. I know, but hasn't it been dealt with yet? The monster roared. He warned them. Let's turn back. It'll be damn hard to defeat that thing with our current strength. A soldier shouted. Sir, look at the sword that demon is holding. It's the demon sword Antion. Edward asked. Sir, are you really going to face that demon? Stepan drew his sword. Obviously, he yelled, trying to stop him. That's too dangerous. We should return to the family estate and gather more forces. We already know the sword is here, Stepan retorted. What are you talking about? Don't you see that the sword of a great knight is being defiled? Stepan gritted his teeth. I cannot retreat. I will reclaim that sword at any cost, even if it's in the hands of death itself. He raised his sword, rallying the soldiers. Everyone, advance. Rifenhad was silent. Idiots. The massive demon in the ruins of the Silver Age demon. The spatial rift has a system designed to automatically compensate for any flaws. However, due to an incident, the supernatural monsters in this place were imprisoned and controlled by the defense system. In other words, these creatures, also known as dungeon guardians, were living freely before being abducted and forced to guard the dungeon. Furthermore, the monsters that have merged with the ruins system, gaining its power, become far more formidable creatures. He stared at it. And these things even killed Clo, who was said to be a demigod. If a demon of a higher class than a tag, Grand becomes a dungeon guardian, it must possess power on a completely different level than the other demons here. Stepan turned to look at his soldiers. That monster is chained up. Are you all such cowards that you'd fear a chained enemy? Rifenhad's expression was grim. You're really going to fight that thing? There's no way to win. You'll all die. Edward turned back. I'm grateful for your help, but in the end, you're just a barbarian with no honor. There are things in this world worth risking one's life for, but you don't stand a chance of beating it, Rifenhad thought. Stepan shouted, Knights of Antion, bet your lives and show your courage. Rifenhad was speechless. You guys couldn't even take down a tag Grand. How the hell are you gonna fight this thing? Silen prayed. Goddess Felins, may your blessings be upon everyone. Stepan charged forward to strike it. Begone, you foul demon. With a single toss of its head, many knights fell. Seeing this, Rifenhad sighed. Tisk, I told you so. It's useless. Edward flew past. Rifenhad lamented, good grief. This guy flies in a different way every time. The whole group is nearly wiped out. Don't lose your fighting spirit. We are the Knights of Antion. Even that demon will tremble before our courage. Rifenhad saw that everyone was being so reckless and thought, now I'm starting to get a handle on this Stepan guy. It's like casting pearls before swine. He won't listen no matter what you say. At least that Edward fellow is relatively practical. He probably understands the monster's power to some extent. As for Stepan, he's actually managed to hold out against the Gerbus until now. To put it simply, he'd charge in, get knocked back, and then try his best to stab and slash at the monster. But honestly, he was only causing minor scratches. C continued to use magic. Oh goddess Philenon, please bring down your holy mace upon that wicked creature. Instantly, the monster shrieked violently. The mace appeared. Oh, goddess Philan, please unleash your holy mace and help us defeat this beast, he chanted, conjuring numerous maces that aimed straight for Grish. Lencia leaped forward with her sword. She carved a few lines into its body with her sword. Stepan praised her. Well done, Lencia. Watching from the side, Rifenhad thought that this kid, Lencia, was actually pretty skilled, better than Edward even. She could be considered the second strongest in the group. Then Tot stepped forward to cast a spell, which startled him. Could it be that I've underestimated them? He shouted. Cold north wind. From my hand. Spin a blizzard. A spectacular snow tornado appeared. Green energy flowed along the walls, then turned a bright yellow. The chains were heated by the evil energy, and all the seals shattered. Current defense system has been overwhelmed. Transitioning to Phase 2. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. The monster Gerbast has escaped, and its power is unpredictable. It trampled over everything. The brutal beast relentlessly struck down soldiers and knights. Stepan von Antion charged forward with his sword. Die, you monster, but he was sent flying by a headbutt from the creature, blood pouring endlessly from his mouth. Edward called out worriedly, "Prince Stepan." He sat up, clutching his body. "Sir Edward." The man breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God, you're safe." Stepan and Lencia charged at the monster again. She gracefully leaped across its body. Lencia slashed directly at its head, but it seemed she couldn't hold on. She gritted her teeth in pain. The Rel beast shot fire at her. Powerful pillars of flame erupted, incinerating everything. The soldiers hastily fled. The knights were thrown back by the attack. The blast in the area stunned C. The flames terrified him. Sai's eyes widened as he saw that power approaching. Rifenhad couldn't stand by any longer. He dashed in to block it. He yelled, "Mr. Rifenhad." His resistance brought the wall of fire to a dead stop. He raised a fist. "Sorry, I was a little slow to react." He stood before the monster, a Gurbast. "Can I handle this?" His whole body blazed with power. "To be honest, I'm a little curious. I wonder what my current power limit is. Can this body's martial arts handle that demon? When I was a mage, I always avoided fights. I had no chance of winning. But now, I'm a warrior. I feel a thrill facing a strong opponent, a feeling I never had in my past life. It seems I've come a long way as a martial artist. Master would be so happy if he saw this." He threw a punch. He said, "If you don't know your opponent's strength, just attack first, right? Chi blast." He leaned back, dodging the monster's blow. This powerful body can even deflect a steel sword. But a demon's sword can actually injure me a little? He got into position to launch another attack. It unleashed its power, injuring Rifenhad. He quickly leaped back, delivering a powerful kick. Silent shouted, "Mr. Rifen, your entire body is glowing." He scratched his head. "I'm fine." He looked at him with a different expression. "My God, is this the power of a divine light wielder?" He cracked his neck. "If I can stand my ground, I'll have a chance to strike back. After training with Master, it's become a habit anyway. Maybe I should use this opportunity to refine my technique a bit." The monster roared in an ancient tongue. He waved his hand. "I don't know what you're saying, but bring it on." The two charged into a decisive battle. Stepan was stunned. This aura. He was speechless. How can a lowly commoner, with no fame or name, possibly use aura? Something that even a high-ranking noble can't obtain? His eyes widened. "No. This is impossible." The monster roared in fury. Stepan broke into a cold sweat. Who the hell is this guy? Where on earth did he come from? Meanwhile, Rifenhad fought, thinking, and what in the world is this monster? A huge, ferocious monster charged out of the white smoke, attacking Rifenhad. With a satisfied look, Rifenhad clenched his fist and charged forward. Fighting these monsters lets me feel just how incredible the things I've learned are. I can easily see their slow attacks. He rushed forward and punched the massive monster, making it scream. The giant monster looked like a dog with a magic summoning circle on its forehead. Even if they're injured, the guardians of the ruins won't fall. Rifen stood watching the giant monster, as it began to lose control, mutating into a terrifyingly grotesque form, surrounded by chains and orange lightning. The ruins are supplying mana for them to heal their wounds. It made the ground tremble, then shot a beam of energy from its mouth straight at Rifen. As the beam approached, he quickly moved aside, dodging the attack and closing in on the monster in an instant. He jumped up, grabbed the monster's arm, practicing a joint lock, then used his right leg to kick the beast straight in the face, practicing aerial combat. Finally, he unleashed a flurry of punches with both hands, so fast they were a blur, practicing his fist techniques. These are definitely the eyes of a warrior. He punched the monster, making it cry out in pain, the perfect punching bag. Everyone in the room was intently watching the fierce battle. Rifen's eyes narrowed as he frowned in thought. But I can't just play around like this. If I want to end this in one shot, I should use the Calamity Wave. While thinking, he continued to fight the bizarre, giant monster. If I do that, this place will collapse, and we'll all be buried alive. There are too many people here getting in the way. It's so annoying. Rifen remained focused on fighting the monster. Seeing him fight barehanded, Tot shouted, "Rifen, use your sword. You can defeat it with your blade enveloped in aura and holy enchantments." Hearing this, Rifen thought to himself, "You think I don't know that, and that's why I'm not doing it." With his bare hands, he continued to attack the giant monster and turned to reply, "I don't know how to envelop a weapon in aura." Tot was shocked and bewildered. "What did you say?" Rifenhad's expression was annoyed yet helpless. "I only know how to use aura on my own body." The mage, Tot, standing beside him, seemed quite surprised. That's absurd," Rifenhad continued. "That's just how my school of martial arts is." Silent yelled out Rifenhad's name. While holding the giant monster's arm, Rifen turned his head towards Silent. thinking, what now? After shouting his name, Silent continued, that body is very tough, isn't it? Rifen strained to hold the monster back and replied, tough? Well, it is pretty strong. Hearing that, Silent replied, good. Silent brought his fingertips together, casting a spell, and was enveloped in streams of beautiful and magical pinkish-red light. From now on, I will cast my incarnation. Ah, no. I mean the blessing of Felons, Silent shouted. Then, crimson lightning began to surround Rifen's face, and one by one, veins became visible on his skin. Felans, please bless this sword in your name, Rifenhad yelled. Kip-okay! Rifen gritted his teeth. He launched the giant monster into the air. The massive beast was thrown upwards, smashing straight into the ceiling. Rifen was surrounded by streams of bright crimson electricity, his tense, muscular face looking terrifying. The sacred engraving of amplification, Holy Strike. This spell is usually cast on metal objects, yet he's using it on a human body? Meanwhile, Silent was feeling incredibly excited. It's working! A vision of Silent with long red hair and a cheerful, excited expression cheered him on. Now, beat that damn monster to death. He's so handsome, but his personality is insane. Rifenhad's face, with its bulging veins and covered in sweat, was almost comical. He charged straight forward to attack. Might as well get this over with quickly. He rushed in, kicking the monster directly with his leg, the holy kick. Then he followed up with his knee, the holy knee, his face determined as he clenched his fist and charged. Finally, he used his fist to finish off the monster, the holy punch. Then, a vertical beam of crimson light pierced through the creature and struck the ground. A wave of crimson light burst out like fireworks. Rifen stood in a victorious pose, while the monster exploded. Rifen's epic victory pose made Silent's eyes widen in romantic admiration. The magic circle on the ceiling appeared and fluctuated. The branches surrounding the circle vanished one by one. Both of them were suddenly stunned. With his mouth agape, Silent said, so, is it over? Rifenhad immediately added, hey, hurry up and dispel the spell. Edward helped Stepan to his feet. He stammered, did you say your name was Rifenhad? Stepan von Antien's face was twisted in displeasure. You really hid your identity well. Do you find us that pathetic? He kept that same expression as he spoke to Rifenhad. I admit you're strong, but I can't overlook the way you trampled on my honor as a knight, watching us struggle and mocking us. Was it fun? Hearing this, Rifenhad turned his head to reply. Mocking you? I never mocked you. Rifenhad looked puzzled, frowning as he thought. You only mock someone when you're at least a little interested, but I couldn't care less. So why would I mock them? Rifenhad turned to leave, but Stepan wouldn't let it go, drawing his sword and lunging at Rifenhad. You bastard, how dare you turn your back on me? Stepan charged, but Rifenhad ducked in time, casually picking up his own sword. Stepan missed his mark, and Rifenhad just looked at him with an expression of utter exasperation. Rifenhad pushed Stepan, sending him tumbling to the ground. Stepan looked up, a bit embarrassed. You bastard, you dare to dodge? Rifen sat down next to Stepan, speaking in a gentle voice. Look, I never mocked you, so just take this. You caused all this commotion just to get this, right? Edward, standing nearby, spoke mockingly. Even when faced with something so valuable, he doesn't show a hint of greed. That's what true strength looks like. Hearing that, Stepan was furious. Damn it. Rifen thought nonchalantly. Greed? Over what? Compared to the things I crafted in my prime, that sword is just a second-rate weapon. I used to mass-produce them and hand them out to people. This one is for you boys, and the girls can use this. Rifenhad turned and walked away, leaving Stepan standing there, seething with anger and resentment. All right, there's nothing more to see here, is there? Edward laughed along with Rifenhad. That's right, let's go. In the tranquil and peaceful village of Catho, nestled among snow-white mountains, Silent used his magic to heal a child, leaving everyone there gaping in amazement. Silent happily distributed gold to the villagers, while Rifenhad stood aside, thinking to himself, he just healed the sick, and now he's giving out gold coins to the people? He really knows how to do business. Thinking about the image the Philin Church will build, he's doing a great job of proselytizing with that money. At the edge of the forest, a troop of soldiers was riding on horseback. Stepan spoke to Edward. Sir Edward, I think we need to investigate that mage. Rifenhad chuckled, replying with great interest. Indeed, I knew you'd be interested. He's very talented. Hearing that, Stepan scowled in annoyance, his expression terrifying. I can't possibly be weaker than him. Meanwhile, Rifen was standing on a vast, serene, green prairie. He set off excitedly. All right, time to go see Ciri. Rifenhad strode across the green fields, while Silent trailed behind him. But why do you keep following me? A cool breeze blew as the man walking behind him answered. Did you know? There are priests who travel from place to spread the goddess's grace and care for the faithful. Rifenhad replied, Of course, I know. They're pilgrims. And he also thought to himself, and they often die while traveling. Rifenhad turned to look at Silen, who answered him confidently. Initially, I planned to return to the church, but I've decided to use this opportunity to become a pilgrim. Silen's expression changed, becoming very feminine and delicate, and if possible, to accompany the strongest person I've ever met. Seeing that look on Silen's face, Rifen looked terrified. His eyes are a bit like Jorik Grom Protases. Ortiz. Is he another one of those people who only care about physical appearance, just in a different way? While Silen walked on, happily singing, Rifen looked completely helpless in contrast. Am I cursed or something? Why am I surrounded by such a bunch of lunatics? But he seems like a good person, so if I refuse him gently. Silen's pure and innocent face for a split second made Rifenhad reconsider. Wait a minute, he's a priest, right? He's the best kind of first aid kit. Rifen was still thinking, Ciri might get hurt, so having someone who can help her would be good, right? Then, he accepted with a satisfied look. Do whatever you want. Whether you follow me or not is your choice. Rifenhad thought joyfully of Ciri. Ciri, I'm coming. Silen followed him like a small tail. I want to get abs. How do you train your upper, middle, and lower abs? Rifenhad immediately replied, I don't know. All I know is getting beaten up a lot and lifting boulders. Rifenhad continued. Come to think of it, I think an alchemist created some kind of muscle-enhancing potion. I believe it was called protein. Silen continued. Ah, I'm not interested in that stuff. Over here, a magnificent, opulent white palace came into view. In a quiet hallway of the palace, a voice echoed, Damn it, what kind of teaching have you been doing? In the room, the butler was bowing and apologizing to Mr. Beret. I'm truly sorry, young master. I did my best. But, the heir of the Beret Merchant Guild shouted, Elves are supposed to be loyal to their masters, dedicating both body and soul. He turned to the silver-haired girl sitting on the bed and yelled, I knew an assassin type like her was too cheap to be any good. Why the hell is an elf so arrogant? The girl replied, I was born this way. He shouted again, and I hate that look in your eyes. It's infuriating. She answered softly, My eyes were born this way, too. He turned to the red-haired elf, who could only try to placate him as a displeased. Beret continued to shout, Butler, I don't care how much it costs. Just buy me some decent merchandise next time. Damn it. Even if I bought her because she was cheap, she's still a defective product. The elf's face was like a soulless mask, but Beret kept yelling at her with contempt. Take her back. Her face was pensive, but completely devoid of emotion. In Elfenheim, the elf slave market has a long-standing tradition in the Duchy of Chatan. The elf girl, number 148, had been returned for the third time. A map of the region appeared. The Duchy of Chatan, a nation specializing in commerce, located in the far north of the continent. The map zoomed in, showing the position of the powerful nation of Chatan. It bordered several other countries, a nation with a thriving economy, thanks to the Juran River flowing through its territory. The map highlighted a magnificent white castle in the Duchy of Chatan. We have arrived in Zlin, the capital of this duchy and its center of commerce. On the street, a bustling crowd of people moved about. Rifenhad and Silen had reached the duchy and were blending into the crowd moving through the streets. Silen looked around and said, They say this is the best merchant city on the continent, and it's just as crowded as I expected. Rifenhad also looked around as he walked, replying to Silen, Well, this duchy was founded by merchants who bought the land from the G Kingdom. After all, merchants enjoy a lot of privileges here, and the people put money above all else. Rifen quickly walked on, paying no mind to Silen. He was only thinking that Cirrus was somewhere in this place. Silen, struggling to keep up, called out to Rifenhad, Can we slow down a little? Are you trying to show off how long your legs are or something? On a street corner, Rifen and Silen saw a richly dressed man with a cane ordering his henchmen to hold down an old man. Hey, hold him down tight. The old man knelt before him, pleading, Please, spare me. The aggressor was none other than the head of the Rohan Merchant Guild, a man named Tarek, who yelled with a furious expression, How dare you insult the Rohan Merchant Guild? You're nothing but a beggar. He struck the poor old beggar repeatedly, scolding him with each blow. I'll teach you a lesson, you bum. After injuring the old man, Tarek threw a few gold coins at him, shocking Silen, who was watching. I hit you 30 times, so 30 gold coins should cover it, right? A voice called out. What's going on here? With that, Tarek turned and left, leaving the injured beggar bleeding from his head. Seeing this, Silent ran over to him. "Sir, are you okay?" The old beggar clutched his head and replied, "Thank you, young man." Silent looked around frantically, trying to find help. "That man is horrible. We should go find the guards." But the old man seemed unconcerned, calmly sitting down and picking up the gold coins. "Oh, no need for that. This is more than enough for me to settle down here." Hearing the old man say this, Silent's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Huh? Just because he paid you, you're going to act like nothing happened?" Rifenhad, with a calm expression as if nothing was out of the ordinary, answered Silent. "I told you, around here, money is everything." Watching the old beggar's back as he walked away, Silent continued, "I thought I'd traveled enough to understand how the world works, but I've never been to a place like this." Hearing this, Rifen remarked, "Here, the punishment for breaking any law is a fine. If you have money, you don't have to go to jail for anything." Rifenhad turned to leave, and Silent asked, "What are you planning to do in a town like this?" The two of them crossed a simple but strangely elegant white bridge as Rifen answered, "To buy something." Hearing that, Silent pressed on. "What?" Rifenhad's serious face was drenched in sweat as he answered Silent's question. "To buy an elf." Silent's face turned pale with fear, his eyes filled with suspicion, and he wrapped his arms around himself. "So, you're that kind of person." Rifenhad looked completely exasperated but tried to explain. "I know what you're thinking, but it's not like that." Silent pressed on. "Then what is it, huh?" Suddenly, Rifenhad's face paled, finding it hard to speak. "How can I possibly explain my past life to him?" He replied reluctantly, Whatever. Think what you want." Silent looked a bit annoyed. "Ugh, men are all the same." After hearing that, Rifenhad shot back, "You're a man too, you know." Silent turned his head to look at him, replying with an annoyed expression, "Well, you're not wrong." On a quaint, beautiful street, under a romantic, clear blue sky, Tarek was sitting in a magnificent room, a beautiful, elegant, and luxurious girl by his side. He said to her, "If they're mad, they should just work harder. Insulting us on the street will only get them money." The girl beside him said softly, "You are right, master." Tarek, surrounded by beautiful women, suddenly looked surprised, as if he'd seen something. His face turned purple with shock when he saw Beret. "Beret, long time no see." Beret's face darkened as he scowled and said Tarek's name. Tarek asked Beret, "So? How's that assassin-type elf you bought recently?" Beret's face was twisted in displeasure as he thought, "Damn it, of all the people to run into here." Then he answered, Well, she was disobedient, so I returned her 2 weeks ago." Old Tarek let out a loud, gloating laugh. "You can't even tame a single elf slave. No wonder your guild can't become one of the top 10 merchant guilds." Hearing this, Beret retorted, "You think you could?" Beret continued, speaking to Tarek, "I heard many others returned her before me. That's why she was so cheap." Tarek's face took on a cunning look, as if he were plotting something. "I wonder what kind of face he'd make if I managed to tame that assassin-type elf. This should be fun. I should head to Elfenheim soon." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the duchy, Rifenhad looked completely helpless, sweating and at a loss for words. "What are you doing?" Silent was using all his strength to train his body. "Can't you tell? I'm training." Rifen looked at his skinny body, completely bewildered. "My God, he's so skinny," he thought to himself. "He tries so hard, so why doesn't he have any muscle at all?" Rifenhad said, "Don't overdo it. We can't have you collapsing from muscle pain." Silent slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "It's fine. I can still walk." Suddenly, Rifenhad's expression changed. "Hey, are you?" All at once, Silent acted strangely delicate and feminine, then said to him, "What do you think? This solves the problem, doesn't it?" Model Rifenhad's face once again fell into a silent, helpless gloom. "Now I understand why this kid has no muscle." An image of a pocket watch appeared. Healing magic was similar to turning back time. Muscles are trained by being torn and then regenerating, but if he uses a healing spell on himself, Rifenhad could only watch helplessly as the delicate figure before him reverted to his pre-training state. "This idiot, you're just wasting your time." His expression remained helpless as he thought. For the past year, he's been training in vain. Silent saw his expression and asked curiously, "What is it? Did something happen?" Rifenhad reluctantly replied, "It's nothing. I'll teach you a more effective training method later." He looked at Silent and continued, "But with your hair that long, doesn't it get in the way when you train?" Silent grabbed his red hair and said, "Even if I cut it, it just grows back really fast." "Cool, right?" Rifenhad curiously asked why his hair grew so quickly. "What do you normally think about that makes your hair grow so fast?" Rifenhad headed for the main gate, about to leave. Anyway, I have enough money now, so I'm heading to the slave auction house. Seeing this, Silen hurriedly ran after him. I want to go with you. An image of a huge, ugly monster and a beautiful girl appeared. This auction house sold slaves of many different races. All sorts of races were present. The most popular race was the Elves. They were valued more highly than Orcs or Dwarves thanks to their beauty. One by one, the prices for various races appeared, showing a vast difference. Because of this, they were much more expensive than other slaves. An assassin for 800 gold, a female elf for 300 gold, a young female elf for 100 gold, a young male elf for 30 gold, an Orosk swordsman for 10 gold, an orc slave for 5 gold, and a young orc for 4.5 gold. Male elves had no buyers due to their high suicide rate. Rifenhad and Silen were sitting on a high-class sofa in a private room. Another reason they're so popular is their long lifespan, he thought. But that also means their adolescence is much longer. That's why there's a famous joke that a foolish merchant who invests in a young elf will die of old age first. He glanced around and said, I heard this is a slave auction house specializing in elves, with a tradition, stretching back 300 years. Rifenhad crossed his arms, his face darkening as he scowled. A slave auction house, named Elf's Paradise. How disgusting. Silen turned to him and said, I've never been to an auction house before. His eyes were wide with admiration. It seems they're treated better than the Orcs. Rifenhad's expression didn't change as he replied to Silen. They're still considered slaves. You think they're happy about it? Hearing this, Silen looked at Rifenhad with a bit of confusion. But they used to live in the wild forests. Wouldn't they be happier living under human care? They wouldn't have to worry about starving to death or anything. Rifenhad looked at Silen without saying a word. Right. That's how a normal person would think. He remained deep in thought. You can't force someone to change their perception. Forcing it will only lead to fear. I need to establish a different kind of empire, different from the one I built in my past life. Rifenhad was still lost in thought. Not the dark empire of the Demon King, but a true nation that belongs to the other races. Across from them, a man was introducing the people walking out, like a show host. My sincerest apologies for the wait. Beautiful ladies with radiant smiles appeared. These are the assassins that we elves take such pride in. Rifenhad's expression remained unchanged, while Silen blushed bright red and covered his face with his hands. Seeing this, the man said, Ah, perhaps this is a bit much for a young lady. My apologies, he thought to himself. Who in their right mind brings a young girl to a place like this? Rifenhad frowned, bringing a hand to his face as he thought, the fairies of the forest, descendants of the great spirits, reduced to this. Then he spoke up, asking, Do you have any assassins with darker skin? Hearing Rifenhad's request, the man chuckled and asked, You have a unique taste, sir. You don't prefer them with fair skin? Rifenhad's expression changed and he stammered, No, that's not what I meant. Seeing this, Silen turned to him, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering, Weren't you just lecturing me about how enslaving other races is wrong? The man approached Rifenhad and explained that there was one assassin with darker skin. But anyway, please have a look. He led Rifenhad and Silen down a long, magnificent corridor. Beautiful girls were training in front of a fountain as the man continued. We ensure that the elves receive physical conditioning. We also have specialized training methods to provide a wide variety of products. Passing by a place where beautiful girls were cooking, he introduced them to the two, and we always feed them fresh vegetables, fruits, and nuts. Elves raised on high-quality food have a pleasant aroma. There are many cases of malnourished elves, but as you can see, our elves. Rifenhad's face grew furious, and he glared at the man with a murderous look in his eyes. I don't need your explanations. Just take me to the elf. His intense aura terrified the man, who broke out in a cold sweat. Arriving before a cell, the man spoke to the two guards. We're here to see number 148. The door opened, and he led the two into a large hall where many people were fighting each other. These are the assassins who haven't fully matured yet. We have them train here, the man continued nonchalantly. And the female elf you see over there is the item you requested. 2 streams of tears flowed down Rifenhad's face. The image of a person, drenched in sweat from exhaustion, with half of her face obscured by platinum blonde hair. Her beautiful face was revealed, holding a rolled-up scroll as she fought seriously. In a beautiful, observatory-like room surrounded by planets, Cirrus saw Rifenhad about to mix 2 potions together. She quickly warned him, Sir Rifenhad, you shouldn't mix those 2. The moment she finished speaking, the room exploded, filling with black smoke. Cirrus said, I knew it would explode. Rifenhad wondered aloud, Huh? Why did it explode? Cirrus continued, Why would you mix fire bloom with a stone seed? Rifenhad replied with a simple, innocent look on his face. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Cirrus looked a bit angry, but in a very cute way. You said the exact same thing last time, and you still never learn. Roos came closer and wiped his face with a towel, wondering to herself, how could such a kind person look so old? She said to Rifenhad, hold still now, your face is dirty. Rifenhad looked at her with a gentle expression and said softly, how long do you plan on calling me Lord Rifenhad? You can just speak to me casually. Roos replied to him, I can't do that. Her expression was sad. Rifenhad asked, why not? Here, the entire kingdom is being engulfed by the flames and black smoke of war. Rifenhad stood on the castle balcony, gazing out at his kingdom. His eyes remained fixed on the kingdom below. Behind him, his most trusted retainers knelt in reverence. Tathis, his face grave and solemn, said, I have come to bid you a final farewell, my master. Rifenhad turned his head slightly toward his loyal followers and said gently, think, Marilyn, Roos, why the long faces? It's as if this is the first time you've ever seen someone dying. From the castle balcony, Rifenhad stared out at the kingdom, now surrounded by smoke and fire. The entire continent has gathered over 2 million troops to overthrow the Demon King, the common enemy of all mankind. Is this really all the strength they have? Tens of thousands of soldiers in the distance were slowly advancing towards the castle, as Rifenhad continued, I wonder how they'll deal with the aftermath of this battle, when so many nations will be thrown into peril, all for the sake of a single fight. This means they simply cannot accept our existence. Tathis looked at Rifenhad and asked, my lord, are you not coming with us? He continued to gaze calmly at the kingdom and said gently, all of you will escape while I remain here to hold them off. He still looked completely unfazed as he stared at the kingdom being swallowed by a sea of flames. Forgive me, he said. I am Apot. Even with a god's protection, I'm destined to fail. Marilyn looked at Lord Rifenhad and said, it was not a protection, but a prophecy. Rifenhad replied, it's all the same. A red symbol appeared, stating, an elf companion will join you. Following the steps of an Orcs, you have crossed the great abyss. The one who can shatter the pillar of Hry will come to guide you. They will change your fate and grant you salvation. Lord Rifenhad closed his eyes, reminiscing. I was so surprised at the time, he said. When the dwarves started calling me their savior after I destroyed half their sanctuary, I stopped caring about things like that. Marilyn stood up and spoke with a reverent tone. With Appo's blessing, I hope that we will meet again someday. Lord Rifenhad turned his head slightly, his voice soft as he replied, I hope that day comes soon. Farewell, Marilyn. And you as well, Tathis and Think. I hope you both make it through this alive. Rifenhad looked at Roos and said, Roos, you should go as well. Roos turned her head and replied, I will wait for you, my lord. On the balcony, amidst the red haze of war, the two faced each other. Rifenhad spoke first. Fate is an unknowable thing. If the worst should happen, promise me you'll find someone who will treat you kindly. Roos looked at Rifenhad, her voice firm. I already told you. I will wait for you. Rifenhad's expression was a mixture of worry and hesitation, but despite the situation, she remained resolute, saying, I will wait for you. It was as if something dawned in Rifenhad's eyes, but on her end, Roos's gaze was as unwavering as before. In the fiery glow of the battle, the two held each other in a tight embrace. Back in the present, the beautiful Roos stood in a fierce, heroic combat stance. To be honest, I had no hope of her ever being sold. She's defective, impossible to tame, and has already been returned 3 times. With a cold yet brave expression, Roos charged forward to attack. She's powerful, but her disposition is awful. A total write-off, you could say. It was becoming nearly impossible to sell her. So I've just been using her to train the other elves. A living punching bag that can help the others develop the bloodlust needed to become a proper hunter. The merchant then turned to Rifenhad for confirmation. You still want to buy her? He asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Rifenhad replied, yes. The merchant's face twisted into a cunning, calculating expression. He's got some strange tastes. Maybe I should tack on an extra 100 gold? This is a whole new level of degeneracy. Then, he quoted Rifenhad the price. For you, sir, that will be 300 gold coins. After hearing the price, Silent gasped. 300 gold coins? That's way too cheap. The merchant stroked his chin and said, well, she is defective goods. I honestly didn't think anyone would ever buy her. The girl, Roos, approached politely and asked, are you my new master? Rifenhad looked her over from head to toe, wondering to himself, how much must she have suffered to have all these scars? The merchant asked politely, should I call for a priest to take care of her wounds? Rifenhad took off his own coat and walked over to Roos, saying, there's no need. Silent, I'll leave this in your hands. He then draped his coat over Roos's shoulders. He said gently, "It's cold outside. Wear this for now." Then he asked, "You don't have a name, do you?" She replied softly, "No." His face was kind, his voice just as gentle. Then, "How about Roos?" She replied coldly. "Very well," he continued to ask. "So? Do you like it?" Roos replied just as coldly, "I have memorized it. My name is Roos." He remained patient with Roos, speaking gently, and helping her put on the coat to keep warm. "So, from now on, you will be Roos Valencia?" She looked at him and asked, "A slave has no need for a surname." "Sir, that is your family name." Rifenhad replied, "No. From now on, it's yours." He then cheerfully introduced himself in Silent to Roos. "I am Rifenhad, and this young man is Silent, an apostle of Philons." She looked up at his kind and gentle face and replied, "I understand." Outside a magnificent castle, the merchant's face suddenly grew frantic. He began to sweat and stammer. "You're asking about number 148? She's already been purchased, sir." The old man Tarek's face contorted with rage. "What?" the merchant continued. "I sold her just an hour ago." Tarek scowled angrily and snarled, "Did that bastard bear know I had claimed her? How dare he steal her right out from under me?" Hearing this, the merchant quickly told Tarek, "No, sir, it wasn't him. The buyer was a young man I had never seen before." He immediately demanded, "What's his name?" The merchant replied, "About that. He paid in cash, so I have no idea." With his hands on his hips, Tarek questioned the merchant further. "And this fellow just happened to be carrying enough money to buy a hunter?" The merchant answered honestly, "To be fair, I sold her at a low price because she's nothing but defective goods." Tarek asked, "So, what did he look like?" An image of Rifenhad thoughtfully stroking his chin appeared as the merchant began his description. "He's quite young and well-built. You'd recognize him immediately if you saw him." Just then, Roos stepped out in a change of clothes. She was now wearing a brand new clean outfit that made her look incredibly alluring. Rifenhad admired her, stroking his chin, while Silent stood beside him, his jaw dropped in amazement. "That'll do for now," Rifenhad said. "I'll buy you better clothes later." He looked at her gently, but asked with a hint of awkward apprehension, "Are you hungry?" Pulling her cloak around herself, Roos replied coldly, "I will obey your command." "Master, you're flustered. Don't think of me as your master." Hearing this, she immediately asked, "Are you going to send me back?" Rifenhad stammered in confusion. "No, that's not what I meant." Cirrus stole a glance, thinking, "What's with this guy? First he gives me a coat to wear, then he buys me beautiful clothes. He's treating me like a human girl." Rifenhad looked at her, flustered, and said, "What I mean is, just think of me as a traveling companion. Don't call me master, call me by my name." Cirrus's expression suddenly changed, and she frowned. "Oh, so he likes to roleplay. I bet he's some pervert who likes to pretend he's an adventurer." She continued to think about Rifenhad. He wants to feel like he's a hero traveling with a female swordswoman. Then she spoke aloud. "Yes, then I will call you Sir Rifenhad." Cirrus ate her meal, comfortably and heartily. But she couldn't stop thinking, all humans are equally despicable. In a large, luxurious waiting hall, the three of them sat eating and drinking. Rifen said, "I've heard the rumors. Ridanti's Grace is the most famous restaurant in the Zlin region, named after the goddess Ridanti, the goddess of the earth and bountiful harvests, who gave us food to survive. You could say this is also a way to show devotion to the divine." C looked at Rifenhad and asked, "If they serve food as a form of worship, then shouldn't all this food be free?" Hearing this, he immediately questioned him back. "Doesn't the Philons Church also make money from beauty treatments?" "Chewing," he replied. "Of course they have to. She is the goddess of beauty and love, so it doesn't go against their doctrine." Rifenhad listened to C's explanation and said, "Really? I heard it's quite expensive there." He continued, leaning slightly to the side. Suddenly, he looked at Cirrus, who was gobbling down her food with great relish. Cirrus was startled to see Rifenhad's smiling face looking at her. She composed herself and put her fork down on the table. Rifenhad rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "Does she still not like it? This is the place I brought her to celebrate our first meeting." He looked at Cirrus, remembering his past life. "In my past life, I met her as her benefactor, but this time, I'm a slave master, an accidental meeting versus a purposeful one. I never expected them to be a world apart. Did I meet her too soon?" The three of them continued on their way. Rifenhad quietly watched Ciri, thinking, "Anyway, sooner or later, she will accept me. Just knowing that makes me happy." The three of them stopped in front of a shop, and the shopkeeper introduced his products to them. "These are the best items in my store. You won't find anything better anywhere else." Rifen looked at Ciri and asked, "Ciri, Do you see anything you like? She picked up a sword. Seeing this, Rifenhad asked a question that surprised her. Huh? A sword? Don't you usually use a greatsword? Cirrus looked at Rifenhad with a murderous glare that made him tremble. What? How does he know? Silent, who was beside them, nudged Rifen with his hand and said, smugly, Wow, just as I thought. A master who has reached the pinnacle of their art can tell what weapon a person uses just by looking at their hands. Ciri spoke up. I never thought I'd be able to use a weapon made of Meren, something I've always longed for. Silent also picked up a weapon, which made Rifenhad curious. Why does a priest really need a weapon? Rifenhad's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise, as if he had just realized something. He glanced over and saw two dark figures watching the three of them. A group of soldiers blocked their path, led by a man named Romat. We need to have a word with you. Rifenhad's expression changed, his face darkening as he looked at the soldiers with annoyance. Rifenhad raised an eyebrow and looked at Romat irritably. What is it? The man saw his attitude, frowned, and replied, A person of high standing wishes to acquire the elf girl. Hearing this, Cirrus turned slightly to look at Romat, knowing they were targeting her. Rifenhad's expression turned cold as he said, So what? Romat then presented an envelope and made an offer. Sell that slave to us. We will offer a suitable price. If you want, you can trade her for a stronger slayer. You can look over this exchange contract. Without a moment's hesitation, he refused. I'm not interested. So you're refusing? That's right. Seeing his refusal, Romat said with some confusion. It seems you still don't understand. I said I would pay a suitable price, didn't I? Rifenhad was now a little angry, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he said, It seems you're the one who doesn't understand. I already said I'm not interested. Hearing this, the man finally gave up and turned to leave, saying, You're a strange one. Well then, we have no other choice. It seems you're very fond of that elf slave. With that, he and his subordinates left. Rifenhad watched their retreating backs and said in confusion, What's wrong with him? Silent beside him added, What a funny guy. Soon, the sky turned dark. Inside the mansion, Tarek angrily demanded, What? Why did you return empty-handed, Romat? Romat bowed before him and replied, No matter the price, he refused to sell. He's still just a kid who doesn't understand the world. Despite this, Tarek's anger didn't subside as he yelled, You should have just beaten him up and thrown some money at him, the man explained further. There were a lot of people watching, so it was best to handle it in a way that seemed conventional. At this point, his voice suddenly lowered, and his eyes became dangerous. I will find a chance to kidnap that slayer. Then I'll say she died and compensate him with double the money. After all, that elf slave was sold for a very low price, so, if we use this method, we won't have to pay much. Hearing this plan, Tarek was finally satisfied and said, Good. This time, take Sir Lantis with you. He hasn't done anything lately. It's time he put in some effort to earn the money he receives. Soon, daybreak arrived. In his room, Rifenhad took out a bag of gold coins from his pouch. He sat on the bed, pensively looking at the bag of gold, thinking, I thought I'd have to pay at least 200 gold coins, but it seems I have more money than I expected. Ah, no. If I want to rebuild the empire, this amount is nothing. Rifenhad looked at the money, calculating, should I consider investing instead of carrying this heavy load of money with me? As he thought about this, he remembered the empire's hardships. Then again, this is also around the time the famine occurs in the neighboring kingdom of Grovan. It was a lush, green, agricultural nation. The kingdom of Grovan, thanks to its fertile land and bountiful harvests blessed by the earth goddess Ridden, had never had to think about preparing for a famine, but that was a story of the past, Rifenhad thought. However, in the spring of that year, the famine caused many people to die of starvation and opened up a hellish scene where parents ate their own children. Maybe I should start investing in food supplies now. He recalled the Empire's merchant guilds, including the John Lafin Guild and the Ron Line Guild, and the T-Ben Guild, he thought carefully. The guilds I can think of are Ron Line and T-Ben. First of all, no matter what, I will not invest in the John Lafin Guild. That's because the head of that merchant guild is a depraved man who tortured Roos in his past life. Ultimately, the last merchant guild is the safest option. If I have to choose between the two remaining merchant guilds, I'll pick the third largest guild on the continent, which specializes in the food trade and competes with Joe Lafane. Sivan 10, the head of the Tab Merchant Guild, was drowning in paperwork. Annoyed, he muttered, Damn that Rone Guild. Are they really selling wheat and barley for half the price? They're a bunch of unscrupulous scoundrels. Yet somehow they've become the second largest merchant guild on the continent. At this rate, we're going to lose all our business partners. We need to settle all these debts as quickly as possible to resolve this situation. Suddenly, a servant opened the door and announced, "Sir, we have a visitor. He says he wants to make an investment." Sivan Ten was ready to refuse, saying, "Such a small amount is nothing compared to the troubles we're facing right now. It'll just create more work for us. Tell him to leave." But when he heard the amount the person wanted to invest, that he was offering to invest 1,500 gold coins, he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" It was Rifenhad. He placed 3 bags of gold on the table, smiled, and said, "I want to invest all 1,500 gold coins in food supplies." Sitting across from Sivan, he crossed his arms and said, "The location will be the Groven Kingdom, next spring, during the barley harvest." Hearing this, the guildmaster asked in shock, "What? Did you just say the Groven Kingdom?" He said hesitantly. "Selling food supplies to the Groven Kingdom is like selling soap to orcs. No one will buy it." Rifenhad disagreed, saying, "Once they get used to it, even orcs become quite proficient at using soap." "What did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing." Rifenhad tried to persuade Sivan, "If it fails, it's my problem alone. But if it succeeds, you stand to profit." "So, why not?" the guildmaster replied, still worried. "Even so, I can't advise my client to invest in something that's guaranteed to fail. How about you reconsider?" Hearing this, Rifenhad pretended to pick up his money bags and said, "Well, fine then. If you don't want it, I'll find another merchant guild." Seeing this, Sivan hastily stopped him. "Hey, wait a minute." He explained the guild's situation to him. "To be honest with you, our guild isn't doing so well right now. But with this money, we could get through this difficult time and prosper in the future. So, I'd like to suggest a different investment for you." Seeing this attitude, Rifenhad thought to himself, "He was just as stubborn in my past life. It seems this is just his nature." Then he replied, "This is my money, so I'll decide how to use it. Now, bring me the contract." He leaned in close to the guildmaster's face and added threateningly, "You just have to make one promise. You are not allowed to use my money for your own personal gain." Sivan stammered fearfully in reply, "Of course." Hearing his agreement, he felt reassured and asked another question. "Oh, by the way, I heard the Tab Guild also has a branch in the Ram Kingdom. Is that right?" Sivan replied as he got the contract. "That's right. We recently opened a route to the north." Hearing that, Rifenhad asked, "So, do you have a branch near the Delpia Magic Tower?" He pictured the map of his branches in his mind and replied, "We don't have a branch right there, but we have to pass through Delpia to get to our branch in Ronta." Upon hearing that, Rifenhad made a request. "In that case, could you help me investigate someone who lives there?" Sivan immediately agreed. "Of course. Just tell me who it is, and I'll contact the branch right away." Rifenhad fell silent, thinking to himself, "I'll use this opportunity to find information about the other Rifen." Ceres looked at the sword she had just received. She gave it a light swing, then began to perform a series of attacks with it. Silen, who was standing nearby, was amazed by the sight. Right now, Ceres looked like a true warrior. She remembered the words her mother once told her, "We high elves are the guardians of the forest." Her mother had hugged her tenderly and said, "All elves live in eternal happiness under the protection of the world tree. All the animals are our friends, and all the trees provide us with endless sweet fruit to nourish everyone. Although we are now oppressed by humans and find ourselves in a pitiful state, we will be guided back to paradise one day." Sometime later, the elven stronghold was burned to the ground. All that remained were her mother's words. "We are descendants of the great spirits, my beloved daughter. You must never forget this pride." At that time, her eyes were filled with emptiness. An elf had told Ceres, "You're a pretty little thing, so you'll be sold to a good place. From now on, you will learn loyalty and etiquette here to become a proper slave." She remembered the days of brutal beatings, the dark nights in the cellar, and being starved, and the taunts that always surrounded her. The other elves mocked her. The fact that she was a pure-blooded high elf was nothing but a joke there. The sword was what saved her. Remembering these things made her attacks stronger. All the adults she could remember had carried swords, fought bravely, and died with pride. That was why she loved the sword. By wielding it, she could remember the magnificent figures of her parents, the ones who had fought so courageously. The sword strikes continued, one after another. Tears streamed down her face. Ceres whispered, "It's been so long since I've heard the elven language. My memories are fading." But in her heart, she held on to those words. The words her mother had instructed her. "Our beloved daughter, you must never forget this pride." After her sword dance ended, applause sounded from behind her. Behind her, Silen looked at her with admiration and said, "That was so cool. How do you do that?" Ceres replied softly, You just have to try your best. Hearing that, he said cheekily, Tsk. You sound just like Rifenhad. Are all masters like that? Probably not. Silence suddenly threw a punch in the air, asking, Like this? Suddenly, a voice made him turn around. There she is. A group of men appeared at the door and ordered Cirrus, You, elf woman, come with us. The man who had come was Romat. He gave her a sinister smile and said, We're taking you to your real master. Hearing these words, Cirrus looked him straight in the eye without a hint of fear. Romat's men blocked Silon and Cirrus's path. Silon pointed at them and demanded, Hey, who are you guys? The man smirked coldly and replied, I thought there would be no interruptions. I've already said everything that needed to be said. Silon stood in front of Cirrus and said, Hey, I already told you, we're not selling her. Don't you get it? Hearing this, Romat grew angry, raised his sword, and yelled, You damn annoying brat. Cirrus lunged forward just in time, blocking his sword with her own. Then she landed a slash across his face. Seeing this, the soldiers all rushed forward. Cirrus easily dodged their attacks. With just a few sword strikes, she effortlessly took care of all the soldiers. Romat watched the scene unfold, gritting his teeth. How can an elf slave? Watching the soldiers fall one by one to her, he was secretly astonished. She's so strong. Silon then used his magic. Oh, revered villains, punish these disrespectful heathens with your iron mace. Suddenly, something flew towards him. Luckily, Roos pulled him out of the way in time. Behind them, a sword was lodged firmly in a tree trunk. Seeing this, Silon's face turned pale with fear. Romat, the one who had just attacked, said calmly, No one would care even if you died. C trembled all over and said, That bastard. Roos stood in front of him, reassuringly saying, It's okay. With that, she took her sword and advanced toward them. Confused, Sai called out, Roos? She gripped her sword tightly, pointed it straight at Romat's group, and said confidently, Dealing with guys like you is more than enough. Seeing her looking down on him, Romat gritted his teeth in anger. He turned his head and ordered, Get to work, Tanada. Immediately, a figure stepped out from behind him and answered, Yes, master. Seeing the newcomer, both Silon and Roos were a bit startled. An orc warrior stepped out arrogantly and said, Tanada has been ordered to capture the elf. Tanada looked at her with a reluctant expression and said, I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Roos looked at him, silently sizing him up. He's much stronger than the others. Can I even beat him? As the orc charged, Romat commanded, Tanada, don't hold back. The orc obeyed. Yes, I will bring her back. As fast as lightning, he rushed forward, attacking her head-on. The continuous barrage of attacks startled her a little. The sword thrust straight at her. Luckily, she managed to lean back just in time to dodge the attack that seemed aimed to take her life. Faced with this, she gritted her teeth, thinking, He's really strong. She lunged forward to counter, thinking, I really should have brought that broadsword. Attacks from both sides flew relentlessly. Romat, standing outside the fight, yelled impatiently, What are you doing, Tanada? You can't even capture one elf girl. Tanada, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, Damn it, looks like I'll be skipping dinner again tonight. The fight grew more intense, and Tanada increased the force of his attacks on Roos. She gritted her teeth, enduring his blows. Tanada raised his broadsword and threw his massive body towards Roos. Despite this, she didn't flinch at all, instead ducking low and charging straight at him. Seeing her action, Tanada was a bit surprised. When she was almost upon him, he swung his sword down. Roos looked at him with a determined gaze, raising her own sword to block his. Her eyes showed no fear. On the contrary, they were ice cold. Tanada had guessed her intention but was still a little surprised. She's not dodging. She intends to. Roos knocked his sword away, causing him to cry out. She smirked slightly. A precise sword thrust stabbed directly into his armor. Tanada reacted in time to dodge the attack, but was still wounded. He gritted his teeth, looking at her and thinking, I almost killed her just now. If I hadn't held back, how was she planning to take that hit? Roos also knew he had gone easy on her, smiling as she thought, I knew you'd be merciful. Suddenly, Sai called out from behind, Roos, can you block a throwing dagger? She turned her head to look at him and replied, Sorry, I can only do it once. Hearing this, he felt relieved and used his magic, saying, I believe in you. Romat realized what he was planning, raised his sword, and cursed, You bastard. He threw his sword at Silon, saying coldly, I told you to stay still. Seeing this, Roos glared at him with eyes full of killing intent. She ran and knocked Romat's sword away. At that moment, Silon had successfully summoned Philons. O goddess Philons, please strike that bastard with all your might. Seeing the incarnation of the goddess Philons, Both Roos and Romat were stunned. Romat even broke into a cold sweat, his face filled with fear. The goddess Felins rushed forward, attacking the soldiers. A violent explosion erupted, turning earth and stone into dust. Silen ran towards Roos and said hurriedly, "Even though holy power only works on the undead and demons, I've bought us some time. Let's run, now," she agreed. "All right." As they were running, he heard Roos call his name. The next moment, Silen felt his whole body become weightless as she lifted him up. Roos kicked her sword forward with great force. The sword flew and embedded itself firmly in the wall. Roos jumped onto the sword, then used it as a foothold to pull Silen up with her. Roos launched herself towards a glass window. She held Silen tightly to keep him from getting hurt. Seeing the two of them escape, Romat immediately ordered, "Tanada, after them." Just as he finished speaking, someone leaning on a cane approached and said, "What's this? Have you lot failed already? You made this whole mess and still couldn't catch the elf girl." Startled, he turned around and tried to explain, "No, it's not like that. She was just stronger than I thought." The old man chuckled and said, "I didn't think you'd fail to catch her even with Tanada helping. An elf who can fight on par with a veteran orc warrior." Lantas drew his sword and added, "Well then, let me have some fun too." "Which way did she go?" Romat pointed towards the broken window and said, "That way." The man nodded. "Okay." Then, he leaped towards the window. In a single bound, Lantas passed through the shattered window. Romat was stunned by the sight, thinking in disbelief. He made it all the way over there in a single jump? The man walked down the building's corridor, thinking to himself, "That's the power of one who has awakened their aura." He then whispered, "Suddenly, I miss playing that game." Lantas's face was filled with excitement as he continued with a grin, hide and seek. Unaware of the approaching danger, Silen and Roos scrambled to find a hiding place. After running for a while, they finally found their room. Silen turned to Roos and said, "We need to get back to the room and grab our stuff." She immediately warned him. "But there will be people there." Silen stubbornly replied, "We can handle one or two of them. It's better than running away with just a dagger." Roos looked at him, a bit scrutinizingly, and replied, "Is that so?" Then she thought, and here I was, thinking he was just a naive, carefree kid. Suddenly, a soldier stepped out of the room. "Huh?" Roos, seething with killing intent, leaped towards him with her sword. She landed a kick right in his face. The soldier was knocked out instantly. Roos quickly found a cloak and put it on. Silen, holding a bag of their belongings, urged her on. "Good grief, this is no time to be leisurely getting dressed. Grab your things and let's go." He then used magic to erase their tracks. "O God Felons, please erase all traces to protect us from danger. O Goddess Felons, let your breath merge with your servant." From behind, Lantas was still leisurely making his way forward. He could easily sense everything around him. Lantas was a master swordsman who had awakened his aura. How interesting, trying to hide in a room, and a wielder of holy light can vividly sense the movements of all living things, within a 300-meter radius, as if they were seeing it with their own eyes. Lantas went to the room and kicked the door to pieces, thinking who would have guessed that kid could use presence-erasing magic, like a high priest. When he stepped into the room, there was no one left. Looking at the sunlight shining through the window, Lantas mumbled softly, "Already gone?" Just then, Romat also ran up. Seeing Lantas alone, he asked, "Where are they?" "Sir Lantas, don't tell me they ran away." He turned to look at the man, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Quiet, they couldn't have gone far. Release the hounds." At that moment, Silen and Roos had left the building and reached a small street. Roos looked around and asked, "Wouldn't it be better to take the main road?" Silen explained to her, "No. We should be as discreet as possible. If people find out we're runaway slaves, they'll turn on us immediately." As he walked, he thought to himself, in the end, the church was the most comfortable place. Now I understand why pilgrims drop like flies. Silen suddenly remembered something, and paled, thinking further. But if we give up and go back, she'll just catch us again. I will never go back to this weak body. Frustrated, he suddenly yelled out, "If Sir Rifenhad were here, this would all be resolved. I wonder where that guy is wandering around." Hearing that, Roos asked curiously, "Is Sir Rifenhad that strong?" To this question, Silen didn't reply, only saying that no matter what, they had to find him first. He once again used his magic, chanting loudly, "O God Felens, with your benevolent protection, grant us the thread of fate, have mercy on our sorrowful separation, and allow us to be reunited." Twist of fate. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of magical energy scattered everywhere, a pink thread connecting people who hold affection for one another. Love turns coincidence into destiny. A chance encounter becomes a fated meeting through love. A man meets a woman and says, Among the countless people on the continent, our meeting is like a miraculous coincidence. They marry and live a life together. This is destiny. Even if it's just a random coincidence with an almost inescapable probability, with the blessing of the goddess Phalans, it becomes fate. Remembering those things, Silent thought with some frustration. Originally, it was a sacred spell, used to connect couples. It wasn't supposed to be used this way. He then turned to look at Roos and said, "Ah, Roos, you're very strong. I've only ever seen one assassin named Lencia, who was also an elf, but you seem even stronger than her." At this compliment, she replied humbly, "And you're a high-level priest at such a young age." Hearing her words, Silent felt a special sensation, thinking, "This is interesting. It feels like I'm talking to a person, not a member of a slave race. Could Roos be a special case?" Roos was unaware of his thoughts, simply looking ahead and asking, "Is this the place?" In front of them was a towering wall. Silent replied, "Yeah, this is where we were led." Suddenly, a noise from behind startled them both. They whipped their heads around to see the figure of a man appearing not far away. One look, and Silent knew it wasn't the person they were looking for. He stepped in front of Roos and said, "That's not Sir Rifenhad." And indeed, the man before them was Lantis. He glanced at the two of them and said with a smirk, "Gotcha, you brats. Thanks to you, I got quite a workout." He stepped forward, blocking their path and warning, "Thinking of running again? I'd advise you to give up on that idea." Roos had no intention of running away. Instead, she charged forward to attack, thinking that if she fled, she would expose her back to the enemy. There was only one way: kill him right here and get out of this place. Once she was close to the enemy, she swung her dagger down at his face, but he easily dodged it, leaning in close to her face to praise her. "That's not the skill of an ordinary warrior. Seems you have some talent." Roos didn't want to waste words on him and attacked relentlessly, but it was all useless. Lantis dodged with ease, chattering on, "I'm guessing you've worked very hard. This is quite unusual for a slave." At this point, she also realized something was off. Her eyes became wary as she thought, "Who is this human? Really?" Meanwhile, Silent was casting a spell and wondering, with this level of skill, he must be a famous knight or swordsman. But why would someone so talented get mixed up in this mess? "O goddess Phalans, I beseech you, grant your servant the courage of a lion." As his plea rang out, "Let this sword arm have the strength of a giant. Let these eyes be as fierce as a hawk's, and let these legs become as mighty as a bull's to charge the enemy." The sword in Roos's hand was immediately enveloped by a surge of power. She said in surprise, "This is..." Lantis saw it and said with suspicion, "Holy light? To be able to use multiple holy chants at once? That's not a high priest, that's a bishop." Silent heard what he said and boasted, "I'm a pretty big deal in southern Vasili, you know." "Take him down, Roos." She charged forward, replying, "You got it, Silent." After receiving Silent's holy chant, her power increased significantly. Her attacks became heavier, making even Lantis acknowledge, "Just a few holy chants, and you've changed to the point of being unrecognizable." Silent cheered from the side. "Awesome, Roos," but it didn't last long. Roos's sword was snapped in two by his attack. She stared blankly at her broken sword. Lantis landed another slash on her and said, "You guys seem to be getting excited after just a little fun, huh?" At this, Silent couldn't believe his eyes and cried out, "Huh?" It was only then that he realized Lantis was an aura master, attacking Roos. After the blow, he sheathed his sword and said, "To think I used my aura to deal with a lowly assassin." Silent rushed to support Roos, his eyes still fixed on Lantis, gritting his teeth and thinking, why would an aura master appear in a place like this? The questions swirled in his head. They were people who could live in luxury anywhere. Hiring someone like that just to catch an elf slave is like using a dragon's fire to light a stove. Romot's men also arrived, saying, "We've finally caught them. Sir Lantis." He looked at the man and said, "What took you so long?" Hearing the name, Silent cried out in shock. "You're Lantis?" Seeing his reaction, he turned back to look at the boy and asked, "Humph. You've heard my name before?" Not only that, Silent knew all about him. Lantis, a famous knight from the Western Khan Kingdom. He possessed aura from a very young age and was the descendant of a famous family. He displayed outstanding martial prowess when he awakened his aura at only 30 years old. The entire Western Khan Kingdom rejoiced at the birth of an aura master. However, Lantis had an ugly secret that he couldn't let anyone know. At that moment, he wore an expression of boundless lust. It was his dark side. He possessed an indescribable, horrific sexual arousal. It started with the elf slaves, then the people of the royal capital, and he even reached for the nobility. It was a fetishistic arousal for objects or non-genital body parts. Thus, he became the greatest disgrace in the history of the Westcon Kingdom. Silent angrily screamed at him, "You monster! So this is where you were hiding, in these ruins." Hearing this, the man replied calmly, "It seems you know quite a bit about me." Silent yelled back, "Of course I do. Do you have any idea how many times I've heard the story? If you wander at night, Lantis will get you? To think an aura master could be so despicable. You're every bit as filthy as the rumors say." The man wasn't angered in the slightest. Instead, he laughed and replied, "Humph, I'm just a man trying to make a living." He looked at Silent's furious face and added, "I killed hundreds of people from the Westcon Kingdom and fled. It's been a long time since someone called me that." Listening to their conversation, Romat, standing nearby, chuckled to himself. From the Joe Lefane Merchant Guild's perspective, Lantis's bad reputation was nothing compared to the advantages of having an aura master on their side. Besides, they could assign him all sorts of dirty work in exchange for a life of freedom and a hefty salary. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. An aura master was a symbol of ultimate power, the reason the Yo Lefane Merchant Guild could become the second largest guild on the continent in just 10 years, was all thanks to Lantis. He then focused his aura into his fingertip, pointed it at Silent, and said, "I'll seal your divine power for a while. I know all too well the consequences of letting a high priest speak freely." Instantly, the aura power invaded Silent's body. Romat stopped him from harming Ceres, saying, "Lord Lantis, please don't hurt the elf any further. Master Tarek will be angry." Lantis glanced at him and said, "We can just bring a priest here to heal her. Be more flexible." Then he looked at Silent's beautiful, trembling face and said, "By the way, this priest is quite pretty too. Romat, bring her along as well." Seeing the look on his face, Romat knew exactly what he was thinking again. Silent panicked and cried out, Hey, I'm a man." Lantis didn't care. In fact, he became even more interested. A man? Well, that should be a different experience. As Romat was about to lay a hand on him, he said, "Humph, don't worry. I'll take good care of you." Instantly, Silent slashed at his hand, shouting, "Don't joke around. Don't you dare touch me." Seeing this only made Lantis more intrigued. He watched the boy get up, his body trembling, and said, "Your tendons should be severed, shouldn't they? How are you still able to stand without treatment? You truly are the world's most beautiful and fragile living monster." Lantis's words drove Silent to the brink of despair. It would be a pity to have to cut off your limbs. Just as he was about to make his move, a huge explosion erupted from behind him. Silent's expression changed the moment he saw the newcomer, as if he'd just been thrown a lifeline. The newcomer growled through gritted teeth, enunciating every word. "Found you, you bastards." At this, Silent cried out. It was Reinhardt, who was now absolutely furious, veins bulging on his face as he said, "How dare you target Cirrus?" Reinhardt stepped out with a gust of wind, walking calmly with a majestic aura of his own. Lantis watched his silhouette pass by, wondering, "What's this?" He then thought, "He's not just well-trained. I can feel an incredibly powerful presence from him. Who in the world is this guy?" Romat, standing beside him with a pale face, said, "He's the one who bought that elf slave." Lantis sneered. "Didn't you all say he was just some insignificant kid? My senses are tingling just looking at him. And you call that an insignificant kid?" He continued to think, "I can't even gauge his abilities, even though I'm an extremely powerful aura user myself. This proves he's also awakened his aura." At that moment, Reinhardt was taking off his coat and said to Silent, "Thank you for protecting Ceres." Lantis watched him and wondered, "But how is that possible? Isn't he too young? I suppose he just looks young. He must be around 40 years old." Then, Lantis drew his sword and said, "It's been a long time since I've met someone as strong as you." Hearing this, Reinhardt sneered, his voice chillingly cold. "Don't pretend to be a knight when you're just a filthy, perverted old man. Come on." Provoked by his words, Lantis gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and charged at him. Reinhardt didn't hesitate, concentrating his power into his fist. In an instant, he launched himself straight at the old man. The moment the sword was out of its sheath, their two attacks collided, creating a small explosion that sent the surrounding air into turmoil. Their brawl sent shockwaves through the ground, and the onlookers dared not approach. But Reinhardt had no intention of stopping and continued to close in on him. He gritted his teeth again and threw another punch. Lantis laughed with delight as he received it, and they continued to exchange blows, enjoying the fight. The old man's subordinates were getting swept away by the shockwaves, wondering, "Should we make a run for it? We'll die if we get caught in their fight." The two of them were still battling on the citadel, while down below, Silin was diligently healing Cirrus. She frowned, looking up, and asked, "Is Lord Reinhardt an aura user?" Silin replied, "Did I not tell you?" Cirrus stared intently at Reinhardt, as if expecting something. Cutting back to Lantis, he fought back while thinking to himself, "What the hell is this? This isn't the skill level someone who just awakened their aura should have." As he thought this, he coated his blade with aura and swung it at Reinhardt, but he managed to dodge it in time. Those red streaks of aura closed in on him, but he quickly used an air bullet to blast them away. Seeing this, Lantis thought in amazement, he's incredibly skilled at manipulating aura. Either he awakened his aura as a teenager, or he's an old man over 40 with a baby face. The more he thought, the less it made sense. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, both scenarios are absurd. Meanwhile, Reinhardt was still countering every burst of aura Lantis unleashed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, why is he so strong? A sick, perverted old geezer who wants to kidnap Cirrus has sword skills this good. I'll punch anyone who says martial arts is the best way to build character. After fighting for a while, Lantis retracted his aura and thought, he blocked my sword strike with his bare hands. His skills are truly astonishing. After a moment, he asked, "Are you a disciple of the Fist King, Jorat Grom Protasi?" Reinhardt frowned, but didn't answer. Lantis then asked again, "Why would someone as strong as you be so obsessed with some elf slave?" Hearing that question, Reinhardt became enraged, trembling as he shot back. "Who are you calling a slave? Those slaves have feelings and desires too." Just then, a powerful gust of wind slammed right into the old man. He channeled power into his fists, growling out a loud shout. Have you ever sat down and actually had a proper conversation with them? Have you ever wondered why they had to become slaves? As he spoke, he threw a punch right where the man was standing, shattering the stone platform. The man quickly retaliated with his aura blades and shot back. "What the hell is this nonsense you're spouting?" Everyone in his past life reacted the exact same way. The belief that humans were always the superior beings was deeply ingrained in the minds of the entire human race. They saw other creatures laugh and cry, but they dismissed them as unfeeling species. Thinking this, he moved forward to counterattack and shouted, "How are humans any better than elves when we treat them like slaves?" The old man immediately retorted, "It's natural for us to treat other creatures as slaves. It's what the Creator intended when they were made. It's what the Prophet affirmed." Rifenhad continued to press with questions. What would they do if they weren't slaves? Why should the descendants of the great elven race have to be slaves? Have you ever considered that if humans didn't rule the world, we would be the ones forced to be lowly slaves? As he spoke, he swung an aura-filled fist, forcing the man to leap high into the air and launch his aura blades down. Despite being covered in wounds, he kept thinking about how humans celebrated joyfully when they enslaved orcs. When humans captured dwarves as slaves, they celebrated again. When they enslaved elves, they continued to celebrate, just because they were human. Covered in injuries, he rose defiantly before Lantis and said firmly, "If you agree with the policy of slavery, you should also be prepared to be enslaved yourself." Hearing this, the old man asked in astonishment, "Are you insane? Do you really think those elves are on the same level as humans?" Before he could finish, he lunged toward the spot where the man was standing, but Lantis had already backed away. Not giving him a moment's rest, he continued to charge forward and yelled, "Roos is not a slave," as he threw another punch at him. With the slavery system spread across the continent, even those without power, without strength, were forced to live lives that were almost like slavery. It was a system called serfdom. This twisted ideology would one day make humanity regret it. But the foolish humans knew nothing. If these chains weren't broken, if these philosophies weren't changed, then someday, humans would live in fear of those chains coming loose. Just then, Lantis was kicked by Rifenhad, slamming into a wall. He continued to advance, filled with a fury and the thought that this had to change. "I will change this, no matter the cost." Lantis looked at his face in horror. He mercilessly swung a powerful punch into the old man's stomach, causing him to cough up blood in agony. The wall shattered, and he was sent flying outside, crashing into a nearby building. But Rifenhad still stood strong with his vow. "I will change it, no matter the cost. And no one is allowed to call Roos a slave ever again. No one will ever treat another person as a slave again." At the same time, he thought, "I will change the entire world for her." Roos looked at him and wondered, is there something wrong with him? She recalled Rifenhad's words while he was fighting Lantis. Roos is not a slave. That made her think, I thought he was just a lunatic. Elves aren't slaves? She continued to remember every word he had said. Have you ever spoken to them with kindness? You yourself could become a slave. Have you ever questioned the fact of why they are considered slaves? To let others become slaves. Does that mean, Have you ever thought that if humans didn't rule the world, they could be turned into slaves too? But then she thought, just, how deep is he into his role-playing to be able to say such ridiculous things? Is he really just a pervert beyond saving? But she continued to remember, how can the descendants of the great spirits be born as slaves? And she remembered her mother's words, we are the descendants of the great spirits. As she thought about these things, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Lantis was buried under layers of crumbling concrete, crying out for help. Rifenhad asked coldly, why should I save a despicable, evil old bastard like you? The man immediately said, I swear on my sword, I will spend the rest of my life atoning for my mistakes and doing good deeds. He calmly said, looking at your face, it seems like you're telling the truth. Before he could finish, the man shouted, of course I am. Then he asked, but I really hate people like you. You think that as long as you confess at the temple, you can commit as many evil acts as you want, don't you? If you truly wanted to repent, you should have turned yourself in to pay for your crimes. Hearing this demand, the old man panicked and shrieked, then I'll turn myself in. You don't need to dirty your hands for a scumbag like me. He looked down at the man with his cold eyes and said, my hands are already stained with blood. Fine. I'll believe what you say. If you truly feel remorseful, you must also think that you deserve to die. Right? You must think that you need to die quickly to pay for your sins, don't you? You've had time to reflect, haven't you? Hearing this, Lantis stammered in response. Well, about that. But before he could think of anything, he was dealt with. Roos was left standing there, staring at him in shock. He slammed his fist into the ground and growled, don't you dare speak of repentance so lightly. A scumbag like you has no right to utter those two words. Time passed, and at that same spot, Rifenhad walked over to the two of them and asked gently, how's your body? It doesn't look like you were hurt. Silent replied, I've already finished healing myself. Hearing that, he praised, as expected of the best walking first aid kit. Silent looked confused, and he just said, it's nothing. Roos, blushing, stammered a question. Are you okay? Rifenhad saw her concern for him, and his face flushed red as he thought, Roos is talking to me, even though her voice was as cold as ever. Seeing his reaction, Roos thought to herself, he's so weird. Just then, X pointed to Lantis's minions and said, hey Rifen, those bastards are trying to sneak away. He immediately waved his hand and said, get over here. They flinched in fear and glanced down. Rifenhad then made a threat. Trying to run? Go on then. Run far away. I'll let you have a little fun. Who is it? Romat asked, his face pale. What? He asked again. Who gave you the order? Of course, you won't confess easily. I already expected that, but I will be lenient with you. Seeing his sinister smile and the mace, they nervously asked each other, then what are you holding that mace for? And after some time had passed, they had been thoroughly beaten, and he was still asking gently, I'll ask again, which bastard is the mastermind? The three of them immediately replied, it's Tarek. He's the head of the Yo Lefane Merchant Guild. He lives in the southern outskirts of Zeppelin. You need to go through the southern gate of the castle and turn left at the three-way intersection. Hearing that name, his eyes turned cold as he pictured the man. He thought, Tarek, that's the bastard who tormented Roos for 10 years in her past life. When I rescued Roos, I wanted to kill that bastard first, but unfortunately, by the time I went looking for him, he was already on the brink of death. Romat then spoke up, are you planning to go after him? Even for you, it's impossible. Tarek owns the second largest merchant guild in the duchy. If you touch him, you'll become an enemy of the entire duchy. Rifenhad chuckled softly and replied, I know. I know exactly what kind of bastard he is. I'll spare you all, as promised. If you huddle together tightly, you won't freeze to death. Hearing that, the other two huddled around Romat, blushing as one said, hey, Romat, your chest is warmer than I thought. He yelled, don't touch me like that. I'm aching all over. Shut up, you idiot, and stop blushing. The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion. Inside, Beret asked with a sneer, hey Tarek, when is that little elf girl supposed to get here? Tarek frowned and asked, that's right, what's taking that bastard Romat so long? Why did you buy these elves anyway? Ah, with Lord Lantis's money, of course, Beret said. By the way, it's getting a little noisy outside for some reason. Tarek replied, we're probably just unlucky enough to have some lowlifes causing a ruckus outside. Just then, his guards were rushing out to fight back, but one by one, they were all knocked out cold. Rifenhad muttered in bewilderment, geez, it's harder not to kill them. Meanwhile, Silent sat down and began chanting, O felons, watch over your young servants and erase their painful memories. Hearing this spell, Rifenhad asked, "Isn't that the spell used to mend a broken heart?" "If I'm not mistaken, it erases memories," Silent explained. "Physical attacks are painful memories too. Without my abilities, how are you planning to deal with the witnesses?" Rifenhad replied with a smug grin. "I was going to sneak in alone and leave with that bastard's head." Silent said excitedly, "It's a good thing I can use memory erasure skills. Then, I also want to see that scum beaten to death for the crimes he's committed." Hearing his enthusiastic tone, Rifenhad remarked, "You're pretty fired up, aren't you?" Suddenly, a brave subordinate stepped forward to block their path and shouted, "Tanada will stop all intruders." Rifenhad looked at him with regret and said, "O man who carries the blood of a warrior, the one you're protecting is not worthy of your protection. Why do you raise your sword for him?" The man replied cautiously, "I am a warrior. I have the responsibility of one who wields a sword. If I were to listen to another's words and let my own will waver, how could I call myself a warrior?" Rifenhad asked, "Do you want to live as a slave like this forever?" The question made the man hesitate. Rifenhad continued, "He is not your master." Tanata replied, "Even so, a warrior's duty is to complete his mission. Even if you're being forced?" Rifenhad asked. The man replied, "That's right." Rifenhad smirked, thinking, "He's a true Oros. Such simple and straightforward creatures." Suddenly, Silent asked, "Hey Rifenhad, you can speak the Oros language?" Roos came out, thinking to herself, "I can't believe he knows the Oros language." She said, "Sir Rifenhad, I will handle this man." He asked worriedly, "Will you be all right?" Roos replied as she drew her sword. "This time, my weapon is different." Tanata looked down at her and noted that the weak girl had grown stronger. Rifenhad reminded Silent, "Watch my back. If anything dangerous is about to happen, you know what to do, right?" He quickly replied, "Don't worry, that's my specialty." Just as he walked past Tanata, the man asked, "Strong human, are you ignoring me? Are you aiming for Tarek?" He calmly replied, "Your opponent is the elf girl in front of you. If you pay attention to me, you'll be disrespecting your opponent." Tanata agreed. "You're right." Then, as Rifenhad walked away, he thought, "That's just how the Oros are." A moment later, in an auditorium filled with a strange scent, he peeked through the door and thought, "Is that the smell of an aphrodisiac?" The moment he opened the door, his eyes widened at the disgusting scene. The surroundings were filthy. Seeing someone enter, Tarek and Beret turned and asked, "Who is that bastard? Who the hell are you? Is there no one out there?" Rifenhad stood there, suppressing his rage, and said, "In my entire life, I have seen." The intoxicating drug continued to spread. A naked Tarek irritably walked over and shouted, "Who are you? Is anyone out there?" With his ice-cold eyes, Rifenhad scanned the room, seeing an elf girl lying motionless and another person crying, blood dotting their mouth. He became enraged and growled, "Why are there still so many people with a death wish?" Seeing his terrifying face, Tarek panicked and screamed, "Tanata, where are you? Tanata, what the hell is going on? Where is everyone? Letting an intruder in here like this. What do you want? Money? The marketplace? Damn it, he must be from the Taurus Guild. I swear it on my honor as the head of the Yolophane Merchant Guild. How much are they paying you? I'll double it." Rifenhad ignored his words and muttered through gritted teeth, "To think that Roos had to live with this disgusting pig for 10 years. You feel no remorse at all." Tarek kept offering his money. "We can draw up a contract right here. I promise I won't retaliate either." Rifenhad paid him no mind, instead clenching his fist and speaking with determination, "I have no intention of going easy on you." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch straight at the man. Tarek fell to the floor in pain, wondering, "What did I do wrong?" Rifenhad grabbed Tarek's head, scowling as he cursed, "You damned pig, you dare do something like that to Roos?" With a bloody nose and teary eyes, Tarek asked, Who's Roos?" But ignoring his words, he continued to torture him, asking, "These hands that defiled her, did you use these feet to kick her? I can't even imagine the things you did to her. You think being beaten like this is unfair, but have you ever considered how the people you've killed felt?" Beret pointed a finger at him and accused, You killed him, you murderer." Rifenhad snorted, "How ridiculous. Have you never killed anyone?" Beret argued back vehemently, "I've never done anything wrong in my life," Rifenhad said calmly. "It's not that you haven't sinned, it's that you don't feel any guilt." Roos and Silent looked in from outside and saw Tarek unconscious on the floor. Roos frowned and said, "That's so cruel." But Rifenhad turned and replied, "Death wouldn't be enough to atone for these bastards' sins." Silent entered and replied, "I agree with you." Roos then asked, "Silent, you're already used to scenes like this." He replied, "I've spent a lot of time on expeditions. Roos was able to fight on par with Tanada. She didn't even need my help. She's really strong. Roos replied indifferently, I wouldn't be standing here either if it weren't for Silen's help. At the same time, he sensed Tanada on the other side and thought, good, it seems Tanada isn't dead yet. He was having a hard time breathing, but he was still alive. When Beret saw Roos, he remembered his past and screamed in panic, you're that slave girl I returned. Roos's face darkened as he looked down at the girl below and asked, are you the one who killed her? The man shot back, and what if I am? What are you going to do about it? As he drew his sword, Roos replied, even your death wouldn't be enough to appease her soul, but I'll do it anyway. Beret asked in astonishment, you'd kill me just for some elf slave? What kind of twisted logic is that? As soon as he finished speaking, Roos slashed at him, sending the man crawling toward the girl, begging her to save him. Before his filthy hand could touch her, Roos stabbed down decisively. She said, with a stone-cold face, don't you touch her with that filthy hand of yours. Rifenhad watched her with a sad expression, and after everything was taken care of, the elf girls gathered around a warm fire. Tanada walked over to Roos and reported, 7 elf girls and 9 orcs. They're all slaves from this place. Roos replied softly, thank you. Tanada told him not to mention it. I've switched sides. Your master is my master now. Silen looked down at them and said, the gender ratio is really skewed. Roos explained, there aren't many elves or orcs to begin with, after all. Then she looked down at the father and child who were reuniting and remembered his words. Have you ever sat down and had a proper talk with them? Have you ever considered their feelings? Then she mumbled to herself, did I misunderstand him? Just then, Rifenhad ran over with a smile and said, sorry to keep you all waiting. Silen walked over and asked, what's this? He opened it and replied, slave contracts. I also brought the seal of the Jolafane Merchant Guild. Finding these was pretty tough since they're important documents. Silen then asked, where did you find them? He replied, I found them in a safe box when I was breaking down some walls. Hearing that, Silen gave him a judgmental look, calling him a real brute. Seeing that look, he retorted irritably, in my 50 years of life, no one has ever said that to me. Silen asked suspiciously, 50, what? Rifenhad, startled, turned away and said, it's nothing. Then he thought he sounded like an idiot. Moving on, Silen walked over and asked again, but what are you going to do with these contracts? He chuckled and replied, I need them. Then he shouted, listen up. If you don't want to live the life of a slave, I will grant you your freedom. The choice is yours. Hearing this, they looked at each other and asked, freedom? What's freedom? I don't know. The new master's command is too difficult. He heard them and realized they didn't even know what freedom was. Silen approached him and asked, you're not planning on selling them? Rifenhad immediately replied, I don't want to do that. Silen continued, so, are you planning to quit being an adventurer and retire? As he fumbled with the seal, he said, if I stamp this seal, they will no longer be Tarek's slaves. I'll still have to do a lot to find them a safe place to stay. Then he thought, if I just release these people who have nowhere to go, and I'm all alone, I can't possibly take care of all of them. If I just let them go, they'll definitely be in danger. I should train them first. The scene shifts back to the city. At the Taobing Merchant Guild, a pale-faced Sivan asked with confusion, Lord Rifenhad, aren't these the slaves of the guildmaster Tarek? Did you buy all of them? He replied with a slight smile. You'll find out soon enough. I hope you can take care of them discreetly. You'll hear some interesting news tomorrow morning, but you will be the only one who knows the truth behind it. So if this secret gets out, you'll be the first person I suspect. I'm just kidding, so don't worry too much. Hearing this, Sivan nervously swallowed his saliva. Understanding his fear, Rifenhad took out a bag of money and said, for now, I'll give you 100 gold coins. This should be enough for you to take care of them. Seeing the money, he gasped, 100 gold coins? Then he thought to himself, this guy. He must have robbed the Jolafane Guild's manor. Then Sivan replied, I have a piece of land near the Jeplin Cliffs. I'll keep them there with my own slaves, so no one will know. Rifenhad made a request. I want you to promise that you won't let anyone harm them or treat them like slaves. He immediately agreed. Of course, I would do that even if you didn't ask. Many masters are quite possessive of their slaves, after all. But really, 100 gold coins is a bit much. He then said that the money was also for their training. Sivan asked, weren't they already tamed at Tarek's place? He replied, I'm not telling you to train them as slaves. Human language, numbers, simple calculations, history, even astronomy, and if possible, medicine too. Sivan asked Rifenhad, baffled. You want to educate slaves? Why would you go to such lengths? Rifenhad quickly explained. It's not that strange. The more skilled a slave is, the more useful they are to their master. Hearing this, the man quickly shot it down. Slaves can't learn things like that. He disagreed with the man's words. Who knows? Besides, it's my money. If this succeeds, the slave's value will increase, so you'll benefit as well. Sivan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, All right. If you insist, I'll give it a try. But it's probably going to be difficult. No scholar will want to teach slaves. Rifenhad completely agreed with him. I know very well that scholars are very arrogant people. The man wondered. So, what should we do? He came up with an idea, smiled, and said, Those scholars have their own students. Surely among them, there are commoners who are in desperate need of money. We'll ask them. Sivan's tone was full of doubt. How can a student who hasn't even mastered the knowledge themselves teach others? He replied, I don't have high expectations. I just want them to teach the basics. Besides, this method will be much cheaper. Sivan reluctantly agreed with his idea. Do as you wish, but I don't think the slaves will understand a thing. It's like teaching a dog or a cat how to count. Rifenhad frowned in thought. Educating slaves isn't such a strange idea. In my past life, someone had proposed this before. He continued to ponder. But the upper class, mostly slave owners, rejected the proposal. To them, the idea was like teaching a dog to paint. This is because of the long-held belief that other races are inferior to humans. Rifenhad looked at the contemplative Sivan and had a thought. I'll use that way of thinking to my advantage. He also understood something else. The real reason we don't educate slaves is that it's a long-standing measure to prevent them from rebelling. Although most people nowadays don't know that this is the real reason. He stared intently at Sivan 10. Once the slaves begin to be educated, Sivan will be surprised that they can actually understand what is being taught. Then he'll start educating his own slaves. If the slaves' abilities increase, the master benefits as well. Rifenhad understood that if things went smoothly, educating slaves could become a trend across the continent. Thinking this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Something I couldn't do in my past life, completely changing everyone's perception. This is just the beginning. In the dark of night at the building, a shirtless Rifenhad stammered, Silon, do you have any money? Silon was puzzled. Money? Rifenhad scratched his head, his tone awkward. I forgot to factor in travel expenses, so I accidentally gave Sivan all my money. Cirrus sat quietly on the chair, then looked at the clothes she was wearing and said, Should I return these clothes to get the money back? Hearing this, he frantically stopped her. No, you don't have to do that. Seeing his flustered state, she let out a small smile. Rifenhad hadn't realized it yet, but that was the first time she had smiled since becoming a slave. The next morning, Jilin was in chaos. The head of the great merchant guild, Tarek, and the heir to the Beret Trading Company had been turned into two frozen corpses. The identity of the culprit was still unknown. The servants were interrogated about the case, but none of them could remember anything. All the questioned servants stammered in their replies. What did they look like? A beautiful, tall girl. Due to the conflicting testimonies, the case hit a dead end. 2 weeks later, at the dungeon in front of the city bridge, a massive explosion occurred. Many people were thrown back. Silon shouted, "Oh, Phelon, please cast your purifying light upon these cursed beings." He continued, "Phelon, please grant all your blessings to that person." A bright light flashed, and in its center, a person was levitating. Cirrus shouted as she charged forward, tackling the living skeletons. Rifenhad stood with his arms crossed, watching the two of them, and remarked, "Those two work well together, don't they?" The undead attacked him quickly, but to no effect. He looked at Silon and analyzed the situation. To be more precise, Silon is trying his best to meet Cirrus's demands. Has he been training with others since he was a kid? Just how old was he when he started fighting? He thought to himself that Silon was a much stronger priest than he had ever imagined. If he keeps improving at this rate, he might even surpass my sworn enemy, Saintess Ellen. He ignored the attacking undead and wondered why Silon wasn't famous in his past life. Did he die young? A weary Silon approached Rifenhad. He quickly knocked away a few zombies and asked with concern if he was hurt anywhere. His voice was tired. "These ruins. You called them illusion, right? I think the monsters here are stronger than in Panton. Actually, these monsters are easier to kill because we came in through the back entrance," Rifenhad thought to himself. 2 weeks after leaving Chatan, we arrived in the Kingdom of Game, near the Stellus Mountains. The ancient, forgotten ruins, called Illusion, Kimin. The very thing I need most to regain my magical power is here. Rifenhad's group stood before a door, and he said, "We're finally here." Silon observed it and said, "This door is sealed with magic. I don't think we can open it with our bare hands." He wondered aloud, "So what now?" This is why I said we should have hired a mage to come with us. Rifenhad clasped his hands together, cutting him off. You. Just wait there. I need to cast a spell. Silon was completely shocked. A spell? You know how to use magic? A few sparks of light appeared around him. He answered, Yeah, I used to be a mage. He gasped, his eyes wide in shock. What? But you're a magic swordsman, he grumbled to himself. He's already good at fighting, and he knows magic too. Don't tell me he's smart as well. It's so unfair. I train so hard and still can't build any muscle. Silon couldn't understand Rifenhad's actions. But, what are you doing now? Gathering mana, he replied. Silon pressed on. What for? A 3-circle spell doesn't take that much mana. Rifenhad, drenched in sweat, chanted the spell. In the name of the Ancient Ones, I command you. Unsealing power, open what is closed. As he said that, the door began to glow. He said, I command you to open. The door swung open, revealing a burst of light and a gust of wind. Silon dusted himself off and chided Rifenhad. 13 minutes. You should never tell anyone you're a mage. Annoyed, he shot back. Shut up. At least the door's open, he mused. In my past life, I was the world's first 10-circle mage. I need to find the voice of illusion. I can't stand being this magically inept any longer. The three of them stepped inside, and what they saw made all three of their faces register pure surprise. Inside the door, there was nothing. Rifenhad's voice was filled with disbelief. Huh? Why is it completely empty? In a corner was a wooden stick. Later, the three of them, wearing thick coats, walked through a snow-covered forest. Their footprints marked the snow. Rifenhad, holding a bag, said dejectedly, Impossible. How could this happen? Silon tried to console him. Come on, we can't always be the first ones to arrive. It's not like you own these ruins. Rifenhad thought. Illusion was supposed to be discovered 17 years from now, because I was the one who found it. The future has changed, Silon said enthusiastically. Besides, it's not like we left empty-handed. I think this artifact is pretty cool. Cirrus was holding the wooden stick, staring at it intently. Immediately, she was granted the spell, NHLLN. A bright light emanated from the stick, and it transformed into a bow, the magic bow NL. It can shoot arrows made of mana, and depending on the amount of mana you focus, you can fire multiple arrows at once. At first, it looked like just an ordinary stick, but it was actually a branch from the Tree of Life, Elon. Cirrus raised the magic bow, aimed forward, and fired. A tree that was hit exploded instantly. Silon said in amazement. It looked like a normal piece of wood, but it's actually a bow. What do you think, Cirrus? Hearing him, she replied, It's an excellent weapon. He then turned his eyes to Rifenhad and asked, How could they leave behind such an amazing weapon? And how did you know it was an artifact? Rifenhad thought to himself, because it was Cirrus's main weapon in my previous life, he could only lie to Silon. I'd heard about it before. Hearing the answer, he continued to comfort him. Anyway, there are plenty of other ancient ruins on the continent, so don't be sad. Rifenhad's face was grim as he thought deeply. No, there is no relic in this world that can replace the voice of illusion. It's the only artifact that can help me get my power back. The three of them stood on a high cliff, looking into the distance. Silon said, We're finally at Galen Village. I can't wait to eat food someone else cooked. A table of hot food was laid out as the three of them appeared in a restaurant. The waitress smiled warmly and said, It makes me happy to see you all eat so well. Is this enough food for you? Rifenhad was too busy eating to say a word. Ciri said in a gentle voice, It's delicious. The woman was delighted. Isn't it? Our chef's skills are the best around. She suddenly began to complain. The last guests we had complained a lot about the food. You'd think they were food critics or something, Silon asked while eating. Who were they? The woman replied, A group of knights from a noble family came here last week. Rifenhad, who was in the middle of his meal, suddenly caught on to a few keywords. I think they said they were going to explore some ruins or something. He pulled out a coin and pressed it into the woman's hand, saying, Could you tell me more about them? The woman waved her hands, refusing the money. Now. I'm just telling a story. It's not a job. Put your money away, she began to explain. A week ago, Viscount K. Baron came here with an exploration team, but it seemed like the others were of a higher status than the Viscount. There was even a knight wearing golden armor. She continued her story. He looked a bit funny, glittering in gold from head to toe, but he was very kind. Rifenhad heard this and thought, golden armor and a golden sword. Only one person fits that description. The Golden Knight of the House of Tennis, from the Graham Kingdom. In a castle, in the dining hall, two men sat opposite each other. The one with the higher status said, Sir Use, You are truly talented. The man named Yus replied, It was all thanks to your support, my lord. The other man continued, But you were the one who defeated the monsters in that ruin. Truly befitting of the Golden Knight of Graham. It's an honor to witness your abilities firsthand, commander of the Knights of the House of Tennis. Yus replied, Please, don't worry, Viscount Kelbaron. As promised, 1/3 of the treasure we found will be yours. He received another compliment. As expected of the Golden Knight of Graham. It's a true honor to meet you in person, Yus replied. Don't worry, Viscount Kelbaron. I always keep my promises. 3 of the treasures will be yours. At the castle, built surrounded by mountains, the afternoon was setting in. The Viscount smiled at the dinner table and said, Just fighting by your side was rewarding enough, my lord. I don't care about those things. You can have it all. As he said this, he thought to himself, I already have plenty of money. Building a relationship with Sir Yus is what's important. Across from him, Yus asked, What did you do with that pile of adamantite and orichalcum? The man laughed loudly and replied, I had them forged into some weapons. He raised his wineglass and said slowly, As expected. The House of Kelbaron isn't famous for its mining operations for nothing. You have some skilled dwarves. The Viscount smiled and gestured to the 2 girls standing behind him. Ah, it's nothing special, my lord. These are my daughters. He nudged his 2 daughters. Go on, greet him. This is the famous Golden Knight of Graham, Sir Yus. He smiled at Yus and said, I know you're married, my lord, but I thought there would be no harm in letting them get acquainted with you. Yus replied, Pardon me, but I have no intention of getting close to any woman other than my wife. Hearing this, the Viscount felt a bit embarrassed. Did I miscalculate somewhere? According to the rumors, as he was speaking, a look of horror appeared on his face. Yus, with a furious expression, crushed the wineglass he was holding. His tone was ice cold. I have no younger sibling. The Viscount and his 2 daughters were terrified seeing him like this. He stammered, I apologize. A terrible misunderstanding. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed as a servant frantically threw open the door and ran in. The Viscount commanded, What is it? Speak, the old servant replied. A demon appeared from a tomb among the treasures. The servant said, It's a Sepieton. It's outside, rampaging and attacking people randomly. The badly beaten retainers cried out for help in fear. Yus looked at the scene outside the window. A summoning artifact was in the treasure hall? He then glanced at something. Yus gritted his teeth. That bastard. A man walked toward the chaos and gave orders. Hold your swords steady. Evacuate the wounded and maintain formation. Mages, fall back. The knights raised their shields. The man held an extra shield and weapon in his hands. The young man with the air of an outsider stepped forward. It was Roos. The mages turned towards the demon and began their incantation. O great Arius, your foolish believers beseech your aid. Frigid wind, heed my command. All the mages aimed at the demon and chanted the spell. Freeze the enemy solid! Ice prison strike! The Sepieton was stopped by layers of ice. The Sepieton easily shattered the ice. Lot raised his sword and gave an order to all the knights. Well done. Just hold him off until the commander arrives. Suddenly, his face turned red with anger as he questioned, What are you doing? Roos gripped his sword tightly and charged forward to face certain death before the might of the House of Tennis's knights. He leaped high into the air, aiming straight for the Sepieton, which glared at him furiously. With a determined expression, Roos swung his sword down at it. The blade left a long trail of light as blood splattered. Roos let out a smile. But suddenly, something massive appeared before him. Lot quickly jumped in to block the Sepieton's attack. Lot's voice was filled with anger as he looked at Roos, who had been thrown into the distance. You idiot! Roos struggled to sit up, his head bleeding. A flash of light appeared, and Lot's face showed his astonishment. Something pierced through the ice and stabbed straight into the Sepieton. Roos, propping himself up on his hands, witnessed the scene before him. A foot stepped forward as a voice instructed, Lot, take this fool aside and maintain the perimeter. Roos called out in a trembling voice, Brother! Lot shouted. Commander Yus has returned. His face was cold as he slung the golden sword over his shoulder, glancing down at Roos on the ground. His tone was threatening. Who's your brother? I share no blood with something born from a filthy kennel of bitches. Hearing this, Roos's face darkened with sadness. Yus paid him no mind, turning his gaze to the demon Sepieton. This demon. It's unawakened. Aura can't damage it. He slammed his sword straight into the ground, and the immense impact caused the earth to shatter. He lifted the sword. Yus held the blade straight up before his eyes, his face ice cold. Awaken, Eldras. The sword hummed, and the small pieces on the blade began to shift. A magic circle appeared around the sword. A smaller magic circle appeared at his feet as well. His entire body was engulfed in a golden light. A layer of golden armor wrapped around him, covering him completely in gold. Golden armor, golden sword. His voice was challenging. "Come at me, demon from another dimension." The sky grew dark. Inside a small house, a shocked voice cried out, "Huh? Wait, is that the Golden Knight?" Rifenhad was the one who asked, and Silent replied, "That's right, he's incredibly famous. You don't know him?" He answered sheepishly, "Hey, I live in the mountains." Hearing this, the boy said, "Oh, that makes sense." Silent sat down on the bed and explained that he was one of the most powerful magic swordsmen on the continent, comparable to an aura user. Rifenhad wondered aloud, "Is he really that famous? Have you heard of him?" "Roos," she finally spoke up. "Sir Rifenhad." He suddenly looked at her and complimented, "You know, those pajamas actually suit you." "You think so?" she asked softly. "Ah, yeah, they do." Silent watched him rest his head on the bed and said, "Even if he is strong, he might not be a match for a true aura user. His strength only comes from his magic tools." Rifenhad thought for a moment then said, "But it seems Eldrass is currently the strongest magic armor in the world, although mastering it is a whole other issue. Vangelis, a magical material several times rarer than mithril. The magic armor Eldrass and the magic sword, made from that metal, are top-tier precious relics from the Silver Age, passed down through generations of the Tennies clan. The one who wields Eldrin and Eldrass is called the Golden Knight. The wearer of Eldrass can activate extremely powerful spells without much effort. This allows them to fight on equal footing with an aura user. Clad in golden armor, Yus spoke. "My body is as light as a feather in the wind." Of course, that's only if the wearer uses it correctly. Sephiatan let out a loud roar. Yus charged straight towards it, not holding back. He flew high into the air and slashed down at its body, drawing blood. Yus gripped the sword in his hand and said, "Awaken." Sephiatan didn't stop. It used a spell of absolute destruction, causing the ground to shatter and explode. Back in the room, Rifenhad lay with his hands behind his head and said, "The Tennis family is the only clan that has always researched how to bring out the full power of Eldrass. However, you can't reach ultimate power by relying solely on magic tools." Silent quickly retorted, "Rifenhad, you're overestimating magic swordsmen. In reality, aura users don't think much of them at all. They only respect the Teenies clan because their advanced magic armor technology is useful." Yus rushed towards the demon and continued to chant his spell. "Borrow the gaze of the Grim Reaper to let a tear roll across my body. With the senses of a dragon, observe the entire world." Silent shared his knowledge. "From what I know, the family's swordsmanship has been lost, and they have to rely on the holy relic. From their perspective, this might actually be for the better." Yus dashed toward the demon, chanting aloud, "A breath carrying corrosion, drifting on the wind." Speaking of Yus, Silent said, "No matter how hard he tries to practice the sword, he can never possess aura." He shared a piece of information. One Golden Knight is chosen each generation. Meanwhile, Yus was launching a fierce attack. Fireballs rained down, one after another. Rifenhad remarked, "Having a warrior in the family who is nearly as strong as an awakened aura user is a huge advantage, isn't it?" Where Yus was, the demon exploded. Silent continued, "But it's quite difficult for a magic swordsman using Eldrass to bring fame to the family." Yus continued to use his magic. Thousand-mile frost. Chunks of ice began to form as he spoke to the demon in a cold tone. "Die." He pierced straight through its body. The demon was annihilated. The knights standing to the side cheered loudly. Roos didn't join in the celebration. He stared ahead with a sad expression. Yus rested the sword on his shoulder, standing proudly, his eyes incredibly sharp. At that moment, Rifenhad lay on his bed, wondering if he could win against him. Rifenhad lay on the bed, deep in thought, wondering if he could defeat him. Silent, sitting on the opposite bed, asked him curiously, "Are you really planning to defeat Count Tennisser?" He stated his purpose. "We have to retrieve the artifact from the ruins." The boy was curious. "Are you planning to steal it?" Rifenhad was stunned. "Steal it?" Silent explained. "At Fort Chatton, I worked with you because you were doing the right thing. But Count Tenez discovered the ruins himself and became the legal owner of the artifact. That's completely fair. He said that if we take it, we're basically just thieves, aren't we?" Rifenhad found his analysis to be very reasonable. You're right." He sat up, wondering how to convince the boy without telling him about his past life. He said, "Silent, as my partner, I need to tell you this." He asked, "I told you I was a disciple of the Heavenly Fan Martial School, right?" The boy replied, "Yeah. I'm also a disciple of the Martial King Zot," he continued. That's right. As you can see, there are certain trials to overcome in order to complete the training. By now, Roos was curled up asleep, leaving only Rifenhad and Silon awake in the room. An oil lamp was lit, illuminating the entire room. She was sleeping very soundly. Silon asked with a curious tone, "So you're saying your master left an artifact in the ruins and wants you to retrieve it, right?" Rifenhad answered, "Yeah, it's a traditional training method. The school's ways are a bit old-fashioned." Silon continued to ask, "So that means Marshal King Zot already explored the illusion ruins once, but didn't touch any of the Silver Age artifacts?" He pointed forward and said, "The other artifacts that were found during that time were all given to his disciples as rewards." Rifenhad said, "Think about it. How could I have recognized Annihilate unless I'd heard about it before? If it was truly an undiscovered ruin, how would I have known about the hidden path?" Silon was astonished by his words. "Ah, you're right." The boy understood. "I get it now. If that's the case, I guess there's no other way." Hearing the answer he wanted, Rifenhad let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "Sorry, Silon, but this isn't a complete lie." Silon remained curious. But it's a little strange. No matter how valuable a Silver Age artifact is, it's not like him to covet someone else's property." Sweat dripped down Rifenhad's face. Seeing he wasn't saying anything, the boy asked, "So basically, you need to get that artifact back, no matter what?" Rifenhad replied, "Yeah, that's why I'm worried." Silon was concerned. "This is getting a bit complicated. Is there really no other way besides stealing it?" he said in a helpless tone. "What else can we do? Things have already come to this." Meanwhile, after defeating the demon, Yus took off his helmet. Lot said cheerfully, "That was amazing, Sir Yus. Just as expected. Not even a monster like Sephiroth can stand against the Golden Knight." Yus coldly reminded him, "Clean this up. The rest is on you, Lot." He glanced over at Roos, who was leaning on his sword, and said with contempt, "A swordsman who only knows a single move is no swordsman of House Tennies. You don't belong here." Roos replied sadly, "No matter what you think, I am still a swordsman of House Tennies." The next day, at the estate, a sword slashed forward. Behind the manor, someone was training diligently with his sword. It was none other than Roos. He practiced intently, his face covered in sweat. Two knights suddenly appeared and walked over to him, their voices filled with curiosity. "Roos, why'd you do something so stupid yesterday?" he answered while practicing his sword. "I just wanted to take down that monster." The other knight continued, "Yeah? And who asked you to? Weren't we ordered to wait for the commander?" Roos said with a serious face, "I am also a swordsman of the Tens family." His eyes were cold. "If you have a problem with that, we can settle it with a duel. I'll gladly accept." Hearing this, the two knights left, but not before cursing at him as they walked away. Filthy stray dog. His draw was incredibly powerful, but he only knew a single downward slash and its corresponding breathing technique. The perfect arc of the blade as it cut through the air, with timing so flawless that the movements in between were practically invisible. A swordmaster wouldn't hesitate to praise his excellent technique, but his other skills were incomparable. Although the Tennis family had lost its true sword art, it was still a noble family of knights and had its own swordsmanship. However, Roos had never learned any of it. He heard his father say, "This is all I can teach you. I'm sorry, my son." The reason was that the vassals objected to a bastard child like Roos learning the proper sword art, and in the end, his father passed down only a single technique to him. He watched his father's instruction intently. "This is part of the great sword path that once belonged to our family, and it is also the true path to becoming a radiant god. Perhaps you can awaken this forgotten power." His father had high hopes, and Roos didn't want to disappoint him. The true swordsmanship of House Teenies was once capable of generating immense power. A single downward slash had now become a forgotten piece of trash swordsmanship. Roos observed Roos through the window. He judged him with contempt. He'll never reach that level with just one downward slash, because the rest of the sword art is gone. He spat out with disgust. Idiot. Suddenly, he became pensive for a moment and said, "But, just as I thought, that kid," the sight of Roos training relentlessly, never giving up. He shouted loudly. Roos had to admit that the boy was a genius. In the dead of night, a breeze blew through the forest. Rifenhad, completely masked and cloaked, moved as fast as the wind. "I can't believe the first damn thing I do after regressing is wear a mask and jump over a fence. How pathetic." He stopped and looked towards the castle, thinking, why is a rural lord's castle so grand? Oh, right. Viscount Kelbaron built his fortune through mining. That's supposed to be dwarven work. At the gate, a group of 3 knights was entering the kingdom. Rifenhad rushed forward, attacking the 3 of them as he charged inside. Inside the castle, 2 knights were talking in a hallway. The one with the buzz cut said, I can't understand the Lord. Grand already has the Golden Knights. The other suddenly asked, who would dare invade this place that he needs us on guard duty? The buzzcut knight said, their armor even has a golden sheen. That's right, we're knights too. But the difference in our skill level is huge. Suddenly, the buzzcut knight noticed something. The other asked curiously. What is it? The buzzcut knight replied, nothing, probably just my imagination. Just then, Rifenhad was crawling on the ceiling. He thought to himself, a thief doesn't cling to the ceiling like a lizard for no reason. He jumped down and quickly scanned his surroundings, moving swiftly. As he moved, he thought, come to think of it, being a thief isn't that big of a deal. I probably have a knack for this. He thought of the two knights guarding the door. According to the guard's chatter, the ones with the best equipment must be the Tenny's knights. Rifenhad easily attacked one of the guards, whose face turned pale as he vomited. The other one said, who are you? He quickly grabbed the man's head. Striking weak points quickly is the best way to take these guys down silently. The man's eyes and nose were streaming. He tied the two guards to a tree. Standing before the door, he said, this is it. Rifenhad observed it. A motion detection barrier and heat detection magic. I know what they are, but not being able to disable them is really annoying. He spotted a rock near the door. If this is a magic barrier, there must be a core for the spell matrix somewhere. He held the stone in his hand. Found it. Ancient runes were carved onto the stone. Rifenhad crushed it with his power, and all the barriers on the door vanished. He stepped inside a warehouse, a place filled with containers. Rifenhad looked inside. A secret treasure trove, a sealed jar, a bottomless bag, and a celestial harp. I've missed you all. He saw a rack of displayed swords. It seems they sorted them, but who did this? That's not a Helson blade, it's a Talus sword. They look similar, but the magic engineering is completely different. Unbelievable. Rifenhad spotted a small box and got extremely excited. This is it, the voice of illusion. He moved forward, when his foot suddenly hit a tripwire on the ground. Rifenhad looked up in astonishment. The wire was connected to a bell. The bell rang out loudly. Rifenhad panicked. A simple bell trap? The man lying in bed shot up with a panicked expression. The woman next to him asked, my love, what is it? The man shouted in anger. Hey, what the hell is going on? That same man yelled loudly, there's an intruder in the south tower. Rifenhad was now in hiding. As he ran, he thought, I overcame all the other difficult obstacles, only to get caught by a stupid trap like this? I'm really not cut out to be a thief. Watching the crowd chasing him, Rifenhad thought to himself, if I miscalculate my strike just a little, they'll all probably die. But controlling my strength is so difficult. The men were shouting non-stop to capture him, with one of them yelling, stop right there, you vile bastard. A leader among them pointed his sword at him. Hold your positions. Mages, open fire. The mages were already in position on the fortress walls. As soon as the man finished speaking, the mages immediately unleashed a barrage of fire towards Rifenhad. He moved behind a man and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm so sorry about this. The man was stunned, having no idea what was happening. Huh? Sorry for what? Before the man could even react, Rifenhad quickly shoved him forward, blocking the fireballs that the mages had launched. The man was now burned completely black. Seeing this, the leader of the soldiers was utterly bewildered. You dare use someone as a shield? How can you be so cruel? Faced with these accusations, he put on a blank, innocent face, thinking to himself, I only did it because his armor was enchanted with a blessing. The man continued to order his soldiers to shoot. Long spears, followed by a volley of arrows, immediately flew towards him. Rifenhad stared intently at the leader, his eyes filled with cold fury. He easily blocked the arrows, but suddenly, something pierced Rifenhad's bicep. Long chains were attached to the arrowhead. He looked at the scene, utterly bewildered. What is this? Rifenhad's limbs were pinned down. The others immediately closed in on him. Facing this situation, Rifenhad thought to himself, instead of capturing me, they want to restrict my movements. Clever. The soldiers pulled the chains hard to hold Rifenhad in place. Sir, they're ahead. Jose, use the firebow spell. Rifenhad began to tense up. Damn it, they're just knights, yet they have so many tricks up their sleeves. Just then, a shield flew in from the side. A knight from the order shouted, You criminal! Taste the blade of teens. The knight in front panicked and yelled, Roos, don't! Rifenhad glanced towards the person who had just spoken, thinking to himself, Who is that fool? The other knight's words didn't seem to reach Roos's ears. Roos just charged straight at him, ready to attack. The older knight panicked at Roos's sudden action. Don't break formation, Roos. But Roos didn't care, and just kept running towards Rifenhad. The ones holding the chains were so intimidated by Roos's aura that they quickly dodged to the side. Rifenhad now assumed a fighting stance. He wrapped the chains around his hands. Roos, huh? I don't remember anyone by that name. Am I hallucinating? Seeing Roos charging at him like a madman, attacking him recklessly, Rifenhad began to assess Roos's actions. His movements, his breathing, and his footwork are all normal. But Roos was frantically swinging his sword down at Rifenhad. What's with that sword strike? Roos swung down, and it seemed like the blow would hit Rifenhad, but he quickly swung his cloak up to block it. Roos continued to slash down at the cloak. The blow was so powerful it kicked up dust everywhere. Roos's sword struck the chains on Rifenhad's body. Roos suddenly snapped out of it, completely bewildered and breaking out in a cold sweat. While Roos was distracted, Rifenhad seized the opportunity to attack him. With just a single blow, he sent Roos flying several dozen meters away. He looked at the scene and wondered, what the heck was that? Rifenhad glanced down at Roos and casually adjusted his cloak. He could launch such a powerful attack, yet he couldn't dodge my last strike? His skills aren't balanced at all. Roos was now acting like a madman, even drooling from his mouth. Rifenhad glanced at the others, his eyes ice cold. A heavenly sword tore through the void, a single strike descending upon Rifenhad. He had to use all his strength to resist the wind pressure from that attack. Rifenhad raised a hand to block in front of his face. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. A faint aura rose from his arm. Looking at the person before him, Rifenhad quietly assessed them. The Golden Knight of Graham. The Golden Knight rested his sword on his shoulder. Your strength is far too great for a common intruder. Rifenhad calmly replied to the Golden Knight's words. Well, I have my reasons. The Golden Knight continued. I'll hear your explanation later. Hearing this, Rifenhad shot forward in a flash. The motto of the Celestial Order is to always strike first. The Golden Knight was no slouch either, charging straight at Rifenhad. He threw a punch high, while the Golden Knight aimed his sword at Rifenhad. Suddenly, he was startled to see a panicked look in his opponent's eyes. The Golden Knight also looked at him with utter astonishment. Rifenhad quickly tilted his head to the side, dodging the Golden Knight's sword strike. The Golden Knight also swiftly leaned back, evading Rifenhad's punch. Both of them managed to dodge each other's attacks. They looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. Immediately after, they both leaped back at the same time, creating a safe distance between them. The air seemed to freeze as an aura swirled around them both. The other knight looked on with a completely bewildered expression. What is Lord Us doing? The person standing next to him was also incredibly shocked. What are they doing? At the same time, both combatants had the same thought. I almost died from that last attack. Us spoke first. It seems that wasn't effective. Rifenhad just replied softly, no good. Us then unleashed his power. I shall become the shadow of the abyss and roar. Faced with this surge of power, Rifenhad just narrowed his eyes, wondering to himself, roaring darkness. Huh? Rifenhad swung his cloak and retreated, creating a gust of wind between them. Us was a bit confused, seeing Rifenhad so easily dodge that attack, questioning it in his mind. How did he know the weakness of roaring darkness? Then, Us spoke to him. You're quite skilled at dealing with magic spells, aren't you? Us said no more, and flew in to attack Rifenhad. He said in a serious tone, well, I know pretty much every spell there is. Just as he finished speaking, he leaned back to dodge Us's attack. It was a powerful blow, striking the ground below and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. What followed was a chase, where one attacked and the other dodged, one struck and the other parried. The missed strikes left the surrounding walls riddled with craters. Rifenhad then landed a powerful punch on Us, so hard that he grimaced in pain. Inside his armor, Us was in so much pain that veins bulged on his face. I'm wearing armor, but his punch still affects me this much? Us pointed the tip of his sword at Rifenhad. Oh wind, become arrows. As if that wasn't enough, Us also shouted, oh fire, gather and attack the enemy. At that moment, a stream of fire and a stream of water shot forward to attack. The two forces combined. Us shouted, awaken! At that very moment, the two streams of power awakened, directly chasing after Rifenhad, but he managed to escape quickly. Us looked at him with blank white eyes, then unleashed another deadly attack. This next strike was even more powerful than the last, like a furious storm chasing right behind Rifenhad. He looked back, utterly panicked. At this rate, I might actually die. A huge pillar of fire erupted from within the city, shooting straight into the sky. Immediately after, it left behind a massive cloud of dust and smoke, obscuring everyone from view. Rifenhad slowly emerged as the smoke cleared. He was now furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. Annihilation? He can cast such a high-level spell? When Us saw Rifenhad reappear completely unharmed, He was just as enraged. He blocked that attack? No. There's no way he could have taken that blow without a single scratch. But I didn't even see him dodge. Don't tell me my superhuman vision can't even keep up with his movements? Staring at the unharmed Rifenhad before him, US asked himself a huge question. So, he possesses a white aura. Just then, US once again unleashed his power. Corrosive breath. Instantly, a purple gas enveloped Rifenhad. He looked at the scene, a bit bewildered. Poison gas? All I need is a little wind to blow it all away. No sooner said than done. Rifenhad stomped his foot hard on the ground, kicking up dirt and rocks and creating a gust of wind. The gusts of wind Rifenhad created pushed back the poisonous gas that US had released, sending it right back at him. In the blink of an eye, Rifenhad passed through the cloud of gas and appeared right in front of US. He threw a powerful punch at US, giving him no time to dodge. Rifenhad unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. The Golden Knight was forced to constantly retreat to block the blows. Damn it, he's too fast. Rifenhad was now truly enraged, attacking relentlessly. US came to his own conclusion. I'm sure of it, he's an aura user. The two had now switched roles in the fight. The Golden Knight went from being the attacker to the defender, while he went from defending to attacking. Knowing that defending forever wasn't a solution, he seized the opportunity to immediately counterattack. I was just at a disadvantage because I didn't know exactly what his power was, but things are different now. I know he uses aura. If the opponent possesses aura, all I have to do is attack continuously. Having figured it out, he shouted, "The sword of the Teenies clan will not lose to your aura." Faced with US's sword strikes, Rifenhad struggled to dodge. He really is struggling. I thought aura users were a pain, but this guy's magic is just as annoying. From the outside, the scene within looked chaotic, with dust and smoke constantly rising into the air. US then asked, I don't understand. Why would someone skilled enough to awaken their aura like you be doing this sort of thing? As he spoke, US rushed forward to attack him. Rifenhad frowned at the question and didn't answer right away. He thinks I have aura? I'm not using the golden aura of the Celestial Sail Society because it's too conspicuous. I shouldn't go all out just yet. US, in his golden armor, also frowned. Strange. That kind of power has to come from an aura user, but he's not using it. I'm guessing you just awakened your aura not too long ago. A powerful strike, strong enough to pierce through layers of clouds, shot straight towards Rifenhad. In that case, you're no match for me. On US's sword, two pillars of light appeared one after another, illuminating the hazy space. Awaken, rise. Eldrin, grant me the power to destroy the world. Rifenhad looked at the scene before him, utterly astonished. He couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, that thing is dangerous. US, sword in hand, quickly leaped and charged towards Rifenhad. Golden light. He furrowed his brow. A golden light? Rifenhad used his arms to shield himself. Because you're the Golden Knight, after all. Seeing Rifenhad's action, US was somewhat startled, but the tip of the sword, still aimed at Rifenhad, was stopped by an invisible force. He had used his hand to block the strike. US brought his sword down on him from above. This attack was called Divine Hand. The people outside only saw an incredibly bright light, forcing them to shield their faces with their hands. Those people panicked amongst themselves. What's happening? When he saw this light, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in awe. Immediately after, a massive explosion that shook everyone present occurred. It seemed as though everything was over after the blast, but from within the cloud of dust and smoke, a figure flew up into the air. US was now furious. There's no way he blocked the golden light, right? At this moment, Rifenhad had been wounded by the attack. His face and shoulder were both bleeding. He thought to himself, I used Divine Hand a little too late. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rifenhad quickly escaped from the battle. He free fell from the castle wall. Below where he was falling was a small, frozen river. Without hesitation, he landed straight on the river, creating a hole in the frozen surface. Lot came over and asked US, Sir US, are you all right? US had taken off his helmet and was staring straight down at the spot where the man had jumped. Lot, go check on the treasures. I want to know what he stole. US, his voice stern and his expression annoyed, looked down below. And, summon a search party. Don't let him escape. Lot asked hesitantly, Sir, don't you think he's dead? Hearing that question, the tension on US's face didn't ease in the slightest. He wouldn't die from a fall like that. Just then, Cirrus, who was asleep, suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Cirrus sat up abruptly, waking the person sleeping next to him. What is it, Cirrus? Cirrus looked in a certain direction with a panicked expression. I have a bad feeling. The other person was completely shocked to hear this. Huh? Roos sat up in bed and looked towards the window. I don't know. I just feel like something's wrong. Roos then said to the other person, do you think something happened to Rifenhad? Meanwhile, Rifenhad was sinking to the bottom of the frozen river. The next morning, a strange silence still hung over the city. Someone was running across the rooftops, while down below, soldiers were constantly shouting, chasing after him. Get the thief! The people below were continuously discussing a plan to catch Roos, to head him off and block his path. At that moment, Sirius was carrying Silent in his arms. He spoke with frustration. Roos, I'm a boy, you know? Being carried like this is so unmanly. Down below, 2 people were cheerfully tossing a coin. Sir Knight, I saw them run this way. Hearing this, the other person shouted, thanks for your cooperation. In the blink of an eye, those people appeared on the rooftops, blocking Sirius's path. The leader of the soldiers, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, shouted at Sirius, you have nowhere left to run. Drop your weapons and surrender. Sirius didn't waste words on them. He immediately launched an attack at his opponent. Nihilin. The soldiers were stunned. What is that? As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldier next to him was hit by the attack. At that moment, US appeared, looking somewhat less ferocious than the day before. Lot. What's the situation? When asked, Lot turned around. I apologize, Sir US. They're not ordinary criminals. US said to Lot in a cold voice, drawing his sword as he spoke. All right, I'll deal with them myself. In just a flash, Sirius had already taken care of the other soldiers. Sirius smiled and spoke. Silent. At this, Silent was crying silently. Fine, fine, just keep carrying me like this. He wept internally. When is Rifenhad going to help me build some muscle? Just then, a loud voice shouted, Windblade. Hearing this sound, Sirius immediately looked in that direction. The moment that voice stopped, a blow slammed down right where Siri was standing. She instantly grabbed US by the waist and bolted. US was now clad in golden armor, hovering in midair. That's enough, you brats. Seeing US appear, Sirius's brow furrowed tightly. A golden knight of Graham? With that thought, she drew her sword. As the blade slowly emerged from its sheath, US shot a glance at her. That's no ordinary sword. Sirius aimed the tip of her blade at US. Watching this, he wondered to himself. He gave such a precious sword to a mere slave girl? Another high-ranking priest? So they really aren't just common thieves? Sirius began to recite the sword's incantation. Oh, revered goddess Phelan, grant her the courage of a lion, give her the strength of a giant, the sharp eye of a hawk, and the legs of a warhorse to defeat the enemy. Silent clasped her hands to her chest, praying. Did Rifenhad get captured? That fool. No wonder Sirius had a bad feeling. In the blink of an eye, US appeared right in front of Sirius. US landed a blow that sent Sirius flying a great distance. Immediately after, US lunged forward to attack her again. Sirius gritted her teeth, her expression extremely flustered. Meanwhile, Rifenhad had regained consciousness after falling into the glacial river, his body already bandaged. Ugh, my body is covered in bruises. Rifenhad propped his forehead with his hand, looking utterly exhausted. To think I went up against Eldrat, the strongest of the magic armors, while I was still in chains. What a stupid and pathetic move. But then, he looked down at the black box in his hand, and his mood brightened. Still, the outcome wasn't too bad. I finally got Illusion's voice. It was only then that Rifenhad noticed his surroundings. But, where am I? Just then, an elderly man of modest height walked in. Oh, you're finally awake. How's your body feeling? Rifenhad looked at the man before him, a bit confused. A dwarf? The old man introduced himself. My name is Hitos. Rifenhad looked a bit dazed, but then he gave his own name. I'm Rifenhad. Hitos then asked him. It'll be difficult if you try to stand up. Do you think you can eat something? Faced with Hitos's question, he could only manage a grunt in response. Yes. Hearing his answer, Hitos turned to a girl standing nearby. That's good. Miss Xiaola, please bring some barley porridge over here. Xiaola did as Hitos asked and brought the food over. Looking at the girl in front of him, Rifenhad silently sized her up. This wasn't a child, but a woman brimming with vitality, even by dwarven standards. Xiaola brought the food before him and said with a bright smile, Thank heavens you're awake. Please, have something to eat. The girl's full name was Xiaola Geohammer. Xiaola set the food down beside Rifenhad, who felt a bit awkward. This is strange. Dwarves would never treat a human this kindly. His thought was immediately answered when the dwarven clan's elder appeared. Hitos smiled at him. Oh, so you're awake? Our clan's savior. This person is the priest, Anfandel Fiston. Hearing Hitos's words, Rifenhad's face went pale. The priest, Anfandel Fiston, closed his eyes and began to explain gently to Rifenhad. 6 years ago, our high priest received a prophecy from Amph, a person possessing a body of steel and a clear mind. Follow him, for he is the one who will appear on the dark path, upon the tears of the north wind. He will change fate and bring salvation. Interpretation. A strong and intelligent person will float down the frozen waters of the cave, so you must pull him out and make him your savior. The high priest secretly revealed the prophecy to all the dwarves on the continent. After that, it said that every winter, Anfandel Fiston's people waited for the person mentioned in the prophecy. Hearing this flood of information from Anfandel Fiston, Rifenhad could only manage a wry smile. Haha, that Anf. During that time, he changed his words. Anf is the god of the dwarven race, the one who delivers the prophecies. If it was 6 years ago, that's when I regressed and transferred from my old body to this one. That means Anf started acting the moment I arrived. Rifenhad lowered his gaze and smiled faintly. He reacts pretty quickly. Even though I made a mistake once, he still wanted to give me this assurance? Is he a kind person? No, a kind god. Thank you for trusting me again. I'll do better this time. Rifenhad then glanced over at Anfandel Fiston. You mean you healed a complete stranger like me just because of a prophecy? Ah. In response to his question, Anfandel Fiston didn't answer directly, but asked another question back. Do you think Amph speaks nonsense? Outside, the dwarves' cave was bathed in an eerie purple light, and the whole cave was strangely silent. Xiaola then spoke up, breaking the tension. Your recovery ability is truly amazing. Rifenhad stood up and stretched his body slightly. It's all thanks to your care that I was able to recover. Xiaola seemed a little startled by that. I only brought you some barley porridge. Rifenhad glanced away, thinking to himself, if I'd eaten some meat, I would have recovered a bit faster. Xiaola cheerfully asked, since you're feeling better, should I call for Lord Anfandel Fiston again? He said there were still a few things he hadn't finished saying. He turned his face away. I'll go find him myself. These people are the Steelhammer clan. Xiaola took Rifenhad's hand and led him toward the others. Instead of giving you a walking stick, is this okay? I'll support you. They are a mountain dwarf clan living as slaves to Viscount Kel Baron. Unlike the Elves or Orcs, the dwarves maintain their traditions and culture even as slaves. That's because the role and purpose of dwarves are different from those other two races. The dwarves are the only enslaved race that performs specialized work, and that's because humans cannot learn their skills. A soldier brandished his sword, threatening a dwarf. Hurry up and tell us how to find the ore veins, the dwarf replied. You just need to listen to the earth. Simple, isn't it? Because of the dwarves' inherent nature of living within a social structure, the enslavement of dwarves happens on a clan-wide scale, which helps them preserve their culture. Thanks to their steadfast faith, the position of priest still exists among them. 2 dwarven women were chattering about him non-stop. It's a human, that's a human. The girl next to her spoke up. They're saying he's the savior? Hearing them talk about him like that, Rifenhad thought to himself, and that's how I received so much help when building my empire. Because among the various races, they are the only ones who understand the concept of a society. Rifenhad looked down at Xiaola and asked, how many people are living here? Xiaola answered with a cheerful smile. About 60 people. Hearing the answer, he asked another question. Are they all under the rule of Viscount Kel Baron? Xiaola smiled cheerfully. That's right, we are the slaves of Viscount Kel Baron. Rifenhad looked around, then spoke up. I don't seem to see any male dwarves. Xiaola went on to explain to Rifenhad that they usually stay in the mountain mines, and, to prevent any chance of a rebellion, the humans hold the dwarves' families hostage. Hearing that, he frowned slightly. I probably shouldn't have asked. Then, Rifenhad glanced at the iron door in front of him. Anfandel Fiston appeared before Rifenhad with his hands clasped behind his back. Savior, welcome to the temple. You're looking much better. Hearing this, he replied, yes, it's all thanks to you. By the way, please just call me Rifenhad, not Savior. At that, Anfandel Fiston chuckled. To be honest, we don't understand why you're the savior either, Anfandel Fiston said softly to Rifenhad. Just looking into your eyes, I can tell you don't see us as slaves. Hearing that, his face fell. It's true that I feel goodwill toward the dwarven race, but if we're talking about the fate of the entire race, isn't that a completely different matter? Anfandel Fiston smiled gently and said to Rifenhad, we don't know why you are the chosen one of Anf, our race's spirit. We are simply trying our best to grasp the hope that our God has given us. The prophecy isn't false, though of course, no one knows how you will bring about salvation. For now, my mission is to do everything in my power to assist you. Anfandel Fiston chuckled and added, you really are a strange one. When you heard us mention you becoming the savior, your expression was as if you'd already expected it. Rifenhad's face was visibly stiff. Ah, Something like that. Rifenhad got straight to the point. Why did you call me here? Anfandel Fiston simply replied, The High Priest wishes to see you. He was a bit confused. The High Priest you speak of is? Anfandel Fiston maintained his calm demeanor. The High Priest of Anf, Lord Maralin. Anfandel Fiston also explained that Maralin is the pillar of the entire dwarven race. Rifenhad smiled to himself. So, that old man was still the High Priest 30 years ago. After a moment's thought, he said, Yes, in that case, I certainly need to meet him. Anfandel Fiston just gave a slight smile. How interesting. Hearing this made him even more curious. Anfandel Fiston looked up at Rifenhad and said, I thought this would be rather sudden and hard to believe, so I was struggling to find a way to explain. Unlike us, humans cannot hear the voice of truth. Yet your actions make it seem as if you understand everything. It's truly astonishing. In response to Anfandel Fiston's remarks, he just gave a faint smile. Immediately after, Rifenhad's expression turned serious as he stared intently ahead. In my previous life, the Antares Empire fell. Even if I repeat what I did before, the same thing could still happen. Maralin is a wise dwarf, so if I discuss it with him, we might be able to find a solution. Rifenhad continued to analyze the situation. Around this time, Maralin is probably at the main forge, so it shouldn't be too far from here. Anfandel Fiston looked up at him. Lord Maralin is at the Temple of Amph in the main forge. Of course, its location is top secret, so only a few people know about it. Just then, Xiao La also spoke up. That's why we will assign a guide to go with you. She is the only one among us who still carries the bloodline of a warrior. My name is Xiao Lasteo Hammer. I will do my best. Anfandel Fiston's face suddenly turned grim. It seems you know a great deal about us. To even know of the High Priest's existence, it appears you also know the location of the main forge. Anfandel Fiston turned his face away, his voice trailing off. Humans who know about the dwarven race's voice of truth usually avoid speaking with us. Seeing the hesitation in Anfandel Fiston's voice, he cut in. I am well aware of that. Anfandel Fiston was startled by Rifenhad's words. So you truly do know the truth about it. Rifenhad just smiled faintly. Anfandel Fiston asked him directly, Can you tell me how you know so much about us? Rifenhad gave a slight smile. I'm sorry, but now is not the time. As they were talking, Hosen burst in through the door with a panicked look. Hey, savior! Rifenhad immediately glanced toward him. Anfandel Fiston was the first to speak. What's wrong? Hosen was frantic. Did you have companions when you came here? An elf and a young man? He delivered the news to Rifenhad. It seems your companions have been taken hostage at Viscount Kelbaron's castle. Hearing this news, his face was a mask of pure shock. A commander stood on the battlements, shouting down below. We must find where that thief is hiding. Forget about chivalry for now. It doesn't matter what kind of torture you use. The commander ordered the two soldiers guarding the door. Find out as much information as you can. The two soldiers immediately replied, Yes, sir. The commander's gaze fell on the two prisoners with an incredibly dangerous and malicious glare. Looking inside, one was bound by chains, the other by magic. He thought to himself, an elf with a magic sword worthy of a knight commander, and a Philin priest with divine power equal to a bishop. He looked toward the empty dungeon. I will find out each and every one of your identities. The black-haired soldier looked at his comrade. So, how are we supposed to torture them? Do we just beat them up? His comrade was also worried. What if they die? Torture is about inflicting pain, not killing them. The black-haired soldier seemed to have a realization. Well, that's going to be difficult. Together, they opened the door and went inside. Whatever, those are our orders, so we have no choice but to follow through. Silon and Cirrus gritted their teeth and looked at the two soldiers. All right then, I'll begin the interrogation. Understood, Varys said. Lento, hearing Varys, spoke to Silon in front of him. Well, I'll go first then. Lento, standing beside them, nodded in agreement. 30 minutes later, torches were still flickering in the night. Silon said, his tone a little resentful. What I mean is, Rifen's martial school is a bit extreme. Lento and Varys fell silent for a moment, then both hummed in agreement. Silon continued. You two have heard of the Tian Fan Society, right? The school of the Marshal King Jurat, and how he trains his disciples. He went on, I mean, they don't do it just for the sake of training. No sane person would put their own disciple through that kind of life or death situation, right? He definitely didn't train that hard, just to surpass his master. Besides, the graduation test with its final challenge is also ridiculous. Varys and Lento's faces darkened, as they listened to Silon continue to complain. The final test was for him to bring back a holy relic. But then we heard that. The Tens clan has already taken his holy relic. What would happen if he failed the test? seeing how the martial king trains him. You know just how severe the punishment for failure would be. That's exactly why he needed to steal it. Besides, it was a holy relic that the Celestial Sales Society left there in the first place. The martial king probably didn't expect him to find the relic so quickly. You know how little information there is about those ancient ruins. We haven't even gotten our hands on any of the holy relics inside. That means we're innocent, right? Thinking back on it, everything seems to make sense. He wasn't lying about anything at all. That's why I'm here waiting for him. Listening to him ramble on, Lento thought to himself in amazement. Is it normal for someone to talk this much while locked in a dungeon? I didn't even have to torture him, and he's already confessed to everything. Just then, the man cried out, "Ah, I'm so thirsty. I've been talking too much. Hey, can you get me a glass of water?" Hearing this, he quickly handed him a cup of water. Huh? Oh, yeah. Sure. Silent took a refreshing sip of water and exclaimed, "Ah, that's great." Lento hurriedly asked him, "Hey, are you sure it's okay to be telling us all this? Are you betraying your friend just like that?" Silent glanced at him and whispered, "What's the point in hiding any of this?" Hearing that, Lento was startled and replied, "But if the world finds out that the martial king's heir is stealing holy relics, his image will be ruined." Silent shot back at him. If he cared about his image, he wouldn't have gone stealing in the first place, right? Lento, flustered, replied, "Right." He then asked the man in front of him again, "All right, I get it. So you don't know where the holy relic is, do you?" Silent put on a clueless look and answered him, "No. All we did was wait at the inn." Hearing that, he thought to himself that something was off, then shouted at him, "What do you mean? You must have found a way to contact him, to get him to come rescue you, right?" Silent asked innocently, "Why would I do that? How could an aura user like him possibly fail at simple things like stealing or rescuing someone?" Lento found that logical and replied, flustered, "That does make sense, doesn't it?" He thought to himself, "Are interrogations always this simple?" Meanwhile, Virus, standing behind him, thought in confusion, "I feel like something's wrong here. He's just spilling everything?" At the same time, outside, snow was blanketing the entire landscape. The wind howled through the trees in the forest, carrying the pure white snowflakes as they danced in the air. Xiaola let out a small gasp. "This is amazing." She turned to Rifenhad in admiration. "You found a deer so quickly. Even the best hunters would be jealous of you." He replied nonchalantly, "With aura, this is perfectly normal. All you need to do is expand your senses and find where the deer is." Xiaola then asked worriedly, "But are you sure about this? We're still in the Baron's territory, so hunting is forbidden." Rifenhad replied while roasting the meat, "I don't care about trivial matters like that anymore." Hearing this, Xiaola looked completely surprised. Rifenhad began to explain, "That's right. We don't need to care about such petty issues. I can't liberate an entire species oppressed by humans if I follow their laws." He then thought to himself, freeing slaves is, by its very nature, against human law. He put the piece of roasted meat in front of him into his mouth and took a huge bite. As he chewed quickly, he told himself, "I need to recover my strength as fast as possible so I can keep fighting." Xiaola watched him, utterly stunned. Just then, she noticed changes happening to Rifenhad. His wounds began to disappear, as if his body was gradually regenerating. His body was healing incredibly fast, becoming extremely solid and powerful. Rifenhad held out a hand, summoning his power. Instantly, a massive, powerful force was generated by him, leaving Xiaola, who was standing beside him, completely astonished. She quickly shouted, "All right." Rifenhad spoke calmly, "I'm 100% recovered now." In contrast to the cold scene outside, it was incredibly warm and peaceful inside the castle. Yus was standing quietly by the window, silent. He thought to himself, "It can't be a coincidence. There's no way he just happened to take that specific relic out of the countless ones available." He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "It has to be him." It turned out that 1 month ago, Yus was in the training room. Someone approached him and asked, "Are you Sir Yus, the Golden Knight of the GR Kingdom?" Hearing this, he turned his head slightly and asked, "Who are you?" The stranger held up a medallion and asked, "Surely you recognize this symbol, as you are the heir to Count Tenny's." Yus looked at the object in his hand, slightly startled. "Is that the Silver Saints?" He turned away in confusion, thinking, "The day I was officially chosen as the heir, my father told me a secret that only the heirs of our family know. It's about the existence of the Silver Saints, a group of people with such overwhelming power they could take down an entire kingdom. A group of sages with wisdom far beyond human civilization. They operate in the shadows, never revealing themselves, and only appear when humanity is in danger." He continued to think, I was told that even the ruler of a kingdom is only considered to be of a nearly equal status to them. All the heroes, the strongest people on the continent, have no idea of their true power. At this thought, Yus knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, sir." The Silver Saint, the stranger, handed him a scroll. Yus asked in surprise, "What is this?" The other man told him, "I want to entrust the exploration of the Illusion Ruins to the Tennis family. All the holy relics you find will be yours. I only want one thing, the voice from the illusion," he continued, his eyes glancing dangerously. "If you fail, the fate of the Tennis family will be in jeopardy." Yus thought back to that conversation, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke his train of thought. He said, "Come in." Two servants entered. "Sir, we've finished interrogating those two. Their stories seem to make sense, but..." Hearing this, Yus turned his head with a suspicious look. At that moment, at the castle gate, two other servants were standing guard. One of them rubbed his hands together, prompting the other to ask, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" The other replied, "No, I was just remembering what happened yesterday." The other guard replied, "Oh, right. Who would have thought we'd wake up to a scene like that? How could ordinary soldiers like us ever defeat that thief? He can use aura. I hope I never have to see him again." One of them also chimed in, "It looks like the item was already stolen." The other continued, "Sir Yus has captured his accomplices, so he'll probably come to rescue them. I just hope he doesn't knock us out like last time." As he was speaking, the guard next to him suddenly felt dazed, letting out a, "Huh," and asking, "What is this feeling?" Just then, Rifenhad was striding majestically towards the castle. He said quietly, "Calamity Wave." Yus glanced over, assessing him internally. "Is that guy from the Celestial Sail Society?" He grew more confused. Why would the Silver Saints want a holy relic from the Celestial Sail Society? They could be lying, but Cylon is a pilgrim and a high-ranking priest, possessing enough holy power to rival a bishop, so they probably weren't taught the arts of espionage. He recalled Cirrus's words, thinking it was more plausible that he was telling the truth. He then remembered seeing Roos and Cylon kneeling before him and thought to himself, maybe they're just his subordinates. He's probably abandoned them. So how am I supposed to catch him? I have to get him, even if it takes everything I have. But even if I get lucky and manage to capture him, I still won't be able to get Illusion's voice back. Us confirmed it. He let out a frustrated sigh. This is so irritating. He walked over to the window. Light spilled in, casting a shadow of his tall, strong figure. Just then, a loud explosion echoed, shaking the entire area. Startled, he exclaimed, "What was that?" He silently sensed the source of the aura. His pupils contracted. Suddenly, Rifenhad appeared, clenching his fists and asking, "I heard you're holding my friend captive here." At the castle, thick plumes of black smoke billowed into the sky. Lento, leading the troops, shouted, "Knights of Tennis, show those arrogant bastards our true power. Things won't be like last night." Rifenhad, standing nearby, heard this, clenched his fists, and said softly, "You're right. Today will be different from last night." Lot swung his sword and shouted, "Lento, Varus, advance." The two of them shouted their assent in unison and charged forward. But just then, a massive explosion erupted. A powerful force sent both of them flying. Rifenhad said calmly, "Even with a shield, you can't block a mana-based attack. It seems you have no experience fighting a divine warrior." So it was he who used his power to send those two flying. Just then, the mages appeared. They waved their hands, closed their eyes, and chanted, "Priests of the sacred blessing, protect us. O Arius, please bless your people and make their bodies as hard as stone." The people around them erupted in anger. They yelled, "How dare he attack Lento and Varus? You scum, die." Rifenhad showed no signs of worry, calmly waving his hands to block the attacks coming from all around him. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and then slammed a decisive fist into it. The ground cracked into pieces, sending tiles flying everywhere and scattering the people nearby. The mages raised their hands to the sky again, chanting, "Blades of the frozen lands, confront the enemy." "Ice blade," one shouted. "O flame, become an arrow and strike down the enemy," as another summoned a fire arrow. Lafitte ground air. "The lightning storm is coming. Thunder rain." Seeing them casting spells non-stop, Rifenhad told himself he should deal with the mages first. He then raised his hand to the sky and began to summon a chain of energy blasts. A brilliant golden light shot towards the mages' position. They were sent flying in all directions, groaning in pain. "Ah, my leg, you ruthless bastard." Seeing this, Rifenhad thought to himself, mages tend to lose focus from minor injuries, especially mages at this level. but I thought at least 1 or 2 of them could withstand the pain. He silently decided. Next, I'll take down the priests, then I'll charge in and knock out everyone else one by one. One of them said in pain, "If you're really a divine warrior, then fight like a man." Hearing that, Rifenhad scoffed, thinking, "Cowardly tactics? Are you serious? You're the ones ganging up on a single person." All the while, his hands were relentlessly punching and kicking the guy, making the crowd around them groan in fear. "You monster, he's choking him to death." One man, pinned down by Rifenhad, said with fearful tears in his eyes, "Cough, please spare me." The people around them also screamed, "You devil, let go of Priest Rohan." Meanwhile, Rifenhad was silently calculating. Some priests have spells that get stronger when they're injured, so it's best to just knock them unconscious without hurting them. The terrified mages cried out to each other in the chaos. "Cough, my throat. Priest, smart, the net. Throw the net at him. Fire the arrows." Rifenhad just casually waved his hand a few times, and all their plans went up in smoke as they were all sent flying amidst clouds of dust. Seeing this, the onlookers cried out in alarm. "What? He's much stronger than yesterday. Is this the power of a divine warrior?" Lot turned around and saw his comrade standing motionless, so he yelled at him, "Roos, what are you doing? Fight!" This bastard, Roos. Every time I tell him to stay put, he rushes in to fight, and now he wants to run from battle? He thought angrily, then shouted, "I disown you. When we get back to the clan, I will officially cut all ties with you." Roos stood still, his face a mixture of shock and confusion. After a moment, he came to a conclusion. So, that's how it is. The aura. It controls the flow of power and enhances it when needed. Such a brilliant light. He squinted, staring intently at Rifenhad. He whispered, "I can see it. I can see everything. I see why he moves that way, and I see the flow of his power. I can see it all so clearly, and understand it instantly. Something no one has ever taught me. Something no one could ever teach me. The movements and breathing that only someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts can master. Along with the flow." He recalled every move Rifenhad had made during the fight, and suddenly understood. So, that's how I should have moved in that situation. Those are the movements of someone truly powerful. It's only natural that I admire him, he told himself, tightening his grip on his sword. Just then, a flash of light shot through the air. It was Rifenhad, unleashing his power. Roos merely narrowed his eyes and began to channel his own energy. Then, someone appeared out of nowhere and began to block his attacks. Rifenhad laughed and said to his opponent, "There you are." The people around them saw Us arrive and started clamoring to greet him. "Commander, Sir Us?" he immediately said to Rifenhad. "Rifenhad, in the name of Tennis, I will not forgive your crimes. Look what you've done to my knights." Hearing this, Rifenhad replied with a slightly disdainful look. "Why are you pretending you just arrived? You've been standing behind them this whole time. Did you think I wouldn't notice you crouching behind the wall, watching the battle from afar?" Hearing that, the man stammered in a slight panic. "How did you—" Hearing that, Rifenhad thought to himself, it seems the magic armor gives him power similar to a god of light, but without the same level of sensitivity. Then he crossed his arms and calmly asked Roos, "I bet you want to see how strong I am, don't you? But using your subordinates as test dummies to gauge my strength, isn't that a bit cruel?" He sneered again. "They say you're a knight of justice and righteousness, but I don't think that's true at all." Hearing this, Yusa's troops grew uneasy. "What's this rumor? No way. Our lord would never do such a thing." Rifenhad, taking advantage of their confusion, continued to pile it on. "Otherwise, why were you so late? Even if you were taking a bath, I think you would have gotten here faster than this." Hearing this, the man roared defensively. "I just accidentally overslept and didn't wake up in time." But Rifenhad didn't let him off the hook, continuing to expose him. "You managed to sleep through all this destruction? I broke through the castle wall. You know. Are you some kind of sleeping beauty?" "No. Wait. A sleeping knight in the woods?" At that, Yuz couldn't take it anymore. He raised his weapon and screamed, "Shut up! I'll make you pay for slandering the name of Tennis." His blade suddenly split into multiple pieces. He furrowed his brow as a brilliant light appeared before Rifenhad. Rifenhad simply held out his hand calmly and said, "All right. This time, let's have a proper fight." In midair, Yuz had completed his transformation. Diving from above, he shouted, "Shine through the darkness and the eyes of death, and the roar of the leopard will strengthen my bones. With the senses of a dragon, I shall rule the world." With that, he swung his blade with all his might, chanting, "Pure energy shall flow through my sword." Seeing this, Rifenhad thought with some confusion, "Is that a secret sword art? A sword of pure mana? Then he said confidently, "It should definitely be able to match my aura." Rifenhad reached out, summoning his power. The two sources of light clashed violently. He threw a series of punches at Use. Use didn't back down, striking back at him repeatedly. After a while, Rifenhad suddenly realized that while his body was tough, he didn't think he could block the secret sword. Use saw Rifenhad's focus waver and immediately seized the opportunity. He flew towards him with his blade, intending to land a powerful blow. Rifenhad quickly raised both hands to block, and their powers collided violently. Rifenhad flew up and charged at his opponent. Without hesitation, he threw a punch, aimed straight at Use's chest. At the same time, in the dungeon, torches flickered dimly. Silon asked the person next to him, "What was that sound just now?" Cirrus replied, "Do you think that's Sir Rifenhad, here to save us?" Hearing that, Silon turned to her with a judgmental look. "Really? You were so cold to him before. Why are you so sure now that he's come to rescue us?" Cirrus blushed and stammered in response. "Well, I don't know much about Sir Rifenhad, or why he's so interested in me." Silon crossed his arms and said calmly, "It's probably just because he has an elf fetish." Cirrus then muttered under her breath, "At the time, I thought he just liked to roleplay." Silon agreed. "Yeah, he really does seem like that type." Cirrus looked down, recalling, and continued, "But the expression on his face, I don't think it's that simple." Silon seemed to understand, remarking, "I've heard that when a girl likes a guy, she starts to think like that," which made Cirrus gasp in confusion. He continued, "Things aren't that simple. Among all the guys out there, he's different. I heard that's how they make girls fall for them. Then, after they marry the guy, they'll scream, 'I was tricked by you, you bastard.' That's what the nuns who raised me at the orphanage said." Then he wondered to himself, what kind of past did that nun have to think like that? Silon then remembered something else, and exclaimed, "Hey, when that Rifenhad guy was stealing, why wasn't he more careful? Why did he act so blatantly and get himself caught?" Cirrus answered him, "But it doesn't sound like you blame him." Silon explained, "Ah, that's because I'm basically his accomplice now. It's my fault for not stopping him. We can't just live our lives following the law all the time, right?" Hearing that, Cirrus whispered in admiration, "You're much more mature than you look." He replied, "Well, I'm turning 20 next year. I'm only 3 years younger than Rifenhad." Hearing this, Cirrus yelled, "What? I thought he was at least 20 years older than you." Silon sighed awkwardly. "Hey, if Rifenhad heard that, he'd be devastated." Just then, the cell door was pushed open. Xiao La said softly, "Hello, are you two Silon and Miss Cirrus?" She introduced herself. "My name is Xiao La. I'm an ally of Rifenhad's. I'll explain everything later. First, we need to get out of here." Cirrus grabbed Xiao La's hand and asked, "Are you a dwarf?" This made Silen, standing beside her, stare blankly. "Huh? A dwarf?" As Xiao La unlocked their cuffs, he observed her closely, and continued, "But other than your ears, you look like a normal human." They began to leave, one by one. Cirrus turned to Silon and said, "Her ears? Is that the only special thing you noticed?" This puzzled him. "Huh?" She continued, "It seems you're still just a kid," which made him jump. "Hey, didn't you just say I was mature?" Just then, the guards noticed them and shouted, "You're the thief's accomplices. How did you get out?" Cirrus charged forward, deflecting their attacks. Her movements were agile and powerful, leaving them stunned for a moment. Xiao La quickly moved to help her. Xiao La grabbed a guard's spear with one hand, held it tight, and used it as leverage to send the man flying into the air, much to Cirrus's astonishment. Xiao La's movements were both fast and strong, and she quickly took care of them. Cirrus was completely amazed, praising her, "Your strength is incredible." Xiao La laughed awkwardly and said, "Ah, well, we dwarves are quite strong." She then urged them on. "Let's go, quickly." Then, taking a flare in her hand, she quickly threw it through the window. The window shattered, and the flare flew out, exploding in a brilliant burst of light in the sky. Seeing this, Rifenhad knew that Xiao La had successfully rescued the other two, and said quietly, "Looks like Xiao La succeeded." Use noticed it too, squinting as he thought, "That's the location of the dungeon." He exclaimed in shock to Rifenhad, "Could it be that you were just a decoy?" Rifenhad gritted his teeth and replied, "Why else would I waste my time here? Now I can finally use my power freely." Hearing that, Use was stunned and shouted, "You mean you weren't using your full strength this whole time? You insolent fool!" Rifenhad quickly moved to the side, dodging Use's furious attack. He retaliated fiercely, no longer holding anything back. Use swung his sword, summoning a blast of energy, and thought to himself, "I can't let him overwhelm me." He surged forward once more, determined to strike back at Rifenhad. Rifenhad didn't back down either. He threw his fists, countering the immense waves of power from his opponent. Model. Earth and stone flew everywhere from the force of their battle. Yu swung his sword and shouted, "Roar, Eldran!" That powerful attack made Rifenhad a bit wary. He quickly paid close attention to his opponent's movements. As Rifenhad observed, he thought, "It seems I can't land a hit on him." He swung his arm, using his powerful fist to counter Eos. The very ground seemed to shake from their decisive battle. Suddenly, Rifenhad noticed someone behind him as well. All at once, 5 uses surrounded Rifenhad, and he wondered to himself, "Reflections? No, these aren't simple illusions. I can feel the presence of every single one of them." Based on his previous actions, I thought he didn't know how to fight a shining god, but it's clear he knows exactly how to make things difficult for me. Rifenhad asked aloud, "A mage's tactic?" Just then, all the uses raised their swords in unison, shouting, "Arise, Eren, and release your destructive light." Rifenhad lunged at one of them, asking, "Are you the real one?" Instantly, he charged forward and struck him with a powerful punch. Use was completely stunned, wondering, "How did he find me?" Rifenhad just chuckled softly to himself. "Listen, kid, I used to be a mage, you know. Did you really think I wouldn't detect your magical signature?" Eus, though nervous and trembling, tried to compose himself and yelled, "I don't know what trick you used, but the sword of Tenez will never lose." He continued to shout, "Concealed in the air, O explosion, spread forth and destroy the enemy." Rifenhad calmly blocked with his protective aura barrier. Eus chanted again, "O frigid mist, split the earth asunder." But Rifenhad stood his ground, shattering the layer of ice with his fists. Rifenhad yelled, "Protective aura barrier." Eus then summoned the power of wind. "O wind, become arrows." But Rifenhad still wouldn't yield. He continued to use the protective aura barrier. Eus called out again, "O king of winter, devour the world." Rifenhad, as before, used his protective aura barrier. Eus then roared, "Corrosive breath, fill the void." And Rifenhad kept using his protective aura barrier just as before. His continuous use of that single move left Eus utterly astonished. He thought in confusion, "What the hell is that? How can he block every type of elemental spell with just a single skill?" It turns out, the reason other shining gods couldn't utilize the protective aura barrier wasn't because the skill was difficult, but because it was too simple and straightforward. Other shining gods could use aura to envelop their bodies and enhance their defenses. But in that state, they couldn't circulate their aura, because once they do, their aura diminishes, leading to their bodies being torn apart. Only disciples of the heavenly body discipline and their physiques could withstand this skill. Although its effectiveness was very high, the amount of aura it required was also enormous. Frustrated, Eus pointed his sword at Rifenhad and demanded, "Who are you? Who is the one behind you?" Amused, Rifenhad pointed to the person behind him and asked back, "Isn't he your subordinate?" This sent Eus into a rage, and he roared, "Are you mocking me?" He screamed in fury, "Arg, I'm asking who gave you your orders. O Eldrat, open your eyes and arise. O Eldran, grant me the power to destroy everything." He raised his sword, trying to gather the greatest source of power. Rifenhad calmly raised his hand to receive the attack, thinking, "I can't underestimate this move. It seems, to be safe, I'll have to block it with the strongest defensive skill I have." He calmly watched the attack rushing toward him, then used Calamity Wave. Rifenhad's fist powerfully shot forward. Eus froze. Rifenhad advanced again, gritting his teeth as he unleashed a mighty blow. He shouted, "Calamity Wave, level 4. Eus erupted with power and charged at Rifenhad. Rifenhad gave a confident smile, readied his fist, and lunged forward. He drove his fist directly into Eus's sword. With just that one punch, Rifenhad was knocked back. Eus had unleashed his ultimate skill, raising it to level 4. Calamity on level 4. The force of his power caused everything in the city to crumble. Rifenhad's hand stopped right in front of the sword. The sword created a ring of power, preventing him from getting any closer. Gathering his strength, Rifenhad threw a punch that sent Eus flying. Even then, he still didn't understand what had happened. What is this damn skill? Cracks appeared on his divine weapon. With just one punch, everything around them, including Eus, was shattered. Looking at his current state, he understood clearly. Damn it, I'm at a disadvantage. His attack power is just too strong. Eus finally recalled the technique Rifenhad was using. I get it now. He infuses aura into his fist and detonates it at the exact moment of impact. He understood the mechanism in his mind. The aura explosion creates an incredible attack force, like throwing a stone into water. An image of a whirlpool appeared in Uis's mind. Moreover, it was like a tornado, devouring everything around it. No wonder I've been getting hit by him continuously this whole time. Even in this situation, he still refused to accept it. But I am a golden knight. I can't possibly lose this miserably. Rifenhad clenched his fist tightly. He punched right through the sword's ring of fire. Suddenly, the sword's circle of power was shattered by him. Then, everything around Rifenhad began to crumble. He slammed his fist straight into Uis's chest. With that one punch, he sent him flying into a wall. His power was immense, creating a murderous aura that surrounded his body. At that moment, he was punched so hard he flew straight through the building. Now, there was no sign of Uis, only his battle-worn sword. After the moments of intense fighting, Rifenhad was completely unharmed. The soldiers who witnessed this scene couldn't believe their eyes. How is that possible? Lord Eos, lost? He looks completely battered. Eos had been beaten to a pulp, and his sword was cracked and broken. The sword of Tenas had failed. Rifenhad slowly approached the sword, thinking to himself, ancient magic armor linked with Eldran. A powerful magic sword. As long as the sword itself isn't completely destroyed, it will eventually recover, although it will take at least half a year to recover. As he picked the sword up from the ground, someone yelled at him. That bastard! He's trying to steal the sword! Rifenhad returned the sword to Lot and explained, You've misunderstood. This thing is too valuable. If I took it, I'd be in huge trouble. Seeing this, Lot's face turned pale with fear. What? He fought a battle with Lord Eos, but not to steal the sword? Rifenhad glanced behind him, feeling a slight sense of regret. It's true, I wanted to take it for Ceres to use. But, oh well. I'll find another sword for her when I get the chance. Well then, I'll be going. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, aiming the tip of their sword at him. Stop right there. Kas had suddenly appeared, boldly declaring, This isn't over yet. The sword of the teen's family hadn't been completely defeated. Lot saw his actions and quickly tried to stop him. Is that the same idiot from before? What the hell do you think you're doing, Roos? The sword of the Tenas family hasn't been defeated yet. I'm still standing right here, Lot reminded him, gritting his teeth in fury. This guy is acting up again. I really want to kick you out. When I get back, I'll definitely tell the family head to have you exiled. Roos just charged forward, sword in hand. Seeing him rush over, Rifenhad just stood still, watching his brave display. But, I don't think I need to be afraid of some guy who just swings his sword around recklessly. At that moment, a blue power surged forth, a stream of blue energy erupting like a whirlwind. Roos now seemed to have transformed into a different person, protected by that blue power. The brilliant blue energy seemed to reach Rifenhad. A single slash from Roos simply shattered everything. After the slash, Rifenhad looked down at his body. He saw a wound on his stomach, his heart filled with disbelief. What? My body is supposed to be harder than metal, yet I'm wounded. What's happening? Roos's burst of power surprised everyone behind him. An aura blade? What's that? Roos, what did you just do? I just wanted to reclaim the honor for the knights of the Tenas family. Seeing this, Rifenhad remembered that the young man's radiating aura looked strangely familiar. Looking at the sword enveloped in power, he understood. Yes, a blue aura, like the deep blue sky. Could it be? Rifenhad remembered Roos from his past life. Demon King. I will defeat you and put an end to all of this. In Roos, he saw the image of the Roos from his past life. Swordsman Roos. How do you know my name? In him, he saw that man's shadow. His full name was Roos von Tenas. It was the title he was given when he became a knight. Roos had hidden his real name from everyone. However, no one knew that. So they still called him by the name his mother gave him. Rifenhad thought to himself, I almost didn't recognize him. I even know he's from the Tenes family. He recalled Roos's family from his previous life. Although the Tenes family is currently famous for its golden knight, in 30 years, things will be different. Their house will be promoted from duke to marquis for nurturing such talented swordsmen. Even though those swordsmen were enhanced by the support of magical artifacts, the Golden Knight was completely forgotten in the era I lived in. Roos, his face flushing with embarrassment, asked, How do you know my real name? And what do you mean, swordsman? Why would you call me by such a noble title? Is he embarrassed? He is, isn't he? Rifenhad quickly waved his hand, making an excuse. I must have mistaken you for someone else. Don't worry about it. Hearing this, Roos became sullen. Now, he's disappointed. How amusing. For a brief moment, Rifenhad let out a mocking smile. The Roos I knew was also serious and cold until he met me. A man changes over time, so you shouldn't feel so insecure. Hearing this, Roos immediately frowned in anger. He once again raised his sword and charged at Rifenhad. But this time, Rifenhad raised a hand to counter Roos's attack. At that moment, Rifenhad's eyes flashed with determination. The force of their powers colliding caused the ground beneath them to collapse. This time, it was Rifenhad's turn. He swung his fist forward, punching Roos straight in the stomach. Roos suddenly became confident again and shouted loudly. His body once again erupted with that blue power. Seeing this, Rifenhad was stunned. He's using his aura to create a shockwave? Not bad for someone who just awakened his powers. Seeing the situation become dangerous, the people nearby shouted, "We're going to get caught in the fight. Fall back, now." Rifenhad was now confused. I can't predict his attacks anymore? Roos kept swinging his sword wildly, rushing towards him. After observing Roos, Rifenhad came to a conclusion. All of his attacks are coming from the most unpredictable directions. I can't see his movements. His attacks reminded him of techniques from ancient books. Every fighting style has at least some foundational theory. Countless people created this system, and Jorat Gram Protasi also used it to pass down martial arts to his disciples. But Roos's unorthodox moves forced Rifenhad to constantly dodge. His fighting style is just like a wild beast's. There's no method or pattern to his actions at all. Normally, this would make fighting him incredibly easy. With his own agility, he dodged the attack, thinking to himself, but he's able to move like that while using his full power, and I can't find a single opening. Seeing that attack, Rifenhad was certain. He's just swinging his sword however he wants, yet he has no weaknesses. They say he's the kind of 1 in 100 years, one-of-a-kind genius. It seems this is why he was called the Sword Saint. In his past life, Rifenhad had sat on his high throne and questioned him. He was the one who defeated his friend and loyal subordinate. "You've defeated my 4 heavenly kings?" At that time, Teslon and the others below were certain. "Of course, those filthy Oros are no match for my blade." Hearing the news, Rifenhad was filled with rage and growled. "Are you telling me that the great orc warrior Tate is dead?" The memory of his past life caused him to erupt, shattering the sword formation of Roos, the enemy of Tate. "He broke through my aura blade. With just one move?" Rifenhad, blazing with a fiery power, stared at him. Roos boldly declared, "I am the sword of the Tens." He gripped his sword tightly, unleashing his power. The slash he had practiced more than any other sword skill. The determined blue light looked like it was about to split the sky in two. The fighting spirit of the man who would once again become his sworn enemy. Rifenhad's eyes filled with hatred. He resolved, "I will kill him right now and end this terrible fate." He showed no mercy, thrusting his hand straight into Roos's stomach. Rifenhad spoke, his eyes burning with hatred. "I'm glad we could meet so soon. Goodbye." With just a single blow, he sent Roos flying. He flew far into the distance and collapsed onto the ground. Rifenhad, with power radiating from his hand, stared down at Roos. But then, suddenly, his expression turned to one of confusion. He never expected Roos to be able to force himself back to his feet. "I am the Sword of Tennis. The Sword of Tennis never gives up." Rifenhad's gaze softened. Roos looked at his fist, his heart filled with confusion. That attack should have finished him. I was definitely trying to kill him, unlike when I fought us and the others. Roos unexpectedly stood up again to face Rifenhad. And yet, he's still alive. He hasn't even collapsed. Even if he's just like a corpse, standing upright with no strength left, he's still on his feet. A mental battle began to rage within Rifenhad again. Should I just kill him now? 2 opposing opinions emerged in his mind. I want to kill him, but a voice is telling me not to. Rifenhad remembered the image of Roos from his previous life. It's not just because he hasn't committed his crimes yet, but if there's a chance he'll kill someone important to me in the future, isn't it better to eliminate him while I still have the chance? Another thought appeared in his mind. But then, Rifenhad remembered Tathys's feelings. Tathys, an Oros with the soul of a great warrior, would not want me to kill him. He'd probably even be angry at me for taking away his chance for revenge. Thinking this, he became certain of one thing. Tathys would definitely be furious. Just like that, he decided to turn around and not fight Roos anymore. My duty is to give them a place where they can compete fairly. I will spare your life. While Roos was still confused, he gave him some advice. Live and grow stronger. Though he spared him, Rifenhad's eyes were very cautious. For my friend, Tathys. He recalled events from the past. In his previous life, Tathys had fought the Sword Saint Roos many times. Those battles helped them both grow stronger. After all, that's what a rival is for. It was because he remembered those details that Rifenhad made this decision. Perhaps it was thanks to Roos that Tathys gained the strength of a great warrior. If I kill him, I might also destroy Tathys's future. That's right. This man must be killed by Tathys's own hands. And with that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Roos and the others behind him stared at his retreating back with bewildered expressions. He unconsciously gritted his teeth, looking angry. Suddenly, Roos let out a yell that startled those nearby. He slammed his sword down, his will creating a small earthquake. Roos's scream turned everything around him to ash. In the forest, snow had begun to fall heavily. Ciela turned her head and called out joyfully, "Rifenhad, you're back!" Rifenhad returned to the group and exclaimed excitedly, "I'm glad everyone is okay. Thanks to you, we had a new and unique experience. I heard we'd go through many different things on this pilgrimage, but I didn't expect to be thrown in jail. Sorry about that." Silen, with a dark look in her eyes, deliberately threatened Rifenhad. "It's not that anything bad happened. But Cirrus is an elf, and a girl at that. Did you ever think things could have gone very wrong?" Hearing this, Rifenhad became anxious and rushed to check on Cirrus. "Are you okay, Cirrus? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" "I'm fine. Those knights were more decent than we thought." Seeing she was unharmed, he considered it in his heart. "We were lucky then. I should definitely be more careful from now on." "Did you get what you wanted?" Ciela asked curiously, looking at the item in Rifenhad's hand. "What is that for? It doesn't look like anything related to martial arts." "I don't know either. Master just told me to bring it with me." The group quickly set off to leave this place. "Let's get out of here." The people in the city had begun to clean up and get back to normal. While cleaning, Roos and Abron were talking. "Are you serious?" "Abron, I saw it with my own eyes." Cirrus, who had been standing above and heard everything, finally appeared. A divine light has finally appeared among the Tenny's knights. He didn't seem happy to hear them talking. Everyone was talking about Roos. Us clenched his hand in envy. "Aura. So he has the power of aura?" His eyes couldn't hide his resentment and contempt. How could the son of some filthy wench gain such power? Us imagined his father patting Roos's head, placing his trust in him. Finally, a divine light has appeared in the Tennis family. And that damn old man always showed his affection for Roos so openly. And the elders, who praise me to my face, would turn around and complain that there was no divine light in the family. Now Roos had gained the recognition from everyone that he had always longed for. Just having a divine light would significantly raise the family status. Seeing this, resentment flared up in Us's heart. "Then what about me?" He stood silently, looking at the sword before him. Us's armor and sword were slowly recovering. This is the Sword of Tennis. After a moment of self-healing, the Sword of Tens was fully restored. Us, with an unfriendly expression, declared, "I am the Sword of Tens." On a mountain peak, a figure stood silently. Roos just stared towards the sun with a foolish grin. He was truly happy to have achieved something. "I've only just awakened my aura, but now the whole world has changed. I'm still not strong enough. But it's only a matter of time. I'll catch up to that person soon." While Roos was celebrating, Us appeared behind him. "This is just the beginning. Soon, very soon, I will become the true Sword of Tennis." "What are you so happy about? You lost, didn't you?" The two brothers talked just like that. "Brother, I heard you awakened your aura." Us, with a calm face, requested, "Can you show me?" Roos complied, unleashing his power. Us stared intently at the source of that aura. Us unconsciously praised it. "It's beautiful." Hearing his brother praise him, Roos was overjoyed. "Finally, my brother acknowledges me." His heart swelled with pride as he cheered silently. "I've finally been acknowledged by the Sword of Tennis." But suddenly, Us drove his fist straight into Roos's stomach. Caught by the attack, Roos still couldn't understand what was happening. "Why?" Us revealed his true face at that moment and roared, "The sword of our family makes our enemies tremble." Even at this point, Roos couldn't understand why his brother would attack him like this. At the spot where the two brothers stood, a massive explosion erupted, creating a cloud of gray smoke. "Gripping the sword Tenez," Zeus declared. "In this family, there is only one true sword, and that is me. I can't acknowledge a lowborn person like you." Roos tried to use his voice to parry the attack. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. "What happened over there? What was that explosion?" Without a second thought, Us shoved Roos off the cliff. With furious eyes, he cursed, "Damn it," and ran to the edge of the cliff to look down and assess the situation. Us just watched his younger brother fall to his death. In life, there are many stories where heroes are betrayed, framed and thrown from a high cliff into a river, only to survive and return for revenge. He stepped forward, thinking to himself, "I'll be waiting for your return, if you're lucky enough to still be alive." Just then, Lot and his subordinates ran up to ask about the situation. "Sir Us, what happened?" "Russ, he tried to attack me to seize the position of sole heir." Lot and the others were shocked to hear this. How could that be? How dare someone from such a filthy bloodline do something like that? Even though he awakened his aura, How could he harbor such dark ambitions? Us even made up a story to pin all the blame on Roos. Where did he run off to? I counterattacked. Our swords clashed, and I sent him falling from here into the river below. While no one was looking, he let out a triumphant smile. Now, even if you survive a wound like that, and even if you awaken your aura, you'll no longer be a match for me. Lot quickly ordered his men. Find that rat Roos. He couldn't have gotten far. You've been branded a traitor to the family. With the thorn in his side removed, Us was secretly overjoyed. Have a nice trip, my dear brother. In the forest, everything was covered in white snow. Rifenhad's group continued to press forward. Along the way, Silon came up beside him with a question. Sir Rifenhad, how did you meet Xiao La? The dwarves saved me from drowning in a river. Silon was very surprised to hear that. So, the dwarves saved you? That's right. Because of that, there's a prophecy from Apot that a savior will come for the dwarves, Xiao La added, explaining for Rifenhad. That's right. According to the prophecy, he's the one who will help our dwarven people. That's why I'm helping him. The group continued to chat amongst themselves about the dwarves. So, the dwarves also believe in gods? Of course. To be honest, they even have a bishop. That's right. Every race on this continent, not just humans, is born with its own faith, Rifenhad explained clearly to Silon. The dwarves believe in Apot, but isn't he an evil god? What did Apot do? He began to explain about the 12 gods in this world. Of the 12 gods, there are 2 whose statuses are not as prominent. They are Eldia and Apot, the god of the dwarves. Hearing these legends, Silon began to break out in a cold sweat. According to legend, Apot is known as a god with evil powers, but to be honest, even I can't understand why he's seen that way. Suddenly, Silon pointed to the other side and shouted, Sir Rifenhad, look! She had seen something in the river and was reporting it to Rifenhad. Down there in the river, I might be mistaken, but it looks like a person is floating by. And indeed, floating in the river was Roos. And so, they pulled him out of the water. Seeing him, Rifenhad felt a strange premonition. He didn't understand what had happened to the boy. Was he stabbed and then pushed into the river? From the looks of it, he's badly injured. Do you know him? Yes, I do. Silon then helped treat Roos's wounds. I wonder if this has anything to do with the prophecy, Rifenhad thought. The wheels of the carriage slowly rolled along the road. Roos was now slowly regaining consciousness. He sat up and looked outside with a curious expression. How did I end up in a carriage? Roos recalled the scene of his own brother stabbing him. My brother, he remembered all the times he had trained so hard in the past. In our family, he was a great knight that I always wanted to follow. I trained hard so I wouldn't bring him shame on the battlefield. I had hoped that when I was strong enough, he would finally acknowledge me as his brother. Roos once again remembered the look in Us's eyes, a look that held not a single shred of pity for him. But, in the end, that never happened. Roos's injured body ached, and he let out a soft groan. Hearing the noise from inside, Rifenhad turned his head and asked, Oh, you're awake? Roos came outside and spoke with the group. Did you all save me? You were badly injured. We pulled you out of the river. As they traveled, Roos wondered where they were headed. Where are we now? This is the Vade colony. It's been 3 days since the battle at Kelleron Fortress. Rifenhad explained how Roos came to be with them. We were originally planning to stop at an inn to find a healer for you and wait for you to wake up. But Silon did her best to restore you. It seems you're not fated to die just yet. You've awakened your aura, which is the only reason I was able to save you. Hearing their frank explanation, Roos subconsciously frowned. Thanks to the power of his aura, he had just barely survived the fatal stab wound. Rifenhad saw his attitude and immediately criticized him, causing the boy to quickly bow his head in gratitude. You still seem to be lost in thought, don't you? I don't know how you ended up in this state, but at the very least, we went to the trouble of saving you. Shouldn't you at least thank us? We even had to hire a driver to haul you around. Thank you. Thank you all for saving me. Rifenhad glanced to the side, giving all the credit to Silon. All right. And if you have any money, you'll need to pay for your treatment. And thank her as well. She put a lot of effort into bringing you back. Rifenhad, already calculating the benefits for himself, spoke up. In the future, it'll be a great advantage to have a sword saint owe me a favor. Even if he becomes my enemy, he won't be able to kill the person who saved his life. So, what do you think? You owe us your life. Hearing this, Roos sighed sadly and agreed. Yes. Their campfire lit up the area. Roos sat with everyone and recounted his entire story. And that's what happened. So, I probably can't return to my family anymore. I've been betrayed and branded as someone who tried to murder his own brother to take over as head of the family. Hearing the details, Rifenhad understood everything. In my past life, after he'd grown up, he had a duel with his brother to seize the position of family head. That was the first time I learned his identity in my previous life. It seems the future has changed a bit. So, what will you do next? Roos looked up quietly at the sky, his heart filled with uncertainty. What will I do? At this moment, he didn't even know where he should go. I've been betrayed. If I go back to my family, I'll just be executed. Suddenly, Roos made a suggestion that made Rifenhad spit out his food. Right now, I have no home to go to. I was wondering, could I travel with all of you? While everyone was still confused, Roos quickly explained, you all saved my life, so it's only natural that I follow you to repay my debt. I've been abandoned by my clan, so right now, this is all I have to offer you in return. Rifenhad, with a less than pleased expression, tried to politely refuse. You really don't have to repay us like this. It's thanks to you that I was able to awaken my aura. That's why I want to follow you and learn more. Rifenhad scrambled for a reason to keep Roos from joining. But you don't even know who I am. How can you trust me like that? I just need to know that you're a disciple of the martial king. That's more than enough for me to trust you. The image of Roos kept replaying in Rifenhad's mind, making him feel a bit conflicted. In his past life, in his desire to become stronger, that guy had traveled the entire kingdom, seeking out others who had awakened their aura to spar with and learn from. Now, everything had changed, and he was following him. Does this mean his life of wandering begins here? While he was lost in thought, Roos declared with a determined gaze, so, I'm the one who played a major role in creating a powerful sword saint? If I can, I will be loyal to all of you. The Rifenhad from his past life appeared, trying to remind him, the sword saint is now my subordinate? This is the guy who takes your life in the future. So, how should I handle this situation now? That thought reminded him of how everyone had once fought against Roos. Of course, turning an enemy into an ally is a good thing. But if everything spirals out of control and returns to the old path, am I just raising a viper in my own nest? But looking at it from another angle, the hero Alex and the Saintess Ellen probably haven't even been born yet. Teslon doesn't count. That just leaves the Archmage Jay. That Archmage is too cunning. I don't want him in my party, even if he begged me. Rifenhad recalled what Light had instructed him before. We've already sent that little girl of endless darkness to the other side. She's no match for me at all. A mage who applies lead light. He was also the one who killed Ceres. After some internal struggle, he made a decision. All right, if you want to travel with us, that's fine. Roos, seeing an opportunity, pushed his luck and made another suggestion. So, can I call you my big brother now? It was only then that Roos realized he was older than Rifenhad. How old are you? I'm 27, and I'm only 23. Roos knelt down cautiously. My apologies, O wise silver sage. A deep, rumbling voice, accompanied by faint footsteps, approached. I am very disappointed. Teslon clasped his hands behind his back, his voice slowly dripping with sarcasm. You had more than enough information. I wasn't asking for much. Was the task I gave you really that difficult? The more he spoke, the grimmer his face became. Or are the Golden Knights of Graham so mediocre that I have to endure this kind of humiliation and do nothing? But he still pathetically uttered, I am very sorry. He knelt, bowing his head low to plead for forgiveness. No matter how powerful a mage is, they can't teleport instantly. Yet, that man was able to send a clone of himself. Just how powerful have the Silver Sages become? This was my mistake alone, so please, punish only me and spare my family. Teslon gradually returned to his original form. At this rate, the future of the Tennis clan won't be smooth either. Deuce broke out in a cold sweat, begging, please, please spare me. Suddenly, for a brief moment, Teslon turned into a wisp of vapor. He held an orb in his hand as he fully materialized. To go this far and still fail. I never should have trusted a half-baked spell sword. No wonder a Golden Knight was overwhelmed by the Sword Saint. Teslon clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked in. Duke Ilanat is looking for you, sir. He opened the door and spoke softly. You summoned me? Welcome, the man spoke slowly. Sage Reston, Teslon replied. Yes, Sage Apectus. Ilan immediately questioned him. Why did you use the seal? The man held him in high regard. You are an exceptional individual, Sage Reston. There is no one in history who has ever awakened their aura at the age of 20. Furthermore, your mastery of magic is also remarkable, and your ability to prophesize is astounding, and it has been a great help in protecting humanity, Ilanat reminded him sincerely. That is why, although you are still young and lack much experience, you were still recommended to become a Silver Sage, and we accepted you because we believed you were qualified. In other words, the reason you became a Silver Sage isn't because of your current abilities, but because of the value you will bring in the future. Teslon opened his mouth, his voice a bit quiet. I understand completely. I apologize. Elanot clasped his hands together, frowning as he warned him. Your use of the seal did not result in any serious consequences, so you will not be punished. However, you need to be mindful of your position. Not wanting to say more, he told him. You may go. Just as Sage Reston finished speaking, Yanat seemed about to say something else. Ah, no. He glanced over with a wary look. Teslon knew full well that the Silver Sages was an organization of supreme status, the protectors of humanity, and a secret society that ruled the continent from the shadows. Because of this, the organization held significant influence, and their power was so great that it could affect the destinies of nations. As soon as Teslon stepped out of the room, he began cursing relentlessly. The problem here is that my rank is still too low. Damn it. It was hard enough becoming a member of the Silver Sages, but the road ahead is still so long, and more terrifyingly, the Demon King, he who shook the world, possessed a body of steel, and the intellect of an Archmage, has been reborn into the present era. Who can possibly stand against him? Who can prevent the terrifying future that is to come? His face darkened. I must stop him. Before he regains all of his magic, we have to stop him. Constantly scheming and plotting. Losing his voice is truly a pity. Thanks to the jealousy and the recent provocation, Teslon had to change his attitude, but we still have hope. No matter how strong the Demon King is, without my mind, he can't possibly reclaim his magic from its peak. In any case, I need to become stronger. And that sound echoing in his ear, the voice of illusion, the artifact of death. According to Day, it was thanks to these artifacts that the Demon King gained his power. I have to find a way to get the artifact of death before he does. A look of extreme hatred appeared on Teslon's face. Just you wait, Demon King Rifenhad. The horse trotted leisurely through the white snow. Inside, their faces were all flushed, but they still chatted cheerfully. Walking alongside them, Roos couldn't help but marvel. What an interesting group of people. I couldn't understand them from the very beginning. Chores that should have been given to an elf slave were instead divided up by drawing lots. That was Roos's impression upon seeing Rifenhad's friends. Tiesk. Lost again. Make sure you wash the dishes properly today, Lee Rifenhad. He grabbed the pile of dishes and walked ahead, constantly rushing Roos. What are you doing? Hurry up. He hurriedly ran after him, asking in confusion why he would do these things himself, instead of ordering the slaves to do it. Boss Rifenhad turned back to look at his friends, and explained that the world sees them as slaves. But I don't want to do that. I see them as my precious companions. And in the future, it will always be that way. Without another word, he walked to the stream before them. If my actions make you want to leave, I understand. The boy followed him without saying anything. I heard that among martial arts masters who've reached enlightenment, there are quite a few eccentrics. Roos helped him wash the dishes, deciding not to pay it much mind anymore. It's not my place to worry about it. Anyway, whatever kind of person the boss is, I've already sworn my loyalty, until the day my swordsmanship is perfected. Roos stood there, dazed. Until then, the boss is still my superior. All I need to do is follow his orders. But then, he had another question. But what on earth is the boss doing in there? Inside, H was meditating alone, energy swirling around him. Surely he's not meditating to achieve martial arts enlightenment, is he? He held the ruby cube in his hand, hesitating slightly. Whoosh. Now that my mana is restored, should I give it another try? Activate. It began to move, the pieces separating. Level 1 challenge for beginners. He glanced around the virtual space and scoffed. This virtual reality background is a bit bland. Should I change the scenery? Rifenhad decided to tweak it a bit. Well, I might as well make it look nice, right? But as soon as he pressed a button, countless beautiful girls appeared, dancing around, making him blush and smile. Rifenhad laughed with pure joy. The Silver Age really was something else. Then, a wisp of mist floated by, and a series of square panels fell from the sky. He tapped continuously, giving a command. "O wind, become bullets and defeat my enemy. Wind bullets." The words had just left his lips when the power was instantly unleashed, exploding high in the sky. Rifenhad chanted another command. "O heat waves, gather, fire missiles." However, he found them increasingly difficult to deal with. Is the number of targets increasing? At this spellcasting speed, I can't keep up. The girls around him started to jeer. Oh my god, what is this? Get serious, will you? Is that all you've got? Rifenhad gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing. Are they using the ancient language to insult me? Suddenly, the square tiles began to fall non-stop, accompanied by sounds of criticism. Damn it, I missed 3 of them. 3 times? I can't believe you missed that many. Shouldn't you be able to handle them with ease? Should I keep it on kids mode? It took him a while, but he finally cleared it. Whoosh! That was a tough one. The bikini-clad beauties behind him cheered wildly. Congratulations, you did it. Amazing. You're brilliant. He was still focused within the virtual space. The illusion's voice system is still working great, but there are too many unnecessary features. Rifenhad then commanded the artifact to modify the illusion's voice. This was actually an educational magic game used during the Silver Age. The cube was quite effective. In the game, you could choose from a variety of scenes like a casino, a school, or a park, complete with upbeat music and cheers from beautiful girls. The point system for clearing rounds gives you a sense of accomplishment. It was an artifact that not only boosted the user's morale, but also enhanced their magical proficiency. He looked at the cube and wondered, just how much did people in the Silver Age hate studying to create something like this? Or were they lazy? Or maybe knowledge was so easy to come by that its value had diminished. I don't know why something so amazing is one of a kind. This thing was quite useful to Rifenhad. With this, even with Teslon's muscle-filled head, I can regain considerable magical ability. Of course, it probably won't compare to me at my peak. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out. Rifenhad peeked out to see. You called me Silent? Silent excitedly pointed into the distance. He looked over and saw a magnificent natural landscape interwoven with classical architecture. It was Strasson. There. It was said that Strasson was a commercial and strategic hub where the northern trade routes intersected. A friendly stall owner handed him a contract. Here is the information commissioned by the Qin Merchant Guild. Please sign here. Rifenhad carefully read every word on every page. I can finally confirm the condition of my body. His eyes landed on a single line. At the age of 16, he contracted a strange mental illness and went mad. He insisted on calling himself Teslon, not Rifenhad. So, it's confirmed. The Fist King, Teslon, has been revived in this era. Rifenhad was certain of one thing. We swapped bodies. I was hoping that wasn't the case. He looked very closely at the record. According to the information gathered, at the age of 16, Teslon left the Delpia Magic Tower, and no one has heard from him since. It seems they lost track of him. Well, it would be difficult for a merchant guild to find out more than this. Rifenhad studied the following lines. In my past life, I officially became a mage at age 28 or 29. The problem wasn't my ability, but the fact that the higher-ups at the Magic Tower wouldn't let me set foot outside the place. So how did Teslon manage to leave? But this still isn't enough. After reading it, he burned the document. I need more information. I have to find a skilled bounty hunter from the Tao Ping Merchant Guild. Let's go. Roos, walking behind, was puzzled. We're leaving Strasson already? He replied coldly. Then again, maybe it's time I told them our real destination. Rifenhad glanced back. Then again, maybe it's time I told them what our real destination is. At that moment, in a mansion glittering in the early evening twilight, someone was excitedly recounting the tale to his friends. At first, I thought Rifenhad was just some country bumpkin, but then he suddenly ripped off his shirt and killed a demon. It was so cool. Roos's face lit up hearing this. Wow, that's our boss for you. Hiding his true strength like that. He's so humble. Silent rambled on, unaware that he was standing right behind them. I don't know if he's being humble or not, but he's definitely hiding his true power for some reason. Rifenhad's face darkened. What should I do? Would it be okay to bring them and Roos to the main forge? He stood still, watching them for a moment. Rifenhad thought, they're my friends now, and slowly began to speak. I have something to tell everyone. Regarding the assignment, the place we're heading to is not an ancient ruin from the Silver Age. Hearing this, they grew quite curious. Is that so? Then we aren't going to the Tata mountain range? He answered bluntly. No, we're still going there. Rifenhad spoke solemnly, laying out the route. But everyone was probably curious about the specific destination. Before I tell you, I have to tell everyone sitting here about my dream and my purpose in life. And frankly, speak my mind. I don't see elves, dwarves, or orcs as slaves. After hearing that, they were a bit stunned. I also want others to share my way of thinking. His ambition is incredibly vast. My dream and my purpose in life is to create a world where all of these races are free from slavery. The four of them looked at him with a chilling gaze. Roos's face turned pale as he blurted out, I don't understand what you're talking about. So you want to release the elves and dwarves back into the forest? Rifenhad explained it to him. They're no different from humans. They all have their own thoughts and feelings. Don't talk as if they're wild animals. Kaz looked a little uncomfortable, scratching his head. Yeah, but Rifenhad didn't like his reaction one bit. To these people, What I just said was probably like telling them to treat livestock as equals to humans. In their eyes, the only difference between elves or other enslaved races and livestock is that they can speak the human language. Even Kos felt that, I find this way of thinking is very much like yours. His eyes filled with hope. So, you want to change the world? Rifenhad confirmed. Yes. Your goal isn't just to free slaves, is it? My ambition doesn't just stop there. No, I want to do much more than that. Rifenhad seemed to become a different person. Even if I have to make the entire world my enemy, I want to make my dream a reality. So I want to ask all of you, if you're willing to walk this path with me? Silon was filled with faith and hope for him. Of course. Cirrus stepped closer and called out. Silon, he smiled and said, well, I don't completely agree with his dream. In fact, I think it's a very unrealistic dream. He completely understood the intention. But as he said, I also find it strange that these races are treated like slaves. Besides, it's very difficult to meet talented people like you all. Then, his expression turned joyful. And besides, dwarves and orcs have both men and women. I must spread the love of Phelon to everyone. I will become the first person in history to spread the faith to other races. Rifenhad was a little worried for Silon. You might be hated by humanity. What if I attack nobles and want to free all the slaves? Silon was still grinning from ear to ear. If you think it's necessary, I'll do it, he retorted. But that's illegal. Silon wasn't scared at all. Then I'll just cover my face. As for Roos, he didn't seem very supportive. To be honest, I don't understand what you're saying, but I have already sworn my loyalty to you. I will also walk the path you have chosen. Hearing that, Rifenhad was a bit taken aback. His answer was very much like that of a true knight. You just need to keep our secret. What we are about to discuss is top secret information. He repeated their next destination. The place we're going to is the main forge, the Temple of Apot. The god that the dwarves worship is located there. In those remote, snow-covered mountains, Silon charged forward. With one decisive slash, he gallantly cut down the monster. Kos did the same, bringing his sword down with incredible fury. How dare a filthy creature like you attack someone blessed by the prophet? Rifenhad was very pleased watching them fight. Dwarves can form a connection with the earth to temporarily enhance their strength, and Roos is a god of light. Ogres are no match for us at all. The monsters fell one by one, blood splattering everywhere from their body parts. Their mouths were all agape before they died. He single-handedly skewered all the bears there. Silon looked around. This place is crawling with monsters. I think there are even more here than in other ancient ruins, Rifenhad said, in a serious tone. That's why no one has been able to reach this place yet. The dwarves had a reason for building their temple here. Kos felt something was off. Can dwarves really live in a place like this? Of course, I believe what you say, but while dealing with one, he replied, just follow me, and you'll see. And it didn't stop there. From a distance, great eagles swooped in. Rifenhad shouted, directing them. They're not just griffins, they're illusory griffins. We need to find their real bodies. I'll use Roos magic, you cover me. He used the Shatter Illusion spell to deal with the Gatola Dasit. Mirror of Truth, shine. A series of lights appeared in the sky, shimmering as they shone straight down onto the ground. Cirrus and Silon had the same awestruck reaction. I still can't get used to seeing him use magic. I'm surprised too. Just a little while ago, his magical ability was still terrible. Silon saw that the situation wasn't looking good, although he couldn't hold it for long at all. Rifenhad turned back in a fluster. Hey, what are you two doing? I'm about to run out of mana. Hurry up, Cirrus secretly thought to herself. He's actually kind of cute sometimes. How much longer do we have to walk? Silon answered calmly. Normally, it would take about 2 weeks. Roos's face darkened when he heard that. 2 weeks? We have to fight these monsters for another 2 weeks? Hearing that, he chimed in. We're not going that way. Silon was quite surprised by this news. What? Rifenhad replied with a smile. There's a shortcut. It's only 1 more day's journey, so cheer up everyone. Time flew by, and it was already morning. The next day, he pointed to the gate across the ravine. We're here. Roos, who was at the front of the group, immediately guessed it. These are the ancient ruins from the Silver Age. Rifenhad nodded and said, That's right. We're going to the ruins of Great Min. Cirrus was a bit confused. How do you know about this shortcut? At that moment, Rifenhad spoke with a weary voice. I just heard about it from someone else. Behind him, her eyes widened slightly. I really don't get it. I can't figure out what this person is thinking anymore. He looked over at Cirrus, sweating profusely. This is so confusing. What does he really think of me? And above all, they were gradually approaching the gate. What do I think of him? I'll take the lead, so please fall back. Rifenhad waved his hand and said, We're not going that way. But Roos was more focused on his actions. What did you just do? Rifenhad gave a tense smile. When he was young, my master explored this place. I learned a lot from him. He grew more and more scared, breaking out in a sweat. Every time she gets suspicious, I have to use this excuse. Cirrus, however, grew even more suspicious. He heard it from someone else? And yet, he knows even the smallest details. Cirrus's intuition was quite strong. It's as if he's been here before. Rifenhad looked back and said to everyone, What's the holdup? Let's go inside. Silent looked around with a slight question. This is the main forge, right? Rifenhad also seemed quite surprised. This is completely different from what I've heard about it. He traced the characters carved into the stone. This is the ancient language of the Hill tribe. I remember it. Suddenly, Rifenhad used his power to shatter it. What are you doing, boss? A brilliant light spread out, flashing blindingly. He decisively grabbed the source of light. It was so powerful that everyone behind him could barely stay on their feet. It was dazzlingly bright, hiding whatever lay beyond. Xiaolan stood there stunned, her jaw dropped. When the light faded, ancient structures appeared before them. They couldn't believe it. This was the Temple of Apot. Are we really in the main forge? I've heard that places like this could exist in the ancient ruins of the Silver Age, but I'm not expecting much from any Silver Age stuff. Anyway, we just traveled a distance that should have taken 15 days. Shinla noticed something and pointed at it, calling out, Rifen. We weren't the ones who broke that part, were we? Rifenhad turned back and said, We did. He sounded a little worried. Huh? Is that really okay? He reassured them, It's fine, everything in the temple. But in reality, he was sweating, admitting to himself that he'd basically just winged it and came to the main forge based on memories from his past life. A deep smile formed on his lips. Last time, I also destroyed a part of the temple, but there wasn't any problem back then, because Apot had already given a prophecy beforehand. But what about now? Just then, a troop of soldiers appeared out of nowhere. The temple has been destroyed. There are intruders. They spoke in a different language, with a certain finality. Apot's prophecy had completely changed. There was no way the dwarves could understand this situation. Eliminate the intruders. Our group heard them but couldn't understand a thing. A soldier roared and prepared to attack. After that, the atmosphere descended into chaos. Why are dwarves always in such a rush? They see us and immediately want to kill us. Yeah, I'm sure they were just about to calmly invite you for tea. Well, what would you do if someone just showed up and started breaking your house? Then why did you break their temple? Touché. I've got nothing to say. The enemy's side was getting more aggressive. Tuesk, they're really going crazy. Yeah, like a bunch of fathers who just found a strange guy in their precious daughter's room. That's a perfect comparison. Well, what we broke was a part of the Temple of Apot. Kos went berserk, swinging his sword in a rage. How dare lowly creatures like you harm humans? Rifenhad roared. Roos, stop. He was having a hard time controlling him. Listen, he yelled out. We don't want to fight. But his words didn't seem to have much effect. Arrows rained down on him, their numbers increasing by the second. Even the swordsman couldn't hold back, shouting, He's a monster. The arrows don't do anything to him. He's looking down on us. These arrows are like ant bites to him. Rifenhad found it hard to explain. That's not it. He tried to shout his explanation. The sons of the earth should be able to hear the truth. We are not your enemies. But this only made Rifenhad even more furious. They should know I'm not lying. More than anyone, they're like living lie detectors. The dwarves began to calm down. You're not our enemy, even though you're human? Rifenhad yelled back. Exactly. Their voices echoed down, questioning him. Then who are you? And why are you here? He tried to think of a good answer. This is going to be so embarrassing to say. I am your savior, the one mentioned in the prophecy of Apot. Hearing that, Silent cringed so hard. How can he say that with such confidence? God, it's embarrassing just to listen to. Even Rifenhad didn't want to say it. Shut up. It's not like I wanted to say it. But since he'd already started, he had to follow through. He continued the lie. I've come to meet the High Priest Maralin, as instructed by the clan chief. Siros looked extremely worried. There's no way they'll believe him. But no explanation was needed. They welcomed him with open arms. Oh, it's our savior. The savior of our people is here. Welcome. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Goodness, why did you come through this way instead of the main gate? Seeing this from a distance, Silent was absolutely dumbfounded. Their attitude did a complete 180. Deep in the canyon, the main forge was actually a city built 30 meters into the Exeat mountain range, an incredibly meticulous construction. The city was 2 kilometers wide and 30 to 50 meters high. Inside this enormous cavern, the flowing river was a hot spring, and the geothermal stones on the cavern ceiling, spaced about 100 meters apart, radiated heat and light. Punvat led them on a tour. This is where all the artisans gather. A little further is where we reside. Silent was amazed by everything he saw. Wow, how could you possibly build all of this? I knew dwarves were skilled craftsmen, but this is on another level. Kos added, looking around in disbelief. You must have needed an incredible number of dwarves to build all this. If your people are so numerous, why don't you rescue those who have been enslaved? Hearing that, the dwarf's expression changed. Oh, so you're finally starting to find it strange that other races in this world are enslaved? Cyros didn't quite understand. Huh? What do you mean? Silent let out a sigh. If you didn't think it was strange, you wouldn't have asked about the slavery system in the first place. And so, Cyros was left with a troubling thought. Punvat turned back to explain. The forge is an ancient ruin from the Silver Age. We just renovated the interior. He seemed to understand a little. Ah, I see, Rifenhad added. But this was also a city of the dwarves during the Silver Age. Cyros continued to wonder. How do you know that? Rifenhad touched the doorframe and said, the height of the door is very low. He continued to explain. In other words, during the Silver Age, dwarves were advanced enough to build a city like this. So there's no way they were born to be slaves. Don't you think so? Cyros still couldn't quite process it all. Rifenhad understood to some extent. I guess he can't fully empathize yet, since he's been brainwashed since he was a child. Punvat politely invited them. Please stay the night here. I will bring you dinner. Silent had some trouble getting into the room and grumbled loudly. I wish I was tall enough that I'd actually have to duck to get in here. That's basilisk liver. The elf tribe is vegetarian, so what are you so excited about? What? You were happily munching on beef jerky just yesterday. What's wrong with you guys? The taste might be a little strange, but this is an incredibly precious food. It's very good for your health. What's it good for? Well, it's good for men. I'm not sure how else to explain it. Mr. Punvat, they want the savior to come to the central tower. I'll go back and rest first. Then, go up these stairs. At this point, I'm guessing only those with permission can enter. Well, that makes sense, since it's the high priest's domain. Because I'm too lazy to take the stairs. Welcome, the savior appointed by the prophet. The haze slowly faded away. Inside the dilapidated, desolate palace, Rifenhad exclaimed, You are strong. Fist King Rifenhad clenched his fists. We've won, Demon King Rifen. It's over now. All the races of the other world must now be freed from your curse. He charged forward. Be gone, the nightmare of the Ren continent shouted. I will bend the laws of life and blind the eyes of fate, he declared. Reversing the flow, under the heavens, I am the one who turns back time and space. Rifenhad flew in with an incredibly powerful punch, his eyes bloodshot. When Teslon woke up, he sighed. Did I just doze off? I was just trying to get a little shut-eye. Teslon frowned. It's still not enough. I've been busy for the past 6 years. He clenched his fist. I awakened my aura at the age of 20 in this scrawny body, and used that power to threaten the elders of the Delphia Magic Tower, into granting me the authority of an official mage. After that, I built relationships with people who would become powerful in the future, and even succeeded in becoming a member of the Silver Sages. Teslon looked out the window. Everything has gone according to plan. But I won't be able to defeat the Demon King with just an aura and fifth circle magic, he thought. The Demon King is definitely much stronger. His original body was inherently powerful and robust, and I don't know how much of his magic he's recovered. Teslon was silent for a moment. He must be gathering his subordinates and restoring his lost magic as well. He told himself, I also need strong warriors who will help me defeat the Demon King inside his castle. Rifenhad walked in. My most devoted vassal and most loyal friend, also a respected and trustworthy teacher. He spoke up. It's been a while, High Priest. Marilyn was confused. You're telling the truth, but this is strange. Have we met before? I haven't left this place in 50 years, Rifenhad revealed. It might be a bit confusing for you, but we will meet in 10 years. The old man broke into a sweat. Is this savior mentally unstable? He said. Hear me out first. Rifenhad sighed, then said, I have traveled through time. I told him everything. How I wandered the continent as a great Archmage. How I grew close to the otherworldly races and found a path to reach the 10th tier. How we fought against the humans. Why I was called the Demon King of the Antares Empire and waged war on the continent before I died. Rifenhad said firmly. I know what I'm saying is hard to accept, but I am telling the truth. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Marlin spoke. It's still very difficult for me to believe you, even if what you say is true. If it weren't for Apat's prophecy, I would have thought you were truly insane. The old man proposed, may I test you for a moment, to see if you're mentally unstable or have truly traveled through time? Marilyn said, if I am truly your loyal vassal and we are very close, then I would have surely told you this. So I'll ask you. The old man stroked his beard. What color is my beard? He stated confidently, you don't have a beard. Rifenhad continued, oh, Marilyn, in 3 years, you'll be wearing that fake beard everywhere you go anyway. The old man took off his beard. How embarrassing. Marilyn asked again, then do you know the secret behind this beard? Rifenhad replied, I heard it was blessed by Apat. He explained, in the world of dwarves, a dark beard is a symbol of masculinity. You can be bald, but if you don't have a fine beard, people will find you repulsive. But you've never been able to grow a proper one. No matter how great your divine power and leadership skills are, without this blessing, you wouldn't be as respected as you are now. Marilyn was relieved. Even the dwarves can't tell this beard is fake. I can trust you now. The old man stepped down. The reason I wanted to see you was to offer advice, but if you already know everything, then there is only one thing left to do. On behalf of all the dwarves who worship Apot, Marilyn knelt. I, Marilyn Post-Hammerin, swear my loyalty to you. Rifenhad spoke. Rise, he thought. Will I be able to repay their loyalty in this life? Rifenhad said, no, I definitely have to. You're wrong, Marilyn. What I need most right now is your advice. Rifenhad's mind flashed back. I've already failed once. I tried to solve everything with strength and ended up becoming the enemy of humanity. He looked at the advanced buildings before him. I can't repeat that mistake. Rifenhad said, I have taken in Chan's slaves and am teaching them. If things go well, others will also try to educate their slaves. Marilyn remarked, not bad. It gives us hope if humans are gradually changing their views, but it will take at least 100 years for that change to grow significantly. Elves and dwarves live long lives, but by then, won't you be too old? Rifenhad said grimly. That's the problem. He channeled his magic. Right now, I am trying to recover my strength. I've also attained power I didn't have before. Rebuilding the empire and becoming the fearsome demon king again is not far off. He withdrew his hand. But that would just be repeating my past mistakes. I would only become a terror to humanity. I don't want to paint this continent with blood again. Rifenhad asked. Now you understand my concerns, don't you? The old man Marlin nodded. I understand. Suddenly, Marlin glanced up. You are looking down on this world. Hearing this, Rifenhad was startled. The old man continued. The reason you failed was not because you used strength, Marlin explained. It was because of everything you did. The world isn't so simple that you can just think, since force didn't work, maybe I should try another way. The old man asked him a series of questions, but only got no from Rifenhad. Do you hate humanity? No. So you like them? Not really, Marlin continued. I thought so. In your previous life, you had no human friends. He was surprised when the old man said, I think you treated humanity as unfairly as you respected the other races. Marlin's question left Rifenhad stunned. Why didn't you include humans in your army in your past life? He trembled. Because I couldn't trust them. And it wasn't a battle for them. The old man interrupted. Then why didn't you let humans manage the empire? Rifenhad explained. I couldn't trust them. Elves and dwarves were never corrupt. His face darkened. Besides, dwarves can hear the truth, so they were the most suitable for the job. I thought it was a wise decision. Marlin revealed. You didn't give them a place in politics, even though they were accepted as citizens of the empire. What power did they have? Rifenhad stammered. If they didn't do it, it would be better. So, Marlin cut him off. It's understandable why they called you the Demon King. Hearing this, he was speechless. Really? The old man looked up at the ceiling. The lives of ordinary people might have been good, but what about those with higher status? A Demon King doesn't become one by creating mountains of corpses and drinking blood. Marlin said that when a powerful being stops caring about the world around them and only listens to the call of their desires, trying to bend the world to their will, that is what makes a Demon King. Rifenhad froze, listening to Marlin. You mean well, but you really are a Demon King. His lord, Rifenhad Marlin, asked, Didn't my past self tell you these things? Rifenhad scratched his head. By the time you worked for me, humans had already slaughtered the dwarves. He said, You contributed half the effort to create the Entasis Empire, you know. Marlin broke out in a sweat. Is that so? Then I suppose I have no right to say such things to you. He trailed off. Marlin, what should I do then? The old man looked towards Raven, feeling guilty. The greatest sin you committed in your past life was treating it as a war between humanity and the other races. Humanity is best at fighting amongst themselves, without any interference from others. Those races didn't really have to do anything. Raven stood there, stunned. Greed is never a good thing. That's all the advice I can offer. I'm sure you can figure out the rest for yourself. In a place of dense, icy fog, a dragon roared ferociously. It was bound in chains by the dwarves. Roos rushed forward, shouting his attack. But the blow didn't inflict much damage on the dragon. He gritted his teeth. Tch, I guess a skill like this isn't enough. I tried to copy Big Bro's air bullets, but Cirrus followed close behind. Nihilin exclaimed, "This dragon is too big. My attacks have no effect." Suddenly, something caught Roos's attention, and he yelled. At that moment, Kamiti rushed forward. He swung his weapon, instantly creating a massive surge of energy, a single slash that tore right through the dragon. Kamiti beamed. "Looks like we're feasting tonight." Then, he froze. "I can't believe the dwarven race has pseudo-auras too." Silent clicked his tongue. "I didn't expect it either. And it's not just one of them," he exclaimed in amazement. "There are 3 of them." Roos was horrified. I'd heard that the dwarves' power could level an entire sub-region. But this. It has been over a month since we arrived at the main forge. We had some cultural differences with the dwarves, but a month was enough for us to adapt. The surprising thing is that there are 3 pseudo-auras here. Roos was shocked, but it seems he learned something from them. The snowstorm at the main forge also grew stronger by the day. Silent burst out laughing. "I'm taller. By a whole 1 centimeter. Roos was impressed. "Wow, that's great, Silent." Ceres added, "Amazing. Congratulations." Xiao La and the other dwarves discussed it amongst themselves. So what if he grew taller? Do humans prove their worth through their height? It's probably like adding 1 centimeter to their shoulder width. Roos then asked, "But where's Big Bro?" Silent looked in the direction he was pointing. "Probably at his usual spot," he replied, surprised. "Oh, today too?" Silent mused. "I wonder what he's doing over there." In the center of the main forge stood a giant steel tower. The energy to operate the geothermal stone originated from here. It was considered the sun and the lifeblood of the main forge. Magrim. Raven stood with his hands on his hips. The Silver Age was truly great. It's completely normal for a race from another world to lose its traditions when enslaved. Naturally, during their enslavement, most dwarves also lost their understanding of magic. But the teachings of Apot were passed down in the form of a Bible. Even Apot's holy relic, the Magrim, was left behind. He asserted that the Magrim is like the heart of the main forge. Raven thought that the power of a god is influenced by the world of its believers. Because the dwarves' status in this world had been diminished, Apot had very little power to interfere with reality. The greatest thing Apot could do was awaken the Magrim. He mused, "Well, I can do that too. But because Teslon's body has been without magic for too long, no matter how hard I try, the amount of mana inside won't increase. I have to make this body more attuned to magic, using the power of the Magrim. Handling mana requires great caution, but that's nothing to me. In my previous life, I managed to move the Magrim at will in just 1 year, something only a god should be able to do. I was so inspired by how I moved the Magrim that I even created a nuclear explosion and a 10th level spell." Raven grimaced. "I used that spell to destroy the Vasili kingdom in a single blow." He fell silent for a moment. "In any case, the Magrim is an accumulation of mana. To change my physical condition with this, I need to be in a place where nothing can interrupt us. The mana must not be tainted." Raven felt a pang of embarrassment. This is so shameful. As he soaked himself, he thought, "Good thing no one can see me." If anyone saw me like this. Raven was so lost in his monologue that he didn't notice the camera behind him. 2 figures stared at the screen before them. "Look at that back. He's so well built. Wow, look at that. Honey, look at those hands. And that butt is so firm." They were all veteran mothers who had been married for several decades. Don't be fooled by their appearance. "Oh my God, he's about to turn around. Heavens, look at that chest. It's magnificent. Oh my." It had been 40 days since he'd arrived at the main forge. Mana circuits pulsed in unison, changing from red to purple. Raven's muscles bulged. "Oh, child of ice and snow, creature of the north wind, appear at my command." He was enveloped by a torrent of power, an elemental frostbone. 1,000 thoughts flooded Rifenhad's mind. "Excellent. I successfully summoned a 5th-tier mythical beast. Now I just need to increase my mana." He wondered, should I search for the 4 symbols of the holy relic first? No. Spring is coming. Should I stop by Chitan first? I suppose I'll have to go to the Groven Kingdom eventually. If I want to follow Marilyn's advice, I should probably go there first. Meanwhile, The others were training hard. Raven had come up behind him at some point. "Oh, Silent, you've put on some muscle," he blushed. "Really?" Raven noticed and stammered. Of course." Silent picked up his shirt and put it on. He asked, "Why are you back already?" "It's not time to eat yet," Raven replied. I finished what I was doing," Silent asked again. "So, does that mean we'll be leaving here soon?" He teased. "What's the matter? Grown fond of this place?" He cleared his throat. "Well, a little. But I'm not sure if I can spread my faith to the dwarves," Silent revealed. "Roos said he felt something and has gone off to train alone, just like you did. He even brought enough food for a whole week." Raven was surprised. He just awakened his aura, and he's already reached enlightenment? Children were playing together. "You vicious dragon, eat my hammer. My axe can tear the sky apart." They all chimed in. "Hey, we can't let that happen. If you do that, everything will collapse." "Oh, right." Cirrus watched the children pensively, a memory surfacing. "I caught this lizard. I found a seafot tree. The roots are delicious." Roos thought to himself, "I thought I had forgotten everything. I truly believed I no longer remembered that time." Raven had approached. "Cirrus, what are you doing here?" She replied, "Just watching the children." Cirrus sighed. "The children here are so carefree," she continued. "But a hard life surely awaits them, and some won't live to see adulthood." Ravenhad tried to stop her. "Cirrus," she brushed him off. "Don't worry, I was just thinking about my homeland." He said to himself. Her homeland, the Philid Desert, is a remote region west of the Rem Kingdom. It's a barren land forbidden to humans, where her family, the Danhem tribe, lives. Ravenhad thought to himself, "Well, basically, that's where my wife's family lives. Maybe I should pay them a visit sometime?" He asked Cirrus, "Do you want to visit your homeland?" She hesitated. It would take at least 2 months to get there from here. Ravenhad coaxed her, "There's a faster way." He smiled. "Let's go, just the two of us." Amidst the vast sea of sand, 2 mounds of earth rose higher than normal. A portal of power opened. Ravenhad and Cirrus stepped through it. "Is this really that miserable land?" "See? I told you it wouldn't take long. Using a teleportation gate only takes a second," she wondered aloud. "I heard only high-level mages could summon portals from the Silver Age." He explained, "As long as you have the technique, 6th-tier magic is enough." Cirrus asked, "Master, is that what you teach too?" Ravenhad's face darkened. "One of my master's friends. I'm a mage. Where else would I learn magic?" She glared at him with a murderous look. Suddenly, a lizard roared angrily. Ravenhad threw a punch, and it screamed in pain. He remarked, "A sand lizard. They show up in this desert from time to time. They're pretty tasty too." Ravenhad spoke up. "First, let's create a dark zone to block out the light." He used a spell to burn the lizard and started a fire to roast the meat. Ravenhad then activated a magic circle. "We'll just extract water from the sand lizard's blood for emergencies." He thought, "Magic really is convenient. I can't believe I can use it now." Cirrus sat down. "I'll skin it." She held up a piece of meat. "Here, take a bite and see if it's cooked," Ravenhad said as he chewed. "Cirrus, how long will it take to get to your village from here, even though I already know?" She replied, "It'll take about half a day." Cirrus fell silent. "Of course, there's no one left alive there now," Ravenhad smirked. "Who knows?" Cirrus stared at him, stunned. Night fell. After a night's journey, Ravenhad and Cirrus arrived at her homeland. Familiar voices flooded her mind. "My daughter, you must grow up and protect our tribe." "Excellent, that's how you swing a sword. Now you can help your father too." She looked around. It was just as she remembered. Cirrus grew anxious. "Why did I come here? There's no one here now. The faces of my parents, whom I longed for. The voices of my friends, the breath and scent of my siblings. The name they called me, the name everyone called me. I can't remember any of it anymore. I want to cry, but my tears dried up like this desert 50 years ago." Ravenhad quietly watched Cirrus reminisce. He was confused. How can this be? In my past life, the Dark Elves were still living well at this point. So, why is this place abandoned now? Ravenhad guessed. Has something changed again? "I didn't do anything to cause this, did I?" He spoke up. "Cirrus, is there something strange about this village?" She replied, "Have you never seen an abandoned village before?" He cut her off. "No, I mean something's wrong," Ravenhad explained. "Cirrus, you said your tribe fell 50 years ago. So you're saying this village has been maintained like this for over 50 years? Cirrus's face hardened. "Now that you mention it." Ravenhad voiced his thoughts. "It looks like someone was managing this place until at least 2 weeks ago." She heard something. "Please." A voice called out. "Please, come over here." A woman's figure appeared. Please, help. That person was followed by an entire tribe. Silent urged them, get it together. Natina, don't let them see that weak expression. Natina trembled. Yes, sister. Gronter cursed. After all that, is this all we get? The man next to him asked. But won't we make a ton of money if we sell these guys? The man immediately cursed him back. You idiot. In the end, we'll get screwed because we have to bribe people. Gronter gritted his teeth. I came here after giving up all those good jobs. But this isn't going to make much money. He realized everything went downhill after meeting that country bumpkin. Suddenly, the person behind him panicked. Gronter, don't you have a heat charm or something? The man got angry. You think magic can solve everything? Gronter swore, I spend all our money hiring people, just for them to end up useless like this. Why is life so unfair? The other man comforted him. At least we got something. Zen and Natina Raider seemed about to collapse. Still, we caught 3 of them. Gronter got angry. Useless brats. And one of them is a boy. Suddenly, something flew towards them. Cirrus charged forward, sending the group into a panic. Captain Bright, a female elf, is coming. Oh, she's fully grown. A walking money bag is on its way. Get ready. In the palace, behind an exquisitely carved door, Silent peeked in. Teslon, may I come in? She wondered. Are you reading something again? He turned back. Silent, I told you not to ask such pointless questions. Despite his words, Teslon's eyes held no irritation. My childhood friend, Silent, you stayed by my side even when I was treated like a madman after waking up in this body. Without her help, I would never have been able to awaken my aura because of the Mage Tower's strict regulations. Of course, she is the Demon King's friend. Silent's eyes lit up. Teslon, when you smile like that, it reminds me of the past. He was surprised. The past? She quickly added. When you were Rifenhad? Teslon asked. Nonsense. What about the thing I asked you? Silent took her hand out from inside her clothes. Right now, a lot of people are talking about the Sword King, Rifenhad. So cool, right? His name is the same as your old one. He opened it. My name is not Rifenhad anymore, Silent replied. I know, but it's just an interesting coincidence. Teslon cut her off. It's not interesting at all. The Golden Knights were utterly defeated by the new aura users. This must be the work of another clan that sees the Teens clan as an enemy. That would just make the new Fist King even more famous. Silent spoke up. Actually, I don't understand why the Fist King is so popular. He says power is what fascinates people. By the way, have you met Eros yet? She replied, yes. I sent a letter and he agreed to meet right away, just as you said. Teslon figured the letter must have said something like, if you want to defeat him, you'll have to help me. But he just gave a short reply, stating who he was. He then declared, now I have a trustworthy ally to fight the Demon King with. Silent said, oh, and I found someone who fits the conditions you gave me. She introduced Stepan von Antian. He's the eldest son of a noble family in the Vassalay Kingdom. Teslon figured he just didn't recognize the name. If he's not useful, I'll just have to forge him into someone who is. He embraced Silent. Well done. Thank you. She immediately blushed. It was my duty. The Demon King sang, I stole from you, and you stole from me, he asserted. But in the end, I will take everything from you. The map displayed the upcoming route. Cirrus flew in as fast as the wind. The group of slave traders shouted, Captain Bright, there's a woman approaching. Oh, a full-grown elf. That's a mountain of gold heading our way. Get ready. One of them rushed forward with an axe, intending to capture Cirrus, but before he could even make a move, he was cut in half in utter shock. Cirrus shot past him, and his entire body was sliced into multiple pieces, blood splattering everywhere. No one even saw how she did it. The group fell into disarray, everyone gripping their weapons and pointing them at Cirrus. Damn it, get her. That's no ordinary elf. As fast as a gust of wind, Cirrus easily broke through their encirclement. She leaped into the air, dodging their attacks. Her eyes, filled with killing intent, glared down at them. The men behind her watched in terror. All who advanced met the same fate. Their heads were severed from their necks. Bright's face went pale as he asked, where did she come from? He began chanting a spell. A magic circle quickly formed, filled with ancient arcane symbols. From the magic circle, powerful flames shot forth. Da hut lon kio li fatna. Oh, great heat. Lend me your power. Become a flame and burn my enemy. He shouted while controlling the formation. Flame lance. The fire blazed fiercely, scorching everything in its path. Thick smoke and fire billowed, obscuring their vision. Fortunately, Rifenhad had managed to create a protective shield in time, so Cirrus was completely unharmed. His voice carried a hint of worry. I finally caught up. You can't just charge in and attack them alone like that. Rifenhad then issued a warning to the other men. None of you move. If you dare to move even an inch, you will die. Bright's men all grew anxious. What? Rifenhad chuckled as he looked at them. Oh, we've met before. It seems you're working as a slave hunter now? Sweat poured down Bright's terrified face as he stammered. He recalled old memories. So many years had passed, but he would never forget that day. I can't believe he still remembers who I am, Rifenhad thought with a sigh, ruffling his own hair. The human mind is truly amazing. It's just a shame I have to remember bastards like him. He slowly walked towards them. I have a few questions for you. He glanced at the elves standing behind them and asked, 3 elves. Are they the only ones you've captured? Bright roared in fury. You want me to answer your damn questions? In your dreams. Rifenhad extended a hand towards him, his eyes growing terrifying. Oh, you'll talk. Whether or not I go easy on you depends entirely on your answers. Bright's entire body trembled with fear. Yes, that's all of them. Rifenhad pressed on. How many did you kill? How many elves died at your hands? The question made Bright freeze for a moment. He seemed confused and didn't know how to respond. Bright hesitantly answered, probably. Around 40. Rifenhad's face darkened, and he glared at him, radiating killing intent. He growled, I see. In his fury, he channeled his power, wanting to kill the man instantly. Then you will pay for their spilt blood. Bright screamed in fear. Hey, Clonter, what are you waiting for? Clonter immediately launched a counterattack, but his assault was swiftly blocked by Rifenhad's protective barrier, Aegis of the Golden Crown. Clonter was stunned that his attack couldn't inflict any damage on his opponent. What is this? He's so young, but he's already a mage with power equal to my own? Rifenhad controlled a stream of purple energy in his hand as he continuously chanted, Setapin Landel Pilot Katana, power of the earth within the sky, power of the sky within the earth. Let these two forces become one. A thunder dragon was summoned. It soared into the sky, raining down furious lightning upon the men below. Go forth, child of the sky. Rain thunder upon my enemies. Lightning chain. The entire group was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Clonter fell to the ground in terror. He tried to reason with him. Are you doing all this for those elves? I'll give them to you. Just take them all and go. His words only enraged Rifenhad further. He clenched his fist and strode toward him, saying, all of you should have been turned to ash by now. It seems I still don't have enough mana. Clonter hastily yelled, I'll give them to you. Rifenhad gritted his teeth and said to him, I don't need you to do that. He raised his fist, preparing to finish Clonter off. Farewell. Even then, the man still didn't understand why he was so furious. Wait, at least tell me why I have to die. Rifenhad paused for a few seconds. I thought I already told you that you would pay for the blood of the elves. Clonter was even more confused. He asked cautiously, was one of those elves human? Rifenhad's expression grew even uglier. He was trembling with rage. Seeing no answer, Clonter asked again, were those elves yours? We didn't know they had an owner. We thought they were wild elves. That's why we killed them. Rifenhad repeated once more. You're wrong. I said I would make you pay for their blood. Clonter finally understood Rifenhad's intention, but this understanding only fueled his confusion. So, you're really doing all this because we killed those elves? Doesn't that sound ridiculous? Rifenhad stared at him, his eyes blazing with fury. He questioned him loudly. You killed those elves and you feel like you did nothing wrong? Their emotions and actions are the same as humans, yet you think of them as nothing more than animals? Clonter couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're insane, Rifenhad asked him again. You're a mage, so you should know the answer to this. What's the difference between a human and an animal? Clonter quickly replied, humans can think for themselves. They don't just have instincts, they also have reason. Rifenhad frowned and challenged him. Then why do you think elves are any different? Clonter stubbornly refused to admit he was wrong and tried to argue back. Even humans who don't meet those conditions are treated like slaves. And elves are slaves from the moment they're born. So how could we possibly see them as human? He retorted angrily. Are you trying to deny the entire system of slavery? Do you think you're wiser than the rest of the world? Rifenhad remembered something someone once told him. You really underestimate this world. He looked up at the sky. I never want to live like a slave. He spoke the annoyed thoughts in his heart. If I feel this way, then surely others must feel the same. What's so wrong with thinking like that? Girder yelled stubbornly. Don't force other people to think like you. Where do you get off being so arrogant? At this point, Rifen had no more patience to argue with the guy. That's right. I am arrogant. But if I have to follow what this society teaches me, even though I know just how wrong it is. His hand grabbed Clonter's neck, swiftly sending the guy to the afterlife before he could even let out a scream. The mother and her children who witnessed the scene could only stare at him with wide-eyed astonishment. He had completely wiped out the entire group of slave traders. He said to himself, "Then I'd rather be an arrogant man." Roos stepped forward and used a knife to cut their bonds, asking with concern, "Is everyone all right?" She looked at the elf before her, asking shyly, "Are you?" Her voice was barely a whisper. Silen's eyes widened as she looked at her, carefully observing everything from her eyes to the smallest details of her face. Silen called out Serendy's name with doubt. Her eyes grew wide as she looked at her old friend standing right in front of her, and memories of their childhood suddenly came flooding back. "Let's go, Serendy. Let's go catch scorpions today." It made her remember the name everyone used to call her. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Serendian, Aranfiana. Now I remember. That's my name. Roos happily ran over and took Silen's hand. "You're still alive." But Silen didn't seem very excited to see her again. "Yeah, you too." Right after, Silen forcefully pulled her hand away. Roos didn't understand why Silen was acting this way and could only say her name. "Silen." Raider spoke up. "Mom, do you know her?" Silen immediately stopped him. "Raider, don't you talk to her. She wasn't grateful at all. In fact, she seemed contemptuous. You've become a slave to those filthy humans. You live without a shred of honor or pride." Serendy stammered, unsure of how to explain. Rifenhad stepped up from behind her and explained in the Elven language. "She is my comrade. She is most certainly not a slave." Silen was puzzled. How does a human know the Elven language? Rifenhad gave her a gentle warning. "I will not forgive you if you continue to treat her like a slave, even if you are of the same race." Then he turned to Roos and said gently, "Roos, you need to wash up too. You are not a slave." Roos looked up at him, as if to confirm. "Am I really not a slave?" His determined face was reflected in her eyes. Rifenhad looked at her, his gaze also incredibly gentle. He asked, "Have I ever treated you like a slave?" Roos confirmed that he hadn't. He asked again, "Have I ever acted without asking for your opinion first?" Roos still gave the same answer. "Never." He then wondered, "Then why do you insist on putting yourself down like this?" Roos replied sadly, "But, Rifenhad, you never explicitly told me that I wasn't a slave." Rifenhad looked at her, stunned. "Huh?" He shyly glanced away before quickly looking straight into her eyes. He declared loudly in front of everyone, "You are not a slave." This left Roos completely astonished. Rifenhad stood before her and affirmed once more, "We are equals. You are a free elf." He looked at her in silence, waiting for her reply. Roos still looked at him with sadness. "I understand. I know you don't treat elves like slaves." Her gaze drifted into the distance. "I know full well that you truly see other races as equals to humans." But she still had so many lingering doubts. "I understand, but at the same time, I don't. The only thing I'm sure of," she spoke her mind, "is that you aren't looking at me. You're looking at someone else inside of me." Rifenhad immediately blushed in embarrassment. He thought to himself, "I thought I had saved her." Roos continued, "But to me, that doesn't matter. In the end, I'm just a slave. So what you think is irrelevant. But if that's the truth, then I'd rather you just treat me like a slave." Rifenhad blamed himself. "I comforted myself by thinking I'd saved her from a predetermined fate, but that was just a delusion." Roos said, completely helpless, "Please, don't say things like that with such sincerity." It was then that Rifenhad realized he'd only saved the Roos from a past life. "I'm just someone who bought a slave with money," he thought. He questioned himself, remembering the past where he was a total stranger to her. "It's going to get cold soon, so let's buy some clothes. You can wear this for now. You don't have a name, do you?" No. From start to finish, Roos just went along with him, never having an opinion of her own. "I bought her with money. What about her? I understand. Is this okay? Do you like it? Your name will be Roos. I'll remember that." He even gave her a family name on a whim. "From now on, your name is Roos Valencia. Slaves don't need family names. Is that your family name?" He bestowed kindness that was never asked for. He slowly realized that everything he did was one-sided. He just showered her with affection. "Are you hungry?" "As you wish, master. By the way, don't call me your master." He only knew how to use force to solve problems, while denying the reality that she was not a slave. Roos is not a slave. Roos looked at the ground, her voice filled with regret. "I can't return your sincerity when it isn't meant for me." Her words were a wake-up call for Rifenhad. "I understand, Roos. This time, I am officially setting you free. You are free. Do whatever you want." His voice echoed across the vast, white desert. "No. Serendian Aranfiana." He walked over to her and said, "The words I just spoke will now have a different meaning. He gave her a choice. Whether you stay by my side or leave is entirely up to you. Whatever you decide, I will respect it. Roos's eyes were filled with sorrow. Are you trying to send me away? Rifenhad denied it. No. I want you to stay with me. He looked at her with a serious voice, his expression holding a sliver of hope. But I will never force you again. I can only ask. Hearing this, Roos was flustered and didn't know what to do. Give me some time to think. He didn't pressure her. Instead, he turned to Silent and asked, Can you help her reunite with her family? Roos quietly walked over to a camel, lost in thought. He looked in her direction and continued, As I said before, she is not my slave, and I will not reveal the location of your village to anyone. To reassure Silent, he added, I'll just wait nearby. But to his surprise, she smiled and replied, No, you're coming with us. It would be a disgrace to my clan if I couldn't repay our benefactor. Rifenhad asked again, worriedly, Are you sure this is okay? Silent, holding Natina and Ryder by the hand, looked at him with complete trust. Besides, you'd find our hiding spot sooner or later anyway, Rifenhad admitted. That's true, Silent said quietly. Elves are always rational. And so, they took the slave traders' camels and headed for the elven village. Silent rode his camel up beside Ceres. Saren, I'm sorry. Please try to understand. You would have done the same thing if you were in my shoes, right? Roos didn't hold it against him at all. You're right. Silent glanced back at Rifenhad and remarked, You met a really kind guy. Ceres gazed ahead, her eyes sparkling. Yeah, he really is a good person. Silent chuckled. Which must be why you told him your real name, right? But this just left Ceres looking confused. She didn't understand what Silent was talking about. What? Silent was puzzled. You didn't? He called you by your full name just a moment ago. That's when Ceres remembered him saying, Do what you want. No, Serendian Arenfiana. She was incredibly curious. How did he know a name that even she had long forgotten? The scene shifts to a village hidden deep within a ravine. A young elf enters a tent and announces, Chief, we're about to run out of water. The chief, Rhea, asked, How long can we last with what's left? The young man did a quick calculation and replied, Even if we ration it, we'll only make it until tomorrow. Rhea carefully inquired about the situation. Have the scouts returned yet? The young elf reported grimly, Yes, sir. They reported that the humans have abandoned their search. Rhea asked again, And what about recovering the bodies of our fallen warriors? The young man said they still lay on the desert sands. Despite his deep sorrow over this loss, Rhea could do nothing more than pray. May Ragwen guide their souls into the arms of the spirits. The chief of the Dan tribe, Rhea, was 343 years old. The young elf then made a suggestion. Chief, we can't stay here any longer. Considering the energy it will take to return to the village, we need to leave now, while we still have water. Rhea agreed with this plan, announcing that the entire tribe would prepare to leave at dawn. Although he appeared calm on the outside, his heart was in turmoil. He could only pray to the gods. What should we do? Even if we make it back to the village, we can't stay there long. Our location has been compromised. Eldia, please guide us. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught Rhea's attention. Silent had returned, bringing Ceres and Rifenhad with him. The elves standing on the cliffs recognized them. Silent, Natina, Ryder, Rhea shouted in alarm. They're leading a human here. Don't let them pass. The group of elves immediately fired warning shots. Don't come any closer. The homemade projectiles struck the ground in front of them. Ceres recoiled in fear on her mount. Rifenhad reassured her, Don't worry, they're just warning shots. He calmly picked up one of their projectiles to analyze it. They're heating glass to make crude slingshot ammo, but it's imbued with elemental magic. Ceres repeated, Elemental magic? He examined the projectile in his hand and continued, That's right. They're using it to generate the heat needed to melt sand. Even without a guardian tree, they can't summon enough spirits to fight. He explained slowly, For hundreds of years, your people have made their home here. They formed a strong bond with the fire spirits, and you, with that same blood in your veins, are no different. That's why your tanned skin hasn't faded, like it normally would, even after being away from the desert for 15 years. Ceres asked curiously, You heard that from your master, didn't you? Her question made Rifenhad awkwardly try to cover. A friend of my master's is extremely knowledgeable about both elves and dwarves. He dismounted, spread his arms wide, and shouted, Now, let's show them our goodwill. The elves responded with a volley of projectiles aimed right at him, but they didn't cause a single scratch. The terrified elves said to one another, Our attacks are useless. He's a monster. He stood below them and shouted, Descendants of the great spirits, I may be human, but I am not your enemy. I am a witness to the history of the elven people. I request a right of friendship. Hearing this, Rhea was completely bewildered. What? How does he know our language? He even knows the elven right of friendship. Could it be that he's really not an enemy? The young elf beside him nervously called out to the chief. Rhea, speaking for the elves, announced, "Your words are convincing, but they are not enough for us to trust you." Rifenhad smiled, satisfied. "I was hoping you'd say that." His eyes began to glow as he clenched his fist, and an aura of power enveloped it. Rhea recoiled in shock. This power. Even Sirius asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" To everyone's astonishment, Rifenhad thrust his fist into the air, creating a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The ground beneath him shattered from the immense power. An aura user. At the 4th level, Awakening. Rifenhad looked at them with a triumphant smirk. Humans would see this as a threat. But in elven culture, Rifenhad retracted his power. Rhea announced to the entire village, "Against someone as powerful as you, setting traps would have been meaningless from the start. I now see that you have come with sincere intentions." Sirius was also startled by the display of power. Rifenhad turned back to her with a smile and said, "Let's go. To your real home." Silent led Sirius into a tent and introduced her. "This is Serendi, the daughter of Aran and Piana. Do you remember her?" Rhea's face lit up as he opened his arms in a warm welcome. "The child who was lost on that terrible night. Not only are our current members safe, but a long-lost member of our family has also returned." Rhea looked over at Rifenhad, his heart filled with gratitude. "You are truly our benefactor." He smiled and waved it off. "It was nothing. Now, let's all prepare to head back." They all set out together. The elf tribe returned to their village, Deru Lde. As night fell, the cozy little village flickered with firelight. The villagers gathered around a bonfire, singing, dancing, and celebrating. They raised their cups in celebration. Old friends she hadn't seen in years surrounded Cirrus, chatting eagerly. "Welcome back. Serendi, do you remember me? Jaren, is that you?" "She remembers you, Jaren. What about me?" Everyone was laughing and talking happily, completely unaware of Rifenhad sitting by himself, leaning against a wall. Ceres had returned to her hometown and was reunited with her old friends. They were all so friendly and happy to welcome her back. Rifenhad rested his chin on his hand, watching her with a heart full of worry. "Ceres is so happy here. Will she still want to travel with me?" After watching for a while, he pushed himself to his feet. He said to himself, "I still have a few things I need to do here." Then he walked over to Rhea and said, "I have a proposal." His eyes and voice were filled with sincerity. "I want her to be trained to use her power." Rhea asked, "You mean spirit magic?" Without hiding his own abilities, Rifenhad summoned a fire spirit into the palm of his hand. "I can use a bit of spirit magic myself, but it's in the summoning field. Not the same type as the elves' spirit magic. So you're the only one who can teach Roos." A small flame also ignited in the palm of RH's hand. "Teaching Serendi spirit magic is the tribe's duty, and something we absolutely must do." But he extinguished the flame, his words faltering slightly. "It's a shame that after losing our guardian tree, the greatest spirit magic we can conjure is this. It's barely enough to light a campfire, and certainly can't be used for fighting." RH looked at him with hope. "I believe it would be best for you to teach the girl magic." But before he could finish, Rifenhad cut him off. "Of course, I'll teach her magic whenever I can. Is it disappointing that an elf can't communicate with spirits?" Hearing him speak, RH could only sigh. "You truly have a profound understanding of us." They both turned their gaze towards Roos, who was playing happily. RH suggested, "If she decides to stay here, and if you don't want to leave her, the Dahem tribe will accept you as one of our own." Rifenhad silently considered his words. "From now on, you will be one of us." The party lasted late into the night, and a new day began in the village of Derulade, a peaceful village with friendly people. I stayed in Derulade for 4 days, waiting for Roos to make her decision. During this time, Silen was in charge of teaching Roos magic. She explained, "Mastering spirit magic will allow you to communicate with the spirits of wind and water. First, you need to learn to feel and resonate with them." Roos was worried. "I'm not so sure." Silen thought to herself, "Well, it took me 3 years to get it, so there's no way you'll figure it out in just 4 days." But when Roos followed the instructions, she unexpectedly succeeded on her very first try. "Like this?" she asked, as specks of light surrounded her. Silen's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe it. Theory is one thing, but to have this level of connection with the spirits. Roos looked up, at the specks of light around her, completely fascinated. Most elves aren't quick learners, but Roos underwent a different kind of education from a young age, when she was a slave. Plus, her experience as a slave gave her a human-like level of understanding. Rifenhad approached, thinking to himself, it seems Roos has already grasped the fundamentals of spirit magic. He spoke up. Do you like it here, Roos? Roos answered honestly. Yes, I do. Rifenhad's brow furrowed, a worry beginning to grow in his heart, but he still had to ask clearly, do you want to stay here? Roos lowered her head and remained silent for a long moment before answering in a small voice. Yes, I want to stay here to help them. She turned to look back at the village. Even if I stay, I won't fundamentally be able to change their lives. Hearing her answer, Rifenhad was completely crushed. She then asked Rifenhad in return, if I go with you, can we change things? He scanned the lives of the villagers and then affirmed, yes, I swear on my name, I will change their lives. Roos looked up at him, her eyes crinkling into a smile. In that case, I want to follow you. For the future of the entire tribe. Rifenhad gave a forced smile at her sudden change of heart, but it quickly grew into a massive, joyful grin, his features relaxing in delight. At that moment, he was smiling so wide he couldn't close his mouth. He made a silent vow. I will change the world. I'll change it for the woman who chose me. A massive surge of power shot straight up into the sky. Roos yelled in alarm. What are you doing now? Rifenhad honestly admitted. I was so happy. I couldn't contain my joy. Roos scolded him. If you're so happy, why are you taking it out on the sky? Rifenhad didn't know how to explain and could only stammer. He then turned to look at her gently. Roos, I will show you the future of the tribe right now. He led her to a rock ledge situated between two cliffs. Benefactor, why have you returned here? RH asked, standing cheerfully, with his hands on his hips, soaking in the sun. You said this is where the village takes shelter, right? He turned back to the old man and declared, starting today, this place will be the village of the Dahem tribe. RH asked in astonishment. A village? But there's no water here. He calmly walked over to Roos and asked, Roos, could I borrow the Annihilate branch I gave you? Roos was a bit taken aback and didn't react right away. Huh? Rifenhad asked caringly. You awakened your spiritual power in just 4 days, didn't you? Though she didn't understand what was happening, Roos still took out the Annihilate branch and handed it to him, replying, yes, that's right. He asked again, are you curious to know why? He took the branch from her hand and explained, because you are the true master of this Annihilate branch. You are considered its rightful owner, granted its power and authority. He forcefully plunged the branch into the stone slab, muttering an incantation as he continuously channeled energy into it. Elser Don Patras. El, awaken, O guardian of the world, seed of the world's sustenance. The dry branch immediately regained its vitality, rapidly sprouting shoots and leaves. A blinding green light erupted from the branch, stunning Roos and RH. What? This is. The branch grew at an incredible speed. Rifenhad looked at it with a satisfied expression. RH still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes was real. Impossible. A tree has sprouted right out of the rock ledge around us, and it's enveloped in a colossal amount of energy. Rifenhad stood with his hands on his hips, looking at them proudly. A stream of water began to flow from the base of the tree, surprising Raich even more. He stepped closer and exclaimed, a waterfall! Unbelievable. Rifenhad prompted him, Raj, you can feel it too, can't you? Raj stammered, at a loss for words. Why? Is this? He could feel a warmth enveloping his body, a feeling of complete fulfillment, as if every cell in his body was connected, a sensation so intense it felt like it had awakened his very soul. He was immersed in a feeling he hadn't experienced in a very long time. There's no doubt about it. This is the feeling we sense from a legend, that all elves recognize by instinct. He began to cry like a child. Elven 2. They all realized it was the World Tree. Elven 2. A map formed in their temporary shelter. Teleportation gate. Deru led. Philid Desert. The Barren Lands. There's no doubt about it. This is the feeling we sense from a legend, that all elves recognize by instinct. Elvenheim is the World Tree. Nihilund was a lost branch of the Tree of Life. I awakened the life force within Nihilund by rooting it in the earth, which promoted mana absorption, providing enough energy for the seed to germinate. Trying it for real was pretty nerve-wracking. I even had to use a memory simulation because of its complexity. Raich, with tears in his eyes, turned and asked, who are you? Could you be the savior sent by Eldia? Rifenhad replied bluntly, I'm just a friend. Friends should help each other. Sorry for using your Nihiland. I'll get you a better weapon next time. Roos stammered in reply, how will you? He smiled gently and asked, shall we head back to the Great Forge? After that, they made their way to the forge. Ceylon walked over and asked where they were going. Seeing him, the man complimented, Ceylon, you've gotten pretty buff. Ceylon replied smugly, "You think so? You could stay away a little longer, It wouldn't be a problem." Seeing that smug expression, he thought, so gullible. Just then, a group of people ran over excitedly, saying, "Master, you're back. You could at least give us a heads up before you leave." Rifenhad asked if everyone had made any progress. They quickly began to show off. Delphi Lusterin grabbed at thin air, and a gun materialized in her hand. Seeing their progress, he said cheerfully, "Excellent. Every step is flawless." They continued showing off their achievements. "Now, look at mine. As for me, a mage from the new generation of warriors at the Great Forge, I have selected 20 dwarves with potential and taught them basic magic." At this moment, he cheerfully instructed them, "You all must have worked very hard. It's amazing that all of you can now sense mana, and have learned to use it in just 2 short months. I've written all the theory down in a book, so just follow that." They quickly replied, "Thank you, Master. We'll work even harder." And then Roos came over, saying he had returned. Seeing him, the man immediately asked, "Roos, learned anything new? I thought you were on the verge of some kind of realization." He replied, "A little. I couldn't see it before, but now it's clear." Hearing that, he asked worriedly, "What?" In Roos's eyes, there was a certain aura. He said, "You've really grown." Confused, the man asked, "Am I taller?" He replied, "Not your physical body, but what's inside you. Are you sure you're 23 years old? It's as if your real age is 3 times that." Hearing those words, Rifenhad anxiously wondered, "What the hell did you learn?" Ceylon came out and asked him, "We're leaving the forge soon. Is our next destination another ruin?" He immediately replied, "Yeah, we need the money, but our final destination is somewhere else. We're going to the Groven Kingdom. There's someone there who can help us." While Rifenhad was finishing his work at the Great Forge, something happened in another land. A place colder and vaster than the Great Forge itself. A land to the northeast of the Game Kingdom. The Frozen Lands. Here, a man with a runny nose was asking, "Can't you make it burn brighter?" The old man replied, "Save your strength. We need it to burn all night. I can't waste mana. We started with over 30 people, and now there are only 10 of us left. We still have a decent amount of stuff from the Sakana ruins. In any case, we took more stuff than all those other people combined. Plus, I managed to get this a book containing information about the Silver Age that we didn't know about." Then he gave a smug smile, thinking, "This will be a huge discovery when I bring it to the academic world, even though I can't fully decipher it. Since it's written in an ancient language, I've grasped the main idea." He continued, "Once we reveal the truth about the Silver Age and humanity." Just then, a loud shout rang out, making him ask, "What was that? A monster?" And something appeared before his eyes. It was Teslon's group, launching an attack. Seeing this, they shouted, "Enemies! Aaron! They're robbers who want to steal our artifacts." But Teslon ignored their shouts and gave a cold command, "Kill them all." His subordinates immediately obeyed, raising their weapons and advancing, their eyes filled with killing intent. They began to cut them down, one by one. The old man watched this bloody scene and said in terror, "If it's the artifacts you want, then take them all. We'll leave them behind. Please, just spare our lives." Teslon pointed his sword at him and replied coldly, "My apologies, mage, but we came all this way for you, not for some pile of artifacts." As soon as he finished speaking, he cut the man down. Ceylon approached and asked, "Teslon, was this really necessary?" He replied, "These are the rules from the Silver Sages. They touched things they shouldn't have. Pages of history that no one is allowed to know. It's all for the sake of protecting humanity." Ceylon continued, "I've heard that the Silver Sages are the guardians of mankind, but these people didn't do anything wrong." Not letting her finish, he picked up the book and said, "This is just a small sacrifice for the survival of humanity. What do you think? Is the Berserker armor to your liking, Stepan von Antian?" He gave a pleased smile and replied, "It's better than anything I've ever used. Sir Teslon, I think once I get used to this armor, I'll be able to defeat that arrogant aura user." Sus pulled back the tarp and asked, "You're not the only one who wants revenge, Sir Stepan von Antian. What about this pile of artifacts?" Teslon ordered, "Keep what we need, sell the rest. We will recover all the artifacts on the list for the Council of Silver Sages to store. The Silver Sages are the protectors of humanity. There are many dangerous artifacts from the Silver Age in here. We need the right people to store them to prevent chaos." Sus picked up a necklace and said, "Anyway, this fire jade necklace is really nice. Wearing it makes me feel a pleasant spring breeze, even while standing in a blizzard." Teslon then said, "That is a privilege that only the Silver Sages possess." Suddenly, he found something. He held a square cube in his hand and thought, this is an illusion echo. Is this also something modern humanity shouldn't know about? Since the Demon King also valued it, it can't be an ordinary artifact. Then he muttered, I didn't know there were two of them. Silon came over and asked, what period of history that humans aren't allowed to know makes the Silver Sages go to such lengths to protect it? Teslon said, don't be ridiculous, Silon. Only the Silver Sages are worthy of knowing. The scene changes to another place. A door opens, and an old man turns and asks, what is it you seek? The young elf, Roos, stepped inside and stated her request. Everything. Everything about Rifenhad. It feels like he knew who I was the very first time we met. His gaze, his tone, and his behavior weren't what you'd normally see from a stranger. He even knew my real name. A name I'd long forgotten. How is that possible? Marilyn replied, he was afraid you wouldn't understand. She asked further, why? The old man calmly replied, let me ask you a question before I offer my advice. Do you trust him? Roos answered frankly, I think I could believe it if you told me he was a fallen saint who landed on Earth. The old man said, that wasn't my question. I'll ask you again. Do you trust him? She paused for a moment and then left the place. In another corner, Rifenhad was sitting deep in thought when he suddenly asked, you heard everything, didn't you? Roos looked at him in surprise, then lowered her head and replied, it's truly hard to believe. She recalled Marilyn's words that he was a regressor, the first ever 10th level Archmage in history. He was once known as the Demon King for changing the world for the sake of other races. He had failed once, but even so, he turned back time to pursue his dream once more. Roos Valencia, the leader, representative, and guardian of all elves on this continent, is the Grandmaster of the Spirits of the Seven Elements, and an 8th level Archmage. Other races see her as the incarnation of Eldia, but to humans, she is known as the Goddess of Wrath, and in his memories, she was Rifenhad's lover. At that moment, she said, I was hoping this was just a simple story of an old love. Now I understand why you act the way you do, Lord Rifenhad. He frowned and asked, so, can you forgive my actions? Roos nodded and said, I will follow you. That's all I can say for now. I am not the Roos in your memories. She turned to leave, but suddenly turned back and said, but I don't hate you, either. Hearing this answer, he froze. His face turned red, and he could only watch the path she took as she left, wondering to himself, does this mean she's forgiven me? The next destination for Rifenhad and his team was on the eastern continent, in the kingdom of CBS, a vast, fertile land where great powers had forged history. King Jin, the first successor, was Tian, who carried the legitimate bloodline and faced no obstacles to his coronation. But immediately after Jin I died, Tian died mysteriously from a strange disease, throwing the entire kingdom into chaos. With the throne left vacant, the noble factions began to clash, and it wasn't long before two main contenders emerged, splitting the kingdom into opposing factions. Knights from one side shouted, in the name of Lord Casas, destroy the filthy rebels. For the one true king, Lord Casas, the other side shouted back, we'll rip those filthy mouths of yours to shreds, kill the traitors, in the name of the true royal bloodline. One was Yuban Zen Corbin, the second prince, who had just turned 18. However, his status as the son of a concubine blocked his path to the throne. His opponent was the heir to Duke Fernando, Prince Casas. Though not a son of King Jin, his bloodline was closely tied to the royal family. The heir to Duke Fernando, Casas of Groban, was now caught in a civil war for the throne. At 28, Casas was already a knight renowned for his exceptional martial talent, deeply trusted and respected by his subordinates. Yuban, on the other hand, was famous for a completely different reason. Apart from being the king's son, he was known as a good-for-nothing bastard. The throne had been vacant for half a year. The civil war between Prince Casas's and Prince Yuban's factions was slowly reaching its peak. In the Delphina territory, at the heart of the Groban kingdom, he sat inside, wondering, how much longer can we last? Why did a famine have to strike right now? Where did the blessing of Ladanti go? No. Who even asked me to be king? I never wanted this. They forced me. Now look at this mess. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, Yuban, do you hate the idea of being king that much? He answered, yeah, but my only options are become king or die. She said, that's probably how it'll be. Hearing that, he retorted, don't act like this is someone else's problem. If my head rolls, yours will be next. She replied indifferently, right. Why did I fall for a man like you, anyway? She was Prince Yuban's lover, the dwarf, Fia. He gave a small laugh. Sorry, Fia replied, but we're safe for the time being. They say you need food to wage a war. They can't move until they've gathered enough supplies. he went on. Which means the moment they do, we're finished. It's like we're living on borrowed time. She moved closer and whispered, then we'll run away. He asked, just the two of us? She answered, it's too late for a simple escape. Let's just disappear. If we hide our identities and flee to another country, they won't pursue us, right? He said, Fia, I was raised too softly to live such a difficult life. She smiled brightly. I'm the opposite, so I can handle it. At the very least, I can take care of you. Yuban chuckled. But it's shameful for a man to be supported by a woman. Understanding what he meant, she asked, what's wrong with a master having his slave earn money for him? Yuban asked. And who's the slave here? She replied, what does it matter? In this world, I'm nothing more than a slave, whether you're a king or not. He gently stroked Fia's head and said, Fia, we have nowhere to go. There isn't a world out there that would accept us as lovers. And they were lost in their own moment. I love you, Lord Yuban. I love you too, Fia. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Having fun, are we? Fia instantly grew wary, grabbing an axe and demanding, who's there? Show yourself. A figure emerged and introduced himself. My name is Rifenhad. I am a mage, and I've come to lend my humble power to the next king of the Goblin kingdom. Yuban asked in bewilderment. You're on my side? Fia said. He's not lying, Lord Yuban. Yuban thought to himself. A dwarf like Fia can tell if someone is lying, so this man isn't lying. He then said aloud, you have an impressive build. Are you a combat mage? Rifenhad replied, yes. Then thought, I even wore this loose robe to hide my build. Yuban pressed on. Did you really come to help me? Of course, Rifenhad said. Yuban asked, but a moment ago, I'm sure I heard you say this was fun. Rifenhad stammered. You must have been hearing things. Fia immediately chimed in. He's lying, Rifenhad said with a frown. It's only natural for you to be suspicious of me. Don't worry, I don't mind. He then thought to himself, this dwarf is such a nuisance. No wonder people call them walking lie detectors. He then said aloud, I wasn't being critical. Honestly, my own lover is an elf. Hearing this, Yuban froze, and Fia looked on in surprise, wondering if he was telling the truth. Seeing their looks, Rifenhad asked, why are you staring at me like that? Yuban answered, I just can't believe there's someone in this world as weird as I am. You said you came to help me. So, what can you actually do? Rifenhad thought to himself. I guess trying to be mysterious doesn't work on everyone. Then he made his offer. How about a contribution of 100,000 gold coins? Hearing that, they both gasped. 100,000 gold? Yuban thought to himself, that's a staggering amount of money, nearly equal to the annual budget of the entire CBS kingdom. With that much, I could feed the entire kingdom for 3 months with plenty to spare. But an offer this good is bound to be suspicious. Rifenhad then asked, Your Highness, how many aura users do you have under your command? Yuban answered frankly, not a single one. Rifenhad said, then I suppose 6 of them should be a great help. Yuban's mind raced. The entire Goblin kingdom has only 6 aura users. Does this mage command more of them than my whole country? So he asked bluntly, what's the price? Rifenhad bowed his head and replied, when you ascend the throne, I would like you to grant me a fief. Yuban asked, surprised. That's it? Rifenhad explained, the fief I desire must be a completely autonomous territory. My condition is that the land will not be subject to the laws of the Goblin kingdom. I want to create a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs can all live freely, Your Highness. In a small village, located in the lands of Baron Delphina. Ciri asked, did the conversation go smoothly? Rifenhad walked over and replied, of course, but the real problem is what happens from now on. I can't make the same mistakes I did in my past life. Even if it takes more time, I have to ensure our territory is legally recognized. That way, humanity will have no choice but to acknowledge it. Then Cirrus asked, do you know Prince Yuban? He answered frankly, no, this is the first time I've met him. She then asked, in your past life, who became the emperor? Rifenhad replied, Cass. In my previous life, Prince Yen was executed. Cirrus wondered, that's not going to happen again, is it? He gave a small smile. If I don't intervene, it's very likely to happen again. But this time, I will definitely not let it happen. I think everything will be fine. As long as in this battle, they start treating the other races as allies and not as slaves. Seeing him, Roos asked, is everything still going smoothly? He replied, I guess so. At least for now, things are looking good. Roos analyzed the situation. It's been a month since we left the main forge. In that 1 month, we visited 10 ancient ruins. No one would probably believe it if we told them. Our journey certainly started with a bang. Honestly, hauling all those artifacts out of the ruins was harder than fighting off demons. Ceylon agreed. You're right. It's a good thing I've built up some muscle. But where did you get 100,000 gold coins? Rifenhad replied. It wasn't 100,000 gold coins. It was food provisions worth 100,000 gold coins. Ceylon realized. You mean the food you bought from that big merchant guild? He replied, if it weren't for the war and famine, that food would only be worth about 4,000 gold coins. But things are different now. Xiaola frowned suspiciously. I get the feeling you're swindling people. What are you talking about? I didn't lie to anyone. Just then, Roos spoke up. I have a question. You said you would find him 6 radiants, but right now, the only radiants are me, the dwarf lady, and you. That's only 3. Are there radiants among the elves too? Rifenhad sat down and answered. There are, but their relationships aren't very good. It would be very difficult to persuade them, so I didn't count all of them. Besides, I'm not one of the 6. Hearing this, Roos asked blankly, but if that's the case, we won't have 6 people. Rifenhad explained, don't worry, we also have 2 orc warriors, Kankan and Stalama. Roos was puzzled. Orcs? They have radiance? Too? He continued. There's a grassland southeast of the Larva Mountains, about a 15-day journey from here. It's called the Land of Trials. An orc tribe that carries on ancient traditions lives there. They aren't the orc slaves who have lost their wild nature and live in fear. Nor are they the orc swordsmen who have become cruel and barbaric. Their tribe has carried on the spirit of true warriors by combining both reason and wildness. They are called the Blue Bear Tribe. He then recalled an old memory and thought, that guy must be there too. I wonder if he's grown up yet. Roos asked again. It's true that some orc swordsmen are useful, but are they really that strong? Rifenhad smiled faintly and quickly confirmed, they are the strongest warriors I've ever known, even stronger than humans, elves, and dwarves. The scene changes to a place with floating boulders. Suddenly, a magic circle appears, glowing faintly in the darkness. A light shines from within the circle, and 2 figures emerge from it. The old man said sternly, not bad at all. You did very well. You've worked hard. The sage Leston Teslon immediately replied, thank you, sir. The elder guardian, Daus, continued, dangerous information must be properly controlled. That is how we protect humanity. Everything we do is for the sake of mankind. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man vanished, leaving Teslon to wonder, did he call me here just to say a few useless things? I need to climb to a position with more influence than I have now. I really want to tell them how dangerous the Demon King is. But, he sighed and muttered, but no matter what I say, they'll just think I'm crazy. It's thanks to the light mage J.L. that I learned Duke Iran is a member of the Silver Sages. I revealed what I knew about the Silver Sages from my past life. That way, it came off as my own prophecy. And because of that, I was able to become one of them. The main characters of the Great Silver Age weren't humans. The ones who became the center of that great era were the elves with their Tree of Life, and the dwarves who ruled the earth. They grew so powerful that 1,000 years ago, these 2 races had their own distinct names, the Eldrass civilization and the Anthran civilization. In the ancient tongue, Eldrass means blessing of Eldia, and Anthran means blessing of Apat. Their civilizations were named after the gods they worshipped, and the Silver Sages have hidden this truth from humanity. To erase the truth, you have to come up with a believable lie. Perhaps that's why they called that period the Silver Age. Protecting humanity was really just about protecting humanity's pride, and it's making humanity weaker and more foolish. Cutting back to Rifenhad's group, he traveled from the Groven Kingdom to the Land of Trials, Desran, and in the east of the Fland grasslands lies the dead land of Desron. Roos looked around and noted, this place is truly barren. He said, I heard that the orc tribes cast the weak children and the elderly out of their villages. That's why the orcs consider it an honor to be able to leave the village on their own when they feel they've become useless. Perhaps that's how they survive in this barren place. Xiao La looked out and said, so they're all just a bunch of savages, Cirrus said calmly. The dwarven race is truly fortunate to have inherited our legacy and have a safe place to live. Hearing this, Xiao La's face darkened as she retorted, but abandoning the weak is still barbaric, isn't it? Cirrus asked back. In such a harsh environment, a custom like that is understandable. Just think about it. If the dwarves lost their abilities, could they keep the fire in the main forge burning forever? Overhearing their conversation, he thought, it seems humans aren't the only ones who bicker amongst themselves. How annoying. Seeing them like this, a pale-faced sea asked, but what are you going to do to persuade the orcs? Rifenhad replied, I've come up with a plan, but I'm not sure if it'll be effective. We'll have to see, Siri whispered. I thought you'd just do the same thing as in your past life. He pouted and said, back then, I had Tothet with me, and Roos was watching our back. He saw something in the distance, and said something was approaching. Sure enough, the thunderous sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Seeing this, they panicked. Before them was a horde of orcs, frantically charging at them and shouting threats. Roos asked, what are they saying? He replied, this is our territory. All humans must die. Silent then said, that's terrifying. At that moment, Rifenhad yelled, O warriors of the blue soul. I am, but before he could finish, they roared even louder. Seeing this, Roos said, I don't think they're willing to listen to you. Just then, an orc named Orosk rushed forward, swinging his sword at Cirrus. She gracefully drew her own sword, and Xiaola easily blocked the blow. Roos fought back, saying, they're too strong. Rifenhad, however, just stood there, letting them hit him, and replied, what else is new? But they have a very serious weakness. Flowing sands become the dream of the abyss. At that moment, he snapped his fingers, using a wide area, second circle sleep spell, causing them to fall into a magical slumber. As a result, they gradually fell asleep, leaving Roos to look around in bewilderment. Silent asked in confusion, how did that spell work so fast? I thought that spell was completely useless in combat. He replied softly, there's a reason why the Oros tribe, despite being so good at fighting, still lost to humans. Silent looked down at them and continued, no matter how good a warrior is, there's nothing they can do if their magic resistance is that low. He then asked, but what if there was someone like you to protect them from spells like that? Silent stammered in response, well, like I said, these guys aren't even warriors. The true warriors of the Blue Bear tribe are tasked with protecting the tribe and hunting monsters. Orcs who haven't become warriors yet patrol the surrounding area, just like they were doing. It's how they gain experience and prove themselves worthy of becoming warriors. Hearing this, Roos grew even more fearful and asked, you mean these guys aren't even warriors? Rifenhad glanced to the side and said, speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Hearing that, he cautiously looked over with startled eyes. Before them stood imposing, muscular orc warriors. Rifenhad turned his head back and remarked, I just said it, and there they are. Roos also looked in the direction Rifenhad was facing, and her expression became tense. Oh God. A large group of massive orc warriors appeared on the cliffs above. One of them, completely covered, stepped out from the middle of the warrior group and issued a warning. This is our territory. Humans are not allowed. Rifenhad stepped forward alone, looked up at them, and showed his good intentions. Spirits of the royal warriors, I come here in good faith. The masked figure looked at him with untrusting eyes. Good faith? Humans are liars. I don't trust you. Undeterred, Rifenhad continued to persuade him. I know. That's why I want to show you that we're telling the truth. The masked figure was intrigued. What? What do you plan to do, human? He loudly declared his method of proof. Royal warriors, a true warrior expresses their will through battle. I propose a ritual combat to show that I am telling the truth. Speaking of ritual combat, this is a tradition passed down from ancient times. Ritual combat is a ceremony the orcs created to make pacts with each other. It's how orcs gain the trust of others, as they respect the strong. Thinking this, Rifenhad felt a bit worried. A coward can never become strong. That's why the strong are considered trustworthy. The problem is, they'll perform the same ritual with humans. After hearing Rifenhad's proposal, the group of orcs cheered excitedly. You know of our great tradition? Accept it. You're smart, human. The real conversation begins when our swords clash. Rifenhad's group was also quite surprised that they agreed so quickly. They accepted. As expected. That was easy, huh? Roos worriedly asked Rifenhad. If it's the two of us fighting, that's one thing. But are Silent and Tula participating too? Rifenhad explained. When it comes to fighting, orcs don't care about gender. Silent pointed to himself and asked, do I have to fight too? Rifenhad smiled to reassure him. You're not a warrior, so you don't have to fight. Rifenhad thought to himself, they probably just see him as a kid anyway. The masked figure announced, let us begin the ritual. Those who wish to prove their worth, step forward. Roos bravely stepped forward to fight the first match. I am Roos Valencia of the Danhem tribe. The orcs also sent out a formidable warrior who loudly announced his name. I am Jonka Tho, son of Daratha. I will fight you. Facing her opponent, Roos looked bewildered, not understanding a word he was saying. Jonka Tho realized he was speaking the orcish language, and quickly reintroduced himself in the common tongue. I, Jonka Tho, will fight you. This surprised Roos. Silent, feeling the orcs were more intelligent than he thought, wondered aloud. They can speak the official language? Roos, do you know any unofficial languages? Roos replied with a grim face. No, I've never had to learn another language, Silent whispered. I guess that makes us the two biggest idiots here, huh? Meanwhile, Roos gripped her sword tightly and charged forward to attack. Jonka Tho didn't hesitate either, rushing in with his weapon. The clash of their weapons was so powerful it created sparks. Jonka Tho continuously blocked Roos's attacks. He wondered, how can someone so small be so strong? Roos also marveled internally. He's really strong, but compared to her usual training regimens, the fight was currently an even match. Despite the significant difference in their physical appearance, it didn't affect Roos's combat ability. With her nimble movements, Roos easily dodged Jonka Tho's attack. She quickly counterattacked with a mid-air spin, landing a heel kick straight to Jonka Tho's face. For a normal person, this might have been a fatal blow, but for Jonka Tho, it didn't cause much damage and only made him angrier. He charged in, attacking fiercely, while loudly praising her. Excellent, female elven warrior. You are a true warrior. Roos used all her strength to defend. She recalled what Rifenhad once said and marveled. They are the strongest warriors I have ever known, the strongest even when compared to humans, elves, and dwarves. Just as he said, Roos fought while trying to find her opponent's opening. The sound of clashing weapons echoed endlessly. Roos silently judged that his swordsmanship was on a very high level, but she also quickly identified his problem. His swords couldn't keep up with his skill. With that decided, she dodged one of Jonka Tho's attacks and swiftly counterattacked. She used her full strength to strike at the weakest point of his twin swords. Just when it seemed she was about to win, he suddenly chanted a spell. Skavan, Satha. Jonka Tho's weapons were quickly enveloped in a layer of light. They were enhanced, becoming harder and stronger. The moment Roos's sword touched them, it was knocked away. Seeing her attack nullified so easily, Roos couldn't hide the look of astonishment on her face. What was that? Jonka Tho's two swords had looked chipped and worn, but after he chanted the spell, they had become much stronger. Roos wondered with suspicion. An aura? Jonka Tho laughed confidently. My weapons are my soul. A warrior's soul cannot be broken. Rifenhad immediately recognized it. A spirit aura? He called out a reminder. Don't panic, Roos. That orc's special skill is spirit aura. Roos hurriedly asked. Can you explain that in more detail? Rifenhad said concisely. His weapons will be sharper and harder. Knowing this made Roos more confident. So that's an orc's special skill. Just like Xiaola's seismic ability, should I fight as if he has a famous sword? There's no time. Rifenhad, you idiot. Try to explain as much as you can. The stronger the warriors, the more types of auras they can handle. But I don't have time to explain right now. Ceres and Jan Cathor charged back into a fierce battle. Ceres was agile and brave. Jan Cathor was strong and battle-hardened. Her eyes, fixed on him, flashed like sparks as his stance wavered, leaving an opening. She seized the opportunity and leaped high into the air. I've got this. She landed a powerful kick right in Jan Cathor's face. Before he could react, she lunged forward with her sword. This time, she successfully knocked his weapons away. Jan Cathor stared in disbelief as his weapons flew. Ceres, however, was a bit disappointed that she still couldn't destroy them. Damn it, that's still not enough? For a moment, Jan Cathor ignored the fight, his attention fixed on his twin swords spinning in the air. Then, he suddenly shouted, My friends! Ceres looked at him in horror as the two swords answered his call and shot straight toward her. What is this? Just then, Rifenhad yelled out in alarm. That's right, they can sometimes control their swords like that. Ceres angrily shot back. Why didn't you say so sooner? A massive explosion erupted from Ceres's position, causing everyone to cry out her name in fear. The huge blast kicked up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's view. The pair of swords flew out from the smokescreen at a terrifying speed. Although Ceres managed to dodge in time, one of them still caught the hem of her cloak. The cloak was instantly torn to shreds. Fortunately, Ceres landed safely. Jan Cathor looked at her with astonished admiration. Amazing. Elven warrior. I didn't expect to need help from my comrades. At that, Ceres's resolve wavered slightly. So, this is their tribe's secret technique. It's more than just enchanting a sword. Am I going to be defeated here? Should I just surrender? Before she could collect herself, Jan Cathor relentlessly attacked again. Ceres seemed to be on the defensive, forced to retreat, but she wasn't ready to give up yet. No, I don't want to lose. Especially if it's because of a racial trait. In her moment of crisis, Ceres accidentally found a way out. Wait, a racial trait? She thought, looking at Cathor thoughtfully. Jan Cathor is using the Orc tribe's secret technique. So elves must have their own secret technique too. Right? No sooner had she thought of it than she immediately used her tribe's secret technique, summoning a spirit. "My friend, Selena, I call upon you in the name of our friendship." Selena quickly appeared, asking gently, "Did you summon me, my friend Serendi?" Rifenhad was also astonished. "Is that the wind spirit, Selena? Even with Nihilin's help, she can summon a spirit? That's impressive." Selena had just appeared, and hadn't even had a chance to show her skills before Cirrus used her as a stepping stone and jumped off her. With the excellent boost, Cirrus launched herself high into the air. Jan Cather stared blankly up at her. Seeing her dive towards him, he quickly commanded his twin blades to attack. But this time, she had completely turned the tables. She easily batted his twin swords aside. While Jan Cathor was still disoriented, she quickly landed behind him. Sensing movement behind him, Jan Cathor spun around, only to find Cirrus's sword already at his throat. She said softly, "Checkmate." The masked man announced loudly, "The outsiders are victorious." The Oros clan, thrilled by the dramatic fight, roared wildly. As soon as the battle ended, Sios approached and asked, "Are you okay? Cirrus, are you hurt anywhere?" Cirrus smiled in reply, "I'm fine." Rifenhad also praised her. "Well done, Cirrus." She smiled happily at him. "Thank you, Rifenhad." Xiaola, however, noticed something else and asked, "But is it really okay to step on a spirit like that?" She seemed a little annoyed. Rifenhad countered that spirits are pure beings and wouldn't care about such trivial things. Sios commented from the side, but she used her like a springboard. Seelan chatted cheerfully with Cirrus, while Rifenhad's face darkened, lamenting, to himself, that Cirrus was still so difficult to approach when talking to someone. After their defeat in the first match, the Oros clan was eager for the next fight. The masked man announced again, "The second match of the combat ritual begins. Anyone who wishes to prove their worth, step forward." This time, the one who stepped up was Xiaola, armed with a double-bladed axe. "All right, it's my turn." Although Xiaola had a strong will, her abilities were still limited. Unfortunately, Xiaola was quickly defeated. Annoyed, she admitted, "I lose." The masked man offered his assessment. "Dwarven girl, you possess great potential as a warrior, but it is not yet fully honed. Not showing all of your strength in battle is disrespectful to your opponent. Although I can see that was not your intention," the masked man kindly advised her. "A warrior should be able to look at their own aura and use what they can handle. However, dwarven woman, you lack the discernment to gauge your opponent's aura. Even if you had fought with everything you had, my warriors could still have handled it easily. The fact that you didn't know this was your shortcoming means you need to train harder." The masked man spoke at length in the Oros tongue, causing many question marks to pop up over Xiaola's head. She looked helplessly at Rifenhad for a translation. "Hey, what's he saying?" Rifenhad summarized what the masked man had just said for her. "Everything will be fine, as long as you don't overestimate yourself and try harder." But seeing the look on his face, Xiaola found it a bit hard to believe. "Huh?" Rifenhad encouraged her, then turned to Sios, saying, "Well, it's fine either way. Sios, it's your turn now. Don't go trying to kill them." Sios replied, "I understand." He stepped forward with his sword, surrounded by a faint blue light. He confidently introduced himself. "I am Sios von Tennis, heir to the Tennis swordsmanship. I am here to prove my worth as a warrior." The masked man looked at him with curiosity. Karuga, a powerful orc warrior, leaped down from a cliff. The moment he landed, the ground shook and cracked into pieces. He proudly introduced himself. "Tastala Longa Veda will fight this one." The Oros clan was shocked to see who was competing in this match. The Oros champion? They chattered endlessly, but Sios couldn't understand any of it. "He is Karuga, blessed by the great Debata." A brief explanation about Karuga. Karuga are those blessed by the warrior spirit. The Orcs call those with potential pseudo-auras, or who use soul energy, Karuga. In other words, this is how Orcs describe their greatest warrior. The Oros people whispered and pointed. "Human Karuga, Karuga, Karuga Cash." Kios felt a bit awkward as they stared at him with eyes as bright as headlights. He thought to himself, if they're this surprised by me, what will they do when Rifenhad fights next? Stala began to show off her power as a display of dominance. "I am the queen of the Blue Bear tribe. Roos, I will fight you," he thought to himself. "She's so strong." The two torrents of power collided, crushing everything around them. Roos didn't dare to be careless. Every single one of his attacks was launched with his full strength. Stala laughed loudly. To her, Roos's attacks were nothing but child's play. With a slight turn, she effortlessly parried his strike with the dagger in her hand. Giving Roos no time to rest, Stala immediately launched a swift counterattack. But Roos was no slouch either. He fought back while silently assessing her. She's really on a completely different level than those orcs from before. Stala attacked in a relentless storm, completely taking the upper hand, but Roos's own skill was undeniable. Your attacks are interesting. You're quite talented, you young human, but you still lack a whole lot of experience. Stala laughed excitedly. Ah, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? She was clearly smug about her own strength. You're amazing, but I'm more experienced than you. Roos struggled to defend against her ferocious, tiger-like attacks, wondering to himself, huh? What is she trying to say? Realizing Roos couldn't understand her, Stala refocused on the fight. Whatever, let's just fight. She leaped high into the air, threw the 2 daggers from her hands, and shouted, City Randers! The spirits dwelling within the daggers immediately awakened at her call, enveloping them in a purple light. Stala commanded, Go forth, my sisters. The 2 daggers soared through the air, heading straight for Roos. They took turns attacking from multiple directions, making it difficult for him to block their blows. He thought to himself, so, this is the skill the big boss mentioned. A soul armament that controls weapons with your will? This is going to be tough to deal with. While Roos was busy dealing with the 2 daggers, Stala quickly closed the distance. She threw a powerful punch at him. Caught by the surprise attack, Roos couldn't dodge. He could only grit his teeth and block it. He told himself, I've taken hits imbued with aura before, so this should be easy. The 2 daggers also took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, spinning through the air at incredible speed, forming a cutting whirlwind that flew straight at Roos. Luckily, he managed to lean back and dodge just in time. Though he avoided a fatal blow, his bicep was wounded. Rifenhad, watching the fight from the sidelines, made a silent assessment. Roos has been in fights before, but he still lacks experience dealing with pseudo-aura. If he focuses too much on Stala, he'll be attacked from all sides. He wondered, what will you do now? Blood flowed endlessly from Roos's arm, but he refused to give up. Stala loudly declared, Victory is mine. Roos immediately shot back. Not yet. He decided to use his ultimate move. Even though he wasn't sure it would work, a fierce blue light erupted. I haven't practiced enough to use this in a real fight, but I hope it works. Roos's eyes filled with determination. Rifenhad was also surprised by his decision. Stala cried out in astonishment. What is this? Following every swing of Roos's sword, tens of thousands of illusionary blades appeared, surrounding him. Mirage blade separation. Under Roos's command, the tens of thousands of illusory blades flew straight towards Stala. She quickly realized they were phantom swords. I can only sense 3 real blades. The rest are all illusions. The swords flew at her one after another. Unafraid, Stala charged into the rain of blades, most of which shattered on impact. Stala gave him a look of praise. To be able to do this at such a young age is quite impressive. But Stala quickly came to regret her overconfidence. A gash appeared on her stomach. Although he had seized the opportunity to wound his opponent, Roos still couldn't defeat Stala. Rifenhad exclaimed with delight. His way of using aura is impressive. Rifenhad wondered if this was a technique that allowed him to mask his own presence to deceive the enemy. Stala clutched her wound. She didn't hold back her praise for Roos. That last attack was pretty good, but it won't work a second time. Roos looked back and clicked his tongue in regret. It failed. Although she was injured, the wound didn't significantly slow Stala's attacks. She fiercely charged back into the fight. Roos once again used his new skill, Phantom Flower Blade. Stala thought she had figured out his technique. She mused, once I can distinguish between the real blades and the illusions, it won't be hard to dodge. But things weren't as simple as Stala thought. When she charged in to attack, she discovered that her target was just an illusion. The illusion carried the same aura as a real person. It gradually faded away, leaving Stala stunned. Just as Stala was trying to understand what happened, the real Roos suddenly appeared. He quickly slashed Stala's thigh. Roos smiled in satisfaction. Success. Blood gushed endlessly from the wound. Stala still couldn't believe it. Did he just switch places with an illusion? Impossible. Rifenhad was once again amazed by how quickly Roos was learning. He already knows how to use the Void Sword. This kid is a true genius. Now, for an explanation of the move Roos just used. Phantom Flower Blade. It's a sword technique that uses aura to create illusions of the blade that don't have to obey the laws of physics. It allows the user to control the presence of their aura, making it difficult for the opponent to defend against. Normally, people would think that's the main strength of this technique, but that's just a side effect. Rifenhad continued, lost in his thoughts. The true purpose of this technique is to teleport one's aura in the blink of an eye to strike the enemy. This technique is the foundation of the Void Sword. If I remember correctly, the Void Sword is also Sword Saint Roos's most powerful move. So it's clear that, in just a short time, Roos has improved at an incredible pace. Rifenhad smiled at Roos. It feels a little strange to witness this technique again. It seems this is why he locked himself away to practice his swordsmanship back at the main forge. Stala glanced towards Rifenhad, silently calculating. That big human over there is also blessed by the warrior spirit. If I want to fight him too, I should finish things here first. From out of nowhere, countless daggers began to appear. Stala shouted, "This has been fun, but let's end it here." The daggers lined up in a long row, appearing like feathers, yet incredibly sharp and fierce like birds of prey. Stala called out, "My 12 sisters!" And the daggers, as if sentient, flew towards her. They all gathered in front of Stala, awaiting her command. Roos exclaimed in alarm. "What?" Stala simply waved her hand. The 12 daggers shot forward like arrows, but instead of aiming at Roos, they sliced up the entire area around him as a warning. Terrified, Roos dropped his weapon and raised both hands. "I surrender." Stala proudly raised her hand and declared victory amidst the cheers of the Orc warriors. "I am the winner of the third match of the combat ritual." When Rifenhad saw Sios return, he eagerly proposed a challenge. "When you and I train together, you have to show me that move again. I want to try facing it at least once." Roos returned with a weary look on his face and replied, "It wouldn't have any effect on you anyway. No matter how I attack you, you won't even bother to dodge." Then Rifenhad, remembering Stala's attack from before, reminded him, "In that case, that attack wouldn't work on you either." Siros clicked his tongue and replied, "Who knows?" Rifenhad took off his cloak and stepped forward to issue his challenge. "Now, it's my turn." Stala and the other female orcs were immediately captivated by his appearance. "He's so handsome. I don't think you need to participate in the ritual. Everyone here is already head over heels for you." Stala then thought to herself, "But I can't just give up like this." Rifenhad loudly introduced himself. "My name is Rifenhad Anaris. I will participate in the combat ritual." A large, cloaked figure named Kankin suddenly appeared behind Stala. He whispered, asking for permission. "Hey, wife, can I fight him?" Rifenhad stared at the man, stunned. "Huh? When did he get here? I didn't sense his presence at all." Even Stala was surprised by his appearance. Stala looked up and asked, "When did you get here, husband?" Kankin pointed to a distant mountain and said, "I've been watching for a while. From that cliff over there." Rifen estimated that the cliff must have been at least 300 meters away from them. Stala asked, "Why are you here? What about the Snake King?" Kankin calmly replied, "I've already chopped it into many pieces." Stala was pleased and praised him. "As expected of my husband. We're going to have a delicious meal soon." Just then, Kankin removed his hood and introduced himself. "I am Kankin, chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe. May I fight you in my wife's place?" Rifenhad raised a fist, smiling with excitement. "Besides my master, I've never fought anyone as big as him. All right, I'd like to test my skills against you too." Kankin drew his blade and laughed loudly. "That's the spirit. Let's begin." Rifenhad casually cast a spell. Fall into a dream. Improved sleep. Enhanced sleep spell. Kankin couldn't resist. He immediately collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. He lay curled up on the ground, sleeping soundly in front of everyone. Silent forced a smile and remarked, "Well, that was." Roos also felt the battle had ended too quickly. "Don't tell me the fight is already over." Stala protested indignantly. "This is not the way of a true warrior," Rifen calmly explained. "You can wake him up. I just wanted to let him know that I am both a swordsman and a mage." Kankin staggered to his feet, rubbing his head in confusion. "Was I really that tired?" Stala told him. "You were just enchanted." He asked in astonishment, "That guy's a mage?" Rifen continued to explain more clearly. "Both my magic and my body are my weapons. If I don't use everything I have to fight, it means I don't respect you." Upon hearing this, Kankin wasn't angry at all. In fact, he seemed appreciative. "I understand. If magic is also your weapon, then it is an honorable act to use it in battle. Thank you for being so considerate." The orcs began to murmur amongst themselves. "Isn't magic evil? But it's also wrong not to use a weapon you have." "Magic is a weapon? I thought it was just for cheating. Or maybe not. Giving your all in the combat ritual is the more shameful thing. This is too confusing. Let's just follow what the chieftain says." A golden light enveloped Rifenhad. He thought to himself, "Thanks to this body, I'll be able to gain their trust faster than in my previous life." He shouted with great enthusiasm. "Then let's continue the combat ritual." The two of them charged at each other without holding back. Not far away, the sky was beginning to turn the color of sunset. The Snake King's head was waiting to be processed. Tathis tightened his grip on his weapon and walked over to butcher the Snake King's meat. He remarked aloud, This is enough food for a long time. The wolf he was raising also ran over, putting on an obedient expression. Tathis knew exactly what it wanted but asked anyway, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tathis scolded the wolf as he tossed it a piece of meat, which it happily snatched. "You cunning little thing." A powerful burst of light from the ongoing battle caught Tathis's attention. He and the wolf both looked toward the light, wondering, "What is that light?" But then he quickly lost interest in what was happening and turned to call the wolf. "Let's head back." Rifenhad's body, wreathed in brilliant red flames, charged forward with an eager expression. Ken, with lightning crackling from his eyes, gritted his teeth and prepared to charge as well. Their fists collided, creating a terrifying explosion. A flash of light shot past his eyes, another fist already prepared behind it. His rippling, muscular arm struck out, only to be blocked by the man's sword. Key explosion! Ken leaped up, gripping the large sword in his hands and unleashing a powerful strike. Rifenhad's eyes narrowed with a tense expression, as he also prepared to throw a punch from behind. As expected of the orc race, he can wield such a giant sword so easily. A bright explosion erupted from his body. Continuous key, explosion. Ken propped up his massive sword, using it to block all of Rifenhad's consecutive attacks. He smirked, then held out his hand and wiggled his fingers, taunting the man. "This should be enough to prove my status as a warrior, shouldn't it?" A purple circle of energy shot out, causing the man to reel backward. "O soul, descend upon this place. Fall into an enhanced sleep." The man's eyes went white, and a bubble puffed out from his nose. Ken had fallen asleep, right in the middle of the battle. Rifenhad aimed for the man's sleeping form and charged forward triumphantly. Even though he's a godsend, the orc race's magic resistance is still terrible. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he saw something. Even though the man's face was fast asleep, his sword blade continued to emit energy. The blade swung dangerously close, putting him in a difficult position. Is the spell not working? Ken looks like he's still sleeping peacefully. Silon, watching from the sidelines, is shocked. He can fight even while he's asleep? Can a sun god really do that? Even Roos is sweating with worry watching them fight. "I'm learning so much." He looks at the man with immense admiration. "I can't believe he can manipulate his aura to make his body react on instinct like this. I should practice this technique in the future, too." Meanwhile, Ken casually holds his sword and yawns after waking up. "Did I get hit by a spell again?" Rifenhad, standing on the other side, is baffled. "In my past life, I never encountered this fighting style. Or maybe he just never needed to use it back then. Around this time, I had already supplied the orc tribe with charms that resist mental spells." His hand swings out, releasing a wave of purple mana. Stand still like a paralyzed stone statue. The brute's massive body is suddenly lifted into the air above a magic circle. Ken grits his teeth in anger, his eyes turning pure white. It's clear Ken has no magic resistance. He erupts with such force that lightning shoots from his eyes as he slams his massive sword into the rocky ground. But he's still in his auto-combat state, parrying the attacks aimed at him. He's compensating for his weakness by using his aura control skills. The man laughs with excitement, suddenly appearing from above. "This is so much fun!" Rifenhad sing-songs, clenching his fists and looking up, equally thrilled. What an impressive way to fight. His facial muscles tighten. "I could keep using spells, but let's end this with a warrior's move." His mouth opens wide in a roar as he launches his entire body forward. "All right. Now I'll get serious." Ken, refusing to lose, glares and shouts as they both charge at each other, unleashing a barrage of attacks. "That's what I wanted." A massive shockwave explodes, obscuring the two from view. An entire area of land has been shattered. Yet the two are still trading blows. The orc tribesmen outside also brace themselves as they watch the situation. With a serious look, Ken roars and swings his arm. "Hey, human! Let's end this battle together." Rifenhad, just as eager for a good fight, firmly agrees. With pleasure. All 5 of his fingers clench tightly around a source of blazing mana. Their eyes tense as they stare each other down. Rifenhad throws a punch with his fully flexed muscular arm. Fourfold calamity soundwave. Ken, not to be outdone, charges forward and unleashes a powerful thunder strike. The 2 blows collide, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. From another side, huge boulders are also ripped from the ground. Rifenhad is still holding his straight punch pose, and Ken is still focused on blocking the blow with his sword. From that rocky ground, a colossal pillar of red energy shoots high into the sky. It shatters across the sky with a massive shockwave. Gradually, it dissipates, revealing the clouds above. The ground is still, but the attack has completely vanished from the sky. A bare, white back is presented before a pair of hands. Could you be a little gentler? Silen's face darkens as he complains. I told you it would only take a moment. As Rifenhad whimpers in pain. When will this be over? Silen reminds him sternly. Even if it hurts so much you feel like you're dying, you have to endure it, you idiot. Stala appears with her sturdy frame. Stala, the officiant of the combat ritual, declares a draw, as is the tradition of the Orc tribe. She stands proudly with her hands on her hips, announcing that the two warriors' strengths are like that of twins, evenly matched. A naive red-haired girl sees his pain and freezes, asking, is Phelan's healing magic really that painful? Silen continues the treatment, frowning as he explains. It's because a part of his opponent's aura is still lingering inside his body. The 3 pentagonal fragments with 3 different colors and representations are like this. The nature of aura, holy power, and magic are all different. Aura doesn't completely repel itself like magic and holy power do, but because their natures are different, they can't completely fuse together. He looks over at Kankin, smiles, and offers, I can heal you too, you know. But the man tactfully refuses. No need, little human. If you just leave it be, my wounds will heal on their own. Kankin looks over at him and laughs amicably. Hey, human, I acknowledge you as a trustworthy warrior. From this day on, we are brothers. Night has fallen on the rocky land where the Orcs live. Meeting a new brother is truly a joyous occasion. If our conversation began with swords, it must end with good ale. As the night deepens, a single small tent still emits light. The bonfire outside is still burning brightly, and large arms hold ivory tusks filled with drinks. Come on, everyone, let's raise a toast. Silen is a little wary of their carefree behavior. It's obvious the atmosphere is very cheerful, but Roos, standing beside him, also feels anxious. This is a bit too intense. I don't know if I can relax and drink here. Kankin suddenly thrusts a toad-shaped mug towards him. Come on, brother, have a drink with me. The moment Rifenhad sees it, he grimaces. It's that stuff, that foul, strong liquor. But after taking a sip, he has to cover his mouth and reconsider. This is actually good. Has my taste changed? Kankin sees his expression and rejoices. It seems you like it. I was worried it wouldn't suit a human's palate. He looks over at Stala and lets out a delighted laugh. My brother likes our tribe's liquor this much. How could I not be happy? Hey, wife, bring out the whole barrel. She immediately glares at him, seeing right through his excuse. You're always quick to find a reason to drink. Rifenhad receives the large barrel and starts chugging it down. Impressive. As expected of a warrior, the Orc tribesmen watch and comment, are normal elves usually that fat? I can't believe someone like that is so strong. It's truly surprising. The dwarf girl with him is fat, too. How did she become a warrior? Roos glares at them suspiciously. What are they saying? Rifenhad, having just finished his drink, wipes his mouth, feeling full, and answers, they're calling you fat. Orcs think anyone who doesn't have bulging muscles is fat. An orc girl with her hair tied to one side notices. Wait a minute, is that a boy? The other short-haired orc woman with earrings replies, no way, can a boy be that skinny? He probably wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, Silen is so full he's clutching his stomach. I'm already stuffed. Really, you don't have to give me any more food. Roos holds the tusk in her hand, her eyes darting to the side as she thinks seriously. So this is what Big Brother was trying to tell me. Kankin's eyes shift over, a smile playing on his lips. It seems the shepherds have returned. Rifenhad looks over and sees a veiny arm resting on a half-closed door. It was truly a miracle. Is that my benefactor? His eyes froze and widened at the sight of a skinny figure with a grimy face. A familiar name popped into his head. Tathis? You're supposed to be healthy and walking around. You recognize me? Even though I look so different now. Kankin realized the situation was a bit strange. Do you two know each other? Tathis looked at the man and spoke kindly. He is the benefactor who led me here, Chief. Hearing this, the man looked overjoyed. What a coincidence. Ken looked over at him and asked curiously, Hey brother, why did you come to this wilderness? Rifenhad turned to the man, his brow furrowed. I want to find a better land for the Blue Bear tribe to live in. The feast in the Orc camp is still going on, so I hope everyone will lend me their strength. Rifenhad patiently explained each of the locations on the map to the man. Well, to put it simply, that's the gist of it. Fort Justin, the Len Plains, Count Hendrick's territory, the west gate of Siva City, Fort Farugan, Fort Laaka, Baron Galen's territory, the Hunda Guard, Viscount Genfen's territory, the Aran Mountains, and the Jaren Plains. I'm aiming for Viscount Genfen's territory, which borders the Great Glutton mountain range. Kankin crossed his arms and looked seriously at Tathis. Tathis, you were raised by humans. What do you think of this plan? He looked the man straight in the eye and stated firmly, I don't trust humans. but I trust my benefactor, Rifenhad. He would never lie to us. The chief's expression grew serious as he considered it. I know that. What I want to know is, if we join in, will our tribe be in danger? Tathis also sat down to discuss the matter and offer his advice. Perhaps you should seek advice from the godmother and the Mukiabi. This is when we need their wisdom the most. Mukiabi means blacksmith in the Orc language. A tent in the area was still glowing with light. Gradla stood with his arms crossed before a scaffold and spoke gravely. O warrior, blessed by the gladiator's spirit, I am Granta, the Mukiabi of the Blue Bear tribe. It's an honor to meet you. The massive Kanken, looming behind him, spoke up. This new brother has shown us the way to a different destiny. For the future of the tribe, we have to make a decision. A wind blew across the rocky wasteland. Roos, sitting on his horse, spoke up. Looks like everything is progressing very well, boss. Rifenhad rode at the head of the group. The tribe will be moving to a safer place. 100 Orc warriors will be joining us. Tathis was also sitting high on his horse, riding along with them, which confused Roos. But why is that guy following us already? If the Orc warriors are going to join us later, they'll need a messenger. Roos laughed and made a bold prediction. Elves, dwarves, and now even orcs. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if goblins join us next. Hearing this, Rifenhad's face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His random guess was spot on. Sometime later, the map now pointed to a new location. A few days later, the Tomania Highway, the capital city, Protein, Fort China. The Tomania Highway was one of the main trade routes of the Robin's Kingdom. You could often see a steady stream of horse-drawn carriages, forming long lines along the road. A few figures in black cloaks were hiding, looking down at the area. The leader frowned, observing the situation. Only about 100 soldiers on guard? Prince Yuben might be a hedonist, but he's no fool. He must understand how important that food supply is. A logistician standing right beside him was also watching intently. Perhaps because of the war, they can't mobilize any more troops. He assessed the situation, also estimating the numbers, but there should be at least 500 soldiers. The man in the cloak next to him spoke up. I can still use my clairvoyant skill to observe them. It seems there isn't a single mage among them. The leader's face remained grim and cold, his eyes fixed on the city situation. This is strange. This number of troops is too small to protect such a precious food supply. His gaze fell on a person on horseback at the front of the caravan. I can't even see a single cavalryman. And all the soldiers are tiny. They look like children. That's an Orosa warrior. They must be deliberately disguising refugees or ordinary citizens as soldiers. The black-cloaked leader glanced at him seriously. Prince Yuben's forces can't be stretched any thinner. If we attack in this dangerous situation, they'll be in big trouble. The leader was also growing anxious. It seems Prince Yuben's situation is even worse than we thought. He opened his mouth wide, glanced at his men, and reminded them of what they needed to know. Our enemies are just pitiful children disguised as soldiers. A little scare is all it'll take to make them scatter. Remember to go easy on them. Strong-legged horses galloped across the grass. The leader at the front of the group raised his sword and rallied his men. In the name of the one true king, the great Kasat, I command you, lay down your weapons and kneel. The white-cloaked figures, their faces hidden, suddenly appeared in droves. Their outer cloaks were thrown off simultaneously. The leader had to rein in his horse and stop to observe. 3 dwarves appeared together. Dwarves? Maui, holding his weapon, frowned and yelled, "They're here! We've been waiting for you, you bastards!" The leader's eyes widened in shock as he broke out in a sweat. Are these guys insane? Who in their right mind would think of using these mole-like creatures as guards? Yet the subordinate behind him shouted thoughtlessly, "These useless miners are all crazy." Kadam, holding a large, sturdy axe, suddenly prepared to strike from above. The subordinate didn't have time to react. He could only stare in amazement. Kadam slashed once, then leaped back, while the leader's face contorted in a grimace. The leader, his face covered in sweat, hesitated as he looked back. What was that? How can they jump so high? A red glint shone from Kadam's eyes, and Malloy's eyes also blazed with fury. The 3 dwarves simultaneously launched a frenzied attack with their weapons. Army, cut them down. Charge. Men, what in the world is happening? The leader turned back, pointed his sword at the 3 of them, and shouted a reminder, "Don't panic. They're still just a bunch of moles." The attacking infantry swarmed the road, packed tightly on both sides. Maui frowned, his face grim as he surveyed their numbers. An infantry company. They outnumber us about 8 to 1. Kadam gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes serious. Our benefactor told us not to use our aura, so it'll probably take a while to deal with them. The 3 of them charged forward once more, taking on an entire army. Charge! They're just dwarves. What can these inferior little runts possibly do? The entire dwarven army, enraged, furiously raised their weapons and counterattacked. Wherever they struck, their enemies were sent reeling. Rifenhad stood silently watching from the sidelines, a satisfied smirk on his face. No matter how high their morale is, they're no match for us. It was definitely worth bringing them all here. Sloane watched with naive wonder and exclaimed, I never knew the dwarves could be so overwhelmingly strong. The battle between the dwarves and the soldiers raged fiercely. We were prepared beforehand, while they lack both strategy and morale. Besides, if a mere human could predict that, dwarves could use aura. That wouldn't be science anymore, it would be a prophecy. Don't retreat. No retreat. The enemy leader's eyebrow twitched as he angrily shouted, Who is your master? A man of honor would never let his knights die at the hands of these lowly creatures. Mao gritted his teeth and glared at the man, clearly annoyed. That guy is really getting on my nerves. Kadam, the calmer of the two, tried to brush it off. Well, I guess there's no other way. Sloane gritted his teeth. What does he know, anyway? We shouldn't hate the uneducated. An orc holding a weapon suddenly charged forward on horseback. Tanada, I'll kill you. The enraged enemy leader also spurred his horse on, charging wildly. You filthy orc, do you look down on me that much? Tanada decisively brought his blade down in a single slash, sending the leader's blood splattering everywhere. The man rode up to a carriage and announced, Sir, I have beheaded the enemy commander. Rifenhad's mouth twisted. It sounded a bit theatrical. Well done. Internally, however, he was still trying to understand. Even though you learned from the Great Merchant Guild, it seems your way of thinking hasn't changed. At least the plan is halfway successful. In front of a red-roofed mansion in the barony of Delphina. At the dining table, numerous courtiers were gathered, with Euban seated in the center. Fionin stroked his beard and spoke slowly in a low voice. I am very grateful for your help, but this request of yours puts me in a difficult position. Count Fionin, Prince Euban's grandfather. He looked over at the standing Rifenhad and focused on his proposal. You want me to recognize a slave race as an official army and sign a treaty with them. Rifenhad decided to clarify the matter. Let me repeat myself. Their participation is one of the conditions for me to provide the food supplies. Fionin looked grim as he considered the issue. You really can't argue with a mage and their stubbornness. But another man quickly interjected. Your ideals are far too unrealistic. How can you make such an absurd demand? He glanced at Rifenhad and posed a question. Even if we assume those creatures can fight, what can a force of only 100 possibly do? Rifenhad spoke up confidently. To be precise, the number is 126. Dacia's Blue Bear tribe has joined us. I stand here as a representative of the Alliance to negotiate on their behalf. After hearing his words, the entire table broke into whispers. What? They're just dwarves. What kind of plan could they possibly have? How are those wild elves supposed to fight? And the wild orcs are nothing but a bunch of savages. You can't use them in a large-scale war. You know how valuable elves and dwarves are, yet you intend to send them to the battlefield? Wouldn't it be better to sell them and use the money to hire mercenaries? I'll go to the guild. Half of Rifenhad's face darkened as he shot a serious glare at Fionin. Are you saying you don't trust them? The Count replied with great calm. Of course I don't. A slight smile played on Rifenhad's lips. Then we will prove it to you. Outside the city gates, night had fallen, with a few white lights shining through the gates. From within the palace, nestled between two mountains and below a waterfall, a thunderous voice echoed. We will take Sai Fortress with our own strength. Rifenhad located his position on the map. The Silver Mountains of the Goblins' Kingdom, the Lenai Plains, the main granary of Goblins, the Aran Mountains, the Saran River, the Aran Plains, the Barony of Delphina. Someone's face suddenly darkened, revealing only a sinister smile. Then let us prove the opposite. The Grand Fortress, nestled between two mountains and a waterfall. We will take this Sai Fortress on our own. Fionin, his eyes showing a hint of anger, stroked his beard. Did you just say, Sai Fortress? Rifenhad met his gaze and confirmed with a firm nod. Yes. The Count became enraged, glaring as he roared. Are you mocking me? Do you think Sai Fortress is some slum harboring disgraced criminal gangs? You win one battle and suddenly think you're some brilliant general? Sai Fortress is home to Knight Tesso, the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Rifenhad calmly analyzed the situation. They have more than enough strength. If they are trained properly, they will undoubtedly bring glory to Prince Euban. A man with a scowl on his face showed his displeasure. How foolish. You mages know nothing about war. Not wanting a loud argument, Euban gave a signal. That's enough. He glanced at the Count, who stood with his arms crossed like a superior. I don't understand why everyone is getting so worked up. What is the problem here? The Count looked Yuban directly in the eye and answered bluntly, "Your Highness, you are sending valuable slaves to their deaths for nothing in return." A man sitting across the table from Rifenhad posed a question. "Isn't our top priority supposed to be food supplies? So you'll be leaving the food supplies behind?" Rifenhad, still cloaked, answered casually, "Of course. We will only take enough food for 1 week." Upon hearing that answer, Yuban closed his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. What are the rations for 100 soldiers anyway? From my perspective, it's as if we're losing nothing at all. The young man with the parted hair spoke up, flattering him. "Your Highness is truly wise. I also agree with the mage's opinion." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he roared an order. "As the rightful heir of the Krabben's royal family, I order you to capture Sai Fortress and prove your loyalty." Rifen placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "I, Rifen, obey your command, your majesty." King Yuban. In a forest, during a time when the mist was still thick, in a rocky area behind some residential huts, a man in a black cloak emerged from the shadows of the forest. "Have they departed as planned?" Cirrus also appeared and answered the question. "Yes, he just left with the Black King." "Did the meeting go well?" The man replied softly. Just as planned." Roos's face was half-shadowed, beaded with sweat from anxiety. His mouth twisted in concern. 200 men against 300 guards. Normally, we'd need at least 3 times that number to storm a fortress. He just looked straight ahead and smiled confidently. "I don't mean to underestimate the power of the Knights of the Groven Kingdom. We have the 2 strongest warriors from 2 different races. We will definitely win this battle." The young man's eyes lit up as he laughed with delight. "Besides, including you, we have 6 aura users. This will be an invincible army." C, wearing a cloak, looked up with his clear eyes. "The image of orcs and dwarves will change in the eyes of humanity after this war." Another figure approached and chimed into their conversation. The elves, too. It was real, standing before them, and he was immediately recognized. Chief RH. He walked over casually, his arms hanging at his sides. "F&M was resurrected thanks to you. Humans will no longer be able to see us as a weak species." A wisp of fire appeared in the palm of his hand, which then suddenly flared up, revealing a demonic face. A large, muscular body emerged from within the blazing flames. Sai looked up, unable to help but marvel. "How miraculous!" He smirked as he showed off his ability. In time, the other elves will surely realize that F&M has also been resurrected. He was suddenly startled when he saw its sharp, pitch-black eyes. "Oh, crap, it seems a little too big." Another voice suddenly cut into their conversation. "What's all this commotion?" It was Yuben who had just spoken. His Majesty appeared with a little girl with black hair. Shaula Steohammer said she wanted to meet the other dwarves. He approached and spoke closely to Rifenhad. "Rifenhad, we have deployed according to plan, but are you certain of victory?" He answered calmly, without any hesitation. "Of course, but we must still prepare meticulously." Yuben looked over at the child and the others playing together, feeling relieved. "In any case, it's wonderful to see Phi so happy." His face relaxed into a comfortable smile. "I trust you more than any of my other retainers, because of your reason for living. So, do what you must for this battle. I am grateful to you, if only because the dwarves you brought have made Phi smile." Hearing this, Rifenhad looked a bit strained but replied calmly, "I will not disappoint your majesty." Time passed at the palace beneath a waterfall. A few days later, in the city of Sai, the dawn of spring also brought the chaos of war. A warning cry rang out from near the gate. "The city is under attack. The enemy is invading." Tess appeared, standing calmly with his arms crossed and legs apart. "I rushed over because I heard we were being attacked." "But what the hell is this?" An attendant behind him reported respectfully. "We also thought the enemy was sieging the city, but their true identity is an aura user from the Von Fernando Kingdom." From his high vantage point, he observed silently for a moment. His gaze swept over the familiar faces before he voiced a question. "Are they really the enemy?" Below the gate, a large crowd was continuously shouting and waving flags. "I don't see any humans. They're mostly dwarves. The flags they're waving. That's definitely Prince Jeeve's symbol. He plans to attack our city with this mob?" Tez narrowed his eyes, frowning as he examined the scene. "Price-wise, these slaves are worth more than humans. So why is he just squandering his money?" The attendant beside him calmly offered a plausible reason. "Perhaps it's a trap." He uncrossed his arms, turned, and gave an order. "Have the mages keep an eye on them. Gather 10 knights, with 50 soldiers each." The attendant behind him was startled by the numbers. Isn't that excessive? But his master remained perfectly composed, as if this was just a casual preparation. "If this really is a trap, we'll need that many soldiers to secure a path for retreat." From within, the city gates charged out a whole cavalry unit. Kill all the male dwarves and elves. Capture the females. That assassin-like elf with the sword will make a fine trophy. A soldier in a steel helmet exclaimed from his horse. What a farce! The leader's sharp eyes peered out from under his own helmet. Do not kill the female elves. Is everyone clear? Strike down all enemies in the name of Cass. The leader's eyes suddenly shot wide open in shock. The one standing at the very front was struck by something and sent flying backward. Both rider and horse were sent tumbling through the air. A short, stocky arm was tightly gripping an axe. We can use our aura now, right? Another muscular arm gripped the hilt of a sword. We have our savior's permission. Let's cut loose. A blue spark flashed in the eyes of a ferocious-looking man. Sloan with his sword from the rear, Aura Blade, the axe-wielder in the helmet, and the bushy-bearded Malloy all attacked at once. Let's fight! Go, Damty! A soldier broke out in a cold sweat with fear. Sir Gian was knocked off his horse. Another soldier next to him gritted his teeth. But they're knights. The first soldier grew even more terrified. They're not dwarves. The Damty laughed with delight and charged forward ferociously. They're monsters. Vile humans. At last, we shall have revenge for our kind. Malloy swung his axe with glee, splattering blood everywhere. It's been far too long since I've been in a real fight. Sam continuously smashed down with his massive hammer. Brothers, let them taste our power. Watching from above, Tesvo gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, dwarves using aura! The attendant beside him began to panic. Sir, what should we do? A man wearing a red scarf approached from behind and spoke up. Sir Tess, if they can truly use aura, the main gate won't hold. Hearing this good point, he immediately issued a command. Right! Cast the shield spell first! A thickly bearded man raised his hands to the sky, summoning 2 magic circles. The entire massive palace, beneath the waterfall, was enveloped in a blue barrier. Rifenhad shielded his eyes with his hand, squinting toward it as he made an assessment. A pretty high-quality magic shield. Makes sense for a fortress of this caliber. Silent glanced up at him and said coldly, We're at a disadvantage now, and yet you're as calm as ever. It's fine. I didn't anticipate this either. Ray and several others appeared, unleashing yellow magic, and numerous muscular bodies wreathed in flames materialized. Seeing this, Tesvo was so shocked and enraged that he screamed, What in the world is happening? Archers, fire! The arrows struck the fire-wreathed figures, but they seemed completely unfazed. The attendant soldier behind him gaped in astonishment. It looks like spirit magic. I've seen illustrations of it in books. Tess turned and angrily berated him. What nonsense are you talking about? Elves can't use spirit summoning. Those muscular figures cloaked in fire slammed a powerful punch onto the blue barrier. The city's protective shield was. A Domti wielding an axe charged forward. Impressive. With a single, fluid swing of his axe, Catamite shattered the fortress gate. The guards standing watch could only stare in wide-eyed horror. The gate is down. 3 dwarves appeared, flanked by massive, flame-wreathed brutes, just inside the broken gate. The horde has reached the gate. With its destruction, a new phase of the battle began. The soldiers inside cried out in fear. The castle gate is destroyed! They trembled as they faced the formidable army before them. Demons were pouring into the castle. Tess shot forward like an arrow and bellowed his command. Knights of Fernando, charge! I will deal with these leaders. The rest of you, attack the remaining monsters. The knights behind him surged forward with high morale. For the king, show these lesser creatures the true power of a knight. Across from them, the axe-wielding Damites charged forward confidently. Malloy-san, protect the others. Malloy called out a warning. Be careful. That human. He appears to be a divine knight. At that moment, Tesvo's eyes began to glow, his voice booming. Have you all forgotten your place? How dare you impersonate divine beings? The very next second, the Damites leaped into the air, bringing their weapons down in a powerful strike, ready to defeat Tesvo. An explosion of red and blue light erupted, threatening to swallow everything. Tess was shocked, thinking to himself, What? I thought my power was greater than his. He marveled internally. Even though he looks much younger than me, he's not bad at all. It's true that humans develop and learn faster than other races. The knights below cried out in astonishment. What was that? A dwarf being a divine knight is shocking enough, but he's actually holding his own against Sir Tesvo. Outside, 2 figures stood before the castle gate, discussing the battle. Luckily, the Damites can handle Tesvo, though I didn't think he would actually lose. The 2 watched intently, silently assessing Rifenhad and the others as they struggled to hold on, but they're all nearing their limit. Outside, Koss asked nervously, Chief, are we really just going to stand here and watch? But Rifenhad answered calmly, This battle is meant to show the world the strength of the other races. We cannot interfere. Hearing this, Roos still felt uneasy. But if they lose, then all of this will be for nothing. Rifenhad agreed. That's true. He frowned, wondering, where could the others be? Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. On a nearby mountain, the reinforcements had arrived. Seeing them, Rifenhad chided. You're all late. Totheth stepped forward to explain. Sorry, brother. It took a while to avoid human scouts. But my brothers and sisters are here now. Rifenhad then realized. Right. I should have taken that into account. He quickly gave the order. There's no more time to waste. Everyone, join the battle at once. Totheth gave a cunning smile, revealing his sharp teeth. His eyes began to glow, as the thousands of reinforcements behind him readied themselves for the raging battle. Totheth roared, Let's go, warriors of the blue soul. The soldiers shot forward. Our swords will split the sky. Our axes will shatter the earth. They charged headfirst into the bloody conflict. We are the great warriors of the blue soul. This fire in our blood will lead us to victory. The nearby knights turned their heads in shock. Raise your swords, swing your axes, trample every enemy in your path, crush the skulls of your enemies. Their roars echoed through the air. Fight, until your very hearts explode. The spirit of the warrior protects us. The knights screamed in panic. What's wrong with these orcs? Monster. Even more monsters are flooding in. Help us, one of them yelled, trying to calm his comrades. Calm down. They're just low-class monsters. But even as he said it, they felt the pressure from those savages. And what's with those enormous weapons? Rifenhad smirked. They must be quite surprised. In this day and age, humans are completely ignorant of how other races do battle. To elaborate, elves prefer slender, lightweight weapons, while dwarves favor long, heavy ones. Goblins favor weapons made from natural materials, such as bone or wood. Orcs, on the other hand, believe the biggest and most impressive weapons are best. An orc's weapon possesses immense destructive power, as it is also a spirit weapon. The knights scattered in chaos from the orc warrior's brutal assault. These weapons are possessed. Somebody help me. O prophet, have mercy. Silon, observing from afar, remarked grimly. I knew the orc warriors were powerful, but this is turning into a one-sided slaughter. Rifenhad, standing beside him, explained. In truth, spirit weapons have plenty of weaknesses. All you need to do is split your forces into two groups. One group deals with the floating weapons, while the other fights the orcs themselves. He scoffed. Ignorance is a truly frightening thing. This world hasn't just oppressed the other races, it has turned humans into fools. Ken, sword in hand, shouted, Aura sword. Are the knights falling apart already? The battle between Tesvo and the Damites raged on with no end in sight. What in the world is going on? Rifenhad grew pensive. It's not easy, just watching humans die like this. Is it? Silon quickly nodded in agreement. Of course not. I'm human too, after all. But, he also added his own thoughts. Still, we can't forget. These other races are only fighting to live their own lives. This war is just a means for them to achieve that goal. On the battlefield, Kadam raised his double-bladed axe and announced, We have slain the enemy commander. Victory is ours. Now, let's take care of the rest of them. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Proton Kingdom, Cass yelled inside his office. What is all this nonsense? The subordinate before him stammered. But, it's the truth, sir. Unable to believe it, Cass slammed his hands on the table. Impossible. How could Sir Tesvo? Are you certain? The subordinate replied firmly. Yes, sir, I am. We have already interrogated the soldiers who survived. Cass clutched his head. So, Sir Tesvo is really gone. His eyes grew anxious. That means we only have about 12,000 soldiers left. We've lost Fort Sinai. This place isn't safe anymore. We only have 4,000 soldiers in the capital. Cass formulated a plan. I have to contact my father and my grandfather. Summon all the nobles' armies to the capital. If we lose the capital, we won't get a second chance. He was deeply worried. Prince Yuban currently has the crown and the royal seal. If he holds his coronation in the capital, even the neutral nobles will flock to his side. We need to gather our forces in one place. A subordinate thought in admiration. He's so young, yet his judgment is so quick. Casas truly is the most fitting candidate to be the next king. A day after Fort Sa fell, Yuben stood high above, gazing at the aftermath of the battle. I still can't believe I'm standing in this place. I'm obviously here, but it feels like I'm dreaming. Rifenhad approached and calmly replied. I told you I wouldn't let you down. Yuben chuckled and asked, Are our heroes resting well? Rifenhad quickly replied, Yes, your highness. Hearing this, he began to probe. How are the nobles reacting? Rifenhad spread his hands to answer the question. Well, they're not exactly thrilled, but what can they do? Their soldiers are likely camped outside, while ours are resting comfortably in warm rooms, right? Filled with gratitude, Yuban praised him. This is all thanks to you and your army. No one can deny it. And what about casualties? Rifenhad replied, We lost 17 dwarves and 9 orcs. No elves were killed, but a few were injured. Yuban's gaze grew sorrowful. Compared to the enemy's losses, it's not much, but considering how few soldiers you have, it's still not good. Hearing this, Rifenhad thought to himself, he's a good person, isn't he? To be honest, I was a little hesitant about not choosing Casas and supporting him instead. But if both are worthy of being king, it's best to support the one I prefer. From now on, no one in Prince Yuban's army will dare to look down on the other races again. The problem is, as he thought this, he frowned. There are still people like this. From a distance, a nobleman approached, saying, You've got some fantastic slaves there. Why don't you sell them to me? You can name any price you want. Rifenhad said in a low, tense voice, You are mistaken. They are not slaves. We are allies. How many more times do I have to tell you this? But it was like talking to a brick wall. So, you don't want to sell them, huh? Oh well. If I were you, I wouldn't want to sell them either. He turned away, his face contorted in anger, thinking, I want to beat the hell out of him, but I can't do that. News that the races, once considered slaves, had brought down Fort Sa began to spread throughout the kingdom. Knights stood in a corner, gossiping. A dwarf killed Lord Tesfi? Impossible. The nobles also whispered amongst themselves. But it's true that Fort Sa has fallen. Is that really true? I heard the orcs are fierce warriors, so who knows? But orc warriors are truly violent. If Prince Yuban can deal with them, why can't we? But they're slaves. And so, night began to fall. And lamps were lit. An orc servant was bringing in some firewood. Master, I've brought the firewood. The arrogant innkeeper replied, Then leave it in the backyard, you idiot. The customers watched, satisfied. Those rumors must be fake, right? Look, this is how an orc is supposed to act. Perhaps, the two customers continued to chat. What kind of person would let an orc fight for them? But I heard there's a high priest from Phelon who can control dwarves. There are even witnesses, the curly-haired man wondered aloud. But the temple doesn't use slaves, the bearded man chimed in. That's what makes this whole thing even weirder. As they were deep in discussion, Silon walked over and asked, Excuse me, could you tell me more? The bearded man was startled, thinking, What's with this woman? He then turned to her and asked, Why do you ask? The bearded man looked at Silon and wondered, Why is she so tall? Meanwhile, Silon, holding a wine glass, said, I just want to know more about the high priest of Phelon. Do you know anything about him? Hearing this, the curly-haired man answered, I don't know anything else. Well, I did hear that he's a very young boy, at most 14 years old, with red hair, and he looks like a girl. The very next second, Silon crushed the wine glass in her hand, sending it shattering everywhere. Drops of wine trickled down, drenching her hand. She raised her hand to her mouth, as if tasting the wine that lingered there. A sinister look flashed in Silon's eyes. Found you, my fiancé. On a sunny day in the heart of Krovan on the great Leiden Plains, two armies faced each other. On one side was Casas's army, clad in red armor. On the other, the army of Prince Yuban. Their troop numbers were 10,000 on Casas's side and 3,000 on Prince Yuban's. Looking at the mighty army before him, Rifenhad remarked with admiration, as expected of Casas. The moment he heard Fort Sa had fallen, he must have summoned his entire army. Meanwhile, a man named Javan stepped forward and issued a challenge. Listen up, you fools, who can't even recognize your true king. I, Raven von Spirid, demand a duel. If there is even one brave hero among you, step forward now. Seeing the silence from the opposing side, he pressed further. Is there no one? Then you must have used some cowardly plot to defeat Lord Tezev. Prince Yuban's army grew restless, and shouts erupted. That's Sir Javan, the demon sword of Brozen. The Demeti exchanged glances. Should I fight him? He looks weaker than that Tess fellow. Myoid, standing beside him, replied, There's no need, we've already selected a champion. Seeing someone dare to step forward, Javan asked coolly, And who are you? The man introduced himself. I am Roos of House Tennies. I fight for Prince Yuban, and it is an honor to face you, Sir Raven. Raven scoffed. You don't even look like you're 30 years old. How surprising. Roos charged forward like a hurricane, thinking to himself that this battle would not be an easy one. The two swordsmen rushed at each other, their blades clashing with a piercing screech and sending bright sparks flying. The thunderous sounds echoed across the sky as the two warriors exchanged increasingly deadly blows. Roos was no slouch either, retaliating with incredibly decisive strikes of his own. The knights witnessing the spectacle cheered loudly. "He's a master! We have a master too! But who is that knight? I think he's human." He said his name was Roos, but who cares? He's on our side. Faced with this situation, Casas grew increasingly worried. Prince Yuban's army has more masters than the rest of the kingdom combined. The mere presence of a master is enough to boost the soldiers' morale. That's why you absolutely must win this duel, Sir Javen. On the battlefield, Raven offered some praise. "You're quite strong for someone so young." As he parried, Roos replied, "You as well." He thought to himself, "I can win this. If we were just comparing sword skills, I might lose. But I have more experience than he does. I'll have to thank Rifenhad for that later." And so, he readied his stance, preparing to unleash a new attack. Raven and Roos stared each other down, searching for their opponent's weakness. Immediately after, they rushed at each other, their power so immense it seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. Observing the fight, Rifenhad praised him. "I only sent him out to fight to see how he'd do, but he's performing even better than I imagined. At this rate, in just a few more years, he'll earn the title of Sword Saint, won't he?" Raven couldn't accept it. "I won't lose to some kid." He unleashed a great sword technique, causing a powerful surge of energy to erupt. Seeing his opponent lose his composure, Roos grew even more excited. His chance to defeat him was drawing near. So, he used the Phantom Flower Sword technique, launching thousands of illusory swords. Raven panicked and yelled, "What kind of sword technique is this?" Using aura to create sword illusions. In the end, with a single move, Roos dealt a fatal blow, stabbing Raven straight through the neck. The Casas army cried out in horror, "Lord Raven! Oh God!" Lord Raven. As he lay dying, he couldn't accept the reality. How can you use such a powerful ultimate skill at your age? The last image in Raven's life was the sound of cheering all around him. Hooray for Lord Roos! But Roos himself was lamenting, "I failed again." The Phantom Flower Sword is a good technique, but its execution is just too difficult. Witnessing Raven's fall, Casas couldn't swallow his rage. He immediately gave the order, "All troops, attack!" Yuban also shouted, "Everyone, advance!" His army immediately received the command and charged forward like a storm. Seeing this, Roos also gave an order, "Brave warriors, let's charge." At the same time, he reassured his soldiers, "Fight until your hearts explode. The warrior spirit will protect us." Meanwhile, the Casas army fell into temporary chaos. "There are monsters. Don't fall back. The advantage is ours. Get into formation. Knock them off their horses." Someone wondered, "Horses? Those aren't horses." Screams echoed everywhere. "Help!" Casas was furious. "Damn it! The rumors we heard were true. What is Lord Seth of the Special Forces doing?" A soldier speculated. "It seems Lord Seth couldn't infiltrate the enemy's base." Hearing this, Casas was skeptical. "Are you telling me Lord Seth and his 1,000-man troop couldn't destroy Prince Yuban's camp, which only has 200 men left?" Just then, the dwarves arrived. "Our legs are short, so it's hard to move quickly. But we're experts at defending fortresses." Then, Ex-Nasus was also summoned. "My friend of flames!" The Casas army cried out in fear. "A fire monster!" Casas was equally panicked. "Quick, use magic to counter it." The mages were helpless. "We can't use magic. Our mana flow has been disturbed." The uncontrollable situation made the old mage think in a panic. Just how powerful must their mage be to cause something like this? If they have someone like that, why aren't they using high-level magic? Meanwhile, Rifen sneered. "I may not have enough mana, but I have plenty of talent." Suddenly, an elf sorceress appeared, asking, "I wonder how Cirrus is doing." The soldiers screamed in terror. "A sorceress? This elf sorceress is going to kill us." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Casas grit his teeth. "Order them to retreat." Immediately, Yuban declared, "Victory is ours. Let us celebrate." Based on these events, and so, the battle that historians would later call the Battle of Li ended with Prince Yuban's victory. Afterwards, in an area near the Len Plains, the people cheered, "Hooray for Prince Yuban, our true king." This made Yuban laugh mockingly. Just yesterday, they were saying Casas would be the one to become king. Beside him, Fionin reported, "Casas is staying in Croton and preparing for another battle. Count West and Baron Terzin wish to see you to pledge their loyalty." Yuban thought, "They're all just a bunch of vipers." Fionin mentioned a few others. However, Lord Hasbergen, Lord Grandiat, and Lord Zlick are all remaining neutral. Therefore, I suggest you consider persuading them to join your side. Now would probably be a successful time to do it. He turned and asked, "Why is that?" This question made Fionin ponder. That's a good question. Meanwhile, Yuban thought to himself, I must become king. Become a king who truly cares for his people. At the very least, I have to do that much for this country. Meanwhile, at Count Hendrik's territory, the guards stopped an intruder. Halt. They were wary. You seem to be a knight of the oracle. Why have you come here? A guard thought to himself, what is this? Her face is truly beautiful. But despite that, her physique is strangely large. The scene then shifts to a map, showing Rifenhad and Hendrik Kawoy. On a lush green lawn, someone is doing push-ups. 32, 33. Rifenhad calls out, all right, that's enough. Let's let your arm muscles rest now. Switch to squats. This was directed at Silen. Thanks to her contributions in the recent battle, Silen came to be known as the Young Saint by Prince Yuban's army. She had left a deep impression on everyone, a young girl, so brave, that she could cross the battlefield while healing people. Silen, panting, her eyes flashing with determination, said decisively, I understand. As she began the squats, Rifenhad reminded her in a stern voice, hey, I told you to rest. It's not good to always push yourself so hard. Silen paid him no mind, flexing to show off her muscles. I want to get as brawny as possible, as fast as possible, no matter what it takes. Then, she looked to the side and asked curiously, but what's Cirrus doing here? Rifenhad also glanced over and replied, making friends, I guess. Meanwhile, over there, Cirrus was trying to explain herself. I'm sorry, Selena. It was a life or death situation. Aren't we friends? Please don't be mad. Rifenhad sighed quietly. I told you she'd be angry. Cirrus casually continued. Just wait 2 days, she'll forget all about it. An elf's memory is only slightly better than a goldfish's. That remark made him frown slightly. Are you sure you're friends with an elf? Then he thought to himself, has her personality always been like this? In my past life, was she just pretending to be nice? Suddenly, a soldier ran up to report. Sir, a woman is here to see you. A surprised Rifenhad turned and asked, me? The soldier scratched his head. Ah, well, she actually said she came to see the young saint first, but I thought it might be related to you as well. Hearing this, he felt a bit confused. What do you mean? In the reception room, down a long, quiet, and elegant hallway. Inside the room, Silen spoke politely. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Rifenhad. I am the knight Silen, a sword of the prophet. Rifenhad thought to himself, does Teslon have a sister? Then he asked aloud, why have you come here? Silen calmly replied, actually, the person I'm looking for is Silen, a priest of Felans. It seems there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Hearing this, he felt a flicker of confusion. Did that soldier think she was looking for me just because she's so tall? Shaking off the thought, Rifenhad asked in a low voice, could you tell me why you want to see him? Just then, the door opened, and Silen said softly, someone's here to see me? Upon seeing him, Silen's face lit up as she called out, Silen, but Silen was terrified. His face darkened as he yelled, Silen! She immediately strode closer, her voice full of affection. My love, how long do you plan to run from destiny? Silen hurriedly denied it. I am not your love, Silen explained. Our meeting was ordained by the gods, Silen shouted in frustration. Ordained my ass! At that moment, Rifenhad stepped between them. Hold on. What is your relationship with Silen? Silen hesitated, not answering right away. Then, her expression began to change, and just a few seconds later, Silen broke into a smile and said, our marriage has been acknowledged by the great god. At the ancient mansion, the architecture was simple, yet exuded a solemn air. Inside a room with white walls adorned with luxurious patterns, Silen's voice echoed. I have to run. I have to get out of here, Rifenhad reassured him. I told her to wait in the reception room, so just calm down. Seeing his frantic state, he asked wonderingly, what's going on? Are you engaged? Silen immediately yelled, of course not. Speaking of Silen, the story of her life unfolded. She came from a prestigious family in the Hanlin Kingdom, and when she was young, everyone said that when she grew up, she would become a very beautiful woman. And indeed, she did become a very beautiful woman, but the problem was, she also grew to be incredibly tall. That's when the prophet delivered a prophecy. She was a daughter of a god. She would become the god's sword and the mother of a great warrior. Destiny will help her meet the man of the sun. The church of the prophet granted her the title of knight and told her to go out and experience the world. One day, she was sent to the Vasily kingdom as the sword of the church, and that was where she met her destiny. Silen. Because Silen, who cared for the wounded soldiers on the battlefield, was the very ideal of a man in Silen's eyes. And so, Silen fell in love at first sight and made a declaration as soon as she returned to the Church of the Prophet. She proclaimed loud and clear, "The prophecy has finally come true. I have found the father of the future great warrior." When they heard this, the members of the church were completely bewildered. Unlike Silen, the members of the Church of the Prophet were all very normal people, and they would never accept a marriage between a 25-year-old woman and a 12-year-old boy. "You must be mistaken. There's no way the subject of your destiny could be a child." But then, the prophet delivered another prophecy. "It is that boy." Meanwhile, the Church of Philons also presented a difficult condition as a prerequisite for accepting this prophecy. "If she can win his love, we will consent to this marriage." As the story ended, Silen's face was a picture of utter misery. And that's how this hell began. Rifenhad asked in confusion, "So, it's a political marriage between the Church of the Prophet and the Church of Philons?" Silen slammed his hand on the table and replied in a low voice, "Exactly. Silen is crazy obsessed. Wherever I am, she shows up. Wherever I go, she follows." A memory flashed through Silen's mind. "When I told you I wanted to join you on this pilgrimage, it was just an excuse. I thought if I did, she would give up." As if understanding, Rifenhad asked, "So, the reason you wanted to get muscular was?" Silen immediately replied, "I've always wanted to have more muscle, but after meeting Silen, that desire became even stronger. I thought if I looked more like other guys, she wouldn't be interested in me anymore." Rifenhad offered some advice. "Is this really about her height? You know that's not all there is to love." Silen's eyes welled up with tears. "The problem is her personality. She's terrifying. She never listens to anyone. She only does whatever she wants. She's even already chosen the names and future careers of our children. If it's a boy, she wants to name him Stettin, and he'll grow up to be a knight of the Prophet. If it's a girl, she wants to name her Elin, and she said she'll raise her to become a saintess of the Prophet. But the father is a priest of Philons. A saintess of the Prophet? That is a little creepy." Hearing this, Rifenhad suddenly froze, his eyes widening with a question. He asked, "Wait, what's the girl's name again?" Without hesitation, Silen replied as he walked, "Ellen." But that's not important. Rifenhad fell deep into thought, murmuring to himself, "Ellen." As if remembering something, a memory drifted into his mind, and his face went pale. Rifenhad's gaze fell on Silen. "He's the father of Saintess Elin?" Silen looked back at him, confused. Saintess Elin, in her magnificent attire, was speaking. "The vile dwarf demon who worships the god of darkness has been executed in the light of justice." A little more about Elin. She was a priestess of the Prophet, and one of the 5 strongest warriors on the continent who fought against the Demon King, Rifenhad. She even had the ability to resurrect the dead, surpassing the power of the High Priest. And in the end, Marilyn died at Ellen's hands. A shocking thought flooded his mind. That nightmarish woman was the one who tortured me in my past life. Not only is she an incredible fighter, but she can also bless an army of 10,000, driving ordinary soldiers into a frenzy. Her blessing could empower a 3-year-old child to kill a knight. Rifenhad wondered to himself, how could that loathsome woman be Silen's daughter? His face was filled with absolute dread. This was serious. Ellen's overwhelming divine power wasn't normal at all. It was created by a dark art called the Holy Grail Project, a dark art that was forbidden by the Church of the Holy Prophet. To explain the Holy Grail Project, it refers to the act of a man and a woman creating a child that will become a divine vessel within a special barrier. As soon as the child is conceived, it absorbs the life of its father, and after it is born, it will absorb its mother as well. In other words, this project sacrifices the lives of the child's parents to create a holy grail. In the hallway, Rifenhad said softly, "Hey Silen, if you marry her, you're a dead man." Silen replied, "You mean, once I get married, my old life is basically over, right?" He didn't answer right away, thinking to himself, that must be the father of the Saintess Elin. Now I understand why. He was so strong, yet I'd never heard his name in the future. A moment later, he continued, "To be more specific, I really don't think you should marry her." Silen was moved. "Oh, finally, someone is on my side." His face was a mask of despair. "Hey, I'm going to make a run for it now. I had a great time traveling with you," Rifenhad said in surprise. "Huh? You're leaving right now?" Suddenly, 2 approaching soldiers started wondering to each other. "It looks like the young saint is going somewhere. Did he have a fight with the mage?" Silen said sadly, "If I stay here, who knows what might happen." Rifenhad replied helplessly, "That's true, but..." He analyzed the situation internally. "He's not just a useful person in the party anymore. He's more than that." He acknowledged my dream. "He's definitely an important member of the team. He tried to persuade him. Let's just talk this through first. Do you really think running away will get you away from her? She was able to track you all the way here in the first place. Silen smiled and asked, what else can I do? Are you going to stop her? Rifenhad immediately shot back. So, you're just going to leave me behind? The two soldiers froze like statues when they heard that. Silen hesitated and replied, well, it's not like I want to leave. But in this situation, there's nothing else I can do. We're in the middle of a war. I can't ask everyone to leave with me. Rifenhad said, full of regret. Are you sure? You could try to convince her that following you like this will only make you hate her more. If that actually worked, I wouldn't have had to leave the Phelon Holy Church in the first place. The two soldiers blushed and exclaimed, oh my god, this atmosphere. Suddenly, Silen appeared out of nowhere, calling Silen's name. She wore an ecstatic smile. Were you about to leave? Then let's hurry back and get married. Silen blushed, her smile possessive. Silen, let's go home together, darling. We'll live happily ever after. We'll have 1 or 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Silen screamed in terror. I already said no. I really don't want to. She just giggled. What's there to be shy about? Rifenhad watched them helplessly, thinking, she's not even listening to him. Then he decided to ask, hey, why do you like Silen so much anyway? Silen said smugly, well, if we get married, our children will have the ideal height. Hearing this, Rifenhad thought to himself, that actually makes sense. She rested her chin on her hand, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Silen, are you planning to pass down your divine punishment magic to your children? Silen broke out in a cold sweat, frowning as he yelled, hey, it's not divine punishment. Her voice was full of regret. I bet you're not planning to. I don't intend to, either. Silen leaned in close to Silen's face with a sly grin. You're worried because your body never grows, and I'm worried because I grew up too fast. Don't you think it's fate? Now, let's go home. We're destined for each other. Silen flinched, his face pale. Oh God, spare me. He turned to Rifenhad, pleading for help. Dude, help me, Rifenhad replied helplessly. I want to, but what can I do? Silen gritted his teeth in fear as he looked at Silen's face. He summoned all his courage and yelled, I'm sorry, Silen, but I'm already in love with someone else. Silen froze for a second, her eyes widening at the news. Silen clung to Rifenhad's arm. Actually, I'm dating Rifenhad. I can't accept your feelings. The words left Silen stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Rifenhad, too, was plunged into an indescribable state. He was frozen like a statue. The surrounding soldiers stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Rifenhad and I were bound together by Phalan's red string of fate. Rifenhad's body stiffened as he thought. Theoretically, he's not wrong. Our fates were truly connected by the goddess's fate connection spell. He recalled the moment of the prayer. Oh, goddess Phalans, I pray you grant me the blessing of the red string of fate and intertwined destiny. Please have mercy and help us come together. The more he remembered, the paler his face became. The truth is, this spell is meant to bring lovers together. How could things get so twisted? Rifenhad came to a conclusion. He's not lying. The soldiers behind them started whispering. No wonder they look so good together. Weren't they just talking about breaking up earlier? Rifenhad's face was pale as he whispered, Hey, why did you drag me into this? Silen whispered back, How could I possibly use Sirius's name? It has to be a man to be believable. Rifenhad mumbled, But there are other people besides her. Silen wondered, Who else? Where would I find someone? Rifenhad suggested. What about the maid who just walked by? Silen retorted, I can't use a normal person. It has to be someone shocking. The two reluctantly hugged, and Rifenhad muttered, How are you going to deal with the consequences later? Silen spoke his thoughts out loud. Oh, my love. Rifen. I didn't want to reveal our relationship, but I truly have no other choice. Rifenhad forced himself to reply, I understand, my dear Silen. Silen's face darkened as she spoke up. I see. So that's how it is. Silen hoped anxiously. Is she going to give up? The expression on Silen's face slowly changed. Yes, the path to love is always full of thorns and trials. Her long, dark hair flew in the wind as her voice rang out. In the name of true love, Silen gave a wild grin and issued a challenge. I, Silen, a holy knight of the Oracle Church, challenge you to a duel. The nearby soldiers saw this and started gossiping excitedly. Cirrus, who was nearby, also noticed the commotion. Silen quickly grabbed her sword and drew it. Rifenhad froze solid, thinking, How did the script end up like this? He asked blankly. A duel? Me? With you? Silen frowned and shouted, If you truly love Silen, you will accept my challenge. Rifenhad was flustered. Of course not. But why would a mage and a knight suddenly... Silence started cheering from behind. Rifenhad, I believe in you. Show her the true power of love. He turned back, his voice scolding. Hey, do you really want me to fight her? He whispered back. You'll win anyway. This is the only way I can get away from her. Cirrus, standing nearby, asked angrily. You two are making googly eyes at each other like it's real. Are you actually dating? Hearing this, Rifenhad panicked and screamed internally. No, Cirrus, don't believe this bastard. Dating my ass. Silene raised her sword. As a holy knight of the Oracle Church, I will let you have the first attack. Prepare to fight, mage. Rifenhad reluctantly accepted the fight. There's no other way. He calculated. She's letting me attack first, so I'll just take her down in one hit. Rifenhad chanted a spell, and a purple current surrounded him. Thunder turned into a storm, covering the sky and striking down his enemies. Silene, completely surprised, gritted her teeth and thought to herself, this man's power is truly not to be underestimated. Rifenhad thought, I'm sorry, but this ends here. He threw a torrent of magic toward her as a storm raged. He analyzed to himself that he couldn't kill her, so he had reduced the power of the attack. It should be just enough to take her down. Suddenly, Rifenhad's eyes widened, and he frowned at what appeared before him. Silene countered his entire attack. O holy prophet, grant my sword the light that can slash through all the wickedness in this world. The soldiers witnessing the battle cried out in terror. Another aura master. Ugh. No. This is different. As Silene held her sword firmly in a combat stance, the soldiers' voices rang out. That's a holy sword, used only by the holy knights of the holy prophet. Seeing this, Rifenhad recalculated. Among the holy knights of the holy prophet, only 1 in 10 is skilled enough to wield a holy sword. He had misjudged her abilities. He quickly cast his next spells: Protective Barrier, Body Shield, Void Shield, Wind-Chasing Steps. Rifenhad roared, Aerodynamic Bullet. The attack created purple streaks that tore through the air, heading straight for Silene, but they were all blocked by a yellow energy. Silene said loudly, Did you think a holy knight would be defeated by an attack like this? Silene, from behind, questioned him. Rifen, why are you only using magic? Rifenhad replied in a daze, I'm a mage. What's so strange about using magic? Silene reminded him in a loud voice. My life depends on this fight, you know. Rifenhad was also panicking inside. This really is high-level magic. His fingers touched, and a purple light flashed. Darkness that covers the world, expanding evil. Curse the enemy to stumble. May misfortune befall them. Ice Fang Strike brings death. Ice Shadow Formation. Explode. The sword sparked as the two sides clashed, creating a world-shaking impact. Silene's face was filled with astonishment as she frowned and looked to one side. Her hand was frozen, and couldn't move. Rifenhad calculated to himself, she'll need at least 30 seconds to break free. He began to gather his magic again. This battle should be over. Silene stood frozen in the ice, looking at him with a smile. You've cornered me. I have no choice but to use the power granted to me by the Church of the Holy Prophet. She closed her eyes as a thin layer of ice coated her face. Silene opened her eyes, revealing 2 pupils in each. She gritted her teeth with all her might. Instantly, the ice on Silene's body began to crack and shatter. Rifenhad bit his lip, watching the stunning scene. At that moment, the ice on Silene's body completely shattered, as Rifenhad's inner voice cried out. Did she just break ice made from magic with her own strength? Silene was stunned. Silene, are you an aura master? Silene replied politely. I have not yet had the honor of learning how to use aura. However, the Church of the Holy Prophet took pity on me and granted me a power comparable to that of an aura master. Rifenhad asked in amazement. Where did you learn that breathing technique? She recalled and recounted. It was when I was still very young, before I joined the Church of the Holy Prophet. An old man came to visit me and taught me this technique. He said it would help me live a healthy life. Silene smiled triumphantly. I didn't know it at the time. Now I realized that it was the Church of the Holy Prophet that helped me meet him. Rifenhad was drenched in sweat, screaming in his mind. That old man was my master. Rifenhad wondered, what the hell was that guy doing? Silene felt it was strange and asked, Is there a problem? Meanwhile, Rifenhad was horrified at the thought. The Tianfan calisthenics breathing method made her grow enormous. She has ruined her own chances of getting married, he secretly guessed. Jero must have taught her with good intentions, thinking the bigger, the better. But thinking this, he forced himself to say loudly, No, there's no problem, nothing at all. Hearing that, Silene became excited. Then let's continue the match. Rifenhad immediately counterattacked. Wings of the blade, flying wind slash. But the technique was instantly dissipated by Silene. The breathing technique Silen was using was Tianfan calisthenics, a growth technique specifically designed to increase one's height. Rifenhad had to constantly dodge his opponent's slashes while assessing her. Based on her height, it's clear she's been practicing it for at least 10 years. I don't use that technique myself, but the fact that she could train it from scratch means she's a remarkable talent. He thought that if it worked this well for everyone, Tianfan calisthenics could have made a huge fortune. There are many people on the continent who are self-conscious about being short. At the same time, Silen roared in anger. Why won't you just give up? Rifenhad was confused. Who would try to lose a fight? Silen persisted. Such typical words from a mage. You must have used those sweet words to lure the innocent Silen. He felt wronged. I didn't say anything special. She attacked him again. I will show you the power of love. Rifenhad dodged, still confused. Wait, what's the power of love? Silen didn't explain and instead scolded him directly. It's a disgrace that you don't know about the power of love. But just as she finished her sentence, she was hit by a powerful magic spell. It was Rifenhad's decisive blow, a powerful purple vortex that knocked Silen backward. Seeing her lying pitifully on the ground, he asked gently, It seems I've won. Have you given up on pursuing Silen? Having lost so unexpectedly, Silen bowed her head in defeat. Yes, it seems I have no other choice but to back down. She bit her lip resentfully. Silen, for now, I lack the strength to rescue you from this villain. To think you'd willingly become a toy for such a brute, she thought. Hearing that, Rifenhad's blood boiled with rage. Hey, don't say such weird things. Then he looked up at Rifenhad and said, We have a psychic link, right? But Rifenhad flatly denied it. I have no link with you at all. Silen whispered in frustration. We're about to succeed. Are you trying to ruin everything? Just play along. He put his arm around the boy's shoulder and denied it through his tears. That's right, our fragile sea, Silen. Down below, Silen was still instructing him. Don't cry, and smile. Keep smiling. This move made Silen burst into tears and run away. I swear I'll come back and save you, Silen. Now, only the two of them were left, with a desolate wind blowing past. Rifenhad asked, How do you plan to handle this later? Silen calmly replied, When we face it, we'll know how to overcome it. The next day, at the solemn and ancient palace, the result was that they still hadn't found anything. Fionn mused. So, that's how it is. Everyone in the banquet hall was gossiping. Lord Rifenhad and the High Priest. I didn't expect it, but they're a match made in heaven. They really have good taste. However, the rumor had a positive effect. The Demeti turned to strike up a conversation. So, our benefactor has that kind of preference. The man next to him replied, That's right, Knight Camedy. The Demeti recalled, Now that I think about it, there were signs of it when they came to our city. The man laughed, just as expected. Jan Cathor asked curiously, Humanity, do men also fall in love with each other? Han explained, Well, the knights call that mi-dong. Hearing this, the man asked again, What's mi-dong? He quickly answered, It means a boy with a delicate appearance, like a girl. Jan Cathor shook his head. I don't quite understand. Han gave an example, like the High Priest. After hearing that, Jan Cathor nodded. Ah, I see. With that out of the way, Han began the introductions. I'm guessing your name is Jan Cathor. Well, Oros warrior, my name is Han. Jan Cathor replied, I am Jan Cathor. You are Han. Got it. They both burst out laughing. Anyway, let's keep enjoying ourselves. Roos was thrilled watching this lively scene. It seems they've developed a mutual respect, as comrades who would die for one another. We've taken another step toward the future Lord Rifenhad desires. And she turned to ask, So why don't you get out of the room? Rifenhad, with a blanket wrapped tightly around his head, wailed through his tears. It's all your fault, he said, shrugging with feigned innocence. Blaming me won't change anything, will it? Roos wondered. What is there to worry about? Sir Rifenhad is being sincere. The rumor spread because Sion has a pretty face, and isn't that something you work on every day? This sentence made the gloomy Rifenhad's eyes light up. Sion was also surprised, his eyes widening. They both said in unison, That's right, exactly. Rifenhad's spirit was reignited. All right, from now on, we're doing special training. I'm going to turn you into a strong man. Trust me, your body will be hard as iron. Silen also chimed in, cheering. I've been waiting for this for so long. Sir Rifenhad watched the two of them laughing together, feeling helpless. They look so close. This is only going to make the rumors spread even more. Roos nodded. Indeed, Rifenhad tried to reassure himself. Anyway, rumors are only temporary. The next day, the battle was about to begin. Prince Euban's army shouted, The traitor Cassus has paid the price for opposing the will of heaven. Now, kneel before the true king and open the gates." The Cassis army immediately retorted, "Nonsense. How could those monsters be the will of heaven? Prince Yuban has allied himself with demons. This will forever be a stain on the glorious history of Seabonds." They bluntly made their demand, "Prince Yuban, disband your army immediately and pay the price for the disgrace you have brought upon the royal family." On Prince Yuban's side, a soldier grumbled, "What's with all the talk? Aren't we going to fight anyway?" Yuban gave the signal to attack. "Warriors, show your courage for the true king." Seeing this, the Cassis army commander ordered, "Hold your positions. Archers, fire." Prince Yuban's army was slightly surprised. "Everyone, raise your shields. Arrows are coming. Don't be afraid. Climb that fortress wall. Rear guard, support your comrades." Yuban turned back and yelled, "Please, everyone." The bloodthirsty Kanken couple charged forward. "Let's go, honey. I'm ready." "Dear," the Demeti complained. "This is making me nauseous." The lone were also uncomfortable. "Do we have to ride these things?" Up ahead, Roos comforted them. "A warrior looks cool riding a horse. Just bear with it. You guys are doing great, so what's with the complaining?" When the Cassis army saw them charging on horseback, they shouted, "It's the aura user, Roos." Cassis thought angrily, "Damn it, they're just charging out like that." He ordered, "Archers, fire. I'll reward 100 gold coins to anyone who hits one of those demons." Thousands upon thousands of arrows flew, but they were like tiny needles in Kanken's eyes. Sticking a feather on a branch doesn't mean you'll get the talons of an eagle. Pathetic. It was the same for Roos. He quickly used his sword to shatter the arrows. Cassis continued to order, "Launch the spears." However, the spears dealt no damage to Malloy. Would it make a difference if the arrows were thicker? Just then, Roos began to unleash his attack. Streams of blue light erupted around his sword. He poured all his strength into the blade. The aura it emitted was incredibly powerful, and a giant blue vortex radiated outwards. Javen stood on the fortress wall, his mouth agape in astonishment. He stared at the energy Roos was emitting. "Isn't that Knight Spurius's grand blade?" Javen shouted in anger. "That brat! How dare he use that technique?" At that exact moment, Roos shot forward like an arrow, straight towards the fortress. He effortlessly broke through the fortress wall. The Cassis soldiers, terrified, clutched their heads and fled. "Retreat. If we die here, it will be a disgraceful death." Kanken let out a whoa in admiration. Now that was a powerful attack. He rode his wolf and leaped powerfully onto the fortress. "Then I will too." Before the Cassis soldiers could even react, they could only stand and watch, fear evident in their eyes. Kanken roared, "Earth Dragon's Howl." Green energy swept across the ground, creating a shocking explosion that sent earth and stone flying. The fortress wall crumbled for a second time. Kanken, brimming with fighting spirit, stood amidst the ruins and billowing smoke. He glared at the soldiers with a ferocious look in his eyes. Roos's eyes were cold, shrouded in shadow. The soldiers were terrified. Is this the power of an aura user? Stala seemed very pleased, offering her praise. "They are all doing very well." Rifenhad, standing beside her, made a request. "Please breach the fortress wall in the most spectacular way possible. No need to attack the guards, just destroy the wall." Hearing this, Stala asked in confusion, "Then what should I do? It would be a shame if I didn't charge in." Her swords began to twitch restlessly before shooting out at incredible speed. They even formed a long line, looking orderly and beautiful. The swords were enveloped in a stream of purple energy. Stala controlled them and shouted, "Go forth, my 12 sisters." The swords immediately shot forward, leaving long purple streaks behind them. Those swords pierced through the wall as Stala's voice continued to echo. "Now, roar," she called out. "My sisters." The swords seemed to gain even more power. The blades plunged deeper, causing their energy to build to its limit. And then, a massive, wide-scale explosion occurred, completely destroying the wall. Javen struggled to protect Cassis after the blast and yelled, "What was that?" Even Kanken was stunned. "Huh? My wife can do that too?" Sloane couldn't help but be impressed. "Whoa, a demolition skill of that caliber would be pretty handy," Malloy remarked. "Do orcs learn architecture too?" The Domity came up with an idea. "It would be convenient if we contacted her for demolition work in the future." Roos looked incredibly excited. "All right, I've learned another move. I don't think I'll need to practice this one much." Hiding behind the fortress wall, a worried Cassis cursed. "Damn it, I can't believe I've ended up in this situation. This is why I wanted to avoid a siege." Raven tried to assess the situation outside. "Excuse me, Your Majesty. I can take down a few of them, but..." He finally had to report, "We can't win. We must retreat to the palace." He reluctantly accepted. "I agree." Suddenly, a panicked soldier reported, Your Majesty, Prince Yuban's army is withdrawing. Cassius was also surprised. What? He stood up to look, then wondered to himself. Victory was in their grasp. Why would they retreat? Suddenly, a voice called out from below. You traitor. Your worthless life is already in Prince Yuban's hands. Cassius thought to himself. What are you plotting? Below, one of Prince Yuban's soldiers spoke bluntly. I'm sure you realize we're more than capable of taking this city if we wanted to. Then the soldier angrily demanded, but how could we harm innocent people? If you truly care about your citizens, then raise the white flag and accept surrender under our judgment. Cassius bitterly understood the scheme. Damn it, he wants to make me the villain. His voice trembled slightly. A clever tactic. His mind was now in a turmoil, wondering, what kind of devious strategist came up with this plan? Rifenhad observed, Cassius isn't the type to keep fighting after hearing that. Yuban chuckled in praise. You are truly wise. It seems we've already won this war, Fionn reported. To Viscount Jiren's estate. We've shown them the difference in power between our sides. I'm certain they will surrender soon, so there's no need for pointless bloodshed. That night in Fernando's palace, he was holding a meeting after the morning's failed battle. Fernando, with a worried look, turned and asked, What do you think, Cassius? Is there any way for us to turn the tables? A subordinate offered an opinion. I don't know what kind of cheap tricks those incompetents used, but they were actually strong enough to fight against aura users. Cassius said, gritting his teeth, I don't even know where they came from. Then the subordinate made a suggestion, but they're so complacent that they decided not to besiege the capital. Why don't we also withdraw and prepare for the next opportunity? Cassius flatly refused. No. They have both the royal seal and the crown. He felt a pang of pain thinking about the outcome. If we leave the holy sanctuary, Prince Yuban will be appointed. The moment they capture the capital is the moment we lose. Someone else wondered, why don't we ask Shatan or the Vasily kingdom for aid? Cassius immediately replied, You want to ask for aid from another nation to fight this war? If we do that, even if we win, the Grovan kingdom will collapse anyway. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but get angry. But at this rate, the thing that will collapse is your Majesty's head. Everyone at the discussion table bowed their heads, not knowing what to say. It seemed they were all in despair. Cassius saw their selfishness. He thought, they're only worried about themselves. He turned to look at his close associates and thought, even my father and grandfather agree with them. Suddenly, someone slammed the table in a fit of rage and said, Just assassinate that sick bastard of a prince and be done with it. Cassius replied, We've already tried many times. Fernando spoke up, asking, What do you think? Knight Raven, you're an aura user, can't you do it? Raven explained, No matter how sick he is, he still carries his Majesty's blood. As a knight, I cannot commit such a brutal act. To one side, a suspicious-looking group of two people were whispering about something. Suddenly, Javen offered his opinion. But I agree with the idea of assassination. His face was filled with murderous intent. Instead of Prince Yuban, then he revealed the target who should be assassinated. The target should be that mysterious mage, Rifenhad. At that moment, the prince's army, Yuban's army left Hendrik town and set up camp on the outskirts of the capital, on the lands of Viscount Jiren. There was just enough flat land for the entire legion to set up tents, close to a forest and a river, making it an ideal place to camp. That evening, a celebration was held at Viscount Jiren's mansion. A voice rang out, a toast to all who have contributed to building our future kingdom. It is thanks to you that we have this victory. Let's celebrate. Then they raised their glasses in jubilation for the true king. Rifenhad watched and thought to himself, events like this are crucial for maintaining harmony with the neutral nobles. Yuban was puzzled. I don't understand why we have to toast them when they didn't do anything. Rifenhad immediately replied, That's precisely why we should be toasting them. He raised his wine glass, thinking, It will erase the jealousy and hatred towards other races if we include them in this victory. He then mingled with the party. Only fools celebrate with just those who fought. The truly wise look at the bigger picture. Without the resources supplied by everyone and the elite knights, how could we possibly have won? The others who heard this were overjoyed and filled with admiration. I'm ashamed to hear that. You truly have a deep understanding of warfare. You are truly intelligent. Yuban also praised him silently. He has excellent political skills. Despite being a mage, I can learn from him. Fionn also came to congratulate him. You have quite the talent for diplomacy, despite being so young. Rifenhad laughed. You flatter me. Elsewhere, Silon was introducing Hone to Kankin. Lord Kankin, this is Viscount Honorable. He is very famous in the Grovan kingdom. Viscount Honorable, this is the chieftain of the Blue Bear clan, Lord Kankin. Han looked up. It is a great honor to meet you. I am Honorable Kenkin also greeted him. A pleasure to meet you. I am Kenkin. After hearing him, Hone exclaimed, You speak the common tongue quite fluently, don't you? Kenkin held up the communication necklace. My brother Rifenhad gave me something very useful. Han laughed heartily. It's wonderful that we can understand each other so easily. He showered him with praise. Your servant is very brave, unlike most orcs. Then, Stala joined the conversation. This is what a true orc is. We always respect warriors and hate the weak and cowardly. Han replied in a low voice. You are too kind. I am nothing compared to aura users like yourself, my lady. Konkin was displeased. Unlike most orcs, that little runt doesn't even look like a warrior. Stala immediately scolded him. You know they're going to say things like that. Just drink. Rifenhad spoke up to comfort him. Don't expect anything from humans. Just let their words pass like the wind. This is all for the sake of saving the other races. He glanced at Kankin and thought, it's a pretty good start. They don't have to understand each other, but at least they'll acknowledge one another. Over time, I'm sure humans will get used to other species integrating as equals. In my past life, everything fell apart when I tried to handle it all by myself. But now, I'll try putting more faith in them. Silon is doing a great job. Silon went around introducing everyone at the party. This is Mr. Cardamity. He's one of the most elite warriors from the Great Forge. A man with his hair tied back asked, Are you the hero who defeated Knight TF? Cardamity replied, It was just luck. Let's have a drink. Rifenhad observed everyone at the party. The Elves were also doing fine in their own way. They're a race that prioritizes logical thinking, like balance and harmony. On the other hand, a few people were trying to talk to Roos. I was inspired by your battle, Knight Roos. How could you have reached such a level of martial arts at your age? But Roos just answered nonchalantly. I just train extremely rigorously. Someone else asked, I see. How do you train? He replied, I swing my sword. Someone spoke up. My apologies. I shouldn't have asked about a knight's swordsmanship. Roos's attitude made everyone whisper among themselves. It seems Knight Roos isn't very happy. Does he hate parties? I guess that makes sense. After all, a martial artist should be holding a sword, not a glass. I've also heard that many aura users are very sensitive. Rifenhad wondered why he was so introverted. At least people aren't taking it negatively. Then he left the room. The real problem would arise after this war. After Yuban was appointed king, Rifenhad walked down the hall, looking around. Where's Ciri? Suddenly, he heard a noise. A person in a black cloak had been standing there, waiting for him. Rifenhad frowned, a bit wary. I can't feel his presence at all, which means he's either a ghost, or, he secretly deduced, an aura user who has mastered the skill of erasing their presence. Just then, Yuban, in the black cloak, spoke up. Forgive me, mage. This is all for the future of the kingdom. Just then, the black-cloaked man appeared, holding a longsword. Rifenhad frowned tensely. I can't sense his presence, which means he's either a ghost, or, he deduced it must be an aura user who had mastered the skill of erasing their presence. The man said, Forgive me, mage. This is all for the future of the kingdom. The moment Rifenhad saw his opponent's face, he was startled. Spurious! The man lunged at him unexpectedly. The sword then clashed against his arm. Rifenhad's arm was completely unscathed. Seeing this, Spurious was astonished. Iron skin magic. He yelled, You have good reflexes! Knight Spurious relentlessly attacked him with sharp blows. As he struck, he said, Iron skin can't possibly be this hard. Rifenhad didn't hold back anymore, thinking, That's because these are my own limbs. Flame of destruction. Fire bullet. Immediately, Spurious was knocked far away. He snorted angrily. It seems you're no ordinary mage. Your physical strength is on that level. In that case, I'll go all out. On his side, Rifenhad was also tense. Damn it. I should have considered that I'd become a target too. What should this tiny brain of mine do? Dodge? On the other side, Spurious had already rushed toward Rifenhad. Hard at. So he made a decision. There was no other choice. A direct punch slammed right into Spurious's body. The man was stunned, his face turning pale. This fighting style. Are you a close-quarters mage? Rifenhad thought to himself. This should be enough to convince him I'm just a melee mage, as long as I don't use my aura. Spurious backed away and said, It's not that surprising, given your physique. Rifenhad warned, There are 6 aura users in this mansion. They'll all come rushing here. Once they realize what's happening, Spurious continued his attack. Do you really think you can survive until then? Seeing that his opponent wasn't backing down, Rifenhad thought, How long can I last without using my aura? On the other side, the man attacked him with all his might. I'll finish you in one strike. Just like that, the attack flew straight at Rifenhad's body. Spirius's eyes widened in shock. There was only a scratch on his shoulder, though his sleeve was torn to shreds. What kind of physique is this? Rifenhad said to himself. I guess I couldn't have blocked that without my total guard aura. Spirius backed away, wary. His body is unnaturally sturdy. Is that also the effect of magic? But it doesn't matter. And so, he continued to attack Rifenhad relentlessly. The ground and rocks around them were shaken and sent flying. He jumped up to dodge the attack. Rifenhad then spun around and moved behind the man. Then he landed safely on the ground. Muscles bulging, Rifenhad threw a punch at Spirius. Just as the man was about to attack, he was blocked by an elbow strike. Spirius still tried to resist, gripping his sword tightly. A light flashed, and magical power surged between the two of them. The man cried out in astonishment at the sight before him. Rifenhad's entire body was glowing. Spirius exclaimed, Aura. Rifenhad smiled and said, Things never seem to go the way I want them to, do they? Rifenhad gave a cold smile. How could I possibly defeat an aura user without using aura myself? I won't make the same mistake again. On the other side, Spirius was now terrified. A golden aura. Are you the successor of Jarazda? I can't believe the successor to the Martial King is a mage. Then you're the next Martial King. Rifenhad replied, Life is full of surprises. You of all people shouldn't be so shocked by something like this. Hearing this, the man became angry. I felt guilty about having to assassinate a mage, but now I can cast that guilt aside. Hearing that, Rifenhad also smiled, his body radiating magical power as he charged in. Spirius felt the immense pressure coming from Rifenhad and gritted his teeth. He raised his sword high and began to gather his aura. Then, with a powerful blow, the ground and rocks around them began to shatter and fly up between them. A pillar of aura shot through the building and straight into the sky. At the same time, Rifenhad also attacked. Spirius brought his sword down in a forward strike. The two sources of aura instantly collided, creating a massive explosion. Spirius jumped onto a wall and said, How ironic. In the end, you had to reveal your true nature. Rifenhad also landed on a nearby wall. You're the one who started this. The two then immediately rushed at each other. I will completely erase your existence. He quickly launched his own attack. Total Guard Aura. Just like that, another shocking explosion erupted on top of the building. Suddenly, something appeared in front of Spirius, startling him. Rifenhad delivered a powerful kick straight to his body. Before Spirius could react, he coughed up blood as he took the full force of the blow. The soldiers below saw the commotion and grew worried. What's going on? Rifenhad let out a powerful roar and charged forward. He unleashed a spinning attack, instantly sending the guy flying. Spirius was thrown right into a nearby wall. The rock and earth began to crumble, then collapsed. He was now lying flat on the ground, unable to move. Spirius struggled to speak. It seems the assassination attempt has failed. He frowned. I am the only remaining aura user on Casus's side. If I die too. Just then, Rifenhad leaped down from above, and another massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. Spirius had been instantly finished off by his blow. Through the hazy dust, Rifenhad slowly walked out, his powerful body completely unscathed. The soldiers on the other side were stunned. That aura, the golden aura. At that moment, his entire body glowed with a brilliant golden light. The light of Jorat. I understand now. I've heard the rumors about him. They cheered excitedly. The Martial King. The Martial King, Rifenhad. At that moment, the others were shocked. No one knew our savior was an aura user. He said he wanted to keep his identity a secret. Hearing that, the man said, Oh, is that so? I just thought he wanted to hide that muscular body of his, Euban exclaimed in shock. My God, are you saying he's the Martial King? He added, the successor of the invincible body isn't just someone who can use aura, but someone who cannot be broken. His expression was also bewildered. Of course, if you inherit the invincible body and are weak, you're just asking for death. And so, cheers erupted all around. Martial King? Martial King? Rifenhad thought, I tried to hide it because I figured they would react exactly like this. This is exhausting. The scene changes. News of Knight Spirius's death in battle quickly spread throughout the capital. Discussions broke out. It's clear the one who killed Knight Spirius was the new Martial King, so there's no shame in his death. At that moment, the column of soldiers continued their march. Compared to Knight Tesvo, who was killed by the dwarves, I don't think Knight Tesvo was as great as the rumors say. Phi, next to Rifenhad, spoke up. Many people have witnessed the outstanding talents of other races, but those people still look down on them. Rifenhad sighed. They just don't want to admit it, that's all. Not wanting to admit something is different from looking down on it. Things are heading in a good direction. Before them stood a citadel. Croteen couldn't hold the city gate from the previous battle, so Prince Uvo's army had easily entered the city. A magnificent, splendid palace came into view. Cassis's army had called for a temporary truce and was defending from within the castle. The door was emblazoned with the image of a powerful lion wearing a crown. Yuban looked in that direction and said softly, "I never thought I'd see this gate again." He mused. "It's surprising. It's been 3 days, and they still haven't surrendered." With Cassis's personality, I didn't think he'd act like this. Rifenhad spoke up. "I assume it's because of his advisors. They'd listened to him obediently when he had the upper hand. But not anymore." Fonan, at the front, turned back and said, "Then we should attack." He was suddenly cut off. "I'll go first." Fonan was surprised to hear that. "Oh, you will?" Phi, beside him, was also curious. "I thought you wanted to conserve your strength," he replied. "Now that everyone knows who I am, there's no need to pretend anymore. Besides, what's the point of conserving strength now?" And so, Rifenhad walked straight toward the massive gate. The soldiers roared, "It's the Martial King! The Martial King is going to fight!" The soldiers on the wall immediately shouted, "It's the Martial King! Don't waver! He's just flesh and blood! Archers, fire!" A rain of arrows fell from the sky. When the tip of each arrow touched his body, it left no wound at all. Rifenhad sighed. "That's not even enough to scratch an itch." Then another shout rang out, "Fire the catapults!" A huge stone immediately appeared, flying straight toward Rifenhad's head. He said softly, "Ah, that's a little better for the itch." Following that, another shout rang out, "Fire arrows!" The flames surrounding Rifenhad's body were extinguished before they could even flare up, followed by boiling water pouring directly down on his head. Rifenhad sighed. How refreshing. The soldiers above were shocked and terrified. "What is he? He's a monster! Help!" At this point, he was done toying with them. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, get away from the gate." A golden light flashed. They grew worried. "The Martial King has an immortal body. The invincible body. Advance." Martial King Rifenhad couldn't help but feel a bit confused. What I'm doing now is exactly the same as what I did in my past life, so why is their reaction so different? The time rewinds to 2 days ago. The man was astonished. "So the mysterious sage is the Martial King?" The other man replied, "No wonder he was able to achieve such great things." They added happily, "It means the Gala tribe was chosen by the Martial King himself." Another person spoke up, "I think the Martial King planned to educate them so they could get used to us. Perhaps they're completely different from the slaves we're familiar with. I'm so jealous of the dwarves. They were taught by the Martial King." He looked over, confused. "I don't get it. When I was the Demon King, they said the slaves had become corrupted." The spirit next to him answered, "Well, people have a different view of mages versus warriors." "Huh?" She looked up at Rifenhad. "Anyone can dream of becoming a warrior. Anyone can swing a sword. But because magic can only be used by a select few, ordinary people can't just pretend to be mages." The spirit explained, "That's why the Demon King is something to be feared, because a mage isn't something they can easily understand. But you are the Martial King. You just swing your fists. That simple fact alone is enough for ordinary people to see themselves in you." At this, Rifenhad understood. "You mean deflecting an attack with my bare hands is easier to understand than magic? So I just need to do whatever I want in a battle?" She smiled and replied, "That's right. As the Martial King." Rifenhad returned to the present, his fist clenching tightly. Mana is a power granted only to special people, but everyone has fists and muscles. Aura gradually gathered in his hand. This is what has always been admired. With this fist, a world-shaking sound rang out. Quadruple Calamity Fist. Rifenhad's gaze sharpened on his target. "I'll make people look up to this with admiration, not fear." The people behind him also prepared to charge. "Everyone, to your positions. Follow the Martial King and defeat the traitors." The soldiers' morale soared as they shouted, "For the knights, for honor, for Cassas, hurrah!" And just like that, the battle began, with ferocious intensity. "Prove your loyalty, my king. Please carry my will with you. For the one true king." At that moment, he also shouted, "The outcome is clear. Stop your pointless resistance and save yourselves." Elsewhere, inside the castle, the lights shone brilliantly. Cassas stood there, clad head to toe in armor, staring straight at the door. Yuban led a group of soldiers in. "It's over, Cassas," he sneered. "It's been a long time." "Renu, how irritating. Was my expression like this in my past life too?" Yuban continued. "Where are the others?" "Cass," he replied. Father and he have already been evacuated. We cannot let the clan fall, Fian reminded him. They've already been branded as traitors. There's no safe haven for them in this kingdom. Hearing this, Cass smiled. They've headed to Chatan. We won't have the power we once did, but at least the royal bloodline will continue. That's enough. Hearing this, the man exclaimed. So, they fled to Chatan. But Lantas of the Western Kan Kingdom? Yen asked. Why didn't you go with them? Cass didn't answer, instead asking back, what do you think? Prince Yuben's face was serious as he said, I understand. If you fled with them, war would break out. So you'd rather die here than become a puppet king. Yuben's heart couldn't help but be stirred. Did he just put the interests of his people above his own? Even as an enemy, he commanded respect. And so, he said, in that case, I will end this as you wish. Cass didn't back down an inch, coldly pointing his sword forward. Unlike the rumors, you're quite decisive. Now, who will be the one to take my head? Yen immediately raised his shield and sword. Cousin, you may be a traitor, but you still carry royal blood. I will take your life myself. From behind, Fian spoke up. Prince Ben, what are you saying? He reassured him. I know I'm no match for Cass, but at least I can prove that I have the courage worthy of a monarch. Yuben turned back to Rifenhad behind him. It's a good thing I have an aura user behind me. Please intervene when necessary. On the other side, Cass laughed defiantly. Come on, you damn good for nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuben charged forward. The sound of two swords clashing was deafening. Following that, the two began to exchange a relentless flurry of attacks. The clash of their weapons echoed. Cassus yelled, I heard you neglected your night training to go flirt with that dwarf slut, but it turns out you were just hiding your true strength all this time. Not really, Yuben said as he attacked. I just never had a reason to use it. He then raised his shield, blocking his opponent's blow. On the other side, Fian was shocked. How can Prince Yuben be so strong? Cass, too, was astonished as he fought. This power, he yelled. How long do you plan to hide behind that shield? You cowardly knight. Yuben remained unfazed, continuing to use his shield to block attacks while simultaneously controlling his sword to fight Cass. He spoke as he fought. I used to think people praised me simply because I was a prince, but now I guess part of it was because of my strength. I've played with Fi since we were children. While attacking, Cass laughed loudly. To be with her, training the lower half of my body was a must, so I trained constantly, lifting barbells and squatting every day. Hearing these words from the side, Fi blushed and cried out, Sir Yuben. Rifenhad, however, thought very seriously. He's right. To live with a strong dwarven girl, exercise is mandatory. On the other side, Cass was furious, saying, And now you come here with that little bit of confidence? That's not enough. As he attacked, he yelled, You think that's enough to fight a knight? How ridiculous. At this point, his expression showed a hint of confusion. Yuben's fighting style was entirely influenced by Fi. It originated from the skills of dwarven warriors. Unlike the dwarves, the physical contrast, with humans being larger, made it difficult for him to utilize it effectively. And so, Yuben looked pitifully towards Rifenhad. He immediately responded, Okay. Rifenhad then rushed forward. The prince is in danger. Seeing this, Cass grew angry. How dare you interfere in this sacred duel? Do you still dare to call yourself the venerable martial king? He paid him no mind and charged forward. We of the martial gate don't care for honor. Hearing this, he cursed in frustration. You bastard! Rifenhad's eyes widened, immediately activating his aura and throwing a punch. A light flashed, and Cass's face turned numb with shock. Immediately after, a blinding light erupted, and from within it, agonizing screams echoed continuously. It was so bright that the light could be seen from outside. Pionin squeezed his eyes shut, unable to see ahead. After a moment, he opened them to look towards the source of the light. A patch of rocky ground there had been shattered, revealing the landscape outside. Dust flew everywhere. Rifenhad's hand gripped the man's hair, and then he raised it high. I have taken the head of the traitor, Cass. Witnessing this, Yuben was still stunned. Then his gaze changed, becoming filled with resolve. Yuben slowly walked towards the high throne. He took out a golden ring and said, Bring his head out for all to see. Yuben then placed the crown on his head with a sharp gaze. Fi cheered joyfully. Congratulations on the birth of the new king. All of them knelt in unison before Yuben in reverence. Long live the king, long live your majesty. After hearing this, his face was stern as he looked straight ahead. News of the kingdom's civil war soon spread throughout the continent. Many people had thought Prince Yuben would fail, and as soon as they heard the news, they were silenced. On that day, a hero was born, the martial king, Rifenhad, who defeated the Golden Knight. He who had appeared in the kingdom, led it to victory with the help of other races and his incredible martial power. The superiority of the other races' combat abilities on the front lines made them just as skeptical as they were surprised. A hand angrily slammed down on a table. At this moment, news arrived. Teslon is currently in the Ram Kingdom. Black Tech yelled, "The Demon King? He's regained that much power already?" Black Teok's mind reeled as he remembered. Damn it, the Great King was killed. He was quite wise, highly skilled, and had a full grasp of tactics. One of the allies I trusted most. He thought to himself, that bastard. He eliminates every potential threat to him. Just then, the door was suddenly thrown open, and a group of subordinates rushed in anxiously. "Have you heard the news? Roos is still alive. Not only that, he went toe-to-toe with Speary. I've also heard the news about that one with filthy, inferior blood becoming king," he added, "and now he's sided with that traitor Rifenhad. If he had any honor, he would have returned immediately to offer his neck and beg for forgiveness. As expected, a bastard like him is beyond saving." Teslon looked at them coldly. He himself is a traitor, having stabbed his own half-brother in the back. Even so, as long as he opposes Rifenhad, he's a reliable ally. He then said, "Sean, have you gotten used to wearing the rebel armor yet?" He replied, "Of course. All that's left is to confront him." He continued, "It seems the time has come." He smiled uneasily. "Are we finally setting out?" "Over here," he frowned, and said coldly, "It's time to hunt down Rifenhad." The scene changes to the royal capital, Croton. A cold man spoke. "This will set a bad precedent. His contributions are undeniable, but how can we grant him autonomy?" At that moment, everyone gathered below the palace was discussing it. After all, we couldn't have won without him. Isn't he the one most deserving of a reward? They continued, "That's true, but wouldn't making him a count or viscount of this region be more than enough? Still, autonomy is a bit too much." Yuban chimed in, "Then it would be better to give him a different territory. Land is finite, and this will reduce the rewards for others who have contributed." They all listened intently. Considering his achievements, giving him the Fernando territory should be enough, right? He thought to himself. Are they speechless now, that they know their own rewards will be cut? Good, then we're all in agreement. Afterward, Yuban stood up and bestowed upon the knight the title of Count, along with a territory and the right to autonomy. From this day forward, his territory shall be known as the Antares Prefecture, and at that moment, a new territory was established within the kingdom. The scene shifts to the newly born Antares Prefecture. A detailed map appears, with the largest area being the Silver Mountains. The scene then changes to a peaceful setting. Sunlight streamed through the window of a lavish, opulent white room. Looking out, the street below was deserted. Cassus lay sound asleep in bed. He groggily opened his eyes, then shot up in surprise. Cassus looked around, wondering what was going on. "I remember fighting the Fist King, and then, suddenly, a maid appeared. Are you awake, sir?" He hesitated. She was the maid from before, smiling warmly. "Hello, Sir Cassus. My name is Sela, one of Sir Rifenhad's companions." He was astonished. "A dwarf? What happened? Am I not dead?" Sela smiled and replied, "You not waking up had me very worried." She continued, "That's Sir Rifenhad. He hit so hard it took you a full day to come to." Cassus was shocked. "He saved me? There's no way Prince Yuban would have allowed that." She replied, "That's right. Your head should have been displayed in the capital square by now." She continued, "They took a bloated corpse that looked similar to you and used magic to change its hair and eye color." He said, "I see. So not even Prince Yuban knows I'm alive." Cassus thought to himself, but how could they pull off such a blatant deception? And that strange, dazzling aura, was that its purpose? It's like a trick used by a street magician. She smiled, inwardly flustered. He's piecing everything together from just a few scraps of information. Sela said, "To be precise, we were waiting for the witch in a secret passage near the cathedral. Rifenhad had crushed everything in the village to make sure no traces were left." Then he asked, "How did you know about a secret passage that only the royal family knows?" Sela replied, "I just had to look, and I could see it. Dwarves are unparalleled masters of architecture." Cassus was confused. "The Fist King, Rifenhad. Why would he save me?" Then he understood. Is it to get revenge on Prince Yuban? To sow discord among the nobility? Or is it a scheme by an outside power? Sela spoke again. "He said it would be a waste." Seeing his confused look, she explained, "He said it would be a waste for you to die." Then Sela turned to leave. "Well, please get some rest." He was bewildered. "Wait." Cassus was left alone, stunned. What is going on? The scene shifts to the mountains in the west, once known as Avai County, now part of the county. This place is too small to be considered a country. A magnificent castle appears. His younger brother approached to congratulate him on becoming the ruler. Rifenhad's brother also came forward. If you want, you can be treated the same. Go on, he said, but you can't become the king of a country. He chuckled softly. It's a bit embarrassing to even call this place a country. So, his brother made a suggestion. Then why don't we claim more land? If you ask the surrounding barons, there's no way they'd refuse. Rifenhad smiled. But if we do that, we'll lose our autonomy. My issue right now isn't the size of the land, but having a domain that is recognized as autonomous by right. He continued. We can acquire land slowly. Isn't that what territorial wars are all about? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. My lord, the dwarves have gathered in the hall. He told his brother he had to go. His brother replied, Yes, brother. Outside, everyone had gathered respectfully, bowing with their heads to the ground in reverence to the White King. Rifenhad looked down at them, thinking to himself, So, these are the former slaves of Viscount Gen Rifenhad. He said, Rest assured, you are all free now. If you wish to leave, you may go at any time. Of course, if you want to stay, you are welcome here as well. He added, But the mines belong to me. No arguments. He said gently, I will grant you the rights to mine them, or I can give you true freedom, which is something you must earn with your own strength. Rifenhad continued, I will grant you all management rights to the mines. Mine the ore, forge weapons or armor, pay taxes, and pay rent. Their faces turned pale with shock as they looked up. When you've saved enough money, you can use it to buy ownership of the mines. If you want to pay in installments, you can do so over 360 months. He smiled down at them. In return, I only ask for the exclusive trading rights to all the equipment you produce. An old man bowed his head and said, You truly are the savior we heard about. We thank you once again, my lord. Rifenhad smiled confidently. Compared to before, this place is a bit poor, but even the current empire started like this. No, wasn't it actually worse? The men's expressions became stern as they stared straight ahead. One by one, the others followed, all in unanimous agreement. Even the elves showed no difference in attitude. Rifenhad spoke again. Now, I will acquire land for you. He pointed to the map. From here to here belongs to the Southern Bear tribe. Hearing this, one of his men spoke up. But isn't that area outside the county? He replied. That's right, but it's also outside the kingdom of Groban. He smiled and said, These mountains originally didn't belong to any nation on the continent. So, from now on, wherever the Southern Bear tribe goes, that place will naturally become the domain of our county. The man spoke up again. But sir, haven't these mountains been corrupted? If you recklessly provoke the monsters there, they will gather and hunt you down. Rifenhad answered calmly. Then we'll just have to retreat back here. We are the residents of this district. If other tribes invade, it will be considered a border invasion. So, you're finally starting to analyze the situation. Whether you have the numbers to protect yourselves or not, the district will protect everyone. The situation now is different from when your tribe was threatened by the human army during your nomadic days. At this, he nodded. That's right. In that case, the warriors can leave the village without any worries. The elf pointed again. Then the elven territory will be from here to here. Rifenhad said, This place is for all elves, so it will need to expand in the future. Elves from every continent, not just tribes, will gather here. Hearing this, the man was troubled. But, to leave the world tree behind, that's a bit. Rifenhad smiled reassuringly. We'll plant a tree there. The man gave a faint smile. It's the world tree, not a bonsai. Is that something we can just plant anywhere? Rifenhad said confidently. Exactly. It's not a problem at all. As long as a living seed, like a magic bow, is imbued with the pure essence of the world tree, it can grow into a massive tree. And I know where to find its seed. Before my regression, I even linked the world trees together to weave a giant network of authority. That's the most effective way to awaken the elves in a short amount of time. Rifenhad analyzed the situation. The dwarves are more interested in what's underground. So, the size of the territory isn't an issue, right? The man replied. It would become an issue if our population grew, but for now, it's not. He continued. As time goes on, the dwarves' main source of income will come from selling minerals and crafting items. After hearing this, the man said, The geographical location of this place is a bit disappointing. Going back and forth to smelt iron is too difficult. It would be best if we received a territory adjacent to the mountain range. The elf said, That's true. The distance is a problem, and the bureaucratic processes required to pass through human lands are far too complicated. The main character smiled. That's precisely why I chose this land. Because here, on this mountain, lies the Laui dungeon. They all looked at the map at once. Is that the point that connects to the Great Gate through a spatial portal? He replied. That's right. Of course, we will venture into the dungeon, activate the gate, and clear it out. With the warriors from each tribe, it won't be too difficult. The man on the other side was overjoyed. Let us do it. Savior, we'll take care of it. On this side, the elf also spoke up. But Savior, what is that long strip of land between the elf and orc territories for? He smiled and replied, I'm saving that place for people we haven't met yet, but we'll meet soon. The scene changes to another location, northeast of the Glotton mountain range. Snow fell everywhere as a figure with blue hair and long ears gradually appeared. She struggled onward through the blizzard. The scene changes again to the Kahanlan kingdom, where high mountains were shrouded in clouds. Flashes of light constantly erupted from within the forest, where a tattered figure was walking. The two figures were complete opposites in that same moment. Time skips to 1 month after the war between the kingdom's heirs. A sword was stuck deep in the ground. Still, at that magnificent castle, in the town of Antares Castle, the ceaseless sound of fighting rang out as two completely different figures relentlessly clashed weapons. Roos shouted from the side, Attack, immediately! Tathish charged, saying, Come on! Rifenhad ducked. The shouting continued. Roos, my battle companion, is aiming for your shoulders. Roos immediately backed away. Even knowing its trajectory, it's hard to block. I really need to sharpen my swordsmanship. He then spoke up. Tathish, about your spirit weapon. Tathish, when you throw it, you're left bare-handed, right? Don't you think it would be better to use a spare? He replied. A warrior's spirit weapon is their lifelong companion. How could you suggest I betray my friend to wield another weapon? Hearing that, the boy was confused. But Giancatho uses 2 swords, Tathish replied. That guy just happened to have 2 soulmates. I have no intention of making any more. The boy sat down on the ground and let out a breath. So complicated. Just then, the wolf nearby let out a huge yawn, revealing its fangs. He said, By the way, he looks very different from how he does on the battlefield. Tathish replied, It's embarrassing. He's usually pretty lazy. Then he added, show me that aura one more time. Hearing this, Roos asked, The aura sword? He then drew his blade. Tathish said, I think I need more time to receive the warrior spirit's blessing. Hearing that, Roos spoke up. That usually takes decades. He replied, Then I guess I'll just have to be 10 years older. The boy was flustered, thinking to himself, That's right. Tathish is only 9 years old. He looked at him, puzzled. What's with that expression? In human years, we're the same age. He hesitated. I know. But, the other boy continued, Let's keep training. We've rested enough. He replied, All right. At that moment, the elf stood above, observing them. They're training so hard. Meanwhile, Ceylon was working out, and elsewhere, Xiaola was carrying out her mission. Cassis touched his face. I still can't get used to this face. Xiaola smiled. You need to get used to it, so you can hide your identity. Lord Cassis, if His Majesty Yuban or someone else were to accidentally meet you, it would be terrible news for everyone, including young Master Rifenhad. He replied, I know that. I also have no complaints about his spellcasting skills. With that, Cassis raised his head, feeling the air. The weather has gotten warmer. She added, Summer is coming soon. He smiled. Don't you get tired of always having to keep an eye on me, my lady? Xiaola replied, I feel like I'm the second most idle person in this castle. Then who's the first? Xiaola answered, The one who's still sound asleep even though the sun is high in the sky. That person was none other than Rifenhad, sleeping soundly. Cyrus came over and scolded, Hey Rifenhad, you'll get fat if you keep sleeping in like this. He answered drowsily, Isn't it amazing that a body can gain weight on its own after just a few days of being lazy? Hearing that, she got angry. Get up now. Rifenhad was confused. She hasn't accepted my feelings yet, but she still acts like she did in my past life when she nagged me. She continued, I've prepared breakfast. At least have a sip of tea if you're not interested in eating. As soon as he heard that, Rifenhad shot up happily. Of course I'll eat, thank you. What an undignified demon king. Just then, a lavish meal appeared on the table. He was astonished. Did you really make this yourself? What about the maids? She replied, They're busy with their own work. Not everyone gets to laze around in bed like you do. He couldn't help but think as he ate, Am I really that lazy? In any case, this place has stabilized for now, so it's time for him to get to work. Hearing this, Cyrus asked, Work? What kind of work? He replied while chewing, I have to find a fragment of the world tree to plant in the elven forest. The closest one to us right now is probably the Azure Sky Staff. She looked confused when she heard that name. Like Nen? he replied while eating. Similar. It's an artifact that contains the essence of the world tree. After hearing that, she exclaimed, I really like Nihilin. He then looked up at Cirrus. I'm sorry, I'll make you one just like it in the future. Hearing this, she asked, You can make it yourself? Rifenhad answered seriously. It won't be difficult if I have enough materials. After all, I am a 10th circle Archmage. She didn't seem convinced, saying he didn't look like one at all. He looked at his own hands and said, Now that you mention it, I need to upgrade this body too. This body isn't suited for magic. I'm still only at the 7th circle level. Then, Rifenhad had an idea. Could you gather everyone? We'll be leaving today. Hearing this, she added, You should tell me where we're going this time. Rifenhad replied, To the southwest of the Mato Plateau mountain range. There's a dungeon there called Keter that contains the Geron. At this point, the locations on the map began to connect. It will take about 1 week if we go through the gate. 3 days later in Zarus, the sun was setting. Teslon was shocked when he heard the news. What? He's not there now? Silon replied. The merchant said he left 3 days ago, and will be gone for about 1 month. Hearing this, he became annoyed. So we've already missed him by a few days, she then asked curiously. What should we do? Wait here until he comes back? The guy on the other side said while drinking beer. Damn it. And I thought we'd finally meet that wretched guy. The man on this side then said, Young man, I don't know what issue you have with him, but you should watch your words. He added as a reminder. You're talking about the famous martial king. Sus asked. He's from around here, isn't he? What's there to be afraid of? The man smiled. It's not a matter of being afraid, or not. The truth is, around here, he's the hero who prevented a civil war from breaking out in the kingdom. His followers are far from ordinary slaves. We believe their contribution to the kingdom's peace under the banner of knights is immense. He also added, There are young people these days who worship the martial king. I'm just worried that your words might start a fight. The man heard this and got annoyed. The rumors about him have already put us at a disadvantage. This is not good. Just then, a voice called out, and they all looked up. Do you want to know where he is? A girl appeared before Teslon. I am Kristen, a knight of the prophecy. It seems everyone here considers the martial king an enemy. They stared blankly at this woman. The girl continued, I don't know where he's heading, but I can provide you with information. Teslon remained unmoved and cautious. It seems you want something in return, she replied. Precisely. Let me accompany you. I need to kill that man. Teslon immediately stood up. We have no reason to refuse. That offer is everything we wanted. The girl across from him thought to herself, I don't want to do this either. Time skips to 8 days after Rifenhard's departure. To the south of the mountain range, inside a dungeon, everything was still covered in ice and snow. The battle with the monsters raged on. There's its weak spot. This is your chance, Roos. All right, I've got it. On the left. On the other side, the monster opened its mouth and spewed out something purple. Startled, he dodged the attack just as expected, perfectly timed. Meanwhile, Rifenhad was observing. They're fighting quite well. They already know the attack strategy. She smiled and turned back. This looks like a good haul. Can I put it in this infinite bag? Earlier, he had warned her, stop stealing things during the trip. Suddenly, a warning sound blared non-stop. The monster appeared with a loud roar. It's almost time. It's about to enter its second phase. Get ready. Then, everything around them dissolved and the sky turned red. Current defense system is uncontrollable. Shifting to phase 2. The restraining chains have been completely broken. Their faces paled. This is terrifying. He's always right. Roos thought for a moment as he recalled. I heard he learned everything from his master. I also heard that Master Jarot Grom Protasi is a dungeon expert, but this information is just too detailed. He silently wondered to himself, who is he, really? At that moment, Rifenhad clasped his hands together. All right, now I'll try to cut off its flow. He began to chant. I am the ruler of mana, the surging spiritual flow. I oppose the current to sever the enemy's circuit. Destroy everything. The monster roared in agony. Rifenhad spoke up. I've cut off its ability to regenerate using the environment. Finish it. And so, they immediately rushed forward and finished off the monster. A voice echoed. I cannot die. I cannot die. Not like this. Never. But then, an explosion erupted in midair. Rifenhad was slightly startled. Just die already. Then, leaning on his hands, he said to them, why do they always have to play the victim when they're the ones who bully the weak in other dimensions? The girl ran over and asked if Rifenhad was hurt. He smiled and nodded, gently comforting her. Then she touched the ancient staff. So this is the Azure Sky Staff, our new world tree. They continued on, crossing the great mountain range and descending to the plateau. Roos smiled and said, We've found the Geron crystal. Shall we go now? Rifenhad smiled as he looked at the map. Not yet. There's still one more place nearby. She asked. Where is it? He replied. This is a map my master gave me when I left the invincible body. Hearing this, Cirrus grew curious. Is it the location of the invincible body's treasure or something? His master had told him, I've prepared a small, personal gift for you. This is a map marking that place, so if you're ever nearby, be sure to stop by. Rifenhad replied to Cirrus. I don't know. He didn't say what it was. The scene shifts to Mount Plam on the Mato Plateau, southwest of Santa Village, where the terrain was quite flat. The scenery there was now in ruins, with broken rocks scattered across the ground. The girl looked bewildered. Where is this? It looks like a large training ground for knights. They assessed the area as they walked inside. It doesn't seem like a place to hide something. The energy source is strange. But it's not a dungeon. He just reminded them, there's probably nothing to worry about. Let's just look around. And so, the group stood before a door. Rifenhard's expression suddenly turned serious. Cirrus also looked around cautiously. Everyone was quite tense at this point. So Rifenhad turned to them and said, Why so tense? It's just a place where a master left a gift for his beloved disciple. But then, a sudden tremor occurred. Rifenhard's expression changed. The entire group suddenly fell into a deep pit, and everyone screamed in panic as they plummeted down. Roos quickly used his aura to protect himself. The other guy used his sword to control his body, immediately standing on it and descending steadily. Meanwhile, Rifenhad was struggling. Silent, stop using spells. It's interfering with my casting process. Hearing this, she shot back. Then why did you suddenly start using magic? As they fell, they said, God, Savior, what are you doing? Our auras are clashing with each other. Stop trying to act like a mage. But I am a mage, Rifenhad retorted. Both of you, be quiet. In the chaos, they started clinging to my sword as it plummeted to the ground. They looked up. That's weird. The hole we fell through is gone. What? A spatial distortion? Cirrus pointed in one direction. Brother Rifenhad, over there. They looked up at the wall, where strange characters were carved. This message is for Rifenhad. My dear disciple, I leave these words to congratulate you on this occasion. I hope you like this gift. Hearing that, he looked around in confusion. Wait, what gift? This just looks like an abandoned warehouse. And so, they began to look around. In the distance, a door emitted light. The words continued to appear. Go on, my disciple. If I taught you well, you'll surely love this gift. His expression soured. What the hell is this? They then walked out into a flat, empty plaza. Roos looked around, bewildered, and mumbled, This is it. He was startled, sensing something. Sounds echoed, and dust kicked up chaotically. Silent exclaimed in shock, pointing in one direction. What are those? Two lights suddenly appeared in the air, but then, even more golden lights began to show up. Rifenhad's group was confused. These ghosts look familiar, don't they? He replied. So this is my master's gift? At that moment, images of people from the past appeared, and the voices of their predecessors echoed. Invincible successor of the martial king you cursed name, face our wrath. His expression changed. That damn old man. What kind of gift is this? And so, the entire crowd on the other side charged, attacking Rifenhad. Roos got into a fighting stance and stared straight ahead. But suddenly, a light flashed past him. One of the figures in the crowd suddenly shouted, All defending roar! He was stunned. What? Next, another one attacked with an energy blast. The impacts echoed relentlessly, the pressure forcing Roos to fall back. On the other side, Silent didn't hesitate, drawing her sword and charging forward. She slashed forward, but another enemy relentlessly rushed in. Die! Die! Invincible style. Roos, standing behind Rifenhad, asked, Exactly how many people from your martial school were beaten to death? He answered awkwardly. I heard it was in the double digits. At this, everyone's expression changed. Silent asked, You mean at least 100 people? He replied uneasily. I guess so. Hearing that, she was shocked. Does that mean there are hundreds more evil spirits like these? Rifenhad answered. Probably. Roos said worriedly. What do you think about wiping out the invincible style for the sake of world peace? Rifenhad attacked without hesitation. I'm seriously considering it right now. Immediately, a golden light radiated from his body. The crowd on the other side charged, relentlessly attacking with all defending roar. Rifenhad exclaimed in frustration. How is that skill so overpowered? Silent was dumbfounded. You're one to talk. Roos added. I guess they harbor a deep grudge, having died at the hands of the master they trusted. Terrified, Silent immediately used her magic. Oh, Silent, please shine your holy light and save these corrupted souls. Gradually, A light appeared, and the crowd froze. How pitiful. Invincible style. We curse you. Then, the entire crowd vanished into thin air. Tathis approached. That was amazing. Silen, panting, said her thanks. Then Roos walked over and asked, "But why is your holy spear so painful?" She replied, "That was an exception." Rifenhad, flustered, said, "This whole ordeal leaves a really bad taste in my mouth." Tathis suddenly warned that something was approaching. Roos was also startled, guessing it was an evil spirit. Rifenhad, on the other hand, was shocked. Did that old man create zombies too? Voices echoed. Where is this? There are no achievements in this dungeon. It's just a bunch of ghosts. I already explained this isn't that kind of place. A moment later, a group of people appeared before Rifenhad. Roos's expression changed. He recognized the newcomer as us. The man laughed and said, "Roos, I knew you'd be here." Another guy looked excited. "We finally found them, Rifenhad, and next to him is Silen. I've come to save you, my dear." Seeing this, his face paled. "Silen, what are you doing with those people?" At this moment, Rifenhad was still wide-eyed with shock, staring blankly ahead. "Silen, what is she doing here?" Rifenhad thought in a daze. "She was my best friend, in my past life. We grew up together in the tower. If she's here, does that mean?" He immediately spoke with a serious tone. "Teslon." Sure enough, a man slowly emerged from the back. "I've finally found you, Demon King Rifenhad." He appeared with a sly smile. Then Teslon ground out Rifenhad's name through clenched teeth. Rifenhad's expression was just as furious. On one side, Silen and another person locked eyes, while on Rifenhad's side, both men glared at each other with fury. Then, they both asked at the same time, "Who are you?" Teslon said, annoyed. "What the hell are you?" He started yelling. "Why are you so small? If you're going to possess my body, you should at least take good care of it." Rifenhad scratched his head in confusion. "What did you do to my body?" He compared his past height to his current one. "Is that even my body anymore? I used to be a little shorter than Roos. How did you make it grow so much?" "Impressive," he exclaimed in admiration. "That body has potential," Teslon yelled furiously. "Do you have any idea how much effort I put in to get it like this?" Rifenhad then gestured to his own head. "As if that idiotic brain of yours could manage. It takes me over 10 minutes just to remember a basic spell, and you call this a brain? A monkey could calculate faster than this." The others just stared blankly. "Are they childhood friends?" Teslon frowned. "We're not close enough to be standing around, chatting like this." "We finally meet again, Marshal King Rifenhad," he shouted. "I can't let this continent suffer because of you again. I will kill you right here and bring justice to this world." Silen asked Rifenhad if he knew him, and he replied that he didn't, only that he was an enemy. Teslon continued, "I didn't expect you to come looking for our master's gift." "How touching. Did you truly feel our master's sincerity?" Rifenhad thought to himself. "You call this pile of traps sincerity? Truly the rightful heir of the invincible style." Rifenhad spoke up, glad that he hadn't turned out like him. Teslon laughed loudly. "Fate has brought us together. It's time to end this nightmare." Rifenhad replied calmly, "You seem to be a better fit for my old head. You're more articulate than before." Hearing this, Teslon froze, looking annoyed. Not to be outdone, Rifenhad called out his name from across the way. They both took a step toward each other. He attacked without hesitation. "That's not my body anymore, so I won't hold back." Teslon also laughed and charged, "You must be afraid of destroying this body, and I will eliminate that fear by killing you." Neither of them showed a hint of wavering in their eyes. One with his fists, the other with his sword, they rushed forward. An explosion immediately erupted in the space. Rifenhad shouted as he charged in to attack. At the same time, Tathis also summoned his aura. "Don't interfere with the Savior's fight." Meanwhile, on the other side, his body had transformed. "You're my top priority. I can finally erase the stain of our entire clan." Roos activated his aura. "In my eyes, you're the real stain on our clan." "What happened to the brother I knew? The one who respected the knight's oath?" He didn't answer, just roared, "Shut up! Open your eyes!" Eldon charged forward, screaming, "I'll show you the true sword style of House Tennis." Over on the side, Silen let out a twisted laugh. "Silen, this time, I will save him from that wicked villain." Roos quickly moved to block him. "I trust you," Sirius replied. "All right, my friend. Please protect this sword." Meanwhile, Shaola Steohammer was still desperately thinking that she needed to help Stepan Vonantian. On the other side, the two were facing off. Orcs are hard countered by magic. "I'll strike that weak point first." She charged forward and began to chant, "Hellish atmosphere, descend upon this earth and form spears to annihilate my enemies." Hell spears. Silen was just as quick. "Oh, Phylancy, grant me holy swords to fight against dark magic." Immediately after, an explosion erupted in midair. She was astonished. A high priest. Such powerful holy energy. Cylon thought to herself. We have different roles, but I still have a high priest. She'll be easy to deal with. "Oh, Philanon, please punish that woman." Immediately, mana bullets shot out from the other side. Teslon quickly dodged, saying, "That's a pretty simple move to counter. Demon King, my mana bullet isn't like this." He smiled and attacked. "You dodge well. I thought a true master of the invincible body didn't dodge attacks." He laughed in response. "I'm a little embarrassed myself, but this body is too weak to take a direct hit from that technique." Rifenhad shouted angrily. "It's impressive to see you so mobile in my body, but what's the point of just dodging forever?" Den attacked without hesitation. Song of Destruction, Ultimate Splendor Strike, Canticle of Ruin, Radiant Impact. A barrage of spells appeared and attacked. Rifenhad quickly created a defensive barrier. "Only 2 chants? I could chant 4 at once at your age," Teslon taunted, growing angry. "The speed of a star? What kind of all-around defense is that? It's cursedly slow." And so, the two fought while taunting each other. "Is that all you can manage with my brain?" he asked. "That's what I was about to say. You've taken my body and defiled it." On the sidelines, the others were completely baffled. What the hell are they talking about? Meanwhile, Rifenhad activated his magic. "You don't need to use much aura for magic of this scale. I am the one who severs the flow of all things. A singularity that interferes with the stream." Teslon was shocked. He can cast such high-level magic, so that damn Demon King can still cast spells even with my brain. Just then, blue pillars erupted from the ground, colliding with it. Rifenhad thought about his body. Teslon, on the other hand, was charging. He may be an idiot, but he knew how to train it to be much stronger and more agile than before. I, on the other hand, have a failed body and still have to suffer with this simpleton's brain. The thought made Rifenhad so angry he gritted his teeth. He glanced over. If this fight drags on any longer, I'll be at a disadvantage with this dim-witted brain. I need to end this fight quickly. Teslon was also flustered as they closed in. Suddenly, something flew out of thin air. Rifenhad sensed something strange and became wary. Teslon laughed smugly. "You've fallen right into my trap." Immediately after, something shot forward like a blade. A huge explosion erupted, and a blinding light obscured everything inside. A long gash was carved into the ground, and something kept falling into it, making a sound. Rifenhad had now taken a direct hit to his body. He looked at his body, stunned. Across from him, Teslon smugly explained that since his body was too weak to use the all-around defense, he used the all-around sword instead, channeling all his aura into an offensive stance. Rifenhad was shocked. "My body originally had no talent for aura." Teslon continued with a smile. "This vessel, of course, couldn't keep up with the training of the invincible body. This is just like you using magic even though my brain isn't good enough to cast spells." Brilliant streams of light enveloped the sword. "Don't forget who your enemy is, Martial King." Teslon pointed his sword straight ahead, his face cold. "I am the Martial King, Teslon." Teslon laughed tauntingly. "Did you really think I couldn't do what you can do?" Rifenhad replied. "To think you were one of the strongest on the continent, along with the Saint. I'm surprised." Teslon smiled back. "It's a shame that one of those two strongest is on your side. And to think Roos would be kicked out of his family after everything." He added, "I used to be his only friend, but it seems he's made more friends in this life." Rifenhad answered. Roos looked a bit embarrassed, and he continued, "But we're not close enough to be making small talk like this." Teslon also replied. Cylon seems confused, as if wondering if we're countrymen. "I guess that's not entirely wrong, since we came from the same future." He glared. "But we are definitely not friends." Then, Teslon charged. "I trained hard so I could destroy you. Demon King Rifenhad, I'll take your head right here, right now." Rifenhad charged, without hesitation. "It's impressive that you could train my body to that extent, but do you really think that's enough to defeat me? Magic is useless against me." Teslon replied without a hint of fear. "That's right. Magic alone isn't enough." He smirked smugly. "But in a fight, aura isn't everything, and I'm about to prove it." The ground and rocks around him began to rise, and blinding lights appeared. Teslon said, "Awaken." Witnessing this, Roos was astonished. "I've seen that trick more than enough times." US charged forward to attack. "You scum. You don't even understand the meaning of honor." Roos said, "So you understand honor, yet you'd still attack your own brother from behind?" He replied, "A bastard like you doesn't deserve to be my brother." Roos remained unnervingly calm. "You mean if someone isn't your brother, It's okay to stab them in the back? Roos immediately dashed forward. I have no intention of acknowledging you either. You worthless knight, you're no brother of mine. Meanwhile, Cirrus attacked, shouting, My friend Selena, in the name of our friendship, hear my call. Silene began to sense something strange, and was astonished. What is this? She yelled. You're just a slave. How can your skills be so powerful? Are you pursuing Silene too? She was stunned. Then Silene covered her face. Oh my God, Silene. My little one is such a heartbreaker. Cirrus immediately said, My ally, Ixnasis, fights for me. Seeing this, she said without hesitation, O prophet, please protect your servant. Silene stood to one side, observing the battle. Sion began to activate her magic. You won't be able to do anything, sorceress. Someone has to win to end this. Her eyes looked sharply in that direction. But just a moment later, her face turned bright red. Right then, Teslon was pinning Rifenhad down in a strange position, making her blush. What the hell are those two doing? Teslon angrily raised his fist. I bet you don't know a thing about wrestling. The invincible body technique doesn't teach you that. Pinned down, Rifenhad was utterly shocked. This is wrestling? He remembered thinking back then. Why would a real man lie on the ground and grope another guy's body during a fight? Men should stand and fight, shouldn't they? They shouldn't be rolling around on the ground like a bunch of cowards. Rifenhad gritted his teeth. Master said, It's better to take a hit than to lie down to dodge and lock an opponent's ankle. He cried out in pain internally. How am I supposed to hit him in this position? Rifenhad's entire body began to radiate a defensive aura. That's right. Master also said that if an opponent grabs onto you, you must do whatever it takes to crush them. Seeing this, Teslon just smiled smugly. You think I didn't see that coming? He immediately used all his strength to hug Rifenhad's leg. A golden light shone continuously, leaving Rifenhad stunned. He was amazed as the two auras collided. Rifenhad cried out, What is this? I've never learned about this. Teslon laughed triumphantly. Of course not. This isn't something I was taught, either. It's the result of my own harsh training. Teslon continued to hold his leg tightly. Your skill with aura is childish. All I have to do is block your ki flow to break that pathetic turtle shell defense of yours. Hearing these words, Rifenhad's heart began to race. He didn't hesitate, his eyes flashing with light. He wondered to himself, Damn it, what should I do? What do I do now? Then suddenly, Rifenhad froze as he remembered something, and his expression turned dark. Rifenhad's hand clenched on the ground. Get up. A mage trying to pretend to be a martial artist was a mistake from the very beginning. Over on his side, Teslon suddenly sensed something strange and whipped his head around in surprise. Rifenhad's body began to emit a purple light. Everything will be slick and frictionless. Just like that, he slipped out of the other man's grasp. Teslon was shocked, reducing the friction on an object. But I thought that spell couldn't be used on the human body. Rifenhad also thought to himself, it's the same for this body, which isn't recognized as a human body. Suddenly, Teslon appeared behind Rifenhad. The guy once again used a leglock to trap him. What the hell is this? He said. I've also learned a bit of jujutsu as a hobby, but I never thought I'd get a chance to practice it like this. Rifenhad once again used the frictionless spell to escape. Teslon didn't hesitate to use Purge to break the magic. The two went back and forth. It's so annoying that he can use magic too. Rifenhad yelled, Have you forgotten our master's teachings? Why do you insist on rolling around on the ground like a coward just to win? Teslon replied, completely unfazed. In this day and age, I'm not just a successor to the invincible body technique. This little bit of shame is nothing compared to peace for the entire continent. Why are you looking so dazed? Saying that while you've got someone's hand clamped in your crotch isn't very convincing, Teslon shouted. That's because you know nothing about martial arts. This is actually a very advanced technique. Oh, really? Just look at Silene over there. At that moment, her face was bright red. My God, what are they doing? Silene also blushed and commented, It does look a little weird. Roos added, Yeah. At this point, even Teslon couldn't help but pause and curse. In that moment, Rifenhad seized the opportunity to get away. The two continued to struggle, one pulling and the other escaping. Damn it, this wouldn't have happened if I had just kept my distance and fought him with magic from the start. As the two of them were locked in a stalemate, Rifenhad didn't think he'd get any help. Then, Rifenhad looked over to the other side. Stepan and Tathis. The battle over there was also raging fiercely. The other guy was transforming, his armor glowing with a red light. The two of them, mismatched in size, fought back and forth. Seeing this, Rifenhad was also shocked. Is Tathis losing to Stepan? Stepan spoke with contempt, as expected of an inferior species. Unable to adapt to this power, he laughed. Did you really think someone like you could match me? Drop your weapon and kneel. Hearing this, Tathis refused to surrender. He just laughed. How ridiculous. You think you're some kind of knight? Stepan immediately leaped up. You should have known your place and begged for your life. I guess a wild creature is no different from a wild beast. Over here, he quickly said. Daka, my comrade. Stepan rushed forward. You're using that strange thing again. At that moment, a red light shone continuously, and a strange energy radiated from within the armor. Stepan attacked, sending him flying. The bastard Tathis cried out in pain as he lay on the ground. He walked over and praised Tathis for being able to last that long. Lying on the ground, he stared tensely in that direction. At that moment, the other's eyes were revealed, eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Humans always look at orcs with those eyes. His memories flashed back to when he fought to survive every day as a gladiator, bathing in the blood of monsters. He always swung a rusty old sword to finish off his opponents. Sometimes they were his own kind. Other times they were condemned criminals. My soul was drowning in that rusted metal. The laughter of humans echoed. Rejoice, rejoice, rejoice in the growth of my proud soul. At that, his eyes began to glow. A true warrior can die, but they never abandon their honor and pride. Tathis immediately stood up. This weapon is my soul and my comrade. My pride isn't that of a gladiator, but of a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. All the memories of how he had grown came flooding back. He planted his sword in the ground to pull himself up. I am the descendant of great warriors. Seeing this, Stepan was shocked. What the hell? He yelled. That's an aura blade. Tathis continued. This is the blessing of the warrior spirit. This feeling is incredible. Stepan was furious. What kind of strange sorcery is this now? That can't be an aura. He couldn't believe how a monster like this could have a human's aura. Tathis didn't care and immediately charged forward to attack. Stepan also gritted his teeth, his guard up, all traces of contempt gone. His expression showed no sign of yielding as he charged forward resolutely. Just like that, the two sides clashed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The attacks came one after another, sharp and deadly. Tathis was no longer outmatched. He was a completely different person. Stepan von Antien couldn't believe it, infuriated that a lowly monster would dare to do this. He rushed forward. No way, there's no way that's a real aura. He didn't listen and just roared. Even after seeing it with your own eyes, you still refuse to acknowledge it, don't you? You bring shame upon the name of warrior. Immediately, a sword slash flew straight towards him, striking Stepan von Antien down to his knees. A look of horror crossed his face. With Stepan von Antien cornered, Hafong screamed frantically. Titus's entire body radiated a brilliant aura. Time to end this. His hand tightened around his sword, teeth clenched, his eyes glowing. Seeing this, Stepan von Antien was startled, and in a flash, Titus slashed across his body. Stepan von Antien coughed up blood as excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed him. He collapsed to the ground, his face dazed. Titus coldly glanced back. The other guy had fallen too. Roos smiled at the sight. Titus is always complaining, but he's finally awakened. Yusei was also astonished. How can a monstrous Oros use aura? Roos smiled. Even if he has the skills to do it, the simple truth is, he couldn't believe it. He angrily charged forward, spouting nonsense. Startled by the sudden attack, Roos quickly dodged, and a shocking flash of light erupted from the ground where he'd stood. Without hesitation, he turned to attack Roos again. While dodging, Roos thought to himself, I can't land a fatal blow because of that armor. He had swung his greatsword several times, but it seemed to have no effect. Then, Roos remembered, that's right, it's over there. The man was charging at him again. Die. As before, he dodged the attack. Immediately after, Roos swung his sword and lunged straight for Yusa's body. Seeing this, Yusa scoffed. My armor won't be broken by such simple attacks. Roos smiled. Of course it won't break, but I can still pierce it. As the continuous attacks rained down, the man's eyes suddenly widened. Roos smiled confidently, extending his hand to control the aura, and then snapped his fingers. A certain point seemed to activate. The flow of aura began to seep into his body. Just like that, Roos turned and walked away, leaving a huge explosion behind him. Yusa's eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious, letting out a cry as he collapsed. Roos smiled. As expected, there's always something to be learned from Lady Stala's skills. Now, Yusei was completely defeated and unconscious. Seeing this, Silent cried out worriedly, Sir Knight. Then, on the other side, the other man also fell to the ground unconscious. Over here, Stepan von Antien was also down, unable to move on the ground. The only battle left was between Ciri and Silent. Silent turned in another direction and shouted, Over here, Teslon and his opponent were still locked in a stalemate. Teslon was annoyed. Stepan von Antian and the knight are down? Just then, he was startled by the appearance of a figure. Teslon quickly distanced himself. The newcomer was Rus. Titus was also helping Rifenhad up. Are you okay? Savior, he replied. I'm fine. The wound will heal quickly with Silen's help. On the other side, Teslon thought to himself, I could have defeated the Demon King if I had more time. Damn, I underestimated those guys. I didn't account for the changes from the past. Rifenhad immediately activated his aura and shouted, Give it up, Teslon. I have no intention of letting you interfere with my dream again. Hearing this, Teslon yelled back, Fine, I'll give up this time, but I'll definitely win next time. Besides, your injured allies over there are being treated. Rifenhad spoke up again. You think I'll just let you retreat like that next time? Teslon chuckled at his words. You have no other choice. Then he laughed loudly. Invincibles, I will have my revenge. A brilliant flame flared up, and from it, those bodies began to coalesce again. Invincible bodies, I will have my revenge. Just like that, the group reappeared and charged forward. I followed you. I trusted you. And this is what I get in return? Is this all we've achieved? It's happening all over again, isn't it? They cried out. Teslon spoke again. We'll meet again. And when we do, I'll take your head. Rifenhad, still engaged in his own fight, was unable to move over to them. Why aren't they doing anything to him? Is it because I'm the true successor? Or because of my holy power? And so, the group on the other side helped each other retreat. I'm sorry, Teslon. I couldn't help at all. Hearing this, he glanced at her. I thought Silen was the Demon King's friend, but now she's on my side. It's the same with Rus, who's on his side now. I can't change it anymore. Teslon spoke up. Stop. They stood before a strange stone tablet. What is this? He explained. This is the stone tablet that records the secret to breaking through to the 5th level of the Calamity Sense. Teslon speculated. I think the Demon King learned it because he was here. That's what I was afraid of. But it seems he's still only at the 4th level. Teslon made a decision, so there's nothing left to fear. We are all incomplete mages and warriors. With a single blow, he shattered the stone tablet. Teslon smiled sinisterly. This way, he'll have no way of reaching the 5th level. I may have lost the battle, but he has lost the reason he came here. The ultimate victor is still me. Then, they left, leaving source stones scattered on the ground. At the center, chaotic smoke was still rising. The group of invincible bodies continued to attack. Invincible body, I will have my revenge. Silen hurriedly activated her magic and chanted, Grant love to these suffering souls. A pink light immediately shot towards them. The lingering phantoms gradually faded away. Our resentment. At that moment, she sat on the ground and let out a breath. I'm exhausted. I can't believe I'd ever use up all my holy power like this. Then Silen looked at Rifenhad. Why were those souls so powerful? He replied, they were beaten to death for not being strong enough. The more resentment a soul carries, the stronger it becomes. Rifenhad then looked around. The feeling of distorted space was slowly fading. I've only perfected spatial distortion in theory, but to maintain it in reality with all this resentment. Then Rifenhad turned to check on the others. Is everyone all right? We have to go after them, Rus asked. Who is that Teslon guy, anyway? Rifenhad answered, he's just like a friend from the same homeland. We became enemies because of our different views on other races, he explained. He believes that liberating other species will cause severe damage to humanity. What a troublemaker. Titus pointed in a direction. Savior, the tracks split into 2 paths here. It looks like they entered this stone room, came back out, and then went up the stairs. After walking a short distance, they saw the shattered stone tablet. Looks like they destroyed something. What's this? Rifenhad went over to observe it for a moment. Is he just taking his anger out on things? Well, he always did have a hot temper. He guessed, they must be long gone by now. Rus spoke up. We finally made it here, but got nothing out of it. Rifenhad, however, remained optimistic. Not entirely. We have another aura user now. Titus smiled and walked ahead. Exactly. I've received the blessing of a warrior spirit. He watched the boy's figure walking ahead. I didn't expect him to awaken his aura so soon. It should have been another 10 years. In his past life, he awakened it while fighting Cameron of the Han Len Kingdom. Just then, the evening sun cast its rays, and they told each other to return home and rest. On a mountain somewhere, the trees were dense, and light pierced through the gaps in the leaves, shining down. Something seemed to appear deep within the forest. A cry rang out. I can't run anymore. Oot Trang. A group of them ran desperately onward. Don't rest. The humans are chasing us. But the one named Ut Trang ran on in fear. A child's body couldn't regenerate as well as a full-grown adult's. It was so bad that they could die from blood loss, from an open wound, or from exhaustion. If the humans caught them, they would be used as ingredients for potions and killed. At that moment, the group of humans on the other side were sneaking around with swords. Find any traces of them? They ran that way. All right, Captain, let's surround them. The captain smiled smugly, already calculating how he would use them as ingredients for recovery potions to make money. Let's go find our gold. Right then, the group was hiding at the base of a tree. Utrang, don't blame yourself. This is my fault. I should have gone to the waterfall like Guru warned. I thought everything would be fine since it was far from the human village. Even though it's a forbidden area, we still got caught in the end. What should I do? He then stood up and said, hide here. Just like a mother plover revealing itself to a predator to protect its nest when it's in danger, Utrang tensed up and activated his ability. Like a passing breeze of night-blooming cereus, pink energy began to radiate from the tree trunks. Seeing this, the humans on the other side yelled, don't panic, it's just a child's magic. A nearby human immediately sensed the danger and was startled. Utrang instantly lunged forward, attacking him. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted out. Seeing this, the captain remained calm and said, that scared me for a second. Shoot it down. Just like that, sharp arrows flew straight into Utrang's body. He powerfully pulled the arrows out, giving his wounds time to heal. Without hesitation, they cast their nets again, trying to burn him to death. At this point, Utrang immediately transformed and attacked them. The captain was terrified. It's starting to grow gigantic. At that moment, Utrang's entire body had transformed. They are the most gentle of all intelligent species, but they are also the most brutal when cornered. And so, he grew massive and began to attack the humans. The scene changes to the outskirts of a small village in the Phum forest. Inside a house, a husband and wife looked outside worriedly. I heard a noise. The hunters are after the goblins. Let's just wait a little longer. A mysterious man appeared behind them. Sir Mage, are you sure this magic circle can hold the goblins back? Outside, a magic circle was glowing. Of course. Just stay inside the house until we've captured them. The other villagers cried out. You shouldn't have provoked the goblins. You're all making a huge mistake. A woman beside them tried to reason. Grandma, why would you say that again? Goblins are monsters. Hearing this, the old woman cried out, no, they're not. The goblins are the protectors of this forest, the guardians of the woods. The man in the house said, she's just a superstitious old woman. I apologize, sir. The other man smiled. I don't care. Just keep an eye on her. After that, the man went outside. The villagers saw him and asked, Mage Russo, are we ready? The man walked over. Everything will be fine. As a precaution, I've set up 3 layers of barriers. But do we have to set the trap right in the village? I thought you'd set the trap far away from here, the mage replied. We don't know where the goblins will appear. If they get close to the village, they'll attack before we have a chance to lure them away. And with that, they understood. He added, I wonder if the captain's team is all right. Just preparing this magic circle cost a fortune. If we don't catch any goblins, we'll suffer a huge loss. Not to mention, it took 3 whole days to draw this thing. We better not let it go to waste. Suddenly, the mage felt something and was startled. In the distance, a flock of crows flew up in a chaotic swarm. They became vigilant. They're here. An energy emanated from within the forest. Just then, one of their party members came running, with an enraged goblin charging right behind him. The mage immediately began to activate his magic. Another person urged, hurry up with the chant, Mage Russo. Right after, he unleashed a fireball at Utrang. Instantly, a patch on the front of its body was scorched, but then the wound began to show signs of regeneration. And so, fireballs continuously flew straight at Utrang's body. The others watched in terror. It's getting closer. The old magic circle simultaneously activated with a chant. Oh, chains of Lunfrud, bind the one who is damned between heaven and earth. Immediately, chains shot out from the circles, restraining Utrang in an illusionary hunt. It began to roar in fury at the humans. On the other side, a group of men raised their crossbows, preparing to fire. Die, monster! Crossbow bolts flew straight into the monster's body. Next, the mage said, good, now for the finishing blow. Spread through the air and envelop my enemy. A green liquid began to spray out, and poison immediately started seeping into the monster's body. Poison cloud! Its body convulsed, and it let out agonizing cries. Then, the monster collapsed onto the magic circle. We got it! They cheered. Awesome! And with that, Utrang closed his eyes, lying on the ground as his body slowly returned to its original form. They loaded him onto a cart to take him away. The remaining villagers expressed their relief and gratitude to the mage's group. Over on the side, the oldest woman in the village looked terrified. "You're making a huge mistake. The goblins are the protectors of the forest." The others seemed not to care. Her expression turned grim. "The forest is enraged. You shouldn't have provoked the goblins. The wrath of the forest god will fall upon you." Just like that, the old woman's expression grew more and more horrified. The fury of the forest. Seeing this, the captain turned back contemptuously. What a senile old woman. He moved towards the southern part of the Han Kingdom, to the Get Mountains at June Pass, where the mist swirled in the night. At that moment, the group was transporting a monster down the road. A live goblin will sell for at least 1,000 gold pieces. Of course, once we get there, our lives will change. When we deliver this goblin to the Santana Alchemist Guild, this nightmare will finally be over. All right, everyone, hurry up. We're about to reach the next campsite. Just then, a nearby teammate asked, "What's wrong, Gren?" He looked around and answered, "I think I just heard something." At that moment, rustling sounds seemed to echo through the forest, making everything tonight feel hazy. The sounds seemed to be coming from all directions. It was then that the expressions of the men here began to change to fear. They were all tense. A man asked, "What is that?" Rifenhad guessed, "It sounds like a drum." Suddenly, in the dark of night, something flashed past them. A blood-curdling scream rang out. They were on high alert. What was that? What's happening? They were all panting in fear, their faces grim. Something was closing in. Then, one of them fell to the ground. "Handon!" they exclaimed in shock. "What's going on?" But right after that, the two people next to Dren instantly vanished, snatched away somewhere. Now, only he was left standing there, stunned, as a spray of blood rained down on the ground. Following that, bodies were dropped from above. The remaining survivors who hadn't been taken panicked. "A demon! A demon has appeared!" the captain yelled angrily. "Everyone, calm down! It's clearly a monster attack." But in the next instant, the captain's own head was taken. They immediately went on guard, surrounding the cargo wagon. "Focus. Form a defensive formation around the carriage. Cover all sides. Damn it, we've lost 4 men in the blink of an eye." Someone urged, "Mage, use your detection magic." He quickly began to chant, searching for living creatures. A magic circle appeared in midair and began to sense the surroundings as the sounds continued to echo. But just then, the old mage coughed up blood, weakly collapsing. "What's wrong, Russo?" He looked off into the distance and said, "My magic. It's being disrupted." "What?" The old woman's words from before came back to them. "The forest is enraged. You should not have provoked the goblins. The wrath of the forest god will descend upon you." At this point, the leader said, "Hey, Russo, snap out of it. Pinpoint the enemy's location. Now." A voice echoed from the darkness. "My brethren meant you no harm." The gloomy voice resounded. "But out of greed, you hurt them." The captain's men panicked, immediately drawing their swords and standing guard. How dare lowly monsters harm those under the prophet's protection? But the 2 men in front of the captain were instantly dispatched. His expression turned to terror. Another man behind him shouted a warning. "It's a think, that evil goblin. A think." The captain finally realized. Staring ahead, another goblin appeared. 2 sharp tusks extended from its mouth, and in its hands, it held 2 drums, chanting incessantly. "A think," he said in horror. "The demon that massacred over 20 branches of the Alchemist Guild and the famous monster hunting squads. I thought that was just a ridiculous legend, since even A-rank users were said to have been defeated." The captain began to look up in fear, his body drenched in a cold sweat. A think's face was filled with rage. The moment the captain saw this, his face turned deathly pale, drained of all blood. He noticed Athink's gaze was fixed on the monster lying on the cart. The captain just stood there, muttering about his gold, as Athink drew closer and whispered in his ear, "You let greed conquer fear," just as I'd expect from a human. After that, agonizing screams echoed through the air, as vortexes of blood swirled upwards with the sounds of torment. Time skips to the next day. After the encounter with Teslon, Rifenhad and his group quickly returned to Antares town through the Great Teleportation Gate. A lot had happened there since. The Blue Bear tribe had settled on Mount Glowen. It was highly likely that there would be conflicts with the people who had lived on the mountain previously. If that happened, the flag of Antares would protect them. The planting of the Jaren spirit tree in the spirit forest also went well. A few of the tribe's spirits had already begun to care for their new god. At the Great Forge, they no longer needed to hunt for animals, as they had established a food supply from the Tien brand. For that reason, most of the warriors from the Great Forge had come to live in Antares town. They began to build a village next to the tunnel, alongside the dwarves who were once slaves. It would take more time to complete the village, but it wasn't a major concern since the dwarves were skilled in both architecture and construction. Time skips to 20 days after their return at the Antares mansion. Rifenhad looked out the window. Everything is going smoothly, but I still have one big problem. He began to think seriously. How am I supposed to deal with humanity? Just then, a shout came from outside. It is an honor to meet you, War King Rifenhad. The first man to arrive introduced himself. My name is Gwyn. I came here to pledge my loyalty to you. I made a name for myself while I was still in the northern region of the Vasili kingdom. Then came another. I am invincible, with a spear in my hand. I will not disappoint you. Then a young man with a fierce expression said, I can kill a wolf with my bare hands. They continued to introduce themselves one after another. Rifenhad was bewildered. Being a mercenary is a profession, sure, but there are definitely some who are just big fish in a small pond. Roos spoke up to remind them. Everyone, be quiet. Rifenhad continued his assessment for a moment. In my past life, no one came to join me because they didn't want to become Maev's lackeys. Now they're all rushing in like moths to a flame. He said, Warriors, I am glad you all came here. For me, Rifenhad shouted, you will all be well compensated, provided you can prove your strength. Everyone cheered loudly. He whispered to someone behind him, let them go all out, then we'll choose the ones who are left standing. Then, another person stepped forward. I am Pecha of the Tempest family. It is an honor to be your opponent. Rifenhad noted, there are a lot of them today too. The man added, there are about 20 knights and nearly 100 soldiers, including various other races, today. Over there, Roos is already fighting some of the newcomers. All of them together aren't even a match for 10 dwarven warriors, but we still have to accept humans. I guess we'll just have to weed out those who discriminate against other species. Next up was Tathis. As expected, one man showed contempt. A mere monster is going to be the one to evaluate me. The others who knew better said, oh man, that guy's finished. What an idiot. Does he still think he's just an ordinary orc? Over on this side, Tathis raised his sword, saying, is that so? His entire body radiated an aura. Witnessing this, they were astonished. A sword aura. My god, a monster that can use an aura. So, the rumors were true. The guy who had been disrespectful just moments ago was now trembling. How can an orc? Tathis yelled. Shut your mouth. On the other side, Rifenhad asked, how's it going? Any standouts today? The man smiled and replied, you can trust Sarus and Tathis with the task of evaluating combat skills. However, combat skills alone are not enough to become a quality knight. My lord, this person was Knight Captain K. Rifenhad teased, except for the orcs, huh? Hearing that, he reminded him, please, sir, don't be so critical. Then he added, back then, he had the dignity of a knight and the skills to match. He sighed softly, I wish everyone was like you. The man added, besides, half the knights in Antares used to be mercenaries. We can teach them how to behave. Of course, but I'm still worried. If we keep hiring mercenaries like this, the core will lose its value. Rifenhad, however, had a more relaxed view. In my eyes, there isn't much difference between mercenaries and knights. But I suppose disciplined knights are certainly better than free-spirited mercenaries, right? From now on, please choose knights. I'll inform Roos and Tat later. After that, he went back inside the castle. Excuse me, Miss Flora, is there a lot to do? She replied, yes, my lord. These are all the ledgers you need to handle. Rifenhad stared in shock at the pile of documents and cried out, where the hell did all this come from? For the past 2 months, I've been lazing around with nothing to do. Flora handed Rifenhad a quill and said, that was then, this is now. Here is your pen. He stared blankly at the thick stack of documents. There have been 1,000 migrations from the kingdom to my domain because of a bad harvest? Looks like I'll be stuck here for a long time. Just then, Roos came over with a cup of tea. About your father, Rifenhad. Rifenhad replied that he couldn't leave the mansion until this mountain of paperwork was finished. But there are still so many dungeons to clear and character monuments to find. Hearing this, she approached and asked, So, who handled the books in your previous life? He replied, back then, I didn't have to leave the mansion, and I also had Marilyn to help me. Hearing this, she asked why he didn't ask him for help now. Rifenhad answered, the situation has changed. If I let someone else handle my finances, it would stir up dissent among the people. Hearing that, she thought to herself that there were indeed very few people who could serve as a secretary. He sighed. I want to hand this over to someone I trust so I can have time to go outside. Rifenhad looked over at Roos. They must have a talent for management, and also the ability to protect the mansion, she suggested. What about Knight Rifenhadel? Rifenhad replied, he's a good person, but not good enough for me to entrust this entire domain to his management. At this, he smiled. Actually, there is one person, someone with combat skills whom I cannot easily kill. At that moment, two people, one tall and one short, approached. The others saw them and started whispering, there he goes, wandering around again. Who is that? He was already here when I arrived. I asked the servants, and they don't know either. It seems he doesn't do anything here. But don't you think he has a royal air about him? Even Captain Ale doesn't know who he is. Who could he possibly be? Cassis's gaze turned toward them. Tila smiled and said, do you want to have a real sword fight? After all, you are an outstanding knight, he replied. No, I'm just watching out of curiosity. Tila started to push him. Don't be like that. You can raise your sword if you wish. Hearing this, he felt awkward. Is it really okay to give a weapon to a prisoner? Haha, he thought to himself. The person I was before is already dead. Now, I'm just a nobody. It feels so liberating. She spoke up again. What are you thinking about? He replied as they walked. I was thinking that perhaps Yen is the perfect heir to the throne. Hearing this, she was confused. Why the sudden change of heart? He explained. So that I can admire you in your entirety. Still confused, she asked, what do you mean? Cassis replied, beauty, wisdom, and the cunning of another race. At the very least, the woman standing before me possesses all three of those elements. Hearing this, she was dumbfounded. How cheesy. Is that how knights flirt? Her hand behind her back clenched and then relaxed. Tila reached her hand forward and said, you are also wise and cunning. Their hands slowly drew closer. As for beauty, I'm not so sure. Hearing that, he exclaimed, that's harsh. Tila added, perhaps it would suit you better if you grew a beard. To which he replied, I'll start growing one from this moment on. Their hands clasped. Lady Tila, he said, your people can detect lies, can't they? He asked gently. Then you should be able to confirm what I'm about to say, right? Cassis smiled and asked, tell me, have I fallen in love with you? Tila's face immediately flushed red as she stood there stunned. He added, or is it because I'm human and not a dwarf? Hearing that, she became flustered. It doesn't matter whether you are a human or a dwarf. Cassis pressed on. So it wouldn't be a problem if I loved you, would it? Tila, flustered, said, well that. He asked again, will you always follow me? But, you're a prisoner. Laughter echoed through the courtyard, and then the two of them walked away, hand in hand. You no longer have any right to judge Gold. Rifenhad smiled, looking down at him. Have you been well? Cassis replied, I'm fine, thanks to your grace. I feel like I'm the luckiest prisoner of war. Rifenhad then said cheerfully, that's good to hear. Would you like to be set free? He shot back. Are you telling me to stop freeloading? It's true. I've been feeling a bit bored, being the only one wandering aimlessly around this mansion. Rifenhad smiled. It's so convenient that you understand so quickly. Could you help me with a few things? After hearing this, Cassis said, I heard about your dream from Lady Tila. Forgive me, but at first, I thought you had lost your mind. Rifenhad kept smiling and said, I've heard that from many people for a while now. Even Roos thought it was a crazy idea, but after taking the time to listen, I realized how short-sighted my own vision was. They aren't human, but they're definitely people, Cassis said, lowering his gaze. A civilization that treats others like animals can never truly find happiness. I don't know why that's considered common sense, but he bowed his head. This is a monumental shift, and I'm honored to be a part of that change. He spoke with sincerity. So please, give me your orders. Whether as a servant or an official manager, I'm confident I can do the job. Hearing this, Rifenhad smiled. It seemed he would have come for the job even if he hadn't been asked. Excellent. He then handed him a golden box. Seeing it, Cassis was stunned. Isn't this your seal? The main character replied, you said you'd do anything, right? Then become my representative. Hearing this, he hesitated. But this isn't something you should entrust to a former enemy. What if I have a change of heart? The main character answered casually. With that seal, you can only command the people within the town of Antares. He chuckled and added, let me ask you this. If you did have a change of heart and betrayed me, what could you possibly do? Hearing this, the man seemed to ponder for a moment. Then, Cass smiled and said, it's not much. He analyzed the situation internally. The only groups here are the Antares Night Order and over 1,000 displaced people from elsewhere. Looks like I'm serving a lord who's no fool. Then Cassis said, But what if I could train those people into my own soldiers? Rifenhad smiled and replied. Then Shaolastio Hammer would cry. Hearing this, Cass looked stunned, but then he just smiled without saying anything more. Before Rifenhad left, he said, I will do my best to answer you. Now that you're working for me, don't you think you need a name that suits that face? He made a suggestion. How about Tanasa? It's short for Kazas. At that, Cass looked annoyed, saying it sounded like an infectious disease. Please, just call me Cass, he added with a smile. And I hope you'll consider me for Prime Minister. I think it would be a better fit than Baroness's representative. Say whatever you want, Rifenhad said casually. You only have one mission. And so, Cass quickly got to work as soon as he was appointed Prime Minister. He was very experienced, far more than Rifenhad had expected. Rifenhad had also experienced what it was like to be part of an empire, but as a ruler, not someone who was given tasks. Even with his best efforts, his work was still full of flaws compared to what Cass could do. The first thing he did, upon taking office, was to identify the spirit's strengths and assign them tasks accordingly. Thanks to this, work efficiency increased by 30%. He also restructured the military system. Rifenhad had assigned 5 to 6 soldiers to each commanding knight without much thought. Obviously, that was a mistake. Instead, Cass separated the soldiers from the knights, choosing 2 experienced commanding knights to lead all the soldiers as one unit. An army is strongest when it's united. Forged into a single entity, they became stronger than ever. Finally, Cass dealt with the displaced people. Not only did he have administrative experience, but his ability to judge character was also impressive. He put the intellectuals to work in the state apparatus, while those with farming backgrounds worked on the farms. Rifenhad, who was training at the time, couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Letting him live was the right decision. Hong also smiled. Cass is truly multi-talented, he remarked. He then reminded her, keep a close watch on him, Shaolastio Hammer. You are the hope of this entire battle. On the other side, Sirius began to chant, I am the flame of sand that pierces the night. Become an arrow to strike my foe. Fire arrow. A bolt of fire immediately shot towards Mutam. Seeing the result, she rejoiced. I did it. It worked. Do you think I can use magic? He thought to himself. At this rate, if she keeps improving, she'll break her limits. I should teach her just like I did in my past life. When she grasped it right away. Just then, Flora unexpectedly came in and said, Sir, the people you were looking for are in the reception room. Surprised, he replied. I'll be right there. Meanwhile, the 2 girls behind him were chatting. Sirius asked, how are things going between you two? Is everything okay? Shaolasteo Hammer covered her face and said, he's so gentle and kind, and he's getting more handsome every day. Hearing this, Sirius couldn't help but recall his exhausted appearance and felt confused. Shaolasteo Hammer then added, what about you, Sirius? You and Lord Rifenhad. She immediately gave a forced laugh. To me, he's more like a father than a man. Shaolasteo Hammer was shocked. Don't say that in front of him. He might lock himself in his room again. Sirius gave a strained laugh. But that's how I feel. She added, he also seems like an old man, even though he's only in his 20s. He even looks older than he is. Could it be because of his size? At this, Sirius could only laugh it off. Afterward, Rifenhad went to the room. I'm honored to meet the famous Marshal King. My name is Jackin, a bounty hunter, and these are my colleagues, he continued. I heard you were looking for us through the Taoping Merchant Guild. Rifenhad smiled and replied, a pleasure to meet you. I have a job for you. Rifenhad then presented a flyer with a drawing of Teslon. Upon seeing it, the other man said, Teslon, an aura user, but a nobody. They began to discuss among themselves. The St. Chin Knights and the Golden Knights are much more famous. We should go after them first. Rifenhad smiled. Here is 100 gold coins as a down payment. You'll receive another 100 upon success. With that, they bowed their heads. We'll do our best, he thought to himself. All right, these preparations should be enough for Teslon. Just then, another person approached. This month's information from the Grua Merchant Guild, my lord. He replied, very good. Rifenhad began to look through the documents. After looking for a while, he thought, it's mostly just messages. Monsters have appeared in the northern Vasily Kingdom, and a kraken has appeared in the waterways of the G Kingdom, 2 newborn 2-headed beasts in a mountain village. However, his eyes widened in shock as he read a line on the paper. Monster hunters tracking a troll in the Tri-Kingdom area were ambushed by a legendary monster, a Think Tusk. Most were killed, with only a few lucky ones escaping. As soon as he saw this news, he shot to his feet. A Think Tusk is a Think's old nickname. Summon everyone here at once. The scene changes to Kalazan, the southern port of the Hanlan Kingdom, a coastal city. Night had fallen, and there was no one on the sea. Occasionally, lights could still be seen in the nearby houses. A few women were out shopping, chatting as they walked. Santana's Tier, the coastal city branch of the Alchemist Guild. Inside a room, candles burned brightly, illuminating shelves filled with potions and various pieces of lab equipment. Next was the main hall, still brilliantly lit. A loud noise echoed from within the hall. After that, the scene changes to another location, which looked like a prison. Strange cries rang out, mingling with the chaotic clanking of iron chains inside. Figures were suspended in the air, and below them, two hooded figures were talking. They began to assess subject number 3. It's not looking good. Increase its food intake. We need it to live for at least another month. So, one of them began to feed it through a tube that went directly into troll number 3's mouth. Here's your food. The creature's eyes had rolled back into its head. They remarked, "This is great. They don't get food poisoning or anything, so we can just feed them leftovers. It handles waste disposal and serves as our main source of income. How convenient, right?" On the nearby shelves were strange potions. They remarked, "They ordered another 500 potions for the end of this month. That means we'll need another one." One of them walked over and started turning a nearby crank. The sound of chains began to echo. Beneath one of the trolls was an iron cage. The front of the cage then opened, revealing a dark, unknown space below. The troll's body was slowly lowered towards the pit. Inside, sharp blades were constantly moving, and so, its body was slowly lowered. Then, a troll was dropped straight inside. Behind it, other trolls were still waiting. As soon as its body fell in, blood splattered everywhere. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air. Next, the blood began to be channeled into vials of solution on a table. Watching the filtered blood drip into them, one of the men exclaimed, "Perfect." As they took notes and talked amongst themselves, the scene shifts to the Hanlan Kingdom. In the dead of night, not a soul could be seen at the mansion. Deep inside was a prison filled with strange instruments. Two men stood outside a cell. It would be so much easier if we could just get them to breed. They looked at the monsters locked inside. The higher-ups still haven't figured it out? Somehow, every time a female gets pregnant, she miscarries. They stared in, judging the creatures like merchandise. They must have some way of reproducing in the wild. "By the way, is that rumor true?" they said, recalling the incident with the berserk monster. "You mean that family?" Even the branch manager was excited to get his hands on an intact troll. "That's not the issue. I'm talking about Tuang Nya." At this, they started discussing Tuang Nya. It wouldn't show up here, would it? But on a nearby rooftop, a large figure was hiding. They continued, "Whenever Tuang Nya appears, the neighboring branches always suffer damage." The two men looked worried. The branch manager is also quite concerned about it. That's why he's invited a special guest this time. Hearing this, the other man grew curious. "A special guest? Is there someone in this city strong enough to face Tuang Nya?" His partner replied, "Actually, they've hired a sun sword." Meanwhile, in the main hall, a lavish banquet was underway. The man, the branch manager, raised his wine glass and spoke. "It's a great honor for our family to host such a famous guest as yourself, Sun Sword of the Southern Branch." Across from him, a man with disheveled hair replied, "An honor. Come now, branch manager. You give this old swordsman too much praise." This man was the Sun Sword of the Hanlan Kingdom. Next was another man, slowly cutting his food. The branch manager certainly has a keen eye for people. This was the Seven-Circle Mage, Maruno, from Baron Sahan's family. Next was a man wearing glasses. "You need not worry, branch manager. The Apotel Bray will grant us his protection." This was the priest of the Apotel Bray. Hearing this flattery, the branch manager smiled gleefully. Outside, the scene was quiet, a stark contrast to the lively party inside. A guard let out a long, weary yawn. The two guards started talking. "Maybe I should go out to sea like them." The other replied, "You dream of being a sailor?" "Smith," the first one answered. "I did when I was a kid, but after hearing the sailors' stories, I gave up. It looks great from the outside, but once you experience it, it's hell." His partner then said, "But the pay is good, isn't it?" He scoffed. "Only half of them make it back alive." At that moment, a fog began to roll in through the night. "I'd make sure I survived." The other guard said, "Don't jinx yourself. Besides, the Coast Guard pays pretty well. It's slow and steady." He smiled and added, "You'll understand when you get to my age, really." Suddenly, his partner noticed something odd. "Why is it suddenly so foggy?" A strange fog was now spreading throughout the city. There wasn't supposed to be any fog today. The guard, sensing something was wrong, said, "What is going on?" Then, a sound echoed, like the beating of a drum. He panicked. "A drum? The two guards grew uneasy. A voice rang through the air. The sunset lake sinks into darkness. Black waters pour down like a flood. What is that creepy sound? In the darkness, a pair of eyes appeared. The Knight of the Poppy. The two men sensed something strange and looked up. A moment later, both of them collapsed. Their eyes rolled back in their heads. A large figure appeared, saying, "I do not harm the innocent. You need only close your eyes for a moment." And with that, it went straight inside, weaving through the night sky. Its voice echoed everywhere. "I am the fog." It pulled a nearby cloth, and in the next instant, a cloak wrapped around its body, hiding its true identity. Tita comes and goes like the wind. Outside, the city was peaceful, its lights shining brightly. Then, as the fog rolled in, they were instantly extinguished. Meanwhile, Rifenhad was in his room, looking outside. "Ever since I got here 3 days ago, I've been so bored." He smiled excitedly. "It's finally starting." And so, Rifenhad also headed outside. At the palace, the fog began to seep inside, enveloping it. In the main hall, the fog seemed to have covered the entire palace in darkness. The soldiers who had taken part in capturing the monsters were all dealt with. The cloaked figure moved through the night like a phantom, passing by one person after another. Through the thick fog, it approached the grand doors of the palace. The soldiers inside saw this and panicked. "It's here, Tuang Ya! Capture that monster. Its head is worth a fortune." The people at the banquet were confused. "What's all that noise? Is there a break-in?" The branch manager stood up. "I do apologize. To have this happen while hosting such esteemed guests." Someone else asked, "What the hell is going on?" The branch manager replied, "One of the monsters we captured has escaped and is causing a disturbance. Model. We can't let outsiders know the truth that Tuang Ya launched a surprise attack." He stood up and told them, "It's being more aggressive than expected, so it's going to get a little noisy, but our warriors are handling it. This will be resolved soon, although the damage will be pretty significant." "So," he asked, "then, do you need me to step in?" The branch chief replied, "If a knight of a radiant god were to act, a mere monster would be defeated in an instant. How could I dare ask such a thing of an esteemed guest like you?" Hearing this, the man smiled again, his eyes filled with excitement. "I have to at least keep you alive." Heh heh. At this moment, the other two exchanged strange smiles. On the other side, waves of bone gradually spread towards the main hall. Tuang Ya charged forward, a red light glowing in the darkness. Seeing this, the soldiers there panicked and tried to attack. "Damn it, you damn monster!" They all lunged at once, trying to wound its body. However, they were all taken down in a flash. One was instantly finished off, stabbed straight through the chest. Following that, the second man was sent to meet his maker. The remaining survivors saw this and began to back away. "You cruel bastard! You're a true demon." Hearing these words, it let out a mocking laugh. "How interesting. You people dare to speak of cruelty? You, who extort money from the blood of a troll." Its hand began to reach out. "A blood debt must be paid in blood." A sound began to ring out as life flowed through bare veins, a burden upon the living. The soldiers screamed in fear. "My body is moving on its own." The clattering of weapons echoed. "Why is everyone dropping their weapons? What kind of magic is this? How are we supposed to fight it? This is insane." After that, a bloodbath unfolded. With a flick of its wrist, one man was torn to shreds. A second wave from its hand echoed clearly in the night. Red blood sprayed into the air. With every gesture, another agonizing scream rang out as crimson splattered all over the palace. The stench of blood filled the night. Nearby, a voice spoke up. "It's Tuang Ya." The man who spoke smiled, standing opposite the creature. "The thing they call an urban legend among monster hunters? I can't believe it's real. No wonder the branch was treating us so well." "Those damn cunning bastards," one man said with a smile. "Nothing in life is free." The other one laughed excitedly. "So, what now?" Finally, the one with glasses spoke. "I feel like we've been tricked. We'll need to have a proper talk with them later." At that moment, Tuang Ya looked towards them and spoke. "You all are strong." Hearing its voice, the three men grew excited. "A monster that can talk? Now this is interesting." Waves of bone began to radiate from it. The man in front said, "Let's end this," and his body began to blur. The man behind him also laughed and charged forward. "Let's show this thing what we think." The leader raised his sword high. Aura began to emanate from him. He grinned smugly. "A mere monster managed to dodge my sword swing? I'll slice you in two." At that moment, the nimble Tuang Ya leaped high into the air. Then, their weapons clashed. Mana immediately collided. His teammate watched in wide-eyed astonishment, while the other exclaimed, "What the hell?" They never expected Tuang Nya to block an aura-infused blade with just that. Tuang Nya said, "The Holy Mother's love is as vast as the ocean. No one can harm me." It continued to chant relentlessly. "My body grows immense, strong enough to topple entire forests." At this, the man's expression turned to shock. Tuang Nya immediately attacked without a hint of fear. The man was stunned. "It's so fast!" After that, the sounds of constant collisions echoed throughout the palace. He quickly swung his sword to knock Tuang Nya away. Only then did the man let out a breath. "All right, I've created some distance." On the other side, Tuang Nya remained calm and began to chant again. The south wind spreads the seeds to sprout and grow. Instantly, vines began to rise from the ground. The vines wrapped tightly around the man. He cried out, "What is this now?" Next, leaves began to fly up, following Tuang Nya's movements. Seeing this, he quickly raised his sword to block the attack. A drop of blood trickled from his mouth. From the side, Tuang Nya had launched a direct attack out of nowhere, and the man collapsed to his knees. The two men behind him grew worried. Immediately, one of them began to activate a spell. "Flames, gather in my hand, become a pillar that incinerates the world." A fire magic circle instantly appeared at Tuang Nya's feet. The flames erupted, and it quickly leaped up to avoid them. The man who had been bound finally broke free and said, "This is no ordinary monster." The other one didn't wait any longer and prepared to attack. When fighting a monster, can you just drop the knightly spirit for a second? Let's take it down together. So, the first man immediately used his aura. Its critical weaknesses are fire and lightning magic, which can burn its body. Instantly, bolts of lightning shot towards Tuang Nya. It casually put a hand to its mouth, then stepped back. Then, Tuang Nya swiped its hand, and the lightning bolt was nullified. Seeing this, the man was shocked. What kind of magic was that? It completely blocked my spell. The other man extended his hand. "O prophet, grant your servant the endurance to withstand injury and rise once more." The one who had just collapsed cried out, "Ah, easy, will you?" He continued. "The holy power is causing pain. Does it conflict with your aura? This isn't a fight between aura users." The man above continued to launch his attack. Magic Dispel, Quadra Seal. Instantly, Tuang Nya's movements froze, its entire body bound by the spell. It clenched its jaw with all its might. Then, Tuang Nya bent down, gathered its strength, and flipped backwards, kicking its legs up. Its sharp kicks continuously countered the attacks in mid-air. They watched in amazement. Its movements are so strange, completely illogical. The other two were also terrified. Is this monster really a demon in disguise, just like the rumors say? How can it be this strong? On the other side, Tuang Nya kept fighting while thinking, "I'm used to facing humans, but 3 at once is a bit much." It began to consider its options. Should I run? Tuang Nya's mind raced. What should I do? Just then, a brilliant, rainbow-colored light flared. The fighters on both sides turned their heads in shock. An explosion rocked the inside of the palace. They coughed relentlessly, looking cautiously in that direction. "Who's there?" A figure slowly appeared through the haze. "We arrived just in time." "Indeed, that fog is really limiting our visibility, isn't it?" "My apologies. I should have explained about the stealthy fog that Tuang Nya uses." From its spot, Tuang Nya looked on in shock. "Who are they? New enemies?" The group that had just arrived was none other than Rifenhad, Tathis, and Ceres. Rifenhad smiled and said, "We finally meet." Guri Athink, the wise child of nature. Upon hearing this name, Athink was instantly stunned. He asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name? How do you know my language?" The man replied with a smile, "I know the truth about the Cho, and I've come to help you." Hearing this, Athink was confused. "What are you talking about?" The remaining men asked. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us? If you have any honor, state your names." Smiling, he said, "What we want is freedom for all the Cho. I hear you're only stopping here for a short while. Could you grant us some privacy?" That guy fearlessly shouted, "I don't care what your purpose is. That monster massacred thousands of people." At this point, Rifenhad's voice no longer sounded like he wanted to negotiate. "So, is this how you're going to receive me? Very well," he said softly. "I'll crush them." Next up was Ceres. Her eyes were fixed on them as Rifenhad smiled and said, "Capture them, don't kill them." In the darkness, the space fell silent. But moments later, an explosion shook the building, sending clouds of dust into the night. Cracks appeared, and the sounds of non-stop fighting echoed from within. An aura spread throughout the palace, and a blue light shot towards them at incredible speed. The others were shocked to see this, an orc using an aura. Before the man could say another word, he was struck directly in the body. The remaining man with glasses was left stunned and terrified. Before he could even react, Cirrus appeared right behind him. Seeing this, the man immediately activated his power. "O Prophet!" he cried, moving to block the attack. A flame erupted. Roos said, "Answer my summons." A salamander appeared, and the two flames clashed directly with each other. Over on the other side, Ath was astonished by the scene. An orc who could use an aura, and a spirit user with such power. Next up was the martial king, Rifenhad. As light gathered in his hands, "We'll handle things here, go free your people." The men on the other side were terrified. He's rumored to appear alongside other races in the kingdom's wars. But he can use magic too? How could someone who uses an aura have time to learn magic? Two sources of energy radiated outwards. Judging by his size, he looked like the Marshal King. "Are you the one from the rumors?" Rifenhad asked calmly. "What do you think?" He immediately unleashed a cannon-like attack, just as the other man fired off his own ability. Photon Ray. The two streams of magical energy collided like missiles. Defensive barriers constantly formed around them, and the scene descended into chaos. Rifenhad smiled. "I'm sure he's completely confused right now." "So," he began to chant again. The mage on the other side was horrified. "My magic has no effect? I've studied magic for 50 years, and I'm still losing? Impossible." He then launched a continuous barrage of attacks at Rifenhad. But the man wasn't just unfazed. He was hit by a counterattack. His eyes immediately rolled back into his head. Meanwhile, the remaining man charged at Tathis with his sword. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks of light everywhere. Tathis shouted and charged, and the man quickly leaped back to dodge the attack. Then, the man lunged forward as fast as lightning, disarming him. Ugh, that idiot. But just then, something else started rushing towards him relentlessly. He instantly turned his head, looking behind him in terror, just as an attack struck him from the back. Tathis retrieved his weapon and stared intently in that direction. By now, the others had also been defeated and knocked unconscious. Rifenhad smiled at the scene before him. He's learned to control his power with an aura, while using a soul weapon. He's gotten stronger from his training with Roos. Then he said to the others, "We finished up over here a while ago." Cirrus asked, "Is it really okay to spare them? You didn't even use your aura, but it seems like they already figured out who you are." Rifenhad replied, "If I wanted to hide my identity, I would have worn a mask. As long as my most important secret isn't discovered, I'll be fine." Just then, Ath walked over and introduced himself by his real name. "I greet my saviors." Rifenhad smiled. "Let's get out of here first. The soldiers will be here soon." Afterward, the palace burst into flames against the night sky. Shouts rang out. "Fire! Help!" The soldiers were in a panic. "Everyone, stay calm. It will be harder to evacuate if you all push and shove." The branch manager watched this scene with tears streaming down his face. No, it can't be. Just like that, all his hard work went up in flames in a single night. Meanwhile, in the distance, a convoy of wagons moved slowly along a high road, a long line of them passing by. Back with Ath, Silen began to heal him. Roos commented, "He really does look terrifying." Rifenhad said, "You think normal orcs don't?" Roos replied, "I see them all the time, because they're usually slaves." Silen, while healing him, said, "I've never seen a Cho before, but they're really malnourished. Is their whole race like this?" Nearby, the rescued prisoners were speaking in another language. It seemed they didn't know the common tongue. They'd never had a chance to learn it. A warm fire crackled. Ath said, "This is so different from what I've heard. I didn't know the Martial King could also use magic." He replied, "While I don't hide it, people don't usually talk about it for a few reasons." Rifenhad smiled, "But that doesn't change the fact that I am the Martial King. You still don't believe I'm him, do you?" Ath smiled and replied, "I wouldn't believe it just from seeing that aura. The question is whether the king will treat other races fairly, not as slaves, as the rumors say." Then he added, "But I still don't understand how you learned our language, or how you knew my name." Rifenhad answered calmly, "I know a Cho. He's a survivor of the Bakak tribe from the Black Forest. Have you heard of them? I'm making this up using information from my past life. There's no way he can verify it." Hearing this, Ath said, "I've heard of them before, but I still don't understand how you know us so well." Rifenhad then changed the subject. "I have something I want to tell you." He would slowly explain to Ath everything about the world and the future he desired. It was a captivating story for Ath. He had wandered the world for over 10 years to save his kind. But even after killing thousands of people, and many more, the world still didn't change. Because the world refused to change, his people continued to be treated like monsters, and anyone who was captured was killed in the most horrific ways. Rifenhad asked, "Will you help me on this path? We have already prepared land for your people in the town of Antares." Hearing this, Ath replied, "I have a question for you, before I can answer that." He was confused. "You're human, so why do you care so much about us? We aren't your kind." He looked straight at him and thought for a moment before answering, "Have you ever been to the southern region of the Tychon Kingdom?" He began his story. That place was rumored to be where humans practiced cannibalism. They felt no guilt, until a sage arrived and guided them toward a better path. When the sage forbade the practice of cannibalism, the natives complained bitterly. They said eating human flesh was a long-standing traditional custom. So who was this sage to disrespect their traditions? The old sage calmly replied to them, with these exact words, "I have witnessed the people I loved being eaten by you. That is why I forbid the practice of cannibalism." Hearing these words, Ath's expression was one of shock. He continued, "Those loved ones were them." He gestured towards Roos and the other. "And friends." Tathis also turned to look. Rifenhad spoke softly as he gazed at his comrades. "The people I hold dear." He looked up and answered, "I simply couldn't stand by and watch them be treated like slaves for another second." Moving to the southern part of the kingdom, in the Magitech city of Ain Brook, a solemn man spoke up at the headquarters of Santana's tier. "You still don't know who the mastermind is? This person is the guild master of Santana's tier, Arab Mid." The people around him were confused. He then added, "I was willing to ignore that elephant chicken monster, treating it as a natural disaster, but human involvement is another matter entirely." The man on the other side said, "We have a few suspects, but not enough conclusive evidence." At this point, he couldn't help but think of Rifenhad, the lord of Antares town, the martial king. They discussed the theory that the mastermind was a mage who could use magic without an aura, which didn't make sense. It's true that he was absent from town when the fire in the south occurred, but that absence wasn't for more than 2 weeks. Even with the fastest horses and no rest, it would take at least a month to travel in a straight line from there to here. So, he asked, could he have used a decoy? The other person replied, "He's too conspicuous for that. You can tell just by looking at those muscles." Another person also spoke up. "We're talking about the successor to the martial king and the lord of a territory. We can't treat him like a criminal without proof." Someone else added, "In any case, there are rumors that Martial King Rifenhad saved the Cho people. This will tarnish the guild's image." The guildmaster on the other side spoke again. "Based on his past actions, it's definitely him. Damn it, he's such a thorn in my side." The scene changes to the mansion in Antares town. In the study, sunlight streamed through the window. Rifenhad relaxed on a chair and smiled, thinking, "I bet those damn alchemists are furious right now. As long as they don't know about the teleportation gate, I still have an alibi." Everything was going according to plan. He smiled. So far, everything had gone smoothly. Being able to dodge the scrutiny of humanity while slowly building up his forces had been a huge help. Rifenhad looked outside, beginning to call the names of his friends. The foundation has been laid. The leaves outside had turned yellow. Now it was time for the most important part of the plan. The scene changes to another location, where the incessant sound of machinery could be heard. The sounds of tools and tunnel digging rang out. The cracking of whips and constant scolding never stopped. "Work, you damn monsters. If you want a break, then hurry up." Another man, seeing this, grew angry. "Those damned, wretched humans. If my family wasn't being held hostage." Another man approached him. "Have you found the 2 pieces of adamantium yet? The Viscount is furious, so you'd better get a move on." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from behind. He turned his head to look. "Who are you?" But in the next moment, the guy was struck down. The newcomer was another dwarf. "I'm more than willing to kill you, but you're just a small cog in the machine, so I'll spare you." Just then, another girl approached and said, "Over there too, Sloane. This one is a warrior of the Great Forge." "Ye." The man on the other side panicked. "What's with these dwarves? Where did they come from?" "Over here," they began to chant. "We've come to rescue our kin." Ancient suppression chant. The soldiers on the other side panicked. "Magic suppressing magic? How can dwarves use magic?" The girl then charged forward, landing a blow that made her opponent foam at the mouth. Then she shouted, "We are the warriors of the Great Forge. We've come to rescue everyone." They were astonished to hear this. "Form a line. We will remove the seals on your necks." Just like that, the dwarves began to dispel the magic on their bodies. "As the one who opens the flow, let it be broken and set free." One of them spoke up. "They're holding our families hostage. If they find out what happened here." Hearing this, the man reassured him, "Don't worry about that. We have others in the village going to rescue them now." Elsewhere, Tiola launched a swift attack, finishing them off in an instant. Afterward, Tula smiled and said, Nga Hathos. Seeing Tula, he was overjoyed. What are you doing here, child? She immediately hugged him and said, Lord Marshal King Rifenhad sent us here to save everyone. Hearing this, he was stunned. Our savior, it's finally time to leave this place. He added, I must contact Gepfi right away. Yes, sir. Please gather everyone. At that moment, in the Duchy of Kelleron, in the village of the Steelhammer tribe, all the dwarves were preparing to leave everything behind. The man was excited. Oh, Tula, my daughter, you've grown so much. This was her father. They began to embrace, joyfully reuniting with their families. You're old enough to get married now, my love. Oh, Baimla. Just then, a man with silver-white hair approached. I am Gepfi. What should we do now? Sooner or later, we'll be captured trying to evacuate so many people at once. He replied, Don't worry, the time is near. They then walked to a river. From inside a cave, the sounds of movement grew louder. Then, boats began to appear, coming to pick them up. On board, there were already a few people waiting to steer them. Seeing this, Gepfi was amazed. The Great Forge even prepared ships? The man replied, We're not from the Forge. Suddenly, his expression changed. Gepfi exclaimed in fear, Aren't those humans? Cassis, standing opposite them, replied, Please don't worry. We are allies. We brought these ships to help you evacuate. They looked at each other in confusion. Allies? Humans? Over here, as soon as Tula saw him, she ran over joyfully. Cassis also called out happily, Tula. The two immediately embraced. Are you all right? I was so worried. She immediately threw her arms around Cassis's neck and said, Why didn't you just send soldiers? I'm sure you must have been very busy. He replied, How could I possibly be absent when we're bringing your family home? That romantic scene made Tula's father furious. That punk and my daughter. The two of them were embracing as they looked at the old man, saying, Dad, this is my boyfriend. It's an honor to meet you, father-in-law. Hearing this, the man instantly flew into a rage. Who the hell is your father-in-law? We cut to the Han Kingdom, in the large western city of Diallo. At that moment, a building was rocked by constant explosions, engulfed in roaring flames. This was the Diallo branch of the Santana organization. Soldiers poured out from inside. Tuong Nya is over there. Throw firebombs at him. Booming sounds echoed continuously inside the fortress as flames erupted. Tuong Nya effortlessly dodged the attacks, moving with swift agility. He smiled and spoke, beginning to chant some incomprehensible words. Immediately after, they were taken down, one by one. Seeing this, the others panicked and kept throwing their bombs. However, not a single bomb could touch Tuong Nya's body. He just stood there, staring straight at them. Tuong Nya looked up, then smiled faintly. It was almost time. In the next moment, Tuong Nya vanished from his spot. He leaped high into the air, the moonlight illuminating his swift body. At that moment, one of the men below scoffed in contempt. I am completely different from that useless trash. Not even an ivory tusk could snatch that rabble from my grasp. This was the manager of the western branch of Ramran. Just then, a man ran up to him. Sir, manager. Hearing this, the man turned and asked, What is it? His subordinate replied, The monsters. They've all escaped. As soon as he heard those words, the manager was instantly stunned. We cut to the northern district of the city. In a large building in the heart of downtown, the scene was eerily quiet and peaceful, but inside, the roar of a crowd was deafening. A monster appeared, charging forward immediately. Facing it was another monster, which raised its weapon to attack. The two fought relentlessly while the humans around them cheered and roared. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the arena, where a man was staring in awe. My God, he thought to himself in admiration. Look at it, the muscles are incredible, and it's at least a full head taller than all the others. I've seen plenty of them before, but I've never seen one this perfect. The man wondered to himself. Using an orc for errands? Just then, a voice cut in. Is there a problem? The girl asked with a smile. How much can I get for him? The man smiled cheerfully. Well, he certainly looks healthy. Most normal orc slaves are worth about 5 gold coins, but the price changes for those who can become gladiators. Hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. So, what's the price? He smiled and replied, What do you think of 7 gold coins? The usual price is 10. She immediately agreed without hesitation. That's fine, the man said happily. Then please sign this contract. Inwardly, he was gloating. I can't believe I'm getting a high-value monster for this price. This country bumpkin doesn't even know how to negotiate the market rate. I bought a slave for cheaper than market value last year, and slaves have been rare. Back then, there were assassins, elves, and gladiators. The girl spoke again. He's actually very kind. Although he sometimes fights with the others, he still listens to me. So please, treat him well. Behind her, the orc looked distraught. Mistress, I'll work harder. Please don't sell me. This only made the man even more delighted. He must be incredibly tame for this girl to be taking him everywhere like this. I'll have to change that personality of his soon enough. Just then, the girl turned her head and smiled. I'm sorry, but he is your new master now. Be good, okay? The new owner flashed a cunning grin. A pleasure doing business with you, Miss Sarah. She smiled back. Of course, Mr. August. Their hands shook, and with that, Tathis was transferred to the gladiators' quarters. The men inside jeered at him. A new recruit, huh? Welcome to hell, kid. Another one said, Tough luck, young man. What's your name? But as he looked up, the man was taken aback. His expression changed. I am the son of Crota, and the heir to the sword of House Kenkanati. His cold gaze stared directly at his opponent. That night, light shone through the iron bars of the small window, and the moon was still visible outside. 2 dice were placed in a bowl and began to roll. The men sat together, discussing the day. We managed to survive today. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Did you hear what August said when Barrack died? They recalled the event. He just looked at him and said, If you're going to die, at least try not to damage the armor. I had to waste a precious set of armor because of you. Hearing this, they cursed, That son of a bitch. That bastard. They lamented their situation. We're surviving, in the most pathetic way possible. I heard about an orc who was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with humans because he was blessed by a spirit warrior. Hearing this, they asked, You mean in the town of Antares, the land ruled by the war king Rifenhad? And so they continued their discussion. I hear they are true warriors, those with the souls of warriors. Suddenly, a shout echoed. Stop your rambling and get to sleep. The man across the room added, It has nothing to do with us anyway. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What if I said it does? Hearing this, they all turned their attention in that direction. The one who spoke was none other than Tathis. He said, If a path to live like the orcs in Antares opened up before you, what would you do? The others were stunned. What are you talking about, Tathis? He began to use his aura to unlock the manacles on his wrists. Immediately after, his hands tensed, and the lock strained before he easily shattered the iron chains binding him. The others looked on in shock. Aura! My God, he's a warrior. Who are you? Tathis stood up, rotating his wrists as he said, I am from Antares. I am here to open a new path for all of you. He raised his hand high. Come to me, sworn brother of Tadadaka. Instantly, the stone wall outside crumbled, and a sword appeared before them. The men began to murmur, recognizing it as a soul weapon, which only true warriors could possess. Tathis shouted, Are you warriors? Or are you just talking pets? The iron chains fell from his hands. If you have even a single drop of warrior's blood left flowing in your veins, then rise up and fight. With that, a map appeared, showing all the locations they needed to take over. The fort would be handled by 2 people, Silin and Tathis. The scene shifts to another building. The lights inside were blazing. Blood spattered across the ceiling chandeliers, and the entire castle was stained crimson. The soldiers cried out in fear. The filthy orcs! At that moment, all of the orcs charged forward to attack the soldiers. You cowardly humans! We will kill every last one of you! Off to one side, a man named Kyo was trembling, clutching his head in fear. Just then, an orc lifted a table and found him. A human! He quickly raised his weapon to strike. The servant could only cover his head and wait for death. But suddenly, a loud clang rang out, and the weapon was knocked from the orc's hands. Seeing this, the orc was confused. Warrior, why did you stop me? Tathis walked over and said, He's just a servant. But he's a human. Tathis yelled, Brother, what do you want? Freedom or revenge? Hearing this, the orc was startled back to his senses. Seeing the servant's terrified look, he sighed and said, All right, then I'll shout this again. Avoid meaningless killing. If you spare one, humanity will retreat to care for that person. If you kill one, they will harbor that hatred in their hearts and hunt us down. Be merciful for the sake of our own freedom. At that moment, the merchant approached them. You ungrateful beasts, I took care of you for so long. I should have known you're all just a bunch of stupid, ungrateful monsters. Hearing this, they asked coldly, Do we have to be merciful to him too? He replied, Excessive mercy loses its meaning. With that, they immediately advanced. I understand. I've been waiting for this day. Seeing this, a mage on the side smirked smugly. Those monsters are trying to go on a rampage. No matter how strong they are, they'll still die from a single mental attack. Immediately after, that guy unleashed his magic, aiming it straight at the group. Suddenly, a chant rang out. O Phalans, please grant them an unshakable mind. The attack was instantly neutralized. The mage was furious. What? Silence suddenly appeared. Seeing her, he was shocked. Why is there a priestess here? He spoke again. That was close. Where did that mage pop out from? The other person added, You came just in time. Thank you. Hearing this, Silent threw something over to him and said, Take these. It's an exorcism charm and a communication necklace. Why don't you go change your clothes? Do you like wearing a skirt or something? Hearing that, he brushed back his hair and said, I'll be getting muscular soon, and clothes like these won't fit me anymore. The others on his side saw this and started talking amongst themselves. Who is that human? Is she your comrade? The warrior replied, She's a saintess. I see. So that human is the saintess of Antares. Another monster chimed in, the martial king's lover. Hearing this, he immediately shot back. Hell no. And how the hell do you understand Orcish? He was panicking internally. Oh God. How many languages has that rumor spread in? The rumors about the other species escaping and about Cylon being the martial king's lover spread like wildfire. The scene changes. One night, in the kingdom of Vasily, a lively party was underway inside Baron Burkip's castle. The nobles were chatting amongst themselves. You've prepared such a lavish feast. A party like this is a rare sight, even in the capital. The host spoke up. You're too kind. Haha. The Baron added, All the servers are elves. Truly a sight to behold. The man laughed. I'm glad you enjoy them. Just then, at another table neatly arranged with food, the candle flames were flickering gently as usual. But a moment later, the flames suddenly flared up, burning fiercely. Everyone inside panicked as the flames transformed into monsters and attacked them. What's happening? Lord Baron, what is going on? Outside, a window suddenly shattered, and a figure burst through the broken glass. It was Cirrus. She looked down coldly. The people on the other side were confused. An elf. Then, she commanded her creations. Let them taste the flames of vengeance. Shouts echoed through the hall. Get out! Guards! Guards! The other elves saw this and trembled. Please, please spare us. Cirrus walked over to them. I am Cirrus. I'm here to save you. You are no longer slaves. They heard this and stared blankly. We're not slaves anymore. Cirrus continued to chant. Mother Earth, hear my will and rend your body. Immediately, a huge explosion rocked the inside of the building. She smiled at them. Can you all follow my lead? We'll talk more once we're out of here. The group saw this and exclaimed happily, We'll do anything you say. Hearing that, she thought to herself as she ran. They don't understand the concept of freedom yet, but that will definitely change once they get out of here. On the other side, the humans began their search. After her, don't lose her trail. She killed the Baron. A few soldiers saw something and were shocked. What's that? Is he an accomplice of that damn elf? A figure in a cloak appeared. He's a mage. Don't give him time to cast a spell. No, he's a close combat mage. Everyone, get into position and attack from all directions. Rifenhad's eyes opened, and he began to scan his surroundings. The power of perception. Everything appeared before his eyes. He sensed every living being in the area, then began to activate his mana. Anomalous strike. Final judgment. Instantly, all the men in front of him were annihilated. They lay on the ground, crying out, What kind of demonic spell was that? He just smiled and gestured with his finger. Then, the scene shifts to another location. In the sky, amidst the peaceful blue and white clouds, floating stones suddenly appeared. It seemed as though someone was controlling them. Nearby, a palace floated in the sky. The stones began to congregate near it. A voice echoed from within. It's been a long time since we've all met like this. The cloaked man said, Today's topic is quite interesting, so shall we begin? Everyone there was wearing a cloak that concealed their face. A man with a long white beard spoke. As guardians of humanity, the Silver Sages, the group was seated around a large round table. We need to discuss how to eliminate the martial king, Rifenhad. The scene then shifts, showing the center of all magic academies on the continent, where various magic societies are scattered across the map. The three largest academic societies with the longest histories among mages are the Arcane Society of the Hanlin Kingdom, followed by the Sunfall Tower of the Holy Land, and finally, in the Game Kingdom, the Maraganda Tower. Here, magical theories and relics from the Silver Age are brought up for discussion. Everyone present listened intently to the lecture. The man at the front said, So, we have discovered countless artifacts in the vaults, and with those artifacts, we have been able to complete several aspects of our research. This is Archmage Kulin, the very one I have been searching for. Someone with a familiar face spoke up. Archmage Kulun, a truly rare genius, is standing right here. It seems you've been quite thorough this time. The person next to him heard this and said, "What are you talking about, Teslon? Has this place ever been sloppy?" Hearing this, he became flustered. "Ah, that's not what I meant. The Duke of this tower lost his standing after one of their affiliated mages, Delphia, produced the most ruthless mage in history, the Night Emperor." Teslon looked up. "I'm sure the tower's mages felt they were treated unfairly. That guy was bound to become a great mage no matter where he studied. At the age of 27, he left the tower when he was only a 6th circle mage, a rank far too low for his innate talent. The mages here feared that talent. They had stopped teaching him anything new after he reached the 4th circle. After getting out, he became incredibly powerful, breaking records every year and becoming a 9th circle archmage by the age of 30. If he'd had proper guidance, he probably would have reached that level in his early 20s. The man frowned at this thought. "But why am I so slow? I have his brain, but I'm still only at the 6th circle." Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. At the front of the room, the teacher continued. "Most of these artifacts are already known to the world. However, that's not what I want to talk about." His hand seemed to be holding something. "This necklace is an artifact that can maintain the wearer's body temperature at a perfect level," he continued. "It can permanently alter the wearer's body, but the principles behind how it works remain a mystery." As they spoke up front, he thought, "Duke Iranan, isn't that a forbidden artifact?" "That's right. I knew it. The artifact was used in the Frozen Lands." He recalled that moment. "Anyway, this heat-maintaining necklace really is something else. It feels like a spring breeze blowing through the middle of a blizzard. That's a characteristic that only a silver sage can possess. Are you just going to let him ramble on about it like that?" Meanwhile, the man continued speaking. "He is a 9th circle mage. If someone like him suddenly sells it, it will be very troublesome. If things go south, the existence of the silver sages will be exposed." At this, the man frowned. "Fortunately, he doesn't know much about it. We don't need to kill him here." Then he glanced towards Teslon. "But we still have to retrieve that heat-maintaining necklace." He handed something to him. As soon as he saw it, Teslon exclaimed, "Isn't this the artifact known as the Window of Truth? It can analyze emotions through physical reactions?" The man replied, "Memorize the faces reflected in here." At that moment, faces appeared within the artifact. One of them might be holding the other necklace. As they walked, Teslon said, "The Silver Sage's way of doing things is so inefficient." Walking ahead, the older man replied, "You should understand that it's easy to deceive everyone for a short time, or to deceive a small group of people forever. But deceiving the entire world forever, that's another story." He added, "It is because of that caution that the world still doesn't know of our existence." Before entering the door, the man reminded him again, "Humanity must not know of our existence. If they knew a group was observing them, they wouldn't be able to develop in the right way." His resolute words echoed the reminder, "The Silver Sages protect humanity from the shadows. We are not meant to rule or lead them." Hearing this, Teslon asked, "But why is that necklace a forbidden artifact? It's not like it can threaten anyone." The man replied softly, "That's true. However, magic that can completely alter the human body is forbidden." His eyes flashed with a purple light. "It is also the path that gradually leads to immortality." Hearing these words, Teslon frowned. "There's a limit to what I can know in my current position." Recent events flashed through his mind. How do the Silver Sages maintain their information network? Once we reveal information about the Silver Age and its people. At first, I thought they planted spies in every nation, or got information from the mage towers, but they even know the movements of people, on matters that seem completely unrelated. He then recalled the sage taking out the necklace. However, they still couldn't stop him from sharing information about the heat-maintaining necklace. They have a dense information network, but it definitely has holes. This is so frustrating. I managed to get into the organization, but I'm still treated like an outsider." At this, he felt a surge of irritation and seemed to make a decision. Meanwhile, outside, in the far distance, one could see a castle floating in midair. The view slowly zoomed in. Floating stones surrounded the castle. When seen from an angle, from above, the castle was protected by a circular barrier, with a path in the middle leading inside. A voice echoed, "It's been a long time since we've all gathered like this." An ancient voice resonated. "Today's topic is very interesting. Shall we begin?" Around a table sat a group of people, the Silver Guardians of humanity. "We need to discuss how to eliminate the Martial King, Rifenhad." The first to speak was the Silver Guardian, Teslon. "He is a rat, sullying the laws of this world." Next, another man with a worldly appearance spoke up. "We cannot call an aura user like him a mere rat. Then, a man with a full head of white hair spoke. The Martial King is a renowned aura user. Someone that famous has as much influence as a ninth circle Archmage. If we don't eliminate him cleverly, it will cause an uproar. Isn't it best to do it the way we've always done, by weakening him and assassinating his subordinates first? Another member immediately replied. Guardian D, it's amusing that you're so concerned with protecting our secrets when you brazenly allowed a sage to join. Hearing this, the man replied, that sage already knew about the Silver Sages. There was no reason to refuse someone who shares our ideals. Hearing this, the other man chuckled. I just said it was amusing. I never said you were wrong. From across the table, another man interjected. Guardians, please restrain yourselves. We are not discussing the sage right now. Then, that same person continued. Guardian D is correct. I used to think he was just someone with peculiar tastes, but now it's clear. The Martial King holds dangerous ideals. A woman there added, I agree. He isn't one of those fanatics we occasionally encounter. I believe he knows exactly what he wants and what he wants to do for the world. Another man spoke up. He is young, but he has a clear belief in his ideals. Those ideals aren't just some fleeting nonsense. It's hard to believe someone his age could have such thoughts. He then turned to the person across from him. An ideal can only be perfected when it is systematized and rationally calculated. To that, the man opposite him replied. Then he must have a guide, a teacher who instilled those ideals in him. So they discussed it among themselves. We should find this guide. Then, one person took something out from inside his coat. He already had considerable influence on the continent. The buttons were immediately pressed. We can no longer stand idly by. And with that, the ringing of bells signified their consensus. They looked at each other and said, let's have everyone cast their vote. Each person, with their own expression, turned towards the bell and pressed it. All sorts of faces appeared. Some were familiar, some were strange. There was one very old man with crow's feet etched all over his face. Next was another woman with a calm expression and a man with a strange appearance. Finally, there was someone sitting silently off to the side, their hand on a button. The face of that person was revealed to be a beautiful girl, who gave a slight smile. The old man spoke up. It seems we are all in agreement. Another person reminded them, in the name of the Silver Guardians, protectors of humanity, we hereby designate Martial King Rifenhad as the target for elimination. Hardat. Immediately after, a bright light flashed from those objects and shot straight up. The words were like a curse. The scene shifts to the Holy Empire, a nation connected to all those involved. This is a great nation with over 1,000 years of history and tradition. It borders the Grim Kingdom, the Hunin Kingdom, the Duchy of Lasteel, and the Western Kan Kingdom. Its territory is no larger than the neighboring countries. But in terms of population and military strength, it boasts of being the most powerful nation on the continent and is also known as the land blessed by the goddess Ser. This is the only nation granted the right by the Pope to be called an empire, known as the leader of humanity. Therefore, it is also the location of the Church's central Holy Land, the Papal Temple. This is the Temple of Ser, within the territory of Countess George, in the eastern region of the empire. At that moment, a voice rang out from within. O follower of God, confess your sins, and you shall receive forgiveness. Another person replied, Father, I have sinned. Please forgive me. The man inside asked, What sin have you committed? The other person slowly answered, I. He bowed his head and said, I have fallen in love with an elf girl who once served my family. He smiled and added, Even though she's an elf, she is more lovely and beautiful than anyone else, and her singing voice is as sweet as a nightingale's. Hearing this, the priest said that desiring an elf is not something to be proud of, but the desires of youth are difficult to suppress. Because you have realized your sin and sought forgiveness, all your sins will be forgiven in the name of God. However, the young man then spoke up. No, I don't believe that loving her is a sin, the person inside asked hesitantly. Then, he replied, I want to leave my family with her. His words were filled with determination. I want to go to a place where we can freely express that love, but I'm worried about what my family will do. The priest on the other side heard this and said, Ser destined them to be born as slaves. Seeking pleasure is one thing, but to deny one's predetermined fate is a grave sin. The person inside continued to ask, Do you wish to change your confession? God will forgive you. But the young man smiled and said, I won't hide it. I don't think it's a sin, he continued, and I don't think you would understand. I only came here because I was worried about my parents. I want to atone for having broken my parents' hearts. The person inside then asked, Where do you intend to go? No matter where you go, an elf is still just a slave, so there's no need to run away. if you keep her by your side as a servant as time passes. But the young man smiled and replied, we're going to the Antares territory. After that, the young man smiled, looked at the church one last time, and turned to leave. He lifted his head with determination and apologized to his parents. I can't lie to myself anymore. The sky was clear blue, and tree leaves fluttered down. I will leave with her. He slowly walked toward the meadow ahead, to a place where they could live in peace. He arrived at the tree where they had agreed to meet, and called out for Beretti. He looked around in confusion. We said we'd meet under this tree. Then, the young man suddenly looked up, stunned. His eyes widened in shock. A rope was hanging from the tree. The body of his beloved was hanging high above, swaying. At that moment, her final words appeared. I am sorry, Lord Elquin. I am an elf. I am not worthy of your love. I do not dare commit the great sin of being with you. Seeing this, he was horrified. It can't be. The message was written clearly on the paper. It would make God angry. We would fall into the eternal flames of hell and suffer. Please, forget me and find another, kind woman. A noble woman worthy of being your companion, not a lowly elf like me. Being happy with someone like that is the right thing to do. The final words read, please forgive me for seducing you. His expression twisted in horror, tears streaming down his face. A desperate, tragic scream echoed through the air. The scene changes to the Juran River, which forms the border between the Hanlon Kingdom and the Western Khan Kingdom. Near the river stood a small, simple house. A woman looked outside and smiled. Finally, I'm finished. On the table was a piece of paper with lines of text. The woman whispered, The Orchard's Prayer. I wonder if people will change their minds after reading it. Then she added joyfully, I am here as a cleric of God, but I cannot view the slaves in the orchard as livestock. I hope this story will change people's perspectives, even just a little. She then clasped her hands in prayer. Oh God, this may differ from the church's doctrine, but I believe this is what you truly want us to understand. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. She looked up, bewildered. The visitor was a man with an emotionless face. Seeing him, she quickly asked, I am a cleric of the Church of Sir Judy. Why have you come here? The man stared at the woman with the same cold expression. Then his eyes glanced at the table. The paper was still there. His face grew even colder. The woman's face was still filled with confusion, not understanding what was happening. In the next moment, he transformed, his expression becoming terrifying. So, it was you. Then, flames erupted violently. The simple house was engulfed in a sea of flames. Inside, a charred, unidentifiable body could be seen lying on the ground. The scene shifts elsewhere. Blue and white clouds drifted across the sky. Inside the Academy of the Silver Guardians, round, white stones were arranged neatly on shelves everywhere. Strange, advanced machinery was all around. An image of the young man who had fallen for the elf appeared. Then, the fire that blazed. At the cleric's house, and alongside it, images from other places. Figures in hooded cloaks were there, continuing their conversation. It seems we're going to be busy. So many people have been influenced by the Martial King. The person next to him said, I will arrange the necessary tasks. He replied, do it. While another smirked with satisfaction. I feel pity for those who sacrifice themselves without knowing a thing. But it is all for the safety of humanity. One of the most powerful artifacts the sages possess is the Eye of God. It acts as the eyes and ears for all who use divine power in the name of Ser, and it connects to those who are praying. The Eye of the God is what granted the Silver Sage the ability to control the world from the shadows, the man said, looking directly at the screen. Priests and followers of the God all over the world provide us with information, but they themselves have no idea. It's no exaggeration to call this artifact the power of a god. He began to calculate, but we have no information on the Martial King. Is there no one around? Him who is a follower of the god? Or does he harbor ill will towards the church? Just then, a voice came from behind. The guardian turned his head, and upon seeing the person, he asked, Guardian Saralite, what brings you here? She smiled and replied, I was just passing by. As she walked up to the screen, the man asked, What's the progress on your mission? She answered, I've already sent it to your younger brother. The Martial King may be strong, but he's just a god of light. He is not fit to be the one blessed with ancient magic. The man watched her movements and said, He's just a fragment of light, is he? After that, Archlight looked into the eye of the god again, observing every battle and action of the man, all held firmly in the palm of their hands. Then, the woman's insane smile slowly faded. Everything was replaying before the man's eyes. I am the one who alters the flow, interferes with the will of the heavens, and will leave my own mark. Upon seeing this, he exclaimed, This man, he's using magic. Following that, Rifenhad shouted, Let everything wash away. Grizz. At Mount Gluten in the Chloe dungeon, tall mountains could be seen in the distance. Before them was a gate that constantly emitted ancient energy from the Silver Age, the Chloe teleportation gate. At that moment, Tathis led the people behind him inside. They looked around in amazement. Where is this? Unbelievable. Stepping through the gate revealed a completely different world. Silent guided everyone while saying, User Psi, confirmation code 3525, close the gate. He looked towards Tathis in confusion. Aren't we supposed to keep the gate a secret? Is it really okay for so many people to know? He replied, there's no other way to bring so many people to a safe place at once besides the gate. The Chloe dungeon used to be filled with all sorts of monsters and miasma, but now there's not even a trace of them left. Thanks to the dwarves, this place is safe. This is essential, as it holds the most important thing for traveling to the outside world from the town of Antares. They had set up a camp around the gate. Voices echoed all around, and the sound of training could be heard in the distance. How can you become true warriors if you keep crying like little children? A dwarf with powerful arms said, Come, Skanda. The sword immediately glowed with a white light, and then it appeared on his arm. Seeing this, the people below were astonished. That's a soul weapon, the power of a true warrior. Standing above them, he raised his sword and said, This isn't impossible. I'm no different from any of you. You can do this too. A powerful shout rang out. I'm sure your soul weapons will feel a bit strange to use right now. However, the thing you are using is a one-of-a-kind partner for each and every one of you. Forget every weapon you've ever used before. They all shouted in unison. Yes, Captain Tanat. From behind, a man walked up. They're really trying hard. Training at this intensity would be difficult, even for my tribe. Hearing this, the captain advised they were trained at a similar intensity back when they were still fighting at the academy. My brother. Besides, they have hope now. Hope for freedom. The shouts continued to ring out. Trust your partner, listen to the echo in your soul, and pour yourself into your weapon. He raised his sword. We must become stronger. Just then, Tathis approached. All the new people are here. Hearing this, the captain exclaimed, Oh, all of them? Tanat then said to the newcomers, Welcome to the land of freedom, brothers. Silent asked, Is Lord Rifenhad at the mansion? The captain replied, No, he's on the battlefield right now. Silent was confused. Are we at war? Tanat hesitated. Not exactly. The scene changes. Smoke and dust filled the air everywhere as a troop of aggressive soldiers charged forward. The Baron has ordered us to wipe out all the survivors in this land. These low-cost mercenaries, the trash gathered from the southern region of the Groven Kingdom and the northern part of the Vassal Kingdom, always completed their missions. Shouts echoed ceaselessly. Oh my God, spare no one. These useless children, kill them all. A man cried and begged endlessly. Please, don't kill us. But the soldier didn't listen and finished him off directly, finally turning to the man's wife and daughter. Seeing them, the soldier said, For a country bumpkin, this face is quite pretty. How lucky. The woman, terrified, begged, Please, have mercy. The soldier revealed a nasty expression and said, Mercy? That word isn't in my vocabulary. But just then, the soldier's head was suddenly sliced off. The mother and daughter stared, stunned, at the scene before them. Roos reminded them, Take the little girl and get out of here. The other soldiers immediately became wary. Who dares? A female elf wielding an assassin's sword, long sword, platinum hair, and tan skin. Over there is the New Moon Knight. She's the witch who slaughtered all the kingdom's knights during a civil war. Roos Valencia is here, they panicked. Wait, if she's here. The sound of footsteps echoed. Truly, a bunch of savages. They grew even more terrified. The martial king, Rifenhad, spoke. Not even death can wash away your sins. Rifenhad's fist tightened. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked and backed away. He threw a punch instantly. Artillery strike. Agonized screams rang out as they were incinerated. Next, it was Roos's turn. Come forth, upon my blade. Just like that, a brilliant blue light flared up and surrounded them. Don't be afraid. She's just a worthless elf. She then gave a command. Come, Selena. A hazy figure appeared and beckoned with a finger. Seeing this, Roos eagerly slashed forward. Thank you. The soldier was finished off just like that, letting out a terrible scream. Monster, run! Immediately after, another monster suddenly emerged from the ground. Taradas blocked their escape route. Seeing this, she quickly shouted, I summon you in the name of the ancient oath. A barrage of magic spells engulfed them all, incinerating them. The soldiers were terrified. Impossible. I've never heard that the New Moon Knight could use sorcery like this. Everyone, retreat. Just then, someone walked calmly forward. Rifenhad stood in their way. One of the soldiers charged recklessly. Damn it, so what if you can use aura? We're all human. If I stab you, you should bleed. But when the sword struck his body, it snapped in two. Rifenhad looked down at him coldly. My body is as hard as metal, didn't you know? His hand quickly gathered magic, and a blast of light shot straight towards the soldier. Rifenhad punched into the crowd, and they were all taken care of. The men behind them could only stare blankly as blood splattered onto their faces. His hand gripped one man's head as he stammered. Please, have mercy. Rifenhad repeated the man's words. Mercy? That's not in my vocabulary. Before the man could say another word, Rifenhad crushed his skull. The remaining men panicked in unison. Please don't kill us. We were just following the Baron's orders, he replied. I know. But Rifenhad's expression turned terrifying. However, if you think using following orders as an excuse for your actions, you are gravely mistaken. The swords you wield, in your own hands, have made the people here shed blood and tears. The reflection on the polished ground was immediately covered by drops of dark red blood. Rifenhad looked at them. The Baron is losing, and yet he still hires scum like this. Cirrus spoke up. I'm sure I know who he's targeting. This is a war between two families, Baron Kelbaron and Baron Galen. After hiring thousands of mercenaries, Baron Kelbaron immediately invaded the Galen territory. A week prior, he had already swept through more than half of the Baron's land. Only the poor farmers had to endure the suffering brought on by this foolish war between nobles. Antares, situated right between the two territories, had to make a decision. He spoke softly. You're here. The man on horseback rode forward. I am Azrael, and all the knights of Antares have arrived. Rifenhad looked at him. You're late, knight. There's no time left. Everyone's expression was grim. From this moment on, the town of Antares would join this foolish war. At that moment, everyone wore a look of grim determination, preparing themselves. And so, another battle began. A sharp look appeared in Rifenhad's eyes as he stared straight ahead. Speaking of Baron Kelbaron, he was one of the most powerful nobles in the southern region of the kingdom. He was very wealthy thanks to his fertile lands and the trade city of Jairus. He was also a long-standing enemy of Baron Galen. The Kelbaron family came from an old lineage, unlike Baron Galen's family, which had only recently risen to prominence. He often said that some upstarts have used money to buy their titles. The problem erupted right after the War of Succession. The Galen family had supported Prince Ben from the very beginning. On the other hand, Baron Kelbaron declared himself neutral, placing his faith in the Knight Grandiat and siding with Prince Euben. He then smiled. There was no reason to feel inferior to Kelbaron anymore. On the other side, the Baron was cold. How dare a lowly creature like him oppose me? The two began to argue during a banquet in Croton, where many other nobles were gathered. The argument escalated and finally ended with a duel. The problem occurred when Jack let his guard down and was killed by Berlin's blade. Euben tried to resolve the issue by mediating, but the king's authority was already starting to waver, and so they argued. That lowly son of Galen dared to kill my son. I will wipe his entire family from this land. And just like that, Baron Kelbaron immediately hired thousands of mercenaries and invaded Baron Galen's land. And this was the result. Baron Galen asked for advice from his neighboring families, but they were all afraid of the knight, who used aura and supported Baron Kelbaron. So they ignored the situation. He tried to negotiate, swallowing his pride, but was rejected every time. His territory was being destroyed. Baron Galen was on the verge of taking his own life. And that was when a lifeline fell from the sky at the most unexpected moment. A golden rope, strong and thick. Meanwhile, in another place, withered branches stretched out. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby, followed by soldiers being sent flying, falling everywhere. And so, Rifenhad continued to fight his way forward. One of the men pointed and said, "The War King, what is that bastard doing here? How can we possibly fight against a monster in human form?" This was the captain of Baron Kelbaron's knights. He shouted, "Listen up, all of you. I will reward you with 1,000 gold coins for every scratch you put on him." Hearing this, they were astonished. 1,000? This might actually be possible. And so, the whole crowd charged forward at once. Those who weigh their lives against money have no right to complain when their lives are treated as worthless. And so, Rifenhad immediately sent a flurry of punches, dealing with the charging men. They fearlessly continued to charge and attack. Just one scratch. That's all we need to get 1,000 gold coins. Seeing this, Rifenhad was speechless. Idiots. They were immediately attacked and kicked, sent flying. Their superior saw this and panicked. Damn it, nobody told us he would be here. At that moment, he threw another punch. Do you really think that's enough to hurt the War King? Seeing this, all the soldiers ran forward frantically. Everyone, to your positions. Show our lord our courage. A knight stood at the forefront, leading the charge to destroy the enemy. Seeing this, the other side shouted, not backing down. Knights of Galeen, this is our fight. They have trampled on our families. We must wash them away. Seeing this scene, Kelbaron's side immediately panicked, pulling their horses to prepare for a retreat. Everyone, along with the Knights of Antares, surged forward from the front, while the Galan Knights closed in from the side. Kelbaron's mercenaries had no choice but to retreat. A moment later, Cirrus spoke with concern. I know you don't feel the cold, but why do you always have to walk around shirtless? It's the middle of winter, you know. Rifenhad, flustered, replied, well, it's more comfortable this way. My clothes just get torn when I fight anyway. She was at a loss for words. You should put one on. It's an eyesore. Hearing that, he was flustered. An eyesore? That's a bit harsh, don't you think? So Rifenhad thought to himself, does she prefer skinny guys? He asked. Anyway, what do you think of my presence? Do I look like the successor to the War King? She chuckled. It's fitting. You really do look like the heir to the invincible body. Rifenhad was confused. I can't tell if you're complimenting me or making fun of me. Just then, someone from the Galan side approached. I don't know how we can ever thank you enough, Sir Rifenhad. If you hadn't appeared, we probably would have lost. He smiled. Don't be so formal, Baron Galan. I only did what I should as an ally. The alliance was formed 2 weeks ago with a single letter. There were 3 conditions written in that letter. If the Baron wins, the eastern half of the territory will belong to the town of Antares, the other races residing in the town. If they migrate to the colony, their position will be officially recognized, and the Baron must free the other enslaved races and send them to the town of Antares. After reading this, the Baron was astonished. He understood the part about dividing the territory, but freeing all the slaves and sending them to the town, banning slavery and recognizing them as regular citizens, too. The Baron hesitated on whether to accept the conditions, but he didn't have many options. In the end, he accepted everything and formed an alliance with the goal of raising awareness about the other races and expanding their territory. Having a just cause for going to war is also very important. Unlike my previous life, I have to make sure I carve that into my mind. Cut to another cliff, the Natus Range. A group of people was walking through it. Rifenhad shouted, those of you who still value your lives, run. The people on the other side saw this and panicked. The legendary Martial King, how can we possibly fight someone like him? Hold your positions. Any deserters will be severely punished. And so, all of them charged forward. Huna Fortress is just behind this mountain range. Don't lose your courage. He may be the Martial King, but he's still just a man. He frowned, annoyed, his entire body radiating magic. Rifenhad clenched his fist. For those who didn't run, he sent a single finishing blow their way. They would not see tomorrow. The others saw this and were terrified. That's not something a human can do. How can a person shine so brightly, piercing the sky with just one punch? The leader continued to shout, everyone, attack. Rifenhad saw this and got annoyed. They're still not going to run, huh? The men on the other side charged forward in terror. These weren't knights or mercenaries. They were just farmers who had been forced to go to war. So, Rifenhad decided he had to be merciful with them. You will not die from this. Immediately, he started striking each man, knocking them all unconscious. Save me, Mom. The commander saw this and panicked. They're no match for him, just as we expected. At that moment, on the cliffs, weapons were already prepared. However, the ultimate goal was still to buy time, to keep him here for as long as possible. Because that arrogant bastard always leads the charge, I thought today would be different. The man raised his hand high. Your arrogance will be a big problem. At that moment, all the crossbows were aimed directly at Rifenhad. Even a martial king would find it hard to survive this. Immediately after the shout to fire, the crossbows were shot, all of them aimed straight at Rifenhad. He casually reached out and threw the object in his hand. Then, Rifenhad's legs bent slightly, and he immediately used a cannon-like blast to blow away the incoming bolts. Seeing this, that man's jaw dropped in terror. The remaining people on the other side were also stunned. Did he just punch the arrows out of the air with his bare hands? What the hell? I'm so scared. Seeing this, the terrified soldiers began to fall back. It's the Elven Witch. Roos walked forward and said, Sana, come out. All of you, cover my body as we advance. Just like that, all of their weapons were shattered. Rifenhad looked up and smiled. You really have gotten a lot stronger. Even the chief of the Danhem tribe can only control a fraction of the wind and fire spirits. And yet, you now have almost complete control over the 5 great spirits. excluding light and darkness. The ancient world tree. Traditionally, it will choose one of the 1,000 to be its guardian and grant that person its power. The elf it chooses becomes the leader of the entire race, tasked with protecting, representing, and guiding the whole tribe. Earlier this year, the World Tree was planted in the desert where the Danhem tribe lives. That summer, the World Tree, designated as the symbol of the Elfwood, was established in the Glotton mountain range. While reviving it and linking it with Nihilin, Sana's name was forcibly carved into its core. In other words, they manipulated the internal data of the World Tree to make her the guardian and chief of the tribe. It seems that carving her name into it is starting to take effect. Just like that, everything was instantly destroyed amidst the constant sound of explosions. She stood in a sea of fire, staring them down. The fortress in the central region of Baron Chetta's territory, Hun Fortress. The man who had just heard the news was furious. "So they managed to get through the canyon?" The captain replied, "Yes, we're sorry, Baron Chetta. We were too weak." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. "They crushed our army and forced us all the way back here. To think that now, at Hun Fortress, even the aura user we trusted has abandoned us." He slumped as he walked in. Now the only one we can trust is that man. Inside, another man was teasing the pale princess. He turned around, annoyed. "You've killed the mood." The man on the other side had a stunned expression. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Ah, there you are, Baron Chetta." He continued to smile and said, "Your daughter has grown up to be quite beautiful. You raised her so well that she doesn't even have the stench of the common folk." The Baron gritted his teeth at that. "This bastard isn't just hitting on the maids, but on my own daughter too. The martial king is on his way here." He smiled and said, "I see. As I said, to kill someone who possesses a golden aura, you'll need to prepare something even more brilliant than gold." He narrowed his eyes at the Baron. "I trust you've made the necessary preparations, correct?" At that moment, outside the city gates, an army stood ready to attack. They shouted continuously, "Reload the catapults! Hurry up! All troops, prepare the ladders! Get ready to attack! Soon! We will soon bring down this impregnable fortress." The person on the horse shouted, "Fire the second volley of stones!" And so, a deafening roar erupted, as everything began to crumble. They continued to yell, "Attack! Attack! The Cheta clan, those who trample on the people, must be wiped from the map." Knight Adrenal charged forward. "Advance, Knights of Antares! Our chance has finally come. This time, we will show our courage to our lord." The soldiers on the walls saw this and tried to stop them. "Just as I thought, you're all just a bunch of foolish followers of the Marshal King, you simple-minded idiots. Take this boiling oil." But then, a blurry figure suddenly appeared. "My friend Nympia, run." They were thrown back, screaming, "It's so hot." The moment they saw her, they all panicked. "She's the new recruit, be careful." The man on the other side saw this and smiled faintly. "The new moon swordswoman is nothing but a wretch." Hearing these words, she whipped her head around, startled. The opponent attacked immediately. The blinding light of a 7th-tier magic spell forced her to quickly retreat. Cirrus was shocked. High-level, 7th-tier magic. Beautiful magical patterns appeared. "Does the Baron have someone this skilled working under him?" The opponent spoke. "I only came here to kill Rifenhad as per our contract, but I'll take care of you, too." Immediately after, he began to attack her, his magic activating. She shouted, "Tiratus, manifest for me." When he saw that she'd blocked the attack, he looked surprised. "You blocked that? So that's spirit magic." Cirrus looked at him and thought, "That was close. I never thought I'd run into such a high-level mage here." On the other side, the opponent began to chant. Rifenhad's expression changed, and he immediately cried out in worry. "Cirrus, I was worried. I thought you wouldn't be in any real danger. Where the hell did he come from? Damn it, he's too far away." Then, Rifenhad saw something nearby and shouted to everyone, "Can you guys launch me over there with this thing?" Hearing this, they were dumbfounded. A catapult isn't meant for launching people. Anything over 100 kilograms is past the weight limit, so he immediately stripped off his clothes, saying, "This should be enough. I'll make myself lighter." Meanwhile, on the other side, Cirrus was on the defensive, using air pump and mass distortion. Suddenly, the man vanished before her eyes and reappeared behind her. Magical ropes continuously appeared, attacking Cirrus. Seeing this, she cried out anxiously, "Ex Nasus!" A flame erupted in midair. Cirrus stared coldly in that direction, her hand gripping her sword tightly. The opponent saw this and seemed slightly disappointed. She blocked that attack too. At this, he gave an amused smile. Then she attacked again, pressing forward. "Salamand Nasus, The mage on the other side just smiled gently. "Oh, north wind, become a blade and strike down my enemy." Instantly, a freezing gale was unleashed upon her. The icy shards shattered Cirrus's flames, and her expression changed. Even that wasn't enough to break through his magic. She reached out and tightened her grip on her powerful sword. "Even with the power of Shin, I still can't get through that powerful wind. I have to combine my sword with fire, but I don't have the strength to summon another spirit." Just then, a ball of fire came flying towards them. The man's face twisted in shock as he looked in its direction. Seeing what was in her hand, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell is that? Are you cutting a spirit with a sword?" She charged forward, blushing. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Aren't fairies supposed to be friends with spirits? You call this friendship?" He smirked. "More cunning than I thought, aren't you?" Right after that attack, a massive explosion erupted, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. Her opponent quickly fell back, dodging her attack as the battle raged fiercely, crashing through buildings. Several houses began to show cracks, on the verge of collapse. Explosions continued to rock the rooftops as a figure swiftly retreated, dodging out of the way. Angered, he immediately activated his own spell, and a large magic circle appeared behind him to defend himself. Cirrus didn't hesitate and attacked again. A drop of blood splattered from her shoulder, followed by a steady stream from her thigh. Seeing her like this, the man grit his teeth in anger. Then suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm as he looked in one direction. Behind him was a wall with no escape. Seizing the opportunity, she charged forward to attack him head-on. With a single strike, a violent sound echoed out. Cirrus was still holding her stance, sword in hand. Cracks began to spread across the building. Light shone from within, and dust and smoke slowly cleared, rising into the air. Then came the calm before the storm. The building looked like it was about to explode. Seeing this, she jerked her head up in that direction. A door inside opened, but no one was hurt. Cirrus quickly looked up again. He actually managed to escape that attack. The man looked furious. Unbelievable. I had to use my acceleration boots just for a spirit wielder. She calculated inwardly. I have the advantage. He doesn't have time to cast another spell like that. Was that a teleportation artifact? If so, it must be a very famous artifact on the continent. Anyone would know that for a man like him to use it against a spirit wielder is a waste, but there's no reason to hold back in this situation. Then, a magic circle began to form in his hand, glowing with a yellow light. She grew wary. What is that? Aura magic. He smiled and looked straight at Cirrus, then swung his arm horizontally. A slash of golden light shot directly over her head. Cirrus quickly dodged to the side. The spot where she had been was cut by a sharp line. Seeing this, she was stunned. The destructive power. It's insane. Before she could even prepare, her opponent closed in on Cirrus again. He drew near her and said, "Try this one on for size." Then, he immediately attacked. Sword of Absolute Severance. Cirrus was stunned, unable to react in time. A stream of dark red blood spurted out. The flames enveloping her sword gradually faded, then vanished, returning it to a normal blade. The sword was now completely still. Finally, cracks began to appear, and then, the sword shattered into pieces. Cirrus knelt on one knee, still trying to resist, but a few more drops of blood fell to the ground, followed by a whole pool of dark red blood. Seeing this, her opponent burst out laughing with glee, kneeling like a dog. Now that's what a spirit wielder should look like. He was so arrogant and contemptuous. Her hand still clutched the broken sword. "You dare to block my magic?" His hand rose again. His sword was now wreathed in flame. "I bet you like fire, don't you?" Cirrus looked up, tense, sweat pouring down her body. Suddenly, her expression changed. The man was also startled and looked behind him. A surprise attack came flying right where he was standing. Flames continued to burn intensely in that spot. Intense heat radiated from the flames. Her face was stunned. Rifenhad had arrived just in time and was now holding Cirrus in his arms. "Are you okay, Cirrus? Stay still. My aura will stop the bleeding." But as she felt him holding her, she blushed. "He's shirtless." "Shirtless again. Put me down." Rifenhad smiled. "Just rest for a bit. I'll take care of this guy quickly." Rifenhad stared straight at his opponent. "Who are you? You don't seem like some amateur mage. He's quite strong, which means I must have known who he was in my past life." The other side said with a smile. "Did you get here on a catapult? I heard all warrior kings were morons, but I never thought they'd be this stupid." He cursed inwardly. He looks handsome on the outside, but on the inside, he's a real piece of trash. He provoked him. "So, you've finally shown yourself. That warrior king, Rifen." He looked so familiar. Rifen was suddenly startled, and then remembered. It was then that he realized who this guy was and thought, what the hell is he doing here? Speaking of this guy, he's the second son of the Archlight family, the cradle of great mages for centuries in the Holy Land of Balan. He was also one of my enemies in my past life. He caused trouble in Antares for a very long time, with his army of mages from all over the continent. The Light Mage is blessed by magic itself, and is the strongest mage on the continent. Lantis reached the 7th circle at the mere age of 12, making many mages envious of him. He wasn't famous because he never left the Tower of the Sun, but among mages, there wasn't a single one who didn't know of him. However, thanks to my appearance, he faded into obscurity after he turned 30. At this point, he wondered, but why would he appear here? There was no reason for him to personally set foot on a battlefield for money. His family was extremely wealthy, and he was the rising star of the Tower of the Sunday. Across from him, Lantis smiled and replied, I have no personal grudge, but a deal is a deal. You have to die. Hearing these words, Rifenhad grew cautious. Does he need money for his travels or something? In any case, he had tried to kill Cirrus. He remembered his past life where they had tried to send that witch Helf to the afterlife. It was nothing compared to my magic. He killed Cirrus in the past life, and now, right here, he wanted to kill her again. On the other side, that guy simultaneously launched an attack. Fire cannon. Rifenhad looked at him with contempt. How ridiculous. You think you can kill an aura user like me with that kind of magic? He calmly continued to charge forward, immediately followed by a straight slash towards Rifen's Blade of Severance. Rifen didn't hesitate, throwing a punch forward. He immediately unleashed his Aegis Sphere. The two techniques collided, creating a loud boom. Then suddenly, Rifenhad was startled by what he saw. The Aegis Sphere couldn't block the other's attack. Immediately after, it broke free from his control and shot straight forward. Rifenhad's shoulder was instantly slashed by the attack. In the distance, the wall was sliced clean through. He couldn't help but be astonished. Impossible. He broke through the Aegis Sphere. Rifen began to size the guy up. An artifact from the Silver Age. Huh. This power is like Eldran's ultimate skill. Light. He smirked. Even a warrior king must bow before ancient power. Rifenhad refused to lose and immediately powered up, his whole body radiating aura. Moreover, it had no activation time. That simple gauntlet was an even higher grade artifact. I don't remember Lantis obtaining an artifact this valuable. Rifenhad attacked again. Violet Barrage. The attack shot straight towards the shield in front of the other guy. Energy barrier. Become my shield. Arc ward. Before he could even prepare, Rifenhad had already kicked straight at his face, shouting, Take this, gay strine. Afterwards, the guy was kicked far away by Rifenhad. Right at that moment, he sensed something strange. He looked behind him. Rifenhad looked up. To think he escaped that blow. He immediately realized he had used the Boots of Acceleration. How did he get those? A mysterious assassin had appeared in his previous life. He wasn't a formidable foe, but neither Cirrus nor Tathys could defeat him. It was all because that assassin was equipped with an artifact no one had ever heard of. They were the Boots of Acceleration, which could teleport the user a short distance. At this point, he understood. This was why Cirrus had lost. The other guy said, A warrior is no match for a mage if they can maintain their distance. Lantis's hand rose. Oh. Gentle north wind. Become a storm of 1,000 sharp blades and strike down my enemy. Immediately after, he shouted, Ice Blade Dance. Rifen instantly and continuously dodged the attacks. Lantis calculated that this move wouldn't be effective against that spirit, but a warrior king definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it. So, he immediately unleashed his Blade of Severance. By now, patches of frost had gradually started to form on Rifen's body. I really didn't want to use this. Rifen gritted his teeth and said, This is my domain. I will not allow anything to defy my will. He immediately began to chant, strange characters appearing. And then, the skill was unleashed. Domain Purification. That strange stream of power immediately shot towards the other side. At the same time, the ice shards were also flying towards him, and the two streams of energy collided. As soon as it touched the ice shards, they were instantly assimilated by Rifenhad's energy, changed color, and then shattered into pieces. Next was the ring of daggers hurtling towards him. The characters continued towards them, and upon contact, the daggers also turned purple. Then, just like the ice shards, they instantly crumbled. Seeing this, Lantis's eyes widened in amazement. He interfered with my spell. No way. The look on Lantis's face was one of pure disbelief. A warrior king using magic? At that moment, Rifenhad stared coldly at him. A magic circle at his feet. He thought to himself, even though I didn't want to use magic, I'm now stuck with the label of warrior king. But whatever, Rifenhad said. It should be fine, as long as I don't show off too much. And with that, Rifenhad suddenly vanished from his spot. He instantly reappeared right next to Lantis. Just like that, Rifenhad threw a punch downwards. His opponent once again vanished to another location. At this, a look of confusion crossed his face. Summon, net. Rifenhad immediately shouted, purify. All the pieces of the net became useless upon contact with this energy. Seeing this, the look on the other guy's face grew more and more astonished. Next came the skill, light grenade. Golden chains appeared, trying to bind him. Rifenhad easily evaded the attack with a fluid motion. Immediately after, those chains shattered into pieces. By now, the guy's face had turned to one of absolute horror, not knowing what to do. That idiotic warrior king is nullifying all of my magic. Am I going crazy? Or has the whole world gone mad? Next, Rifenhad attacked again. Lantas, without hesitation, once again unleashed his blade of severance. He smiled scornfully. No matter how strong it is, it's still just the light element. Rifenhad opened 2 magic circles. Mirror of reflection. The attacks were immediately reflected backward. At this, the man couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. That light mage is using magic even more advanced than my own, and I'm a 7th circle mage, damn it. Just like that, the blade of severance continuously struck the surroundings. He had to use his acceleration boots to constantly dodge. The soldiers below felt the tremors and immediately cried out in alarm, but they couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow. Just those few moves were enough to destroy all the surrounding buildings. Just as Rifenhad was about to climb up, that guy launched the attack again. He couldn't avoid it and started to bleed. Rifenhad gritted his teeth in frustration. What troublesome magic. In my past life, I could only handle this with a shockwave. So, he gritted his teeth and aimed a punch right at it. Rifenhad smiled faintly. What surrounded him was pure magic. He shouted, "Disperse fist!" and with a single punch, blew away all the attacks thrown by the other guy. Seeing this, Jay was completely stunned. Did he just punch magic? What kind of crazy skill is that? Right after, Rifenhad raised his leg high, preparing to kick down on him. Jay was startled and immediately looked up. His entire body was enveloped in a blue light as he teleported away again. Rifenhad smiled, having anticipated this. Well, it doesn't matter if you teleport from one place to another. The guy had just teleported to a nearby location, but he couldn't help but jump in surprise. Rifenhad slammed a powerful attack directly into the ground. Crushing Ice Thorn. In that case, I'll just destroy the entire radius you can move in. Immediately, a shockwave erupted, sending dirt, rocks, and an energy aura flying everywhere. Of course, Jay couldn't dodge the attack either. The surrounding soldiers also failed to get away in time and let out wretched screams. Roos, who was nearby, had to cover his face as the tremors spread through the ground. Caught unprepared, Jay immediately staggered, letting out a long, agonizing scream. At that moment, something fell from him. Black smoke billowed into the sky. Rifenhad approached, looking like a demon. Cirrus had a feeling that the ability had many weaknesses, but in reality, it was also incredibly frustrating to fight against. Anyone who'd never seen Flash Step before would have been defeated by now. At this point, the other guy was severely injured, lying collapsed nearby. Jay said weakly, "I've always been the one to defeat light mages, thanks to the gap in our magic levels. I never expected a tactic like this." Rifenhad recalled with a hint of sadness. "That's the same tactic you used to defeat Cirrus. The Flash Step boots. An item Cirrus used when she was attacked by that assassin. Every time she used the boots, he countered with a wide area magic attack to limit her movement. I just copied his tactic." Just as Rifenhad was lost in thought, the guy suddenly appeared behind him, but his eyes widened in utter shock as both of his legs were instantly severed, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. Rifenhad had actually sliced off his legs with his bare hands. How annoying. "Were you planning to use those Flash Step boots again?" Jay let out a blood-curdling scream. He was now a cripple, his face filled with terror as he stared, waiting to see what Rifenhad would do next. Rifenhad picked up a boot and examined it. I was going to let him die, but this is a bit strange. If these boots were his to begin with, then is the assassin from my past life connected to his family? That assassin had so much gear, a lot of which I'd never seen before, even with all my experience. Even with all my experience in dungeons, I feel like I could have created a completely new form of magic just by studying his gear, Rifenhad thought. I've found another lead, a way to transcend time and space. But unlike before, this clue still exists. Rifenhad's hand reached out. I won't kill you. I still have a few things to ask you. Seeing this, Jay panicked. I have to get away, damn it. I only managed to steal 3 of these from my brother, and now I have to use one here. Jay immediately pulled out a feather. Return. Feather. It was an artifact that could teleport its user to a preset coordinate. Just as Rifenhad moved to approach, a brilliant light flashed, and he cried out in surprise. "What is that?" The guy flashed a defiant smile, but his expression quickly soured. Rifenhad didn't hesitate, swinging his arm forward, but only a strange pouch went flying. Seeing this, Rifenhad gritted his teeth in frustration. The guy had vanished. Rifenhad roared, "You think you can get away from me?" So, he immediately began searching his surroundings. His detection energy radiated across the entire city in a blinding flash of light, but he couldn't see anything. At this point, Rifenhad was powerless. He really got away. He felt that this wasn't a large-scale artifact like the Demon Gate, an artifact that allows for long-distance travel. There's no way such a small item could have preset coordinates for both a departure and a return trip. It seems it wasn't a gate. He just disappeared. So unlike a gate, which folds space to connect two locations, this must cut out the space around the user and send them through a mana stream. But isn't that incredibly risky? He could probably mitigate it with survival enchantments, but it would still cause issues with his mana flow. I've never seen anything like it, not even in my past life. Suddenly, Rifenhad snapped out of it. Wait, now's not the time to be thinking about this. What am I doing? Then, he noticed a strange object nearby, and quickly picked it up to examine it. Looking at the item, he began to wonder. This looks exactly like the object I found on that assassin from my past life. Studying the characters and patterns on it, he wondered, what is the connection? It looks like I'll need to investigate his family. Just then, a loud cheer erupted. "We've beheaded the Baron. This is our victory." Rifenhad looked around and said quietly, "The battle is over." Then, something caught his eye. It was a pouch, and it looked like it belonged to Jay. Rifenhad picked it up. An infinite pouch? It's Jay's. That guy really left a lot of things behind. As he emptied the contents, his face lit up. Gold! This looks like at least 10,000 gold coins. Did the Baron hire him? He must have spent a fortune just to try and capture me. He must have been incredibly wealthy. And so, Rifenhad walked away, hugging the bag of loot while humming a tune. This will help offset some of the Free Nation's financial shortages. Sia is going to be thrilled. We've rescued nearly 1,000 non-humans so far. So much has happened recently. From the Tathis to the dwarves. We've also accepted hundreds of humans as our subordinates. And with the refugees fleeing the Blood Year, we need to secure more funding. At that thought, Rifenhad started doing the math. Through this war, we'll gain the Baron's territory and the merchant city. That will be a massive boost to our treasury. With that thought, he turned to Cirrus. "Are you all right?" She answered, "Yeah." "Where is he?" "He got away," Rifenhad replied. Cirrus added, "If it wasn't for those weird boots, I wouldn't have lost so badly." Rifenhad held out the bloody, severed boot. "You mean this?" He smiled. "I'm giving it to you." Cirrus's face lit up. "Really? I can have it?" The nearby soldiers were horrified. He's giving her a severed foot as a gift, and she's actually happy about it. What's wrong with these two? They're terrifying. After that, Ceres quickly put on the boots. "Wow, they're a perfect fit." Rifenhad smiled. "They have a size adjustment feature, you know, but they only adjust within a certain range." The cheers continued to roar. "Raise your weapons and capture the Hunda garrison. Destroy the remnants and bind anyone who surrenders. Do not let your guard down until the war is over." And so, a war broke out after the heir of Baron Chetta died in a duel. Baron Galen was also cornered by a mercenary army, funded by the immense wealth of Baron Chetta. Then, a golden lifeline appeared, known as the Martial King Baron, who quickly joined hands with the Free Nation of Antares, and then escaped the swamp that was tightening the noose around Baron Chetta's neck. That family, a branch of Viscount Pawn, held a territory larger than most counties. In contrast, the Free Nation was a nation in name only, its territory merely equivalent to that of a minor county. But, after dividing Baron Chetta's territory, according to the agreement with Baron Galen, the Free Nation's territory more than doubled in size. To be honest, if they had wanted to, the nation of Antares could have swallowed Baron Chetta's territory whole, but they were advised against it. Rapid expansion could provoke a fierce backlash from the surrounding nobles. Rifenhad sat on his throne and said, "In any case, we've already won the real prize by taking control of the trade city of Jarus. This is enough to build a solid foundation." And so, a year passed. By now, the Free Nation had become more prosperous. Spring buds sprouted in the fresh air. The scene shifts to the vast plains of the southeastern continent, Teslon. Even in this barren land, green sprouts had begun to appear after surviving the harsh winter. These vast grasslands were too barren for farming, so no national power existed here. Monsters appeared frequently, so this place had long been the domain of nomadic tribes. These nomads raised horses and sheep, living scattered across Teslon in their tribal units. Occasionally, some ambitious individuals would try to unite the nomadic tribes and use them as a military force, but they were always stopped by the surrounding Glowon and Don Eye mountain ranges. Since no one invaded, and there was nowhere to invade, there was no need for unification. As a result, while there were disputes between tribes, no large-scale war had occurred for centuries. But now, it stood on the brink of war. The first large-scale war in centuries. In Pital, at the foot of Wolf Mountain, shaped like a crouching wolf, an army of 10,000 had gathered. It was an army of nomads, assembled from all over Petlen. The man at the front looked ahead, tense. Can we really defeat those monsters? On the other side, a horde of monsters stood opposite them, fully armed and ferocious. They raised their weapons menacingly, and the faces of the humans opposite them immediately filled with fear. Their leader stepped forward and said, "This is the first time I've fought alongside so many comrades." Karga Kanan, also known as the Hada Tum, leader of the Grey Kite tribe. Another stepped up. "Me too. Kazuga Hada Tum, the Rion brothers have kept their promise." This was the leader of the Blue Bear tribe. Next came another. "It's like magic. We don't even have to worry about the humans on the other side of the mountains anymore, even though those brothers are mages." This was the leader of the Earthboar tribe. Sakinia Kankan spoke up to correct him. "This isn't magic. It's called diplomacy, Karugak Kinia." Hearing this, he looked puzzled. "What's diplomacy?" She replied, "It's how humans coordinate their opinions." At that moment, a knight shouted, "Surrender under the flag of Antares. Those who are loyal will be treated well." An opponent saw this and retorted, "Don't make me laugh. We are the free people of the plains. We will never bow to anyone." He immediately shouted to those behind him, "Forward, sons of the plains, for freedom." And so they roared, full of courage. On the other side, the monsters also raised their weapons. "Brothers, are you ready? We've endured humiliation for too long. It's time to end that era." As one, the monsters charged forward. "Advance, descendants of brave warriors." All of them began to rush forward. "Our ancestors are watching over us." At that moment, a sword enveloped in aura was raised high. He swung it valiantly, cutting down those who charged at him. Seeing this, the nomads were bewildered. So it's true. There are aura-using elites in the free nation of Antares, and there are 3 of them. One by one, the charging nomads were cut down. Yet, their leader still held on to a sliver of confidence. No matter how strong they are, monsters are still just monsters. They won't survive against magic. So he yelled, "What are the hired mages doing? Put all those orcs to sleep." Incantations began to echo through the air. "Sleeping sand, drift through the air. Fall here, guided by this hand." Instantly, some of them heard the sound and fell into a deep slumber. But then, another voice rang out, "Anpot, your servant begs you, please protect their minds." The monsters who had just fallen asleep instantly snapped awake. The nomad leader saw this and was astonished. How can those orcs, who don't believe in gods, use holy power? Just then, behind them, a group of dwarves began to pray. He was stunned. "Don't tell me those dwarves who worship an evil god are shielding them." The old man leading them said, "Your veil blankets the air, freeing us from the weakest of illusions." He said worriedly, "Don't be afraid of their crude magic. The souls of our ancestors are watching over us. Let us shout the names of our forefathers and claim victory in battle." The Blue Cloak tribe now resides in Antares, continuing to expand eastward past the Gloatin Mountains. They also sent emissaries to the other tribes that once lived with them in Descan, inviting them to join. And so, the Earthboar and Grey Kite tribes gathered at the Glowon Mountains. Afterward, other tribes like the White Wolves and Black Wolves also joined. Seeing this, the people reacted quickly. Because a large number of orcs had previously appeared in Patrolon, they contacted the nobles in the neighboring countries. An entire force of slavers gathered to collect them. But this time, things were different. Every noble refused the nomads' request. They weren't slaves. They didn't see that banner. That's right, it was just that clean banner that. Enough to declare this a territorial war for the free nation of Antares. They charged forward, shouting, "Morton is watching us. Vanrot, I offer you the most valuable prize of this war. Batala, please protect your son." The men on the other side were terrified. "Hey, this isn't what we were told. You said a wide area sleep spell would be enough to crush them easily." On the other side, Roos roared, "Knights of Antares, do not retreat, advance." The leader of the nomads thought to himself, as if those 3 using aura wasn't enough. Now Roos, who made his name in the Crovan Civil War, is also here. Just like that, hundreds of spirit weapons swept across the sky. The nomads here, lacking combat experience, struggled to deal with them. While the 4th and 5th rank mercenary mages panicked and quickly fled the front lines, over 3,000 monsters and hundreds of Antares knights gave chase. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the Free Nation had no trouble defeating an army of 10,000. They quickly shouted, "Retreat!" leaving a pile of bodies at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, a figure stood silently observing. The woman spoke. "Are those the rumored soldiers of the Free Nation?" She stood there quietly, whispering, "Could this be the wind created by the martial king?" Rifenhad. That night, bright lanterns were lit as everyone threw a lively party, a whole group of them immediately raising their glasses in celebration. At that moment, both humans and monsters were drinking to their heart's content. "Robert, raise your glass. You too, Priest Uten, Priest Dalos, bottoms up. All right, fill it up. I'd love to have a drink with a strong man like Roos. I respect you. Have a drink on me." Just then, he turned pale. The man asked, "Don't you like alcohol?" He quickly replied, "No." So the others quickly drank their own alcohol. Then, someone offered him a chicken leg and asked, "Do you like meat?" He hastily said, "I've already eaten a lot." So the man quickly popped it into his own mouth. "Well then, let me." A knight from the other side offered a glass of wine. "I like this kind of alcohol." He quickly threw a powerful punch. The human warrior may be a bit weak, but he can drink good wine. Roos immediately reminded him that he shouldn't treat a human that way. Lord Kinia heard this and was confused. Why? Roos quickly explained. Humans have a great deal of pride. They would see this as an insult. Hearing that, he said awkwardly, "My apologies, warrior. It was my fault." In response, the man replied, "It's all right." Suddenly, a sound echoed from the distance. Everyone's expression turned serious as they looked toward the sound. They could all feel the energy. Kinia asked while eating, "Who is it?" "Someone is calling us. Are there any other spirit warriors around here besides us?" So they began to assemble seriously. "It feels like we're being summoned." Kinia then took the lead. "Let's go." They went to another location nearby, leaving the hut to fall silent. Amidst the indistinct, rolling mountains, they were led to a cave. "Come out, you who called us. You who are protected by the spirit of the great warrior." They waited in silence for the person inside the cave to emerge. The inside was pitch black, with no one in sight. Just then, a figure slowly began to step forward, as a mysterious mist gradually wafted out from within. Light footsteps approached as a voice said, "You are the Orosa of the free kingdom of Antares." A girl exclaimed, "How extraordinary! A monster who's fluent in the common tongue." Roos looked at the other person, slightly startled. "Huh? An elf?" The people behind him also gasped. The girl walked forward with an indifferent expression. "The elf tribe has warriors? I heard elves are very timid and have only a few warriors." The other person then gave a gentle smile, and immediately after, unexpectedly drew her sword. She charged straight at Kinia to attack. Their weapons instantly clashed, and a thunderous sound echoed from within the mountain. While blocking the attack, he said, "This isn't enough to break my sword, elf warrior." Roos was confused. "An enemy?" She spoke up as a reminder. "This is a one-on-one duel, don't interfere." "What's going on?" The two on the other side calmly replied, "Of course we won't interfere. This is their fight." Roos found this hard to understand. "But, is this okay?" The man replied, "She's probably just a wandering warrior, but encountering a spirit warrior is very rare." "Over here!" he immediately shouted. "Shield break!" The girl also quickly launched an attack, her expression showing no fear. She swung the sharp sword in her hand, charging straight in to attack. Roos was astonished. Her swordsmanship is impressive. To be able to push back an aura-infused greatsword, and her follow-up counterattack is so clean. "Oh, looks like we've got some entertainment today, huh?" And so, his massive figure and the elf's small, graceful body clashing created a strange contrast. As he fought, he exclaimed, "So strong, elf warrior, I have to admit it. Let's keep going." He then swung his weapon and said, "My friend, Taknung, go." Just like that, it spun around and shot straight towards the elf. It was now like a sharp shuriken, slicing through everything. Then, the weapon formed lines of arrows that shot down to attack the girl. She quickly used her own weapon to block the attacks with ease. Seeing this, he became even more excited, laughing with delight. Next, he launched another attack, Air Rend. The girl immediately leaned back to dodge the attack. The move then collided with a nearby cliff wall. At that moment, stones began to crumble and fall. The people nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "That guy's a battle junkie, isn't he? I wonder if I can get a piece of the action?" "Looks like fun." Roos, on the other hand, was stunned. "I want to fight too. I feel like there would be a lot to gain." Suddenly, he felt snowflakes falling on his face. He was shocked. This cold. It's magic. Infusing elemental power into aura. He laughed joyfully. It's been a while since I've had such a good fight. The girl smiled and said, let's stop. Hearing that, he was confused. Why? We're having fun. Let's continue. The girl calmly smiled. Isn't this enough proof? That I am a warrior. He burst out laughing. Of course you're a warrior. No, a duelist, she continued. I heard that to gain an ORC's trust, you must have a proper fight. It sounds like a fairy tale, but it seems to be true. Roos was shocked to hear that. Did she just perform a courageous duel? I heard elves are very rational, but I never expected them to be so direct. At that moment, the girl introduced herself. My name is Shaolasteo Hammer, chief of the Ciaria tribe. She smiled, looking behind her. They are my people. From inside the cave, a group of people emerged. We have traveled from the cold lands of the north to meet the one who will resurrect the world. She looked at them and said, Warriors of Antares, can you guide us? Meanwhile, in the nameless frozen lands of northern Teslon, broken ice floes drifted across a lake's surface. Here lay a sanctuary, hidden from human eyes. An elf who was hanging laundry looked out happily. Oh my! A young man approached, and everyone was overjoyed. Lord Rifenhad. This was the youngest mage to have ever mastered circle magic. He was able to use focused magic at the age of 30 and succeeded in reaching the pinnacle of magic at the age of 35. For nearly a decade, the only master to reach this high level was a mage named Ra, who had died of old age a few years prior. But even Ra had only been able to master it after he turned 70. This made his achievements incredibly admirable. Because he became a mage in his 20s, many nations tried to recruit him, but he refused all their offers and became a dungeon explorer. Even after mastering the 9 circles of magic, he continued to travel the world, believing there were still higher boundaries to overcome. After disappearing from the public eye for 3 years, he was staying in the village of the Ciaria tribe to learn new theories about spirit magic. They greeted him cheerfully. Oh my, it's Lord Rifenhad. You should be resting. Is there something you need out here? He replied, it's all right. Thanks to my magic, this level of cold doesn't bother me. They urged him, please, have some food. I made these hand warmers because I thought you'd be cold. He couldn't help but get flustered. Thank you both, but I can't possibly eat all this. I will gratefully accept and wear these hand warmers though. The girls simply adored him. As expected, how can one person be so wonderful? He couldn't help but get flustered, breaking into a sweat as his magical power surged. Just then, another girl appeared and remarked, You're quite the celebrity. Rifenhad. He couldn't help but ask, What? Are you jealous? She turned away angrily. Jealous? As if. Rifenhad then planted a light kiss on her cheek. You know it, don't you? You're the only woman for me. Then he asked curiously, So what is Tathis doing now? She blushed and replied, He's sparring again. What else? He can't help but challenge every aura user he meets. Just then, a voice called out, Mage Rifenhad. He turned in surprise. Seeing her, he asked, Shaolasteo Hammer, is your match with Tathis already over? She replied, I've done what I told you I would. This woman was the tribe's captain. The 3 of them were gathered together again. You could have just left it alone. She replied, Isn't it obvious for someone whose job is to find shamans? Her expression was cold as she stared at Rifenhad, but then Shaolasteo Hammer finally lowered her gaze and looked away. The other girls, flustered, immediately scurried away. Then Shaolasteo Hammer turned back to Rifenhad. Quite the celebrity, aren't you? He answered awkwardly, No, I wasn't trying to flirt or anything. Rifenhad thought to himself, Come to think of it, this woman is pretty cold-blooded. Shaolasteo Hammer said, Even though she's from the deer tribe, I can't help but admire her. She's nothing but skin and bones under that hide. Rifenhad praised her in awe. Truly a brilliant person. She has the wisdom to see that far ahead. Not many people can do that. She turned her head away. By the way, can you revive the world tree as you promised? Rifenhad replied, This is Penarose, an ancient ruin imbued with the spirit of the world tree. This may be the seed that will sow the sprouts of hope. Back in the present, he rested his hands on his hips and smiled, looking ahead. The peaceful scene of his own nation filled Rifenhad with joy. Everyone was doing a great job rebuilding the village, which had been moved to the great forest of the Elves, nestled between the Glotton mountain range. Around the newly planted world tree at its center, a new elven village was being built. A gentle breath could birth a cloud, and that cloud would bring rain. The river would flow, soaking the earth, nurturing life here into a thriving forest where the rain falls. The river flows, the earth gives birth to life, the forest grows, and the forest gives birth to all things. When all things die and return to the earth, the forest is lost, the river dries, and the cycle begins anew. Rifenhad smiled and said, "This is enough for the spirits to solve their gender ratio problem. But that's not something I can fix." Seeing Rifenhad approach, they became flustered. Rifenhad, "Oh, hello." Just then, Cirrus walked by and teased him. "Oh my, Lord Rifenhad, you're not popular at all, are you?" Hearing this, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Then she looked in another direction as a girl approached with a smile. "Silent," she said. "Oh my, Sarandia." She then added, "Rifenhad, you're here too? Little one, greet Lord Rifenhad. He is the one who saved our village and provided for us." The children all looked terrified. Rifenhad, tense himself, forced a pale smile. "Hello, kids." Immediately, the children burst into tears. She scolded, "Rifenhad, why did you make the children cry?" He answered helplessly, "What did I do?" Just then, Cirrus came up from behind and put a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. "It's a lost cause. To the spirits, you look pretty scary." "Of course, I'm not scared." Rifenhad's eyes welled up with tears. Sob. "Cirrus, you're the only one who understands me," she continued. "It'll get better." Just then, a horseman suddenly rode up and immediately knelt on one knee. The man said respectfully, "We greet the martial king." Rifenhad asked, "What is it?" The man said, "We've come to deliver news from Lord Kankin." He recalled, "Is it about winning the battle? I already know about that." The messenger then presented a scroll. "This is new intelligence, sir. While Lord Kankin was withdrawing his troops, he encountered an unidentified group of spirits. He added that they claimed to be the Staya tribe. The details are in this letter." Rifenhad was stunned. "Shao Lastio Hammer?" Hearing this, the messenger was shocked. "How did you know, sir?" "They said their leader's name is Shao Lastio Hammer." Rifenhad was completely frozen. Cirrus, who was beside him, asked, "Is that someone you know?" He hurriedly whispered to her, "It's someone I knew in a past life. Let's return to the White Emperor's castle first." The sky gradually darkened, and time shifted to the next morning at the castle. Inside, it was quiet, with everything neatly arranged. Rifenhad said to the people in front of him, "All right, break's over. Get back to training. 2 sets of 12 reps. He then spoke to the person next to him, "Silent, add another weight." For a total of 3. The skinny boy struggled to lift the barbell, as the instructor added, "You guys continue with 2 sets, but increase the weight by 1 level." He replied, "Understood," to the White Emperor. He looked completely different from when he was first taken as a prisoner. "If I want to live, I have to become stronger. I underestimated the monstrous stamina behind that dwarf's innocent face. I think I finally understand why Yubo has such strong legs," Rifenhad thought as he watched the man train like a maniac. Maybe because of his night training, he's constantly swinging his arms as if he's holding a weapon. He continued, "Sir, I told you not to use such powerful reflexes. Oh dear, I'll send a message there shortly. So please wait in the guest room." "No, that's all right. Wasn't that the thing? Is it that obvious when one person has business with another?" He looked in that direction, thinking to himself, "I thought she'd come in the afternoon, but she's already here. Well, an elf from the wilds wouldn't know much about human etiquette. She was the same way in my previous life too." Rifenhad said to the other 2, "Could you 2 step outside for a moment?" Then he put the weight down. "Welcome, leader of the Staya tribe." Rifenhad smiled. "I am Rifenhad, the White Emperor of the Free Nation of Antares. I wasn't informed of your arrival, so please excuse my attire." She also bowed her head in reply. "I am Shao Lasteo Hammer, leader of the Styria tribe, Your Majesty, King of Humans. A warrior's attire. I don't mind at all." Speaking of which, she was the only aura user among all existing elves. Among all elves, who are generally not aggressive and lack martial talent, her combat power was absolutely overwhelming. In my previous life, she was, undeniably, the strongest elf. Rifenhad said in a friendly tone, "Welcome to our free nation. We have also prepared a forest for your tribe." She replied softly, "Thank you." Shao Lasteo Hammer then added, "However, I have something to ask. O King of Humans, we sensed the revival of the World Tree and came here. The World Tree is in this land." Rifenhad answered, "That's right. Just as I expected. This woman is difficult to deal with." Shao Lasteo Hammer continued, "Allow me to ask, are you truly the one who revived the World Tree?" She added, "We believe that reviving the World Tree is impossible without immense magical power, but no matter how I look at you, I only see a powerful warrior." So, to prove himself, Rifenhad's entire body began to radiate energy. He clenched his fist. Aura radiated from it endlessly, while from his other hand, magic flowed out unceasingly. Rifenhad clenched his palm. He openly revealed himself as both an aura user and a mage. Seeing this, she couldn't help but be astonished. I can't believe it. Such a supreme intellect contained within a body like this. Xiao Lasteo Hammer's hand began to touch his body. Her face was full of excitement. Why does she look like that? Xiao Lasteo Hammer began to grope and feel his muscles. Then she looked up and asked if he had ever thought about participating in a marriage ceremony. Rifenhad's face immediately showed he had no idea what was happening. What? From Xiao Lasteo Hammer's perspective, all the men of the Styria tribe looked withered, with bodies that looked like they'd never trained a day in their lives. And the other female elves even called them cute. It wasn't that she hated men. As a dedicated warrior who studied martial arts, she simply couldn't accept the bodies of male elves. Because of this, she even thought orcs were better than her own kind. She couldn't accept anything below the neck on a male elf. But with orcs, it was everything above the neck she couldn't stand. And their stupidity was also unacceptable. She believed men should be both brawny and intelligent, so she had been lonely for decades, wasting her time without finding anyone. But finally, her ideal type had appeared. A man with a supreme intellect capable of reviving the world and a perfect body that could easily overpower an orc warrior. He was the pinnacle of brains and brawn. So, at the tender age of 145, spring had finally blossomed in the heart of this innocent female elf. She asked if he was married yet. Rifenhad was stunned. Did my regression through time change my personality? He said shyly. No, I'm not. But there is someone I like. She didn't care about that at all, and said, I know. But you're still not officially married, are you? Rifenhad was still stunned. Yes. At that, the woman turned her head away excitedly. Good. Then Xiao Lasteo Hammer turned back to him and said, Thank you for accepting our tribe. The Styria tribe will walk with you in both glory and failure as allies of the White Nation. This oath will never change. Rifenhad rested his hand on his chin and smiled. The White Nation of Antares also swears to be an eternal ally of the Styria tribe. She smiled faintly. Well then, I'll return to my tribe. I'll visit often, so I hope you'll take good care of me. Then Xiao Lasteo Hammer quickly skipped away. Rifenhad watched her go, feeling confused. What was that all about? Meanwhile, as the woman walked, she recalled, a broad chest that radiates heat, shoulders wide enough to easily support a girl, powerful arms, and a firm waist. Just like that, Xiao Lasteo Hammer cupped her blushing face. Ugh. Get a hold of yourself? On the other side, Silon was also thinking, is that the new elf leader? He then spoke up. Hello. The moment she saw Silon, her expression changed. What is this? Why is this brat so disgustingly beautiful? Even though he's a man, she thought. He looked bewildered. I am Silon, a servant of Phylons. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Lasteo Hammer was startled, so she walked past him and whispered, I won't lose. And just like that, Xiao Lasteo Hammer completely misunderstood. So this is the brat that Sir Rifenhad likes, the one I've heard rumors about. He just stared after her, still bewildered. Besides the Styria tribe, small tribes of other races from across the continent began to gather in the free nation of Antares. The great master Chot Atinka had traveled the continent, rescuing his brethren and encouraging the tribes to migrate to the nation. Of course, persuading them wasn't easy. Considering how greedy humans become when they see a Cho, it wasn't an easy decision for the Cho to come to human territory. But Atinka had wandered the continent helping his kind many times, so his words carried weight. Then, as rumors about the free nation of Antares spread wider, hundreds of Cho began to migrate to the Gloatin Mountains. The scene changes to Cree, the Cho village. Cirrus walked along, saying, The houses are so beautiful. In the White Nation, only castles or temples use glass, but here, every house has it. Rifenhad explained as they walked. Traditionally, they have very advanced skills in earthworking. They can transform minerals with magic, so creating glass is no difficult feat. Just like how dwarves are skilled with iron and stone, each race has its own specialty. Elves are skilled at spinning silk, sewing, and wood carving. Orcs are unrivaled when it comes to tanning and leatherworking, and the Cho are traditionally very proficient with items made from earth. It comes from their artistic culture of worshipping the natural flow. They create most of their tools, and even their houses, from earth. Their ordinary tableware is considered by other races to be astonishing works of art, to the point that a pot, once used as a chamber pot, was regarded as a treasure by humans and used on their dining tables. As he walked, he smiled. Humanity believes their civilization is the most advanced, but they're just frogs in a well, unaware of the truly supreme things that exist in the world. Over on the side, the Cho began to gossip. It's the Martial King. Oh my, he has a girl with him today? The Martial King is quite a player. isn't he? Xiao Lesteohammer suddenly wrapped her arm around his and spoke. Oh, what's that? Rifenhad answered, without paying much attention. That's opus caementicium. At that moment, they were stepping on the material. This is a traditional material that only the Cho can create. It hardens instantly and is used for pillars or altars. It transforms the properties of the earth. It's nothing short of a miracle to modern science. He couldn't help but remember. The transmutation of matter is an extraordinary skill, and it greatly helped Rifenhad reach the 10th circle. I developed the nuclear burst spell by studying the sorcery of the Cho and the Magro, who transmute elements with ease. That was truly astonishing. The young woman showed her admiration for his deep understanding of other species. You're extraordinary, Sir Rifenhad. Seeing her like this, he felt flustered. Just call me Rifenhad, that's fine. Xiao Lesteohammer, however, didn't listen and continued cheerfully. Don't worry, I'm just calling you what I wish. He was flustered inside. The Xiao Lesteohammer from this timeline is quite sociable. It's a bit hard to get used to. Nearby, Roos sensed danger. Who is she? She kept leaning on Rifenhad as she asked, What is that? He hesitated to answer. That's... As Roos stared intently at the two of them, she gently let her hair down. It doesn't really matter, does it? Roos gently removed her hair tie. It's not like I'm in a relationship with Sir Rifenhad anyway. She suddenly remembered that, at that time, she was the renowned swordswoman of the New Moon. The other woman bowed her head and said, I am Xiao Lesteohammer of the Ciaria tribe. She glanced up, her eyes sharp. Roos gave a friendly smile and said, I am Roos Valencia of the Danhem tribe. Her gaze immediately fell upon Roos's chest. Then, Xiao Lesteohammer smiled and said, So you're the girl Sir Rifenhad dotes on like a daughter. At this, she couldn't help but get angry and grind her teeth. Turns out, Roos was a very competitive person. Just then, Tuangya also arrived. The birthright is about to begin. King of humans, it would be an honor if you would attend. After that, they went to the altar where a large crowd was gathered. They all looked up at the high altar in unison. Rifenhad watched and said, From now on, we must maintain a solemn attitude. Being allowed to witness the birthright means we have been accepted as friends. At that moment, the shaman spoke, woman of the tribe. He raised his hand high and said, The one who carries our future and our hope. Below, Atinka slowly ascended. Following her were the women of the tribe, their bellies round and ready for birth. Atinka lay down solemnly on the table. The shaman then took a knife and raised it high. The sound of drums echoed. Step forward and receive the great blessing. Then, he directly stabbed, straight into the center of Atinka's chest. Red blood immediately sprayed out, staining everything. The sound was surprisingly faint, yet it filled their ears. The two girls screamed in terror at the sight. Roos broke into a cold sweat, confused. The Cho tribe. Droplets of blood from the body flew into the air and began to merge. Did they just kill Atinka? Rifenhad put out a hand to stop Roos. Wait, he's not dead. Atinka's heart flew into the air. Rifenhad explained, Where life and death intersect, there is bound to be hope. The surrounding blood gathered around the heart, causing it to transform. He continued, Hope becomes the future, illuminating the dark path ahead. Atinka's heart continuously transformed in the sunset's glow. Streams of blood constantly surged toward the heart. Rifenhad said, This is the birth ritual of the elf tribe. The pregnant women smiled as they watched the ritual. He said quietly, Elves have a hard time with conception and childbirth due to their powerful regenerative abilities. The priest stepped down from the altar, holding a bright red orb in his hands. He continued, An elf's regenerative ability only develops when they mature. A fetus cannot separate itself from the mother's regenerative power on its own. The priest brought the orb to a woman's abdomen, as streams of bright red liquid flowed down her belly. Rifenhad continued, But when a powerful elf mage offers his heart to bless the fetus, his magic protects the child, allowing it to be born safely. The women who had completed the ceremony knelt down. He recounted, In ancient times, pregnant elves would eat the child's father, using that power to protect the fetus. But ever since they could use San magic, they could give birth safely without sacrificing the father. Of course, instead of having 7 or 8 children like in the old days, they now only have 1 or 2, just like humans. Roos asked in horror, So does that mean a mage has to be sacrificed every time a child is born? Rifenhad raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Just watch, and you'll see. On the altar, Atinka's blood gradually gathered above, and then the blood in his heart returned to his body. Roos's jaw dropped as she mumbled, Heavens, the elves' regeneration is incredible. Rifenhad smiled and said, Only a true guru can do this. He thought, to kill a guru like Atinka, one would have to either drain their magic completely or make them lose their ability to regenerate. At that moment, the priest raised both hands high and loudly declared, "The birth ritual has been safely completed, and so, the future continues. Bless the children," Rifenhad pondered. There's a legend that a guru can return to nature and be reborn from the ashes as a new life. But for Atinka, that's still a long way off. He recalled how in his past life, Teslon had crushed Atinka with a spiral aura. Xiao Hammer let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, that really startled me," Rifenhad said with a laugh, looking like he was about to make a human sacrifice, making him easily mistaken for an elf. Just then, Atinka stepped down from the platform and smiled, greeting him. "Fist King, you've arrived." Rifenhad approached and asked how he could possibly miss the honor of witnessing the birth ceremony. Atinka laughed loudly and replied, "Fist King, you truly understand our culture. Anyone seeing this for the first time would probably scream about how barbaric it is." He thought with embarrassment. "To be honest, I did the same thing in my past life." As Rifenhad hesitated, I was also listening in from here and there. Roos, standing behind him, scolded angrily. "You startled me. You should have given me a heads up." Athink wondered in amazement. "Huh? You knew and you didn't explain?" Rifenhad scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "I wanted her to take it in on her own, without any prejudice. She needed to feel that pain, too." Just then, Xiao Hammer stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello, I am the chieftain of Stia." Xiao Hammer Athika also bowed in return. "A follower of the will of the great nature, Guru Athink. It's a pleasure to meet you." She handed Athink a piece of white cloth and said, "Since we're neighbors now, we should keep the peace. I've prepared a small gift. This is snow silk from the Snow Elf tribe." Athinka exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, something so valuable?" She smiled to herself. "Exactly. They say if you want to capture the general, you must first aim for his horse." Just then, Athinka looked over at Siri, who was pouting angrily. He proposed to Rifenhad, "Fist King, allow me to sing you a traditional goblin song." He then began to sing in the language of the goblin tribe. "The sun and moon cannot rise as one. Night comes, and the day departs. When ice and fire converge, calamity will descend. O wise one, remember that harmony and conflict are separated by a single hair's breadth." Then he asked Rifenhad, "Do you understand?" The King of Fists awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about." The next morning at the palace, Rifenhad looked up at the door of the room before him. Xiao Hammer, placing a plate of grilled fish on the table, said, "Working all the time isn't good for your health." She continued, "I brought you a simple meal, just in case you skipped dinner." Rifenhad took a bite of meat and praised it. "This is delicious. The sauce is amazing." Xiao Hammer blushed and said, "There's a saying, marry a beauty and you'll be happy for 3 years, but marry a good cook and you'll be happy for 30. Rifenhad laughed heartily. "Please send my thanks to Roos." He thought, "This flavor is so familiar. Too from my past life." Xiao Hammer was inwardly shocked. "Huh? How did he know?" "Just as I thought. He's very observant." Roos entered the room with a large platter of food. She asked, "Oh, you're already eating?" Rifenhad said, "Put that down and eat with us." Roos looked up and saw Xiao Hammer, immediately glaring at her. Xiao Hammer just smiled back, glancing at Roos. Then, while Rifenhad enjoyed his food, the two of them had a silent staring contest. Xiao Hammer looked at Roos, who was gritting her teeth in anger, and asked, "What's wrong? Don't want to eat with me?" Roos turned and stormed out of the room, slamming the door and shouting, "Not hungry." Rifenhad stared blankly at the door, while Xiao Hammer happily hummed a tune. He naively remarked, "Judging by how hard the door slammed, it must be really windy outside." She gaped at him. Rifenhad, like a true mage, had made a logical deduction. A while later, Sir Bell, Xiao Hammer's assistant for 50 years, he asked worriedly, "Lady Xiao Hammer, you don't look well. Do you really like that human that much?" Xiao Hammer bit her nails, muttering angrily, "What do I have to do to win his heart?" Sir Bell spoke up. "I think there are better ways than taking credit for someone else's cooking." He continued, "He is a warrior. I believe he will recognize your strengths." Lady Xiao Hammer. She was surprised. "Really?" Sir Bell explained. "They say Sir Rifenhad is a perfect martial artist, but he has a particular weakness in one area, and he's focusing on that." At that moment, Rifenhad was at the training grounds. The man training with Rifenhad gritted his teeth and stared him down. Then, he lunged toward Rifenhad. He dropped low, reaching with both hands to tackle him. However, Rifenhad deftly leaned aside, avoiding the move. The man continued to attack Rifenhad, but none of his blows landed. In a moment of distraction, Rifenhad quickly grabbed his belt and lifted him high. Then he spun around and slammed the man to the ground. The man was stunned, gritting his teeth. He pushed Rifenhad's hand away and broke free. He landed on his feet, and then the two exchanged a flurry of blows. A moment later, they stopped. The man, panting, said, "You're improving fast." Rifenhad asked, "Really? I feel like I'm finally getting the hang of it." The man lamented, "It's getting hard to keep up with you. The difference in our physiques is just too big." Rifenhad then asked, "Is this enough to face Teslon?" The man replied, "I'm not sure. The ground fighting techniques I know are just the basics for a knight. If you face a true ground fighting master from Kazuya." Rifenhad wondered, "Should we hire an expert?" Just then, Xiao Hammer walked over and offered, "Let me teach you." She tilted her head and asked, "I know a bit about ground fighting myself. Care for a match?" Rifenhad was inwardly shocked. She wants to wrestle in that outfit? There'll be skin-to-skin contact. He hesitated. "But men and women are different. How can we?" Xiao Hammer laughed. "As warriors, what difference is there between men and women?" The man beside him advised, "You should give it a try. She's incredibly strong. She once fought Sir Kankin to a draw in a hand-to-hand match." Xiao Hammer leaned down to adjust her shoes and said, "Please, fight me seriously." Rifenhad immediately used his power, his whole body enveloped in a pale golden light. He replied, "Then I'm looking forward to it." Xiao Hammer also raised her hand, a blue-white light surrounding her body. Rifenhad remembered that in his past life, she was his comrade and subordinate, but since he was a mage, he never knew her true strength. He frowned, thinking, "I couldn't be sure back then, but now, I'm a warrior." Then, he lunged at Xiao Hammer, thinking, "I want to know what her true limits are." Xiao Hammer smiled, lightly dodging the attack. Rifenhad stopped short, his eyes wide with surprise. Xiao Hammer spun and lowered her center of gravity. She leaned in and swept her leg, aiming right for Rifenhad. She threw a kick straight at his head. Rifenhad quickly blocked it with his arm. Xiao Hammer smiled happily. Then she twisted, her entire body launching toward Rifenhad. She used one hand to grab his head, the other to grip his right wrist, while her legs locked onto Rifenhad's large, muscular arm. Then, Xiao Hammer spun around again, gripping his right arm tightly and throwing him to the ground. Rifenhad was inwardly astonished. "Is this?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Kazuyan Jujutsu?" Before he could even realize it, he'd been thrown. Xiao Hammer suddenly kicked him right in the face. She hung off Rifenhad's body as she spoke. "There was a time when I hid my elven identity and wandered the continent, seeking out the strong, and it was then that I had the chance to learn this art." Rifenhad was caught in her chokehold. He struggled to ask, "This is an amazing technique. How do I get out of it?" She smiled and replied, "Turn to one side, lift your right knee, and push it against my knee." After following her instructions and breaking free, Rifenhad laughed and said, "I'm truly glad I met you, Xiao Hammer." Xiao Hammer asked, "Shall we continue?" He immediately replied, "Please." The gray-haired man watched with sparkling eyes, thinking, "So impressive, this is a truly valuable lesson." At this point, Rifenhad and Xiao Hammer were chatting. "Is this also part of Kazuyan Jujutsu?" "Yes, this is Kianitsu. But, is touching my chest also a part of Kazuyan Jujutsu?" "This is to measure your physical potential." Elsewhere, the afternoon sun shone throughout the forest. On the road connecting the Kingdom of Ar and the Duchy of Triton, the northern trade route, a caravan was on the move. On the wagons were rows of wooden crates. The merchant guild profited from this route, dealing in all sorts of rare and special goods. The afternoon sun glinted off the iron shackles on a slave's hands. But the most expensive merchandise they handled was a group of elves chained together, non-human slaves. Due to the long distance and the high value of the cargo, they hired mercenaries to escort the large caravans, so it was always a bustling operation. One of them suddenly yelled, "Hey, can't we go any faster?" The lead guard immediately replied, "Considering the slaves' stamina, we can't increase the pace." The merchant sitting inside the carriage yelled, "But there have been bandits showing up around here lately." Hearing the merchant, the guard replied, "We're not far from Sasan now. Even the Fryan bandits wouldn't dare attack when we have so many guards." A group consisting of elves, dwarves, and goblins gathered together. The Fryan bandits, they have plagued the Class Mountains for months. A band of thieves made up entirely of non-human slaves, who call themselves the Fryan Liberation Front. But in the eyes of humans, they're just common thieves stealing private property. One person asked worriedly, "The higher-ups see them as monsters, but they're clearly not ordinary." Even a famous mercenary corps was wiped out by them. The group leader said through gritted teeth, "How can these runaway slaves be so stealthy and unpredictable?" He pondered. The losses were so great that both Chatan and Graham launched sweeps, but they came up with nothing. "It's like they're ghosts, leaving almost no trace," he mumbled. "How can they even avoid military scout teams?" The soldier riding beside him laughed and said, "Well, I guess they have their own kind of desperation. If my family were treated like that, I wouldn't care what methods I had to use either." The leader sneered. "You say that as if they're actually people." The soldier replied, "Monsters don't act like that. Animals only care for their own young, not their entire species." Hearing this, the leader advised him, "Don't say that in front of the merchants. They'll get furious." And sure enough, inside the carriage, a merchant was screaming, "This world has gone mad. The so-called War King is treating slaves like people. Are these beasts pretending to be liberators of their own kind?" The fat merchant roared through clenched teeth. "They're just fools swayed by a few rabble-rousing words. Only good for disrupting the peace." The other sneered, "If they were obedient, we'd still feed them. What's so bad about that?" Suddenly, the carriage shook violently as a volley of arrows flew straight toward the merchant convoy. The group leader immediately yelled, "Enemy attack! We're being ambushed!" He was inwardly shocked. An ambush? Then, he immediately organized his formation. "We're under attack! Everyone, get into position!" As the leader guided his horse, he thought, "Impossible. An arrow that can pierce iron armor, aimed precisely at the gap in a fully equipped mercenary's armor? That's the level of a professional archer. But how could an orc gladiator or a slave learn to shoot a bow like that?" He looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Before him, standing on tree trunks, was a row of masked elves, each holding a longbow. He was inwardly stunned. An elf? How can a mere elf use a bow like that? From a distance, a goblin shouted as he charged toward the mercenaries. "We are the Fryan Liberation Front. For our oppressed brothers and sisters, today we rise up and fight." A few of the mercenaries screamed, "Monsters! It's the Fryan bandits." The goblins and orcs charged forward together. One of them yelled, "Brothers, let's rescue those who share our plight." The forest instantly erupted into chaos, with screams echoing from all directions. "The orcs and dwarves are charging. Don't panic. Dodge the arrows and capture the elves hiding in the forest alive. Elves are worth a lot. Don't kill them. Capture them alive. Whoever catches one gets a bag of gold." A few mercenaries shouted as they fled. "This is no time to be capturing more slaves. These monsters are insane. Retreat. Now." The group leader prayed silently. "Oh, please protect us from these savage beasts." Then he roared, "Die!" A dwarf, swinging an axe, leaped forward and retorted, "No, you die." He then swung his axe straight into the group leader. As the man collapsed, the dwarf pulled his axe free. "Rifenhad, whom you can call me." "Kata," he cried out. "Ah, don't use my real name," the man stammered. "Oh, right." Just then, a strange sound caught both of their attention. A soldier in full armor brandished his sword and roared, "I knew it. The runaway slaves have finally crawled out of their holes. Capture the women alive. Kill the rest." Someone recognized their armor. "They're knights from the Duchy of Chatan, hired by the Mon Merchant Guild," Maloid asked. "Are they all magic swordsmen?" The merchant inside the carriage taunted them. "Did you really think we'd just let you do whatever you want?" A soldier barked an order. "On your knees, all of you. Surrender, and we'll spare your lives." Suddenly, Rifenhad unleashed a terrifying aura. He roared, "Drop your weapons and surrender. At least then you'll get to live." The two dwarves immediately took up a fighting stance, and a wave of power slammed into the soldiers. They froze for a second before a collective panic set in. The soldiers turned and fled, screaming in terror. Someone asked Katamidi, "Weren't we told not to reveal our auras?" He replied, "The Savior said if the situation is critical, we should use it. We'll just have to pretend it slipped out." Just then, an orc walked toward the rescued slaves and called out, "Hey, brothers and sisters, come with us to the land of the free." A few people asked uncertainly, "Freedom? What do you mean by that?" "Freedom?" The orc sighed, thinking, "They've been slaves for so long they don't even understand what freedom is. I was once the same." Suddenly, cheers of joy erupted. The slaves embraced each other. "This is freedom. We're not slaves anymore." The orc was inwardly stunned. What is true freedom? How did they understand it so instantly? He looked at the slaves, who were openly weeping with joy, and thought, it's not that they just realized it. From the very beginning, tears streamed down his own face. They have always yearned for freedom. Elsewhere, the flickering blue light from machinery cast a weak glow across a room. In front of a massive glass tank, Saralyn stood watching Jade's body suspended inside. She muttered, "Jade's wounds are almost completely healed." Saralyn whispered, "He should awaken today, but we still can't use him right away. I never expected the War King Rifenhad's magic skills to be that advanced." She remembered, whether the opponent is an aura user, a mage, or a priest, they are all nothing before the Silver Sage. The Silver Sage, who has secretly controlled humanity for so many years, always has a magical tool to deal with any kind of enemy. Assassins are merely tools, following orders to eliminate their targets. Saralyn thought of Rifenhad's punch, but very few people can control both high-level magic and aura simultaneously. Against someone like that, sending 1 or 2 assassins isn't enough to kill him, but we can't send too many, or we'll expose the Silver Sage's existence. She considered the situation, and Rifenhad is surrounded by powerful aura users. It's too dangerous. If we're to attempt another assassination, she calculated, we'll need a different kind of team to eliminate him. Saralyn mumbled to herself, "I've always avoided getting involved with the outside world." But she smiled and said quietly, "It seems I'll have to find Sage Reston at a certain castle." Teslon strained, unleashing a powerful attack as he shouted, "Spiral Blade." In that instant, his attack tore the sky apart. Silon came over and exclaimed, "That was amazing, Teslon. You can definitely defeat the Martial King." But he was thinking about the man's weakness in using CJU, but I couldn't beat him, and I even accidentally showed him my own weakness. It looks like the only thing I can do is improve my skills. As soon as he thought that, he focused on his training again, calling out the technique. Second layer, third layer. Just then, the sword was knocked out of his hand, flying backward. This made Teslon glare at his trembling hand and say, "Damn it, this weak body can't handle the third layer." Seeing him like this, Silon came over to calm him down. "Teslon, you just need a little more time." Hearing this, he snapped back irritably. "Exactly, time. But we don't have any time." Then he thought, "The longer we wait, the more of his magic he'll recover. Once he returns to the 10th circle, not even a Silver Sage will be able to defeat him." Then he muttered, "I have to find a way." Suddenly, a voice said, "Sage Leston, I am the Guardian, Saralyn. I request your cooperation in the name of the Silver Sage." The scene changes to another location. A stomach rumbled, and Shaola stood up and said, "Anyway, I have plans with Cirrus. I should ask if he's finished his work. I just saw him training with Lord Rifenhad a moment ago." As she said this, Shaola's face turned beet red thinking about him, and she added, "He's become even more reliable and handsome lately." Seeing this, Cirrus thought doubtfully, he looks more like a healthy ape than a heartthrob. But, judging by his appearance, he looks like a warrior who has spent his entire life on the battlefield, thanks to that crude ORC army. With the guerrilla general and the martial king, the impression of the Antares domain is that it's a nation full of martial arts masters. After speaking, Shaola smiled brightly and ran off, saying, "Good luck, Cirrus, don't you lose." Hearing this, she asked herself, "Don't lose, huh?" Then again, Cirrus is a very competitive person. At that moment, a sly grin spread across her face as if she was plotting something. The scene changes to another place where someone is training. It's Rifenhad, concentrating on his training. After finishing his set, he could feel he had more mana, but he was still a long way from the 8th circle. He then thought that he had at least regained half of his power from his past life. Suddenly, someone came in through the door, calling, "Lord Rifenhad." Seeing her, he looked bewildered and thought, "She's here again." Shaola Steohammer said, "It seems you've just finished meditating. You should take care of your body a little. Actually, I just learned a full-body massage technique recently." Hearing this, Rifenhad wondered, "Mas? Sage? What's that?" But Shaola Steohammer cheerfully pushed him, telling him to lie down, saying it's very effective for relieving fatigue. Confused, he lay face down on the bed as she told him to, and then he asked a question. He wasn't even that tired, but just then, she told him not to refuse her. He asked again, "Shaola Steohammer, why are you doing all of this?" Shaola Steohammer beamed and replied, "Because you accepted my people, and even resurrected the world tree. I just want to show my gratitude." Hearing this, he grew even more suspicious, thinking, "This is strange. This is impossible. She's always been called the Ice Queen. From what I've heard, she despises men. This can't be happening." At that moment, she excitedly took out a vial she had prepared. She slowly poured it on his body. Feeling it, he asked, "What's this?" She quickly replied, "It's a special massage oil from the Philanon Holy Church." A few days earlier, Shaola Steohammer had said with a stone-cold expression, "I know you're Lord Rifenhad's lover, but I won't just give up." Hearing this, Silent froze, imagining himself in a wedding dress next to Rifenhad. Then he screamed, "It's a misunderstanding. I'm a follower of Phalans, the goddess of love. I support the love between you two as a saintess of Phalandans." As he said this, he thought, "Oh God, this rumor will only disappear when that man gets married." And so, Shaolasteo Hammer had learned a seduction technique from Seelan. Right now, she was asking, "How is it? Does it feel good?" Rifenhad was lost in thought. "I feel guilty, but this doesn't feel much like a massage. It's more like she's petting me like a pet." Suddenly, Shaolasteo Hammer smirked. She concentrated a flow of power into her hands and asked, "How about now?" His face instantly lit up. He replied, "Oh, that's amazing." Suddenly, Cirrus threw the door open from outside. Seeing this, he turned and asked, "Cirrus, what's going on?" She replied with that same sly grin, "I'm here to help Shaolasteo Hammer." Then she thought, everyone calls her the Ice Queen, but where's the ice now? At that moment, Shaolasteo Hammer's face was buried in his muscles. She was drooling as she thought, "Just look at his shoulders." Rifenhad, on the other hand, thought, "They must be close, because they're both elf swordswomen." Meanwhile, Shaolasteo Hammer shot a sharp, cold glare to the side and asked, "Oh, Cirrus, have you ever learned how to M?" Ceres quickly replied that she had, and thought to herself, "I had to learn all sorts of things when I was a slave." She then remembered Shaola's words, "Don't you lose." Meanwhile, Silen was watching from outside, thinking, "Love is something you have to fight for yourself. I don't care who it is, but please, anyone will do. Just take him. Somebody, please. I just want this rumor to disappear." On the other side, Cirrus was still glaring at Shaolasteo Hammer while thinking, "I brought massage oil with me too. How dare she steal this moment from me?" The two of them looked at each other and smiled, followed by a chilling aura that enveloped the room, making his face turn pale with confusion. "Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine?" At a certain castle, someone spoke up. "Now that the assassin has failed, we need a legitimate reason so people won't be suspicious of us targeting him. Sage Reston, I've heard that you've held a deep-seated grudge against the Fist King for a long time. Therefore, I would like your cooperation." Hearing this, Teslon thought to himself, "So, finally, even the ranks of the Silver Sages are starting to grow wary of the Demon King. But do they really think they can solve this with an assassin? They truly don't understand how terrifying the Demon King is." Saraline glanced down at the group below and asked, "Sage Reston, are these the allies you've chosen? Are their skills reliable?" Teslon looked over and began his assessment. Dute and Steven rely solely on the power of their magical artifacts. It's unlikely they can grow any stronger. Just then, someone named Rifenhad brought a glass of water, saying, "Master, your meal is ready." Steven took it and gave another order, "Rifenhad, bring a wet towel here." Crichton is far weaker than the others in terms of actual strength. Even though he's a Knight of Light, he hasn't even reached a superhuman level. The only one who seems somewhat reliable is Silen. To be at the 6th circle at that age, she's truly a rare genius. In any other place, she would have been called a prodigy, but that level still isn't enough. Compared to the 4 heavenly kings of Antares or the Sword Saint Kos, she's completely useless. He then said, "With our current strength, we can't face Rifenhad's group. Even using powerful artifacts, we would still fail. No matter how good your equipment is, if you lack the skill, you need time to make up for it." He thought, "But time is never on our side. We have to deal with him before he reaches the Mth circle." In his past life, the Silver Sage was powerless against the Dark Empire, all because of Rifenhardt's terrifying 10th circle magic. The spell that the Silver Sage feared most wasn't the nuclear blast that could shatter mountains, nor was it the meteor shower that summoned shooting stars from the sky, nor was it the hellscape that summoned 10,000 demons. It was the spell called Magic Shock. Before that terrifying magic, all artifacts were nullified, leaving the Silver Sage completely helpless. Even the most powerful ancient artifacts were disabled in the blink of an eye. If that were to happen, the forbidden relics would fall into the Demon King's hands, and he would study them to create new tiers of magic. If he reached the 10th tier, the Silver Sage would obviously be rendered completely powerless. He had to be stopped before that could happen. Saraline calculated quietly, "We lack the strength, and our artifacts have their limits." However, Saraline spoke up, "Then we just need to provide them with more powerful artifacts." Hearing this, Teslon was astonished. At a fortress in the sky, shrouded in a veil of mist, machines whirred to life inside. Steven's group entered, having been teleported there. Saraline told them they would be equipped with suitable magical gear. "Sage Reston, this way." Teslon followed, wondering, where on earth is this place? The Silver Sage's power truly has no limits. Then he asked, Guard Saralyn, are you planning to give me a piece of equipment too? Saralyn replied, Of course, he continued. But I'm already an aura user. I'm past the stage of relying on magic armor. As far as I know, no magic can surpass the efficiency of an aura user. Saralyn didn't deny it. That's true. Enhancing the human body with magic has its limits. A mortal body cannot surpass that threshold. It was the same during the Silver Age, and the ancients found another way. They used golems as intended, golems that could surpass human strength. But there was a problem. They were too slow and mechanical, so despite their high stats, they performed poorly. That's why people later started piloting the golems from the inside. With a pilot in direct control, those weaknesses were somewhat compensated for, but they were still too big and heavy, so their efficiency remained low. Finally, after many years of research, the ancients succeeded in making the golems lighter, but by then, humans couldn't keep up with the golems' performance. That's why only warriors with aura could control them. Teslon followed, staring in awe at the machines before him. Suddenly, his eyes widened at the sight of something. Saralyn continued, This is an ancient artifact created exclusively for aura users. Height, 240 centimeters. Weight, 180 kilograms. Powered by an Orionum reactor, a lightweight adamantium outer frame with magic circuits crafted from pure Eldrin gold. With mithril wires acting as muscles that synchronize with aura. A suit of golem armor. Only an aura user can activate it. This is the adamantite armor. The scene shifts elsewhere. Someone is muttering an incantation, and with it, a source of power gradually erupts into flames, enveloping his hand. His other hand crackled with lightning. Rifenhad clenched his fists and launched both attacks into the night sky. He calmly threw each one, letting them collide and explode above. Afterward he thought, When I fought Jay, it was a pain to dispel his spells one by one, so I researched another way, channeling magic into my own fists. This is a line of thinking only a martial artist would have. A mage would never come up with something like this. Aura is strong in raw attack power, but lacks versatility against different types of magic. The advantages of an aura user are fast attack speed and explosive power. The disadvantage is a lack of diversity in their techniques. Magic is extremely flexible, but has a delay when casting. The advantages of magic are soft of long-range and area of effect attacks. The disadvantages are the need for incantations and slow activation. But if I embed elemental magic into my fists, those problems disappear. This way, I can unleash magic with the reaction speed of an aura user. In my past life, I never thought of this strategy. Only in this body could I have devised such a method. And since it looks like a punch, others won't know I'm using magic. They'll just think I'm using an artifact. Just as I can come up with more strategies now, Teslon must have also overcome his own weaknesses. I just don't know what method he's using. If I ever face him again, it will undoubtedly be a battle to the death. Meanwhile, at that peaceful castle, someone was shouting, Roos, my dear friend, have no doubt. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for you. But let's forget our friendship for a moment. He sneered in reply. You filthy creature. It's a miracle you haven't caught some disease by now. Tathist shot back loudly. How dare you insult a son of the Great Plains? Roos, holding a bar of soap, said irritably. We'll talk about that after you've had a proper bath. You said you haven't bathed once all year. Is the water boiled yet? He replied. The temperature is perfect for scrubbing off years of accumulated filth. Then the two of them grabbed Tathist with sinister smiles. Come on, just give up, my friend. Tathist shrieked. Karas, please protect me. Ignoring his pleas, the two of them threw Tathist straight into the tub. Nearby, Rifenhad chuckled nonchalantly and remarked how peaceful it was. Behind him, Stala smiled contentedly and said, Soap is truly wonderful, isn't it? Don't you feel better after a nice bath, dear? The scene changes again. Rifenhad approached and said, Hey Mle. Hearing his voice, the old man froze. Rifenhad then asked, Are you trimming your beard? The old man replied, You startled me, benefactor. Rusa, don't all dwarves know you don't have a beard? What's so surprising? The old man retorted. Humans aren't born with clothes either, but you're still surprised when you see someone naked, aren't you? Roos said, bewildered. Is that really the same thing? Mle brushed the topic aside and turned to Rifenhad. What brings you all here? He immediately answered, There's something I need to discuss. Mle, it's time to attack the Principality of Zatan. Seeing the look on his face, the old man understood. The Principality of Zatan, the largest trading nation on the continent. Zatan trades with every nation on the continent, serving as a central hub of commerce. Because of this, large-scale slave trading takes place in its capital, Zeppelin. Freeing the non-human races there would instantly double the non-human population of the White Kingdom. Then Rifenhad continued his explanation. We are stable now. I believe it's time to launch a proper attack on Zeppelin. Most importantly, if the merchants in Zeppelin fall, the slave trade across the entire continent will suffer a fatal blow. That was also the last thing I did before establishing the empire in my previous life. Mle immediately proposed a plan. Then we must investigate Zeppelin's defenses, he continued. I have a rough idea already. 2 major auction houses that also have breeding facilities, 4 distribution centers, 12 large orc auction houses, and 7 designated for dwarves. There's only 1 alchemist guild, but it's so massive that there are probably around 50 trolls there. I'd investigated it before, but said it was too dangerous to make a move back then. Zeppelin is definitely not an easy target. Its population is up to 200,000, not counting the more than 100,000 transient people like mercenaries and caravan guards, so the population alone makes it a fortress. And that's not even mentioning their 10,000 elite soldiers, with over 1,000 of them being magic swordsmen. Their military forces aren't as centralized as the royal capitals, so they lack a strong central command. Mine then asked, so how did you conquer a place like that in your past life? Rifen chuckled and replied, honestly, it wasn't that hard. First, I dropped a meteor on the royal palace to wipe out their command structure. Then I used a magic shockwave to neutralize the magic swordsmen. Next, I used illusions to make it look like the city was being overrun by zombies, creating total chaos. Finally, I used Hellworld to obliterate the capital's defense forces. A clean operation. My side didn't lose a single person. At this, Cirrus asked, Hellworld. That's the spell that summons 10,000 demons, right? He immediately replied, that's right. Mlin asked another question. And the meteor, how large is its area of effect? He answered, it varies, but it can instantly vaporize an entire palace. Cirrus, her face pale, asked, and the casualties? Rifenhad answered nonchalantly. Around 10,000. Hearing this, she said in surprise, that's fewer than I thought. In a metropolis of 200,000 people, losing 10,000 isn't so bad. At that, Rifenhad's face twisted as he corrected her. No, I mean there were about 10,000. Survivors. Hearing that, the two of them said in unison, you truly are a capable demon king. He turned and replied, Mlin, you do realize you were the one who devised that entire plan, right? The old man couldn't believe his ears and shouted, really? Rifenhad continued. Regardless, I don't have as much magical power as I used to, so I can't pull that off now. And even if I could, the consequences would be enormous. It's better to find another way. Mlin spoke up. I see. Benefactor, I think you've come to the wrong person. The situation now is completely different. Surely there's someone more suitable than me? Human affairs should be resolved by humans. The scene shifts to another luxurious hall. Someone was lifting weights as they asked, so you're targeting Zeppelin? Not for conquest, but to rescue the slaves and conceal the identity of Antares of the White Kingdom. Kars replied, that's not difficult at all. Rifen asked, not difficult? You said we're not trying to conquer it, right? If the goal is just to get the slaves out, guerrilla warfare is sufficient. Rifenhad was puzzled. Are you saying guerrilla warfare is easier than a full-scale assault? Kars replied, do you have any idea how many aura users Antares has right now? 2 human aura users, 7 orc aura users, 3 dwarf aura users, and 1 elf aura user. At isn't even an aura user, but his power surpasses theirs. Even the Holy Bastalon Empire, the most powerful nation, only has 11 aura users. In terms of sheer numbers, no country has more aura users than Antares, with demi-humans who can take on hundreds of enemies at once, plus a gate, a teleportation gate to support our mobility. What could be better suited for guerrilla warfare? Still, Rifenhad was worried, arguing that Zeppelin's military force was nothing to scoff at. 10,000 regular soldiers is a threat based on sheer numbers alone. Kars chuckled and asked, but why would guerrilla fighters engage the entire enemy army? You only need to deal with the forces you encounter. That's how you make an enemy force of 10,000 seem like only a few hundred. Now that's real tactics, real strategy, isn't it? To fell a deep-rooted tree, you must start by drying out its roots. The scene shifts to another location, where something is causing turbulence in the air around it. Suddenly, it rockets upward, launching a straight kick. Seeing this, Saralyn exclaimed in astonishment. No way. Impossible. How is he adapting so fast? But Teslon continued to skillfully maneuver the armor, unleashing his spiral guard cannon technique. As he launched the attack, he thought to himself, calibrate my senses? Unnecessary. This is the giant steel body I had in my past life. The true body I have always craved. It's working. Yes, this is it. Right then, he channeled immense power into his own hand, compressing it before letting it erupt, unleashing a 5-layered calamity-halting punch. Saralyn screamed in terror and collapsed. Teslon, however, wondered to himself. So, 5 layers is the limit with my current aura? Saralyn got to her feet, staring at the shield she had summoned, and thought, he even shattered my magic shield. His power is monstrous. Meanwhile, Teslon let out a triumphant laugh and declared, just you wait, Rifen. I'll show you my true power. The power of the unbreakable. The capital of the Principality of Tra'an, Zeppelin. At Zeppelin's north gate, a caravan entered the city, carrying 3 heavily cloaked figures. They approached the city guards and slipped a few silver coins into one of their hands. The guard quickly hid the money behind his back. Cirrus asked worriedly, wait, is this really all right? I mean, they're the capital's official guards. Silin reassured her. I told you before, in this country, money can buy anything. Rifenhad added, most of them are just mercenaries, with criminal records or common smugglers. As they proceeded into the city, they noted that the North Gate area was considered the slums. Even so, the truly important part of Zeppelin was the Western Commercial District, home to the wealthy merchants and their businesses. That district is guarded even more strictly than the main gate to the capital itself. Naturally, bribery won't work there. Rifenhad glanced at a beggar on the street. The rich are protected down to the last tooth, while the poor can't even count on basic security. This is the reality of Zeppelin, the largest trade city on the continent. He declared, tonight, we will prune all the rotten branches of this city. Kars spoke up. The slaves here have become too accustomed to the system. To gain their cooperation, we must first awaken their consciousness. He rose from his seat. In the case of the dwarves, we can count on getting support from the inside, since they live tribally. As a result, their culture has remained relatively intact. Even as slaves, most of their oral histories have been preserved, so they still believe that one day they must reclaim their freedom. The memory of Taisit's anger is still there. What's your name? Hey kid, are you guys warriors? If you save one of us, 10 more will stay behind to care for them. If you kill one, 10 will chase you down with a vengeance. The problem is with the Orcs and Elves. The Orc gladiators still retain their wild instincts and warrior pride, so they'll listen to Taisit, and there are many other problems. But the Orcs who work as farmers are a different matter entirely. They've assimilated and accepted the current system, just like the Elves. Kars took out a book. That's why I've made some preparations. When Cirrus saw the cover, her face immediately brightened. Is this a picture book? Yes, it is. It contains various short stories. Of course, it's no ordinary picture book. I've taken the ancient stories of the demi-human races, which have been distorted from a certain point of view, observing humanity and rewriting them closer to the original before distributing them. Cirrus received the book, which sounded unimportant, but actually had a huge influence because adults would be given these books for their children. The pages were filled with pictures for children. Humans would feel nothing reading it, but for those originating from the stories, the feeling would be very different. The slave auction house specializing in humanoids, the largest slave auction on the entire continent. An elf, huh? A scream echoed from outside. Again? You spilled it again. Can't you do anything right? Xiao Lasteo Hammer kept saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The woman got angry. With a body like that, an elf would fetch a high price. Yet she keeps making mistakes. Are those hooves on your hands? Not hands? Can't you get a grip? The man next to her asked, should I throw her into the punishment room? The woman didn't answer. Her brows furrowed. This elf wasn't being defiant. Xiao Lasteo Hammer was just scared, simply terribly useless at housework. Why do I feel this way? She calculated that if the elf got scarred in the punishment room, her value would drop. The woman said, let her starve. Maybe an empty stomach will sober her up. The bearded old man gave the order, follow me, number 323. The elf girl had no choice but to follow him. The moonlight shone through the iron bars of the window. Roos said, today's lesson was a complete failure too. Miss Xiao Lasteo Hammer. Xiao Lasteo Hammer wiped her sweat. Yes, it was. Miss Cerise. Roos turned. I was wondering if Miss Xiao Lasteo Hammer could pretend to be clumsy without getting caught. You're doing better than I thought. I also went through the training here, so it's normal for me to be good, but I never expected Miss Xiao Lasteo Hammer to pull it off. Xiao Lasteo Hammer's eyes darted around. Were you really just pretending to be clumsy, not actually clumsy? Did she figure it out? Siri sat down. No way it was real. How could someone who makes such amazing food be so clumsy with housework? Roos was referring to the meal she cooked for Silen. Xiao Steohammer suddenly changed the subject. Come to think of it, today's the day, isn't it? Sirius replied. Yes, today's the day. The other elves kept asking, is it true we're about to be freed? Is the Antares Federation coming to rescue us? We won't have to live as slaves anymore? Xiao Steohammer replied. Of course, my kinsman. Everyone will be rescued soon. Night had fallen, but Rifenhad's group was still on the move outside. Silen's eyes lit up. This magic is amazing. I can still see the other two through their cloaks. Even without light, you can see everything clearly. Rifenhad replied, Infrared vision is an elven ability. Human mages don't know it. Silen said, It's perfect for stealth, but seeing everything in red is a bit uncomfortable. Rifenhad turned away. That's how infrared vision usually is. Roos was surprised to hear that. Infrared, he explained briefly. Just think of it as seeing the temperature of an object. Oops, I used ancient terminology again. Rifenhad and Roos hid behind a wall. There's a limit to how stealthy we can be, you know. Right. They peeked at the guards on patrol. We're approaching the royal palace. There are countless guards at the gate. As expected, security is extremely tight from here on out. If even a fraction of this force were allocated elsewhere, order in Zeppelin would double. Should we just charge in? Rifenhad replied. No. First I need to take care of something with magic. If they fall, a signal will be sent immediately. Silen asked. Aren't we not supposed to use magic? There might be a magic detection barrier near the royal palace. Rifenhad clasped his hands together. They won't detect it. There's no magic barrier I can't break. Runes formed a sphere. I'll use an interference field to disrupt the flow of magic, and then transmit a false signal mimicking the royal palace's magic. This is a trick only I can use because I know all the magic barriers in this area, Silen whispered. Are you trying to show off and mess things up again? Didn't you already screw up a bunch of times before? Rifenhad was sweating bullets. Let me remind you, I used to be an Emthes Circle Archmage. Well, I did mess up quite a few times. Immediately, Rifenhad and Roos charged forward. Let's go, Roos. Yes, sir. The guards were shocked. Someone, state your name. By the time Roos landed, he had already finished off 2 of them. He turned around to see that Rifenhad had already cleared out the rest of the guards. Everything was still silent. After repeating this a few times, we reached the outer wall of the Chatan Royal Palace. The 3 of them stood before the fortress wall. We've made it here according to plan. From here on out is the Royal Palace of Chatan. The security will be on a whole other level. Roos couldn't help but worry. Even we can't get in without using aura. After all, Sir Class, the commander of the Royal Knights who uses aura, lives here. Rifenhad looked at the stone in his hand and said, I don't intend to fight my way in. I just need to cause some chaos. With that, he threw it inside. Silen asked, What was that? Rifenhad didn't explain. Just watch. Silen's expression turned to shock. A huge fire erupted inside the castle. A monster appeared, terrifying the soldiers. What's happening? An archdemon, Archdemon Sapia. Next is a blue dragon. How did they summon a demon like that? To summon a demon of that level, you'd have to be an Archmage. Archdemon Arrow. And finally, a giant demon. There's no summoning circle. How did they do it? Archdemon Rifenhad. 3 of them attacking the guards at once. 3 at the same time? Someone, help, Silen asked in a daze. Where did you get those? Rifenhad replied, It's not like we've only raided 1 or 2 dungeons. These things are too dangerous to sell and impossible to control. It's best to just use them. Rifenhad frowned as another person appeared. A sword burst into flames, engulfing both the blade and its wielder. The great fire spread all around. The person's eyes blazed with fire, and their slashes were released. Blood Rain Xian couldn't dodge. Rifenhad said, His reputation isn't for nothing, is it? Truly the only real knight of Chatan. This man was the commander of the Chatan Knight Corps. Class. To battle. First Company. Evacuate the royal family. Second Company. Lead the soldiers. Third Company. Follow me. Rifenhad was surprised. He's handling this better than I expected. Roos, if we get into a fight, can you handle him? Roos frowned. If it's one-on-one, it's not a problem. The Knights of Chatan prefer valuable things over honor or pride. They have a reputation for being obsessed with finding powerful magic artifacts, while neglecting to train their skills. Another troop of soldiers appeared, but it wasn't a bad rumor. It was 100% true. These lowly demons will kneel before our magic artifacts. Company 3, activate your battle armor and annihilate all of these vile creatures. Rifenhad had once witnessed a noble bullying a commoner, holding them tightly. Please, Spare me. Most of the people of Chatan were the same. How were their knights any different? Class was still fighting, but Lord Class was different. He understood honor and pride. He reached the level of an aura user through his own power, without relying on magic artifacts. He was living proof that even in a corrupt nation, true talent could still emerge. His sword clashed with Fenn's. Because he refused to use magic artifacts, he wasn't allowed into the Zeppelin Knight Order. Lord Class was widely recognized as the strongest knight in Chatan. Class swung his sword, slashing at Piathan. The demon grew enraged, its entire body erupting in flames. Rifenhad turned away. The signal has been fired. It's time for us to act. Roos was awkward. That signal flare was pretty spectacular. Someone saw the flames from a distance. Huh? Is that near the royal palace? He wondered curiously. What's going on over there? When Jan Cathor entered, the man turned to look. Huh? The lock is broken? You guys should hurry home and sleep. What are you trying to peep at here? He waved his hand dismissively. Don't you understand what I'm saying? It's because it's me that I'm letting you go. If anyone else saw you, you'd be dead for sure. Now, get inside, Jan Cathor said to his kin. Even so, this guy seems kind-hearted. A good person. And sympathetic too. The guard looked up. Huh? What's this? Jan Cathor punched him. Because he's a good person. All I need to do is knock him out. The ones behind him were worried. Can we really go? We'll get in trouble for this. We'll be yelled at and beaten. It hurts so much. I hate the pain. Jan Cathor roared. Follow me. How much longer are you going to live like this? The terrified orcs looked at each other. Do you want to live like this forever? The shackles were broken. I'm going. Me too. I can't stand this life anymore. The city was bathed in light. The signal had been fired, and all the citizens saw it. They all saw the signal. The orcs charged forward. Now, they just had to execute the next step. Rifenhad had told them before that thanks to rumors about the Antares Empire, the atmosphere in Chatan had changed significantly. The slave owners feared their slaves would harbor false hope, so they treated them even more harshly. Rifenhad said this would make the slaves resentful. But from the master's perspective, there was no other way. Even kindness couldn't guarantee a slave's loyalty. Chatan is performing just as expected. They're moving exactly according to the plan I laid out, he continued. Before, slaves only knew how to adapt to their changing reality, but now it's different. The hope of the Antares Empire will make them question their lives as slaves. Rifenhad asked, Does that mean you intentionally made the slaves in Zeppelin suffer more? That's secretly cruel, Rifenhad replied. It's nothing out of the ordinary. It's just the basics of how the nobility raises their assets. He said that at least 10% of the slaves would rise up. Rifenhad asked, After all that, only 10%? People who have been brainwashed their whole lives can't just suddenly develop a will of their own simply because life gets harder. They both shared the same thought. But we can still create a wave for others to follow. Yes. In the end, the most important thing is the leader. When people gather, they naturally divide into leaders and followers. Until now, the leaders have always been the slave masters. But now, things are a little different. Jan Cathor shouted, Do you want to become true orcs? Do you want to become true warriors? Then run. The soldiers were terrified. What's wrong with these lunatics? What's happened to them? Did some plague spread among them? One of them raised his sword. All of you, stop right there. If you don't, this blade will teach you a lesson. Jan Cathor roared. Appear, my comrades. Streaks of light intertwined. Skevin, Satara. They shot forward and merged with Jan Cathor's weapon. Two swords were now in Jan Cathor's hands. The soldiers were terrified. What is this? Dark magic? The weapons flew to him on their own. Jan Cathor charged forward and finished off those blocking the way. He's an Antares orc. One of them tried to reassure the others. Calm down. Even if he is an Antares orc, he's just one man. The other orcs also broke their shackles. Come, my comrades, my sword, my best friend. Those streaks of light descended one by one. They became weapons for the orcs. Emboldened, they charged forward, cutting down their enemies. I can't believe it. Those despicable bastards. The Antares orcs were hiding among the elven slaves. A loud scream came from a man. The servants scattered in panic. It's a sorceress. It's the ice sorceress. They scrambled to escape, but they were all frozen solid. A figure stood behind the ice. It was Xiao Lusteo Hammer. Northern Breath. Xiao Lusteo Hammer stood amidst the vapor, using the power of darkness and water spirits to create glaciers. She then combined it with her silver aura. This was a technique that converted ice aura into fine particles, spreading them like mist. Converting aura into particles is such a high-level technique that not even Roos, who can imitate almost anything, could replicate it. This technique alone proved that Shalasteo Hammer's control over her aura had reached its peak. A woman screamed, "Everyone, don't." She was instantly frozen solid. Shalasteo Hammer said, "They probably won't die. No need to worry." Roos spoke up. "For other races, freezing them like that means they're dead." Shalasteo Hammer was stunned. "Really?" Roos replied, "I suspected you didn't know. I'm not that surprised." Shalasteo Hammer asked, "That's strange. So, all the people I've frozen before are dead? But Rifenhad told me to avoid killing if possible." Roos said, "If you wait a little longer, they'll really be dead." Panicked, Shalasteo Hammer realized she had to go back and thaw them. Roos grabbed her. "Calm down. I'll burn the whole mansion down with a salamander so they can thaw on their own." "I guess that works." An elf girl spoke up. "But, Roos, if it takes that much fire to thaw them, they'll probably die anyway." A soldier burst in. "You cruel bastards. How dare you brutally murder unarmed civilians?" Following him was a group of armed men. "You people truly don't know your place. I will eliminate all of you. Kneel down and don't you dare resist." The elf girls trembled and knelt. Shalasteo Hammer looked at them. "Kneel?" She used her ice. The soldier froze, bewildered. He couldn't move. This elf. She seems taller now. The men behind him turned pale. "Captain! My legs!" Their legs were frozen solid and had broken off from their bodies. Shalasteo Hammer looked at them coldly. "It seems you'll live the rest of your life as a cripple. Since Rifenhad told me to avoid killing if possible, I will spare you." A cloud of smoke spread to the men behind them, and they screamed, "My hand! Please, please spare me." Shalasteo Hammer said, "Am I really not going to kill them?" Instead, she just chopped off all their hands. If she had chopped off their legs too, there would have been no one left to carry their captain back. Shalasteo Hammer laughed and said, "To people not from the countryside, this must look a bit barbaric." An elven maid opened the door. "My name is Durana. As promised, I am here to guide you all." The entire castle was in flames. Durana said, "Thanks to the fire, we can distract them for a while. Follow me." The other slaves from the auction house were also gathering. Durana's face was expressionless. Durana was an elf specially trained to assist her master, and she had undergone the slave training program that Rifenhad had popularized 2 years ago. Rifenhad taught both orcs and elves the alphabet and arithmetic, and depending on their level, even accounting, history, and philosophy. People asked why he would teach such things to slaves. "Why go through all that trouble?" He told Rifenhad, "If that's what you want, then that's what I'll teach. But I doubt slaves can understand such academic subjects. It was like teaching arithmetic to dogs and cats." But Durana had learned. Even as a slave, her role changed once she was educated. Out of necessity, she learned not only arithmetic, but also basic etiquette and conduct. Durana read books diligently, and she realized that anything humans could do, she could do too. Any emotion humans could feel, she could also feel. Durana wondered, in the end, what was the real difference between herself, a slave, and those humans? A small question about herself ignited a war within. That doubt began to rise in her heart as rumors of the civil war in Krovan spread. Stories of her kin living like the elves of legend. The elves fought bravely. "A sorcerer, an elf sorcerer has turned on us. The demons are storming the city." The rumors of elves rising up against humans of their own free will deepened her doubts. Surprisingly, she wasn't the only one who felt this way. Humans, orcs, and elves gathered together. Some of the slaves in Zlin had organized secret meetings to connect and share their doubts. The door creaked open, and the maid stepped inside, listening to the group talk as she held a sword once more. It had been a long time since her blood boiled like this. Wow, for a human-made sword, this is incredible. This longsword isn't bad either, but the armor doesn't fit. I'll just get rid of the arm and leg pieces. The shoulder and chest plates are enough. The girl smirked. Perfect. The weapons from the workshop arrived right on time. This was Annie, a junior accountant and the warehouse manager for the Lateron Merchant Guild. Everyone was now armed. The armories in other locations were also being opened. Orose charged forward with a group of hunters. The streets were filled with slaves. The sky was lit up in a brilliant glow. Rifenhad looked down. This was a sight he had never seen in his past life. His eyes reflected the specks of light from below the ones who once just vaguely waited for salvation. This time, they were running to seize freedom with their own hands. This was the moment a great history was about to change. Rifenhad laughed loudly. Even the most stubborn fool would have to feel this shift. Silon was exasperated. Why isn't he going with the others? Why is he up there chuckling to himself? Russ said, "This isn't the first time he's acted strangely." A little girl opened her window and asked, "Mommy, what's happening?" The window was immediately shut. Hurry, get back in your room. Fire still engulfed all the streets. The secret meetings of a few slaves were no longer just small groups gathering to complain. The sea of flames that engulfed the city had become the seed of a revolution. The entire city was a sea of flames. Slaves poured into the streets, their shackles broken. Oroz charged ahead. I'm so tired. I can't run anymore. Hadat roared. Keep going. He rushed to the front. Judging by the moon's position, we don't have much time. We have to move fast if we want to make it. An elf said, Karuga Hadat, if we don't slow down, people will be left behind. Hadat replied, if we stop now, the army might catch up to us. Another elf, struggling to keep up, said, according to the Lord's plan, we still have plenty of time. Why don't we rest for a bit? We don't have enough time to sit down and rest, but we can slow down a little. Hadat suddenly stopped. In front of them stood the army, their faces twisted in mocking sneers. This is the end of the line for you, you lowlifes. Did you really think we wouldn't notice your pathetic little games, slaves? Hadat scanned his surroundings. We sensed their presence a while ago, but we couldn't tell if they were soldiers or civilians. The problem with cities is there are just too many people. He held out his hand. About 100 in front, and around 20 archers on the rooftops. You think that's enough to stop us? A light flared above Hadat. We knew your movements in advance. But how do you plan to stop us? He drew a giant blade. The moment you chose to stand in our way, you should have prepared to die. Hadat put on his mask. I wonder if you have the will to get past us. Hadat's entire body began to radiate an aura, just like the intel said. There really is an orc who can use aura. Hadat's expression tensed as another company of knights appeared. The Zeppelin Knights. Our comrades are leading a pincer attack. Over 1,000 soldiers are approaching from behind you. His words struck fear into the slaves. No matter how strong you are, you can't protect everyone. Surrender now, if you care at all for their lives. Suddenly, someone else interjected. When will the reinforcements arrive? Is it Rifenhad, or are there no reinforcements at all? In the castle, someone stood by a window, looking out. Xiaolan approached. Can't sleep, Cass? He replied. When people are risking their lives in Zlin, how can I possibly sleep? Cass said, I know the feeling of things not going according to plan. If everything went according to plan, I'd be king by now. I'm not that arrogant. He glanced back. That's why I've taken care of everything beforehand. Even if our plan is discovered, they won't be able to act. Xiaolan was surprised. Cass continued, I've bribed all of Zlin's mid-ranking officers, the core of this country's army. The knight commander was stunned. What? What's going on? Why haven't the reinforcements arrived? Silen asked. What happened? Rifenhad replied, I heard someone plan to use bribes as a contingency, but the entire army sold out their country. Even Rifenhad was confused. Could something like this really happen in a country where money talks? What on earth did Cass do? Xiaolan said. But Cass, no matter how much you bribe them, they still have a duty. Would they really ignore their orders? Cass hugged Xiaolan. You're right, my love. No matter how corrupt they are, something like that would be hard to pull off. Xiaolan asked. Then wasn't it a waste of money? Cass replied. I didn't give them the bribes myself. The merchants did. The knights accepted money from the merchants for various reasons. Most of the soldiers in Zeppelin were already taking bribes from the merchant guilds, and Cass simply added his own request to the majority of those payments. Thanks to this, the finances of the Antares district had been weakened for some time, which was also the reason why Cass often complained about having no money. The carriages passed through the gates with ease. Bribery between merchants and the military and officials was a daily occurrence in Zeppelin. Thanks to this, the garrison in Zeppelin had a stable route for taking bribes, and it was this very route that was exploited. Their request was simple. A great chaos is about to break out in Jin. I'm just a small merchant, but I'm worried about my family. If something bad happens, could you please stop by my house and check on their safety? Just drop by and then continue with your orders. It's not like you'd be disobeying them. If there are any damages, I'll compensate you. The Zlin army has up to 10,000 soldiers. Being short one person won't affect anything. A simple transaction. Just between us, that's the most powerful spell for corrupting people. There's truly no nation more rotten than this place. Xiaolan forced a smile. It's strange that we were able to win a war against these people. Lord Rifenhad, it's a good thing you kept this person alive. She looked at them with admiration. For the future of the dwarves, I must hold on to them tightly. The head of the Night Order panicked. Where on earth are the reinforcements? The scene shifts to Sias's location. Anyway, we're proceeding with the plan, right? Maoi replied. That's right. As soon as we take care of this bunch, no one will be left to stand in our way. Someone was watching from up high. Honestly, I don't understand how a country like this can still exist. That figure vanished from the rooftop. Roos had already spotted it, and Malloy saw it too. They both drew their weapons and attacked. The person appeared behind Roos. He greeted him. It's been a long time, Roos. He's here. The Sword of Tenez, the Golden Knight of Graham. Roos was clad in iron armor. Not only the Boxing King, but that bastard showed up too. This truly is a blessing from Say. Rifenhad asked, You're here? Does that mean Sun is here too? He smirked from behind his mask. Sun is probably heading toward West Zlin to find someone, thinking you're with that elf woman. Rifenhad's face darkened. Rifenhad left. Roos, a user of extreme spirit magic, and Xiao Lastio Hammer, the strongest spirit swordswoman. If they work together, there should be nothing to worry about. But Eudis's confident aura wasn't just for show. Roos, Malloy, I'm leaving this place to you two. I have to get to Roos. Asus drew his sword. It's a pity, but Ton will have to handle the Boxing King. I have more important matters to attend to, he ordered. Present your neck, you piece of trash. This time, I will definitely punish you. Roos gritted his teeth. Punish me? I have no desire to argue with you. His body erupted in an aura. I will end you here. Utah's. I'm sick of looking at your face. He shot off down the road. Rifenhad leaped across the houses. Why do I feel this way? Their military can't possibly be stronger than ours. A sound rang out, and a kind of red gas was fired down at Rifenhad, kicking up a cloud of dust. What is this power? Rifenhad looked up as the red gas coalesced into the shape of a person, revealing only its eyes. Is there someone else in Zlin with this kind of power? An orange flag with a distinctive pattern. The defenses of Duke Chatan cannot be underestimated. The Night Order attacked relentlessly, with the most notable point being their use of magical artifacts. Especially the Royal Guard. All of them possess magic swords. These low-class monsters will kneel before our magical artifacts. The 3rd Battalion activated their magic armor and annihilated all the demons. The Night Order, directly commanded by the royal family and equipped with magic swords and magic armor, was not to be trifled with. The Knights wore purple armor. The Zeppelin Night Order, in particular, was considered Chatan's most powerful force. Just 4 of them could stand against a single aura user. Therefore, they couldn't be dismissed as mere magic swordsmen. Most of Chatan's knights used expensive magical artifacts, but there were still some who reached the realm of aura without relying on them. The demon was under a fierce assault. The one who wasn't part of the Zeppelin Night Order simply because he refused to use magical artifacts was Lord Cat, the strongest knight of Chatan. Recognized by all, class assigned their missions. The high-level demon has been banished back to the other world. Eliminate every low-level demon it summoned. 2nd Battalion, defend the Royal Palace. 4th Battalion, protect the royal family in the Inner Palace. There are only 2 demons left. The demon Rifenhad had been exiled, but 2 other demons remained. The bigger problem was the low-level demons they were constantly summoning. Class cursed under his breath. Damn it. If the Zlin Knights hadn't left the Royal Palace, this never would have happened, he ordered. Chatan Knights, form teams of 3 with the Royal Guard and fight. Class thought to himself. The fact that our knights don't care about honor is actually useful at times like this, since they aren't bothered by the pageantry of chivalry or one-on-one duels. The demon roared in its own language. It spewed a massive flame, but Class leaped out of the inferno. He charged forward. Class used Blood Dance. With a single slash, the massive flames were all gathered together. The demon took the full force of the blow. Blood Dance is useful against large groups, but it's useless in this situation. We need a stronger attack. That thing is too tough. Zethero has killed countless knights. Even if we somehow manage to stop one, the other will still be a problem. Class shifted his gaze. An overwhelming flow. I am the one who serves power. Someone was floating high above, observing the entire scene, filling the vessel of power to suppress all falsehoods. The one who brings peace. Her staff glowed, and the castle was restored to its original appearance. Class was stunned. Such an incredible range. She suppressed the demonic flames in an instant. The female mage looked down below. For someone so young, to be able to cast such a terrifying spell. Could she be an Archmage? The aura coiling around Rifenhad's blade surged forward. The other person swung his sword back. He used Blade Vortex. With a single slash, he finished off the demon. Class's expression was one of utter shock. Who is that? Awakening their aura at this age? Could he be Cuss from the Antares Empire? No, the description doesn't match. The female mage floated down. You are Lord Class, captain of the Chatan Knights, correct? I am Silin from the Delphiata Magic Tower. I came at the Duke's invitation. She said, we will handle that demon. Lord Class, please take care of the one in the inner palace. Class hesitated, but Silence said, because from this moment on, these are things you are not permitted to witness. Class could only obey. Understood. I'll leave it to you, then. Silence took out a suitcase. Teslon caught it. The suitcase flew forward. Teslon threw off his cloak, the suitcase's locks opened, and the engine inside was unleashed. It had the face of a robot, with a person hidden inside. Teslon donned the body of a giant robot. Its hand released something like a bolt of lightning. The lightning shot out from the cracks. It enveloped the robot's entire body. The force from its legs was so strong that the brick ground shattered. Teslon stood face to face with Zethiro. He said, "You are the perfect opponent for my training session." Elsewhere, the space was shrouded in silence. As someone stood looking out a window, he asked, "Oh, wise sage, is everything proceeding as you wished?" The mysterious figure replied, "Yes, King of Chatan. I am very grateful for your cooperation." This man was Nain II, King of the Duchy of Cha. He said, "But because of this, Zplin has suffered great losses. If we had known beforehand, we could have prepared." Seralin asked, "Successor to the bloodline of Chatan, do you regret cooperating with the wise sage?" Nain I's face turned pale. "No, that's not what I meant," he explained. "According to ancient tradition, we must of course cooperate. It is the duty of my family. I am just asking why, even though you knew the plan, you let things go this far. As an ally of the wise sage, I believe I deserve to know." Seralin said, "The ones who infiltrated Zplin are all high-ranking leaders serving the Fist King." The scene shifts back to outside the town. They are the true powers that control the Antares Empire. Normally, they are scattered everywhere, impossible to deal with all at once. Rifenhad dodged a cloud of dust, but now they have left their nests and gathered here. A worried look crossed his face. Wasn't this the perfect chance to finish them in one strike? The man facing him spoke. "At last, we meet." Stepan von Antion reverted to his human form. "Damn it. I found him. I finally found him. Good, very good." Rifenhad was stunned, his hands clenching into fists. Rifenhad focused on his opponent, his face beaded with sweat. Rifenhad asked, "Who are you?" Stepan von Antion flew into a rage, trembling with anger. Rifenhad, Rifenhad, you don't recognize me? After all this time? You bastard." Stepan von Antion was so enraged he started to laugh. "No matter. Once I cut you down, you'll be forced to remember whether you like it or not." Rifenhad thought to himself, "Is that berserker armor? Or what is it they call that thing?" So, that guy's name is Stepan von Antion. Recognizing him by his armor, Stepan von Antion excitedly drew his weapon. "Isn't he one of Teslon's group that we met last year? Looks like he's also a follower of Teslon." Stepan von Antion leaped from the roof, charging forward. Flames erupted from Rifenhad's fists. This guy is even weaker than Ta Thit, someone who's just barely awakened their aura. Does he really think he has the right to act so high and mighty? As Rifenhad swung his fist, a blaze erupted, incinerating everything in a flaming punch. Stepan von Antion charged forward anyway, slashing right through the flames. Rifenhad was shocked. Impossible. Stepan von Antion charged right up to Rifenhad, his sword imbued with aura. Rifenhad was stunned, unable to believe it was sword aura. Stepan von Antion rushed forward excitedly. "Witness it! This is my aura. I've become an aura user." Rifenhad crossed his arms. "But that guy isn't an aura user. Even so, there's no mistaking it. That's sword aura." The two auras clashed. Rifenhad's fist was knocked back. He couldn't understand it. He swung another punch at Stepan von Antion, but this only seemed to amuse him more. Rifenhad's and Stepan von Antion's auras chased each other relentlessly. Rifenhad kept throwing punches while Stepan von Antion parried with his sword. He retreated, and then unleashed a slash. Rifenhad charged in to attack again. Stepan von Antion was punched so hard he spat blood. He stumbled backward. Stepan von Antion gritted his teeth, groaning, then suddenly burst out laughing. Rifenhad couldn't understand it. "What? What is with this guy?" Stepan von Antion screamed. "I can take it. I can definitely take it." Stepan von Antion's aura shattered the roof tiles. The aura concentrated on the eye of his sword's blade. Stepan von Antion's armor activated. Rifenhad maintained a ready stance. "Is that magic armor a high-grade artifact like Elder?" "No, that's not a magical enhancement. Besides, magic can't create aura." Stepan von Antion raised his sword. "Die!" As the two of them fought, people fled in terror. "A monster! Somebody save me!" Stepan von Antion channeled aura into his other hand. "What's that noise?" Rifenhad charged forward. Non-contact. Shockwave slash. An explosion erupted, and everyone scrambled to escape. Rifenhad demanded, Stepan von Antian, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be a knight? Targeting an innocent person's life goes against the knight's code. Stepan von Antian smirked. Huh? What person? There's no one here. Rifenhad's brow furrowed. You've completely lost your mind. Stepan von Antian laughed loudly. There's no one here, it's just you and me, right? The Fist King, Rifenhad. Rifenhad's expression hardened. I'm getting serious. His whole body blazed with a fiery aura. This, however, only made Stepan von Antian more excited. He closed the faceplate of his armor. Stepan von Antian's aura grew stronger as well. The sigils swirling around Rifenhad turned from fire to lightning. Rifenhad unleashed a lightning fist. The lightning punch struck Stepan von Antian directly, but he was completely unfazed. Rifenhad then used a yellow aura for an explosive fist. Stepan von Antian's sword slashed right through the attack. He shot forward. Rifenhad's cloak was shredded by Stepan von Antian's blade. Rifenhad circled around behind Stepan von Antian. He landed a powerful punch on Stepan von Antian's back. Rifenhad watched his opponent. As Stepan von Antian swung his sword, Rifenhad ducked. He channeled aura into his hands again. Rifenhad's fist collided with Stepan von Antian's sword. His armor was still completely intact. Stepan von Antian charged in to attack. Rifenhad blocked his sword with his bare hands. He gritted his teeth. What is with that armor? It took a direct hit, and it's not even scratched. Stepan von Antian leaped up and brought his sword straight down. He asked, How are you not getting cut at all? Rifenhad lowered his arms. He channeled aura from both hands simultaneously, swirling the energy into his fist. The aura concentrated in that fist, designed to penetrate and send a shockwave deep into the core. Rifenhad's fist punched right through Stepan von Antian's armor. Zero impact. The armor shattered. Stepan von Antian was sent flying into a building. Rifenhad said, The Gem Unbreaker style has many techniques that focus on attacking inside the armor. It swirls aura into a single point. Though it requires some preparation, these are techniques that only target the inside with aura. Since aura can penetrate even the thickest armor, wearing armor against a Gem Unbreaker is almost useless. Rifenhad glanced to the side. Stepan von Antian was still able to get up. He even had the strength to laugh. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Rifenhad looked annoyed. When did Stepan von Antian get in front of him? His aura flared. The more battered Stepan von Antian got, the more frenzied he became. You dodged it, Rifenhad. You dodged it. I thought a Gem Unbreaker never dodged. Aren't you ashamed? You should be ashamed. Rifenhad's eyes showed his irritation. Good. The fact that I don't feel ashamed means I haven't been brainwashed by them yet. He suddenly froze, staring intently at him. Darkness absorption and forced awakening of the abyss. Rifenhad spoke with a sarcastic tone. I should have known what trick you were using. He frowned, warning, You lunatic. You're burning your own life force to convert it into aura, twisting your life force and turning it into aura. That's basically dark magic. I should have realized when I heard him call it berserker armor, but that kind of thing is highly inefficient. You'll run out of life force before you can absorb enough aura. It's only usable if you're much stronger than an ordinary person. But the pinnacle of strength is becoming an aura user. Using equipment like that is meaningless. The more Rifenhad thought about it, the more regretful he felt. He could have become an aura user in another 10 years. But now he's forced to rely on this method. He could do nothing but constantly remind him. Do you realize that armor is eating away at your life force? Oh, this? Stepan von Antian was completely unfazed, his expression growing even more amused. So what? Rifenhad roared in anger. You fool. If you had just endured training for another 10 years, you could have become a real aura user. Hearing this, a resentful glint appeared in his eyes. I'd rather reclaim the honor of a true knight and die victorious than live on as a disgraceful insect. He roared, his body suddenly exploding with a powerful aura. What honor is there for a knight who wins by relying on magic armor? Seeing this, Stepan von Antian's eyes widened in shock. His memory flashed back to the old days of his sword training. Stepan von Antian was greatly admired by his friends for his talent, and even his father praised him endlessly. Stepan had once been very happy living like that. A look at his hands made it clear that his achievements weren't just due to talent, but to his relentless effort. When it was time for battle, Stepan von Antian was as brave as ever. He proudly shouted that the Antian knights were mighty, then immediately ordered Teslon, Hey guide, lead the way. Stepan was utterly shocked to learn someone was stronger than him. What? Is he a martial artist? Contemptuous thoughts began to build. What? He's a commoner? I thought he was some noble's son out for a trip. Turns out he's just a country bumpkin with nothing to his name. He couldn't help but click his tongue in disgust. How humiliating. But Teslon was immensely powerful, because inside his body was the soul of Rifenhad. Rifenhad looked at Stepan von Antion with disdain. How could you possibly turn the tables? You must have no talent at all. This made him furious. What? When it came time to fight the beast, Rifenhad faced it with immense courage. Rifenhad blocked the monster's attack, making everyone extremely worried for him. Rifenhad, on the other hand, was incredibly excited. I don't know what you're talking about, but let's have a fight. Meanwhile, Stepan von Antion could only stand aside, paralyzed by fear. Aura. A low-born nobody, with no name or status, can use aura, while I, a noble of nobles, have yet to awaken it. His jaw dropped in astonishment. What the hell is he? Where did he come from? Memories began to flood back. In Stepan's past, he had always been the one who was praised. But now, that perfect picture was shattering. No one knew how calloused Stepan's hands had become from his relentless training. But perhaps, even that was nothing compared to Teslon now. He thought about it, and suddenly smirked. It was a sneer, not for Rifenhad, but for his own fate. His face was a mask of helpless anguish. You could never understand. Rifenhad grew increasingly angry. You're a fool wasting your life. All right. If you don't care about your own life, then I don't need to hold back either. Stepan raised his sword, which erupted with a fierce aura. Shut up, he roared, then charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Die, just die. For Rifenhad, it was about honor and victory. The entire battlefield erupted in flames that incinerated everything. The aura, drawn from Stepan's own blood, dyed the battlefield red. His eyes glinted with bloodlust. This is me tearing down everything I've ever envied and resented. I just want to drag you down with me. Under Stepan's frenzied assault, Rifenhad unexpectedly lost his footing, but he managed to stabilize himself and release a massive amount of aura from his hand. His eyes filled with determination. Rifenhad unleashed his power at him with his bare hands. Stepan showed no fear, his gaze seething with dread. He swung his sword, creating two blades of energy that shot forward. The more Stepan fought, the more he seemed to lose his sanity. The two streams of aura clashed, shaking the entire battlefield. They lunged at each other so fast their shadows were a blur. Stepan gained the upper hand, and Rifenhad could only raise his arms to defend. He muttered under his breath, "Keep wounding him. Keep wounding him. Widen the wounds. Then tear them open. I want to hear you scream in agony. The weaker you become, the more validated my life feels, the more certain I'll be of my victory. Please, let me hear the cries of the weak. Your pathetic whimpers about your miserable existence will only give me more strength. I will drag you down." Stepan laughed manically. "Down into the filthy mire, where I'm drowning." Rifenhad gritted his teeth as he defended, his mind racing. His internal organs must have been shredded by that last hit, yet his attacks are still so precise. It means his body is already half dead. The only thing in his eyes now was defeating Rifenhad. The ground shattered into pieces as Stepan dashed past. An aura attack nearly struck one of his vital points. Even so, Rifenhad launched a powerful counterattack. He calmly reminded him, "It's useless. This type of aura awakening is completely flawed." Stepan gnashed his teeth in fury upon hearing this. "What? Why are my attacks suddenly having no effect?" Rifenhad glided lightly to his side. Even though it's aura, because it was activated by magic, it can't circulate freely. Without hesitation, he landed a direct blow right on Stepan. He was instantly sent flying but managed to stay on his feet. He instantly appeared right in front of Stepan, shocking him. "As long as I can grasp the flow of mana from your berserker armor, I can also predict the movement of your aura. Such openings will always be a limitation, no matter how willing you are to sacrifice your life for it." With that, a stomp from Rifenhad cracked the ground apart. He launched a kick into Stepan. He immediately coughed up blood. This time, Stepan was truly sent flying. The wound, combined with the energy consumed by his aura, made him cry out in pain. Stepan's mind was now in turmoil. He's as strong as a monster. He was born with a gift. Thinking this, he madly began to channel his aura again, burning his life force. "But it's a pity. Die!" Stepan screamed. "Die!" His entire body suddenly erupted with a frenzied aura. The aura gradually expanded into a sphere, then shot straight up into the sky, pulling up all the surrounding earth and rock. Rifenhad calmly observed, while Stepan von Antion was ecstatic, his eyes filled with madness. "Just die for me," Rifenhad sneered. "This trick again?" In his mind, he calculated. "Should I use the Horn of Calamity? No. I don't want to waste aura on this guy when I still have to fight Teslon, but he withstood the shock from zero impact, so most other attacks won't do much damage either. With that, he quickly took a defensive stance, his body gradually being enveloped in aura. Rifenhad placed his hands in front of his chest, and the aura suddenly became wild, turning a dark, pharaonic purple-black. Ancient magic. The flow becomes power, shattering every rock and forming a river. He clapped his hands together. The fierce aura that had been radiating out now condensed into a single ring on Rifenhad's right hand. He stood firm, waiting for Stepan's charge. The younger man screamed wildly, his eyes filled with hatred. Rifenhad gritted his teeth once more and slammed his hands together again. Several more aura rings appeared on his right hand, like a weapon for hand-to-hand combat. Stepan, oblivious, just charged forward like a madman. Rifenhad frowned as he looked straight at him. I came up with this move while creating the Thunder Fist. It's pretty effective. Stepan immediately unleashed his attack. Cross slash. He too, without hesitation, yelled and charged. Rifenhad practiced combining magic with martial arts, but that didn't mean he neglected training the techniques of the Unbreaker style. He continued his physical training and tried to improve the Horn of Calamity. Even so, he couldn't break through the final wall to surpass the 5th level of the Horn of Calamity. And during this process, Rifenhad began to have a small complaint about the Horn of Calamity. The Calamity Horn doesn't allow the user to control the output of its force. It's impossible to use it in stages depending on the situation. Once it's activated with aura, the shockwaves are released automatically. Controlling its power is impossible. The previous martial kings who used it didn't care if they obliterated the entire surrounding area. But Rifenhad was different, because deep down in his soul, he was a mage. The more Rifenhad thought about it, the more terrified he became. I don't think the past martial kings never worried about controlling their power. What a bunch of careless fools. The first martial king Vankinchu, the second martial king Canbrain, and the third martial king Rast. I know all too well the consequences of not being able to control a skill's output. I once used a nuclear blast and was officially branded a demon king by the entire continent. But the Calamity Horn is already a perfected skill, and altering a perfected skill is next to impossible. So, Rifenhad came up with a different solution. That solution is this very skill. It uses an amount of aura similar to a rapid-fire air bullet. Its destructive power is lower than the Calamity Horn, but it expands the area of effect, converting magical energy into physical strength for the Lightning Fist, and creating a ripple effect with artificial aura combined with magic. The Hybrid Calamity Horn, a version that combines magic and martial arts. The Hybrid Calamity Horn, a version that combines magic and martial arts. Rifenhad was now using that insane magic to fight Stepan. The explosive Lightning Fist was so intense that even he had to grit his teeth just to contain it. He suddenly froze in place, captivated by the light radiating from the attack, even though it hadn't even reached Stepan yet. Rifenhad's punch drew closer, and his mask seemed to be cracking. For the first time, Stepan felt the terrifying, destructive power of this attack and began to panic uncontrollably. His eyes flashed with rays of anger. You. His mind suddenly recalled his hatred. From the beginning, I could never accept your existence. Lead the way, huh? The mission's over. You can go now. I have no way to return to the village. Even if it was a coincidence, I couldn't accept it. The moment you appeared, I gritted my teeth, hating myself for accepting that help. The fact that he helped without knowing his place proves he looks down on knights. Everything I do is being denied. Just how much do you look down on us? Stepan suddenly snapped back to reality, but the Lightning Fist was already rushing toward him. Rifenhad clenched his fist without the slightest hesitation. Stepan felt a fear rising from the depths of his soul. Ever since I met you, I've always felt like I was standing before a sheer cliff. Even if my fingernails break, even if I have to gasp for breath while climbing that cliff, I'm still not allowed to overcome it. Stepan let out a tragic scream. It's a deep despair that pulls me down from an infinite height. The battlefield was now devastated by Rifenhad's attack. You are that cliff to me. A deafening explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The cloud of dust was thick, then slowly began to dissipate. Elsewhere, Roos was screaming as he unleashed an endless stream of green aura from his greatsword. The attack was so fierce it directly caused the ground hundreds of meters away to erupt. Adrenal immediately leaped out of the dust cloud and burst into laughter. Is that all you've got? He charged forward with his holy sword, taunting him. Scream, Eldran! The attack shot straight towards Roos with terrifying destructive power, but he managed to dodge it quickly. Seeing this, Rifenhad grew a little annoyed. You think you can dodge forever? He launched a continuous barrage of attacks like meteors raining down, destroying everything in their path. Just then, Roos took advantage of the chaos and rushed toward him. He swung his sword, landing a series of consecutive blows. That attack was even charged with aura, directly causing his opponent to explode. Roos stood by, waiting. Wasn't it effective? He was a bit confused. No, that's not it. Why is it so thick? Where did he get an artifact like that? Rael spoke up smugly. It's useless, Roos. You will never break through this holy ancient armor, Roos replied calmly. Are you so blinded by your hatred for me that you can't see the situation? I'm sure you clearly felt last time that you are no match for me. To his surprise, Adrenel replied without hesitation. That's right. This left Roos stunned and speechless. Adrenal continued. I admit it. I lost last time. It's true, the power you possess doesn't match your appearance at all. But I'm not the same person I was back then. As he spoke, his entire body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Come to me, great ancient powers, and cover me in your unshakable light. A series of strange ancient runes gradually formed a magic circle. Like a machine, they began to assemble everything. What is going on? The entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames as the Chatan Knights launched one fierce attack after another. Prison slash, wind bullets, explosion. Malloy, who was fending them off to the side, felt a sense of dread. Are these the magic knights of Chatan? These guys have swords, so why are they using magic? He held his hammer, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings as he thought, damn it, these are experts who specialize in fighting aura users. Depending on the situation, I thought I could take them down one by one, but a true knight would feel ashamed of ganging up on a single person. However, the Chatan Knights only care about their salaries and bribes, not honor or responsibility. Not only are they corrupt, but they feel no disgust in doing whatever it takes to win. And at the pinnacle of the Chatan Knights are these guys, different from the Zeppelin Knights. For victory, they're willing to do anything. Coordinated attacks, ambushes, even backstabbing. Just as Malloy was trying to figure out how to fight, they unleashed another barrage of attacks, ice spears and supersonic shockwaves. While defending, Malloy grew worried. Damn it, is Lord Roos still fighting that guy? Back on Roos's side, a series of strange ancient runes gradually formed a magic circle. Like a machine, they began to assemble everything. Adrenal's armor was like iron plates, with each piece of metal woven together, making it incredibly sturdy. Even his arms were covered in interconnected pieces of iron. Roos couldn't help but be shocked at the sight before him. What is that form? Adrenal boasted excitedly. This is the new power I've obtained. Eldrin Gigantus. The armament given to me by the ancient great sage to defeat you. Eldrin Gigantus, he thought, a little confused. Eldrin Gigantus. But according to my magical senses, nothing has changed. Hearing this, Adrenal immediately charged forward with his sword. Is that so? Roos once again raised his sword to block his opponent's attack. He didn't dodge at all. On the contrary, he charged straight forward, taking every single attack head-on. Adrenal grew even more excited and laughed loudly. I only lost to you because the defense of my Eldros was too low. Now, my new armor will protect me. Your aura will never be able to break this invincible fortress. I may not be good at other things, but I can definitely strengthen my defense. He started to panic. Damn it. The armor was absorbing the entire shockwave, and even the joints were sealed with something. The more he fought, the more frenzied he became. Roar! His devastating blows began to tear apart the ground beneath them. Adrenal's attacks fell like meteors, scorching everything in their path. He excitedly chased after Roos. All Roos could do was dodge and look for a way to escape. This feels just like fighting Sir Rifenhad. But with his personality, he would never choose such a reckless method. There's no time left. We have to get the non-human races out of Zlin immediately. Damn it, what do I do? At the west gate of Zplin, the Damet leader led a troop of dwarves, searching for everyone. He suddenly stopped short. Looking into the distance, the Damet leader felt a surge of joy. Oh, Siri, Shaolasteo Hammer, you made it here safely, Shaolasteo Hammer quickly explained. We ran into a little trouble on the way, but it was nothing major. He nodded at her. Same here. Shaolasteo Hammer, her face still flushed from running hard, caught her breath and said, they really are a strange bunch. They kept shouting that reinforcements were coming, which made me a little nervous, but in the end, nothing happened. The Damet leader expressed his own curiosity. Me too. They said an aura user would show up, but there was nothing. The Damet leader then immediately shouted, anyway, let's get out of here, quickly. Without hesitation, she channeled her aura. Right. Each of them launched an attack, aiming straight for the city gate. Their blows merged into one. But suddenly, a raging flame shot out from the distance, directly blocking the Dammit leader and Shaola Steohammer's attack. She couldn't help but be startled, and even he stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Shaola Steohammer spoke cautiously. It's an aura user. They must have been concealing their presence. The Dammit leader could only click his tongue in frustration. No wonder no one tried to stop us on the way. I knew something was fishy. Behind them, Roos realized something and suddenly cried out. Ah! It was Teslon, who was cursing angrily. Damn it! What's the point of this damn country making a plan if they can't even keep up? Thanks to them, everything's a mess. Behind Shaola Steohammer, she gave a serious warning. Be careful. Teslon is the one who fought on equal footing with Sir Rifenhad. She was also a bit wary. Then he's no ordinary opponent. Katamid, grab your weapon. Everyone, get ready. Across from them, Teslon put on a bewildered face. Get ready? Get ready for what? But a moment later, his expression darkened. Get ready to die? Then he glared behind him and gave a command. Silen, surround them. Silen immediately brandished her HPA scepter, turning the sky red and the ground dark. I raised this crimson curtain to sever heaven and earth. The intense flames rushed forward, causing everyone to cry out in pain. Ah, it's so hot. Get back. Roos was stunned, finding it hard to believe. My God, how is this wall of fire so long? It has to be 7 times the size of a normal flame. Is this girl really that powerful of a mage? She then reassured everyone. Everyone, calm down. If we fall into disarray, the damage will be even greater. Don't break formation. Use elemental magic to resist the heat. It's a forbidden ancient relic, a multicasting staff from the Silver Sages. It can cast the same spell up to 7 times simultaneously. To be precise, this staff perfectly copies Silen's flame and casts it 7 times. Teslon frowned and pointed out, You've already used it twice, so that means you have 3 uses left, right? Silen nodded without hiding anything. After that, I'll have to wait for the staff's magical energy to recover before I can use it again. Hearing this, he cocked his gun 3 times. That's more than enough for this fight, she asked with some confusion. By the way, where did the other soldiers go? What are they doing? They should have surrounded the slaves by now, right? Even Teslon didn't understand and hesitated. They should have. Just like the test run's bribery operation, this was all planned in advance. He intended to stop the escape plan using the Silver Sage's covert information-gathering abilities, but even though the plan was activated, the Zlin army didn't act as expected. Even with the Silver Sage's technology, they couldn't uncover the full extent of the plan that the Antares territory had been secretly carrying out. Silen guessed seriously. Could the enemy have pulled some kind of trick? He racked his brain but couldn't figure out what kind of trick could possibly do this. In his mind, he locked onto his target, Ciri. Fine. It's all because of that Demon King anyway. I just need to capture that elf girl, and it'll all be over. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall. A blizzard then swept through, washing away the raging flames, shocking everyone like a whirlwind. They cried out in joy. We can finally breathe. It's not hot anymore. I think I'm going to live. Shaola Steohammer was also secretly relieved. I'll protect them, so they just need to stay put and not run around. Her eyes fixed on Teslon with a hint of hatred. To break through the gate, we have to take care of that guy first. The Dammit leader also glared at him. Teslon flashed a sinister smile. The battlefield is now split into many groups, with everyone scattered in different parts of the city. The Dammit leader charged forward, brandishing his axe. Let's go, Halwan. Shaola Steohammer then rushed in with her sword. The icy aura that had just saved everyone was hers. Teslon, however, stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. Suddenly, he grabbed his sword and attacked with lightning speed. Teslon's blow terrified the Dammit leader, who saw him use his blade, in a spinning motion that instantly blocked both of their attacks. Shaola Steohammer's eyes widened in amazement. The attack was incredibly destructive, sending rubble and earth flying everywhere behind them. Seeing this, Cirrus immediately shouted a summons, Appear, my comrade, Teratus. Teratus instantly appeared, blocking the attack for everyone. She snapped at them, annoyed. Could you two be a little more careful? Are you trying to kill everyone here? The Dammit leader said awkwardly. Ah, sorry about that. I didn't realize I'd overdo it that much. Meanwhile, Shaola Steohammer was still staring at the enemy, remarking, He's strong, but not overwhelmingly so. We can still beat him. He lowered his sword and praised them. Not bad, especially for lowly slaves like you. The Dammit leader suddenly gripped his axe cautiously. What? Is he planning to surrender? Shaola Steohammer couldn't help but be surprised as well. I've never seen anyone surrender so arrogantly. But no, Teslon just gave another sinister smile and said, I didn't think this frail body could fight you anyway, so I'm not going to waste any more time. Understanding his meaning, Silent took a weapon out of her bag. Teslon caught it. She immediately threw a secret box. It instantly transformed into a machine with intricate details. The machine became a powerful robot, which Teslon wore perfectly. In a flash, he was clad in a fully functional suit of armor. Even just the arm was full of intricate details. It automatically assembled, fitting Teslon's body perfectly. Next, the headpiece was also gradually completed. After the sound of a motor whirred, his head was securely encased. Teslon landed powerfully on the ground, the heavy armor enough to shatter the earth. He said arrogantly, I'll teach the minions of the corrupted Demon King a lesson. The Damati were a bit puzzled. What is this bizarre armor? How can he even move wearing that? But at that moment, Shaolastio Hammer bravely charged forward, her ice aura quickly enveloping Teslon. She was extremely surprised. Isn't he going to block it? But instead, he directly used his hand to stop Shaolastio Hammer's spinning shield. She dodged the attack in horror. Roos watched this scene, a bit overwhelmed. Huh? Is that Rifenhad's defensive skill? Teslon spoke smugly. I'll show you the true power of the invincible physique. Kadam took the opportunity to rush in, fighting while wondering, is he also from our savior's homeland? The heavy axe descended, but he dodged it effortlessly. Shaolastio Hammer couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, he twisted his body to dodge at the perfect distance to reduce the shockwave. How is that possible? She immediately told him. His defensive method is identical to Sir Rifenhad's. Kadam looked at Teslon, certain they came from the same place. She was very confused. I heard the invincible physique is only passed down to one disciple per generation. Could that guy be the master? He immediately refuted it. No way. I heard that old man is a giant. With that, Shaolastio Hammer used her Eastern swordsmanship again. Teslon blocked the attack with just one hand, but it was only a feint. She took this chance to leap above him. Shaolastio Hammer didn't hesitate, directly confronting Teslon. The two of them attacked and defended, so fast that their figures were a blur. Only the sound of the shattering ground revealed their movements. The lightning-fast strikes were incredibly fierce. Teslon was completely stunned. What the hell is with this damn elf? Her swordsmanship alone is on par with Roos at his peak. He couldn't help but exclaim, for an elf, your skills are quite impressive. Hearing this only enraged Shaolastio Hammer more. That's rich, coming from someone wearing such grotesque armor like you. Teslon thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue. Damn it, this fight isn't going to be easy. Chains of light bound tight. Instantly, a glowing restraint quickly wrapped around Shaolastio Hammer, causing her to panic slightly. Magic? He didn't hesitate for a moment and swung his arm straight at Shaolastio Hammer, but luckily, she still managed to dodge. However, she still suffered a slight shoulder injury. Teslon didn't stop there, shouting, "You arrogant wench," before punching her straight in the stomach. Shaolastio Hammer gritted her teeth in pain. She never expected Teslon to then throw another punch straight at her face. Shaolastio Hammer screamed in desperation. No! She could only helplessly use her slender arms to block his steel arm. I haven't even made Rifenhad fall for me yet. Seeing this, Teslon was stunned. She blocked it? He couldn't help but praise her. You can take a hit pretty well. With that, Teslon continued his assault to see how long she could last. Shaolastio Hammer's entire body was covered in injuries. Kadim couldn't stand it anymore and cursed, "You brute!" He then rushed forward with his axe to block the next blow. I need a stronger blow to break through that dense defense. With that thought, Kadim gripped his axe tightly, his whole body blazing with aura. Luckily, it seems he has no intention of dodging attacks. Just like the style of those with the invincible physique, he unleashed a fierce surge of power, his feet then lifting off the ground. Kadim charged valiantly with a wild stream of aura, his incredibly powerful strike heading straight for Teslon, but he dodged it with extreme ease. Kadim froze for a moment. Did he just dodge? Teslon confidently rushed forward, praising him. A true deathmatch? This is wonderful. This is how everyone who faces the invincible physique must fight us. His fist flew forward, punching straight into Kadim, a deathly counterattack. The horrific scene from the previous chapter. Just as Kadim had put all his strength into his attack, he was utterly shocked. He just dodged? He was then countered by Teslon with a direct punch to the stomach. A deathly counterattack. Shaolastio Hammer watched this scene in horror. Everyone on the continent knew that the invincible physique never dodged an attack. The previous Fist Kings always used their bodies to block attacks instead of evading. Therefore, when aura users faced the invincible physique, they all chose to do the same. If he won't dodge, then there's no need to defend. Put everything into attacking. That's what they thought. But that was precisely the trap set by the invincible physique. He just needed to exploit the momentary opening his opponents created because they thought he would never dodge. She screamed tragically. Kadam was sent flying by Teslon's blow. Everyone below saw this and was immediately terrified. Oh my God! No way! Sir Kadim. Ustia rushed forward, stammering. Kadim is the strongest warrior of the Forge. Today, he will be devoured. After striking down Sir Tez to prove his strength, he was known as the strongest dwarf warrior. And yet, to die such a pathetic death, Teslon arrogantly walked forward, step by step. The plan doesn't seem to be going as expected, but this is enough. Now, let's prepare the bait to lure out the Demon King. At that moment, Roos suddenly looked him straight in the eye. Didn't I just get this sword? I can tell it's about to break again. When I get back to the Forge, I'm going to get chewed out for sure. His eyes were filled with both fear and determination. He wasn't afraid of not making it back alive. Teslon thought to himself. It had been a long time since he'd encountered that witch, the Demon King, Valencia's crazed lover. Every time that monster unleashed her madness, countless soldiers would be killed. But now, she was nothing more than a newborn chick. He thought for a moment, then warned everyone. Resistance is futile. Kneel down obediently, and you might get to keep your pathetic lives. Hearing this only enraged her more, and she immediately summoned 3 spirits. Don't make me laugh. Make your move, you piece of scrap metal. Over here, Teslon activated his skill, Exgasis Uda Gia. Is that all? A single punch shattered the spirits. The spirits I remember were 100 times stronger than this. 0 impact. Roos couldn't help but be horrified. How could he destroy it so easily? He immediately summoned another large energy sphere. I need you alive, so I'll have to hold back my power to break this. The sphere shot towards her with devastating force. The blow sent Roos tumbling. Teslon slowly walked over to where Roos lay. Meanwhile, Shaolasteo-Hammer's entire body trembled in pain. Is he trying to take her hostage? I won't let that happen. He glanced over at her, utterly astonished. Oh, you can still move? Shaolasteo-Hammer said in a sarcastic tone. Your punches are as soft as cotton, you piece of scrap metal. Teslon couldn't help but warn her. You think you can beat me with that body of yours? Don't tell me you're some rookie who can't even gauge your opponent's strength, she retorted loudly. If I hadn't let my guard down, I wouldn't have been pushed back like this. An aura user playing dirty, resorting to magic? He shot back, refusing to concede. But you left an opening and took a critical hit. And then Shaolasteo-Hammer directly threw out some provocative words. A warrior is never defeated as long as they can still hold a sword. Don't you know that? You pile of scrap. I've actually grown quite fond of that nickname. Teslon then tried to entice her. Surrender, and I won't kill you. Even though you're an elf, your skills are still very valuable. Submit to me, and see me as your master, and I will take good care of you. She couldn't help but tease him. Oh my, how generous. But it's a shame your face is so hard to look at, so I'll have to refuse. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his irritation. What? Shaolasteo-Hammer's contemptuous gaze was fixed on Teslon. Look at you, with your weak body dependent on that pile of scrap armor, and you still dare to try and flirt with me? Then she turned her eyes to the trembling Cirrus and thought, to be honest, I can't stand you. But if you were gone, Lord Rifenhad would be very sad. Trying to crawl on the ground, she warned. Shaolasteo-Hammer, with that body, you can't win. The more she thought, the more curious she became. But if I die, I wonder if Lord Rifenhad would be sad? Why does thinking about it make me feel so down? Then she let out an involuntary sigh. Damn it, if I have to die, I at least want to fall in a glorious battle. With that thought, Shaolasteo-Hammer immediately channeled her frostbone aura. I know I can't win, but I have to at least take an arm off that piece of junk. Seeing this, Teslon was genuinely impressed. No joke, her control over her aura is terrifying. I wouldn't even think of trying to imitate it. By fusing and separating, tiny aura particles collide continuously, creating thousands of waves. These destructive waves don't radiate outward, but converge inward, forming a terrifying destructive force. This is the ultimate technique of the one hailed as the Ice Queen, the strongest elf warrior, the ultimate spear. He started up his machinery again, his tone mournful. What a shame. If you were in your prime, this would surely be a magnificent death match. Teslon immediately clenched his fist. Shaolasteo-Hammer couldn't help but laugh out loud. Using cheap magic and then pretending to be a noble warrior? With that, she planted her foot firmly on the ground. He also got into a stance and prepared to jump. Teslon threw a fierce punch, but suddenly, at that very moment, an intense surge of power blocked the space between them. He couldn't help but be surprised. This cannon blast. Rifenhad's appearance from above made Teslon incredibly excited. So, you've finally shown yourself. The Demon King, Rifenhad. Xiao Hammer stood there, frozen in a daze. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and then she could no longer stand and collapsed. He rushed forward worriedly and caught her. Are you all right? Xiao Hammer replied weakly. I'm fine. Lord Rifenhad. Inside, she was ecstatic, thinking, he helped me up first. Then she turned towards Cirrus and smirked inwardly. That means I win. She couldn't help but get goosebumps. How terrifying. Rifenhad immediately turned to Cirrus and shouted, Cirrus, are you okay? She replied with a hint of jealousy. I guess so. He observed for a moment, wondering if anyone was seriously injured, and then he had a sudden, shocking realization. Kadamiti, an aura user, was defeated by a metal robot. On the other side, Teslon couldn't help but call out with delight. We meet again, Rifenhad. Rifenhad and Xiao Hammer looked at him with annoyance. Rifenhad was on high alert. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. And then he suddenly asked, This robot thing can talk too? Teslon shouted angrily. It's me! Rifenhad furrowed his brow, puzzled. Teslon, what's with that ridiculous getup? Are you wearing something weird like Steven? Teslon angrily explained. This is a sacred artifact that concentrates power, the supreme adamantine armor. Rifenhad paid him no mind and cut him off. In short, you put it on, right? If our master saw this, he'd be crying in his coffin. Hearing this, he asked in bewilderment, Huh? Isn't he still alive? Rifenhad, his face full of shock, replied foolishly, Sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. Then he couldn't help but remark, Teslon, the fact that you're still alive is truly impressive. Teslon loudly criticized, This is all for the future of humanity. For that ideal, I can endure a little humiliation. Then he raised his hand and aimed a blow straight at Rifenhad. I will end this nightmare, Demon King. He immediately gave an order to the elves behind him. I'll handle this guy. All of our kin, leave Lindy. Then he carefully reminded Xiao Hammer. Xiao Hammer, you should fall back too. She suddenly spoke up. The enemy here isn't just that suit of armor. Rifenhad looked around cautiously and realized, I see. My apologies. I guess I'll have to rely on you. Silent had been standing silently on the city wall, observing all this time. Xiao Hammer said confidently, Don't worry. I may not look it, but I'm pretty tough. She then warned him, You be careful, my lord. The armor is one thing, but he can also use magic. His skill level is no different from a high-level mage. Rifenhad nodded in reply. I noticed that too. With that, Xiao Hammer immediately shot up towards the city wall. She directly confronted Silon. Silon asked Teslon, What about the ones who are fleeing? Teslon, he commanded clearly. Target the aura user. It's better to take down one strong enemy than a mob of weak ones. She obediently followed his orders. I see. On the battlefield, everyone quickly dispersed. Only Rifenhad faced Teslon, while Xiao Hammer confronted Silon. He immediately shouted curses, Teslon, how dare you do this? I will avenge the spirit of Kadamiti, who fell by your hand. Teslon refused to back down and retorted, I'm not the weakling I was before. Rifenhad, now you will witness the true power of an invincible body. His eyes suddenly sharpened. He also cautiously observed Rifenhad. In a flash, he vanished from sight, and even Teslon rushed forward as fast as lightning. The two powerful men threw punches at each other. He also activated his body to unleash its power, but Rifenhad quickly used his hand to counter, instantly using the force to launch a kick, kicking straight at Teslon's bulky armor. The two fought so fast it was impossible to follow with the naked eye, each blow delivered with incredible speed. Rifenhad's bare arm made direct contact with Teslon's iron arm, and even his legs attacked fiercely. No matter what strike he threw, the other man blocked it in exactly the same way. Teslon couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The angle of attack, the stance, the timing, it's all perfect. Outwardly, he couldn't help but praise him loudly. Even in the hands of a mage, this thing is unbelievably powerful, just as I expected from this body of mine. Impressive. Demon King, the two of you are fighting so hard, the very ground is shattering. Rifenhad gritted his teeth in frustration, while Teslon, on the other hand, laughed heartily. There it is. That feeling. A thruster suddenly activated behind him, but before he could do anything, he was attacked with a gastagen. Rifenhad thought to himself, if I'm going to get hit, I have to hit back to break even. He then retaliated with a gastragon of his own. Teslon kicked him square in the chest. You're still not a complete martial artist. You should have considered the height difference, shouldn't you? Just then, Rifenhad suddenly recalled the words of Jorat Gram Protasi. Why are you so short? A disciple of the invincible body style must be over 2 meters tall. Correct. He realized with a jolt. Damn it. So that's why? Teslon had already dashed in front of him, mocking him. Even so, you learn fast. Good reflexes. He threw another punch at Rifenhad, who furiously countered with a state cannon. The arrogant Teslon continued to speak. The cannon is a technique used to deal with multiple enemies at once. Because the force of a spiral guard isn't focused on a single point, it's easier to block. The 2 direct blows demonstrated their immense power. Straight cannon, spiral gas. He clenched his fist and charged again. Rifenhad watched with a frown. The 2 continued to exchange blows relentlessly. Straight, cannon, spiral. Teslon didn't hesitate, throwing a right hook, then a left, activating the state cannon technique. The attack was incredibly fierce, erupting with a powerful aura, sending Rifenhad flying hundreds of meters and shattering the ground. Seeing this, he lectured, "This spiral shield negates your technique. Didn't your master teach you about that?" Beaten to a pulp, Rifenhad could only feel envious. "I never learned any of that." But then Teslon scratched his head and replied, "Oh, right. This is something I figured out on my own." He immediately pushed himself up, trying to stand as he began to strategize. Even among the successors of the invincible body style, the gap in skill is enormous. He only has memories, while I have decades of training and achievements as the King of Fists. But what is that sacred relic? He nearly became the previous King of Fists. Even so, he's still a far cry from Teslon's body in his past life. Is that thing called Atomil armor? Its durability and destructive power are truly exceptional. But compared to the Teslon from a past life, who shared the title of the continent's strongest, it's still just a mediocre item. Teslon couldn't help but ask curiously, "Still think my attacks are a joke?" Rifenhad answered with some embarrassment. "No, that's not why I was smiling." He immediately took a stance. "I wasn't just sitting around waiting to die in my past life either. I was the greatest Archmage of all time. A master of magic that Teslon couldn't even compare to. I may lack mana now, but I was once someone who could face the 5 great powers of the continent alone." His aura suddenly transformed into a powerful attack, heading straight for him. "I am the blazing song, the radiant ode." Teslon didn't dodge, taking the hit directly. He then unexpectedly leaped above him. "May these fiery wheels incinerate my enemies." A spinning kick landed squarely on Teslon Winfrey's face. A barrage of attacks followed. Prison orb, flame ignition, fused into a piercing force hammer. The blow sent him flying hundreds of miles. Teslon got up in pain, thinking, if timed correctly, even a simple spell can have such devastating power? He asked in astonishment, "You're casting spells without hand seals?" Rifenhad answered honestly, "I improved it," with a look of immense satisfaction. "Attacking and chanting at the same time is hard, you know? So I completely restructured all the magic hand seals to follow the movements of the invincible body style." Hearing this, Teslon gritted his teeth and thought, "You're telling me the wild movements of our martial art can become magic hand seals? This is insane." He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out, "Is that even possible? Magic hand seals?" The reason mages use hand seals is to assign the precise values needed for mana reconstruction. Each school has its own methods, optimized for their mana's properties, and it takes hundreds of years to create the most effective set of hand seals. For a single person to single-handedly restructure them in such a short time, he smiled with a hint of fear. "Truly a demon king. Your very existence is a calamity for mankind." Rifenhad unleashed a series of punches. "I'll bombard you from here." The ground beneath them was instantly torn apart, as powerful punches flew straight at Teslon. Enraged, he gathered all his strength. Attack, explode, and then freeze solid. He then unleashed his final technique, Quad Hellhound Prison. The technique shocked Teslon. "He's even using magic hand seals for that technique? If I get frozen and can't move, I'm finished." At that moment, Rifenhad charged forward, his eyes filled with killing intent. Dark Barrier. Teslon was shocked that his power had reached this level. A Tier 1 spell, Dark Barrier? Is he trying to block my vision? He then slowly closed his eyes, leaped up, and unleashed countless attacks. Did you think an aura user would panic just because they're blindfolded? However, Rifenhad quickly created a magic circle in front of him. "I know that much. So I'll just sever your sense of mana flow." Teslon was instantly immobilized, unable to move. "So our martial arts school can also use such tricks when mixed with magic." Rifenhad then hooked around behind him, using fire magic to deliver a kick to his back. However, just then, he suddenly sensed something. Teslon had used his own power to make the technique explode. The two of them were blown apart. He quickly held out his hand. Damn it, this is bad. I have to cancel the spell, controlling my vision and sense of mana flow. His palm immediately began to glow, casting Dispel to reveal the mana flow. Rifenhad immediately crossed his arms to block. You dare use magic in front of me? Just as he was about to cast Dispel, the other man was one step ahead. Rifenhad lunged forward like a lightning bolt, attacking Teslon's entire body. This caused him to lose focus. Damn it, just a little bit of blindness is causing me this much trouble. Meanwhile, he was trying to figure out how to destroy the armor. Damn it, this armor is incredibly tough. I have to break through it and attack his body directly. Rifenhad then relentlessly pummeled the armor. As he threw a punch, his opponent retaliated in kind. Finally, they both landed a simultaneous punch to the face, sending each other flying. With a black eye from the punch, Rifenhad couldn't accept it. I trained my body to the absolute limit. I even developed a way to fuse magic and aura, and it still came to this. On the other side, his opponent was also furious. Damn it, with this adamantite armor, I thought I could defeat the Demon King. But he's not even relying on equipment, just pure strength. We're standing on the same level, yet the gap between us is so vast. Teslon's aura then flared up as he issued a challenge. You really are strong, Demon King Rifenhad. I can only imagine what kind of monster you'll become with time, so I will defeat you right here and now to save the future of humanity. On the other side, Rifenhad also readied his fists. I'm sick and tired of that whole future of humanity speech. Let's just get this over with. After that, both of their eyes began to glow, and they charged at each other, ready to attack. A fiery battle erupted, making the very ground feel like it was shattering. As Rifenhad attacked, he thought, this unreasonably hard armor can't be broken through normal means. Across from him, Teslon was equally helpless against his opponent's body. Just as I expected, these half-hearted blows are completely useless against a body like this. Finally, they both came to the same conclusion. There was no other choice but to use the Calamity Horn. Rifenhad raised his leg high for a kick, then elegantly spun and stomped the ground hard, sending rocks flying. At that moment, he yelled, Object Control. The rocks he'd just kicked up all fell in unison towards where Teslon was standing. Not one to be outdone, Teslon blasted the volley of rocks to pieces. Rifenhad continued his assault with more rocks. This time, his opponent formed a drill to bore through them. Rifenhad finally poured all his strength into his fist, transforming his spinning shield into a drill. Now that's high-level aura control. His opponent also extended a hand. Teslon activated the engine on his back, which shot him forward like a rocket. He used the engines on his feet to charge towards Rifenhad. Hardat. He threw a punch that forced Rifenhad to retreat. Inside, Rifenhad was filled with regret. I missed my chance to use the Calamity Horn. Rifenhad's hand unleashed a terrifying power, but his opponent anticipated this move. So you couldn't use the Annihilation Horn and switch to an Aura Wave instead? That's fine with me. Let me explain. The TGA close combat magic of the Invincible Body also has long-range skills. The Aura Bullet, the Aura Wave that spreads on impact like a shockwave, and the Aura Cannon, which fires like an actual cannon. The Calamity Horn is a close combat skill, but its raw power makes its effective range meaningless. Teslon furiously erupted with power. I'm not going to let you land that guaranteed hit Calamity Horn first. If you truly have the Invincible Body, he roared as the tower exploded behind him. Then fight me with wild abandon. Rifenhad was surprised at how agitated the man was. That lunatic. Teslon lost control and relentlessly attacked him. Finally, his shield was broken. Rifenhad quickly fell back. Suddenly, Teslon lunged forward with his fist engulfed in flames. Seeing this, he froze in shock. The Calamity Horn. He beat me to it. Rifenhad quickly tensed every muscle in his body. Just as the attack landed, the tensed muscles created a shield that protected him. However, he then noticed that there were 5 layers of coils on Teslon's hand. Impossible. 5 layers of gravitational force? The difference between 4 layers and 5 layers of gravitational force is immense. I can only reach 4 layers. Even if I use the power of my invincible body, it's just a derivative technique that lacks true power. He thought anxiously. Can I really block this? No, if this continues, I will be defeated. Teslon swung his fist once more. It's over, Demon King Rifenhad. Despite the disparity in power, he recklessly threw his own punch, and the two charged at each other once again. When their powers collided, everything around them seemed to tremble. The two forces met, creating a massive shockwave. Everything in the vicinity then exploded. Earth and stone were churned up, smashing into all the nearby houses. The scale of their techniques was so immense that neither of them could be seen. In the end, Rifenhad was the first to reach his limit. He was sent flying into a wall. Rifenhad's power dissipated, and his body was now stuck fast to the wall. Teslon emerged from the smoke, saying, "That was a close one. I almost got caught in that myself." His armor was also in tatters from Rifenhad's attack. Even at a time like that, you still used magic to protect your body. If you used magical hand seals for all your other techniques, there's no reason you wouldn't apply one to the Annihilation Horn. Rifenhad had now collapsed, unable to fight any longer. You were lucky to escape death, but your end will come soon enough. He struggled to open his eyes and look at his opponent. That night, the moon was full and bright. Rifenhad suddenly realized something. A spot of light appeared in the sky. As the dark clouds parted, the full moon was revealed. He remembered the shockwave he and Teslon had created. The Annihilation Horn destroys everything. The moonlight grew brighter and brighter. That's right, it was an explosion. Rifenhad remembered that he had used the power of the Annihilation Horn, the fourth layer Annihilation Horn. He had used it repeatedly to fight Teslon. At this moment, the moonlight gradually transformed into a mystical glow. A new light seemed to appear within Rifenhad's body. A burst of inspiration flared up. Suddenly, he recalled the past. That's right, the gift my master mentioned that day. Before, Jorat Grompertasi had given him a map. I've also left a little gift for you in the Gzetlot Mountains. Here, I'll mark it on the map. If it's on your way, you should check it out. It was a fragment from a shattered stone tablet. When he was in the cellar, he had seen countless tablet fragments on the ground. Something was shattered in here. Could it have been a moon tombstone? Did he get angry and smash everything? That would make sense. He was always famous for his hot temper. There were countless fragments inscribed with incomprehensible characters. In his mind, those pieces began to fit together, one by one. The mind of a mage memorized and reassembled the fragments. The intuition of a martial artist read and felt each of the different lines on the tablet. His arm suddenly began to glow. This is it. This is the true gift that Master left for me. Once again, he was brimming with power. The fifth layer Annihilation Horn. Rifenhad let out a small smile, which then grew into a loud laugh. Outside, Teslon was stunned. What is that? From amidst the rubble, Rifenhad stood up once more. The wounds on his body slowly began to disappear. Soon, his body was as healthy as it was at the start of the fight. From a distance, Teslon couldn't believe what had just happened. Did he really just have an enlightenment in the middle of a situation like this? Rifenhad took a deep breath. His power was now even more explosive than before, which made his opponent furious. Damn it! If you're the Demon King, then just be good at magic. Why do you get to have an enlightenment on top of everything else? Teslon activated the power in his arm once again. You really are stubborn, Demon King, but there won't be a second stroke of luck for you. Rifenhad didn't answer, just tightened his fist, ready to fight. Threads of power wrapped around his wrist, growing thicker and thicker, slowly coiling into a solid band. The atmosphere around Rifenhad had changed. He now possessed 5 rings of power, matching his opponent. This was the World Ender Horn, 5th stage of power. However, Teslon still looked down on him. Even if we're both at the 5th stage, the mastery hidden within is nothing like mine. I'll crush you with pure strength. Rifenhad closed his eyes to sense the power, then uttered, Fist, Arts, and Magic, merge. His next move left Teslon stunned. Rifenhad's muscles expanded. A different kind of power was fusing into his arm. It wrapped tightly around his wrist, then erupted with a flash of purple lightning. Rifenhad's arm now bore 6 rings of power, known as the World Ender Horn, 6th stage of power. Teslon was completely agitated. The 6th stage. He quickly leaped into the air. Rifenhad poured all his resolve into his fist and charged. Teslon met him with his own fist. Rifenhad let out a powerful roar. Teslon once again used his World Ender Horn, 5th stage of power, to clash with Rifenhad's 6th stage. The space around them immediately exploded. A light shot up into the quiet sky. That light grew increasingly blinding, then radiated outward. The castle, illuminated by the light, sparkled magnificently. This event left Cerulean and Notten II wide-eyed in astonishment. The entire city was enveloped in the light. Cerulean suddenly felt her whole body tremble. She nervously bit her nails. What is that? Her eyes held a trace of wary fear. The light was a pillar shooting straight up into the sky from below. How ominous. Elsewhere, another fierce battle was raging. Xiao Lasteo Hammer attacked with her technique, Glacial Ruin. Xylan defended with a mystical energy shield. The sturdy shield protected her from her opponent's attack. Even when Xiao Lasteo Hammer conjured massive ice spikes, It remained unscathed. This even surprised Shalasteo Hammer. Her magical skill is incredible for someone so young, but her combat intuition is what's truly astonishing. Is it due to keen senses or superior insight? Inside the shield, Silen whispered her thanks. I'm alive. If it weren't for the theory of magical situation control, my head would have been long gone by now. Thank you. Rifenhad. No, this was the real him, from before he lost his memory, when he was called Rifenhad. Silen and Rifenhad were lowly orphans taken in by the mage Elfile. Mages didn't easily teach magic to their disciples. To learn even basic first circle magic, one had to work like a slave for 3 years. That was the norm in the Mage Tower. Silen was brought there at the age of 9, and had to survive a life of hardship just to learn magic. Afterward, she proved to be far superior to her peers. Just half a year after she began, she had mastered the first circle and entered the second, demonstrating exceptional talent. But Silen never once felt like she was a genius, because there was an 11-year-old boy who took only 3 days to master first circle magic. Even though he was 2 years younger than Silen, he was never envied or held back by the other mages. Back then, he'd said something that confused her. Silen, you're an idiot. If you're the standard, the adults won't even pay attention. What did that mean? 4 years later, while others were still struggling to digest the knowledge they were given, he was always at ease. To amuse himself, he created numerous magical theories. The theory of magical situation control, the theory of causality in magic, information gathering, experimenting and grasping cause and effect to control the battlefield. If he had published them at an academic conference, he would have surely gained immortal fame. But he was busy creating methods for materializing magic circles and new meditation techniques. Whenever he had free time, he would teach those things to Silen. So, it was only natural that she reached such a high level by her late 20s. She cried as she thrust her staff forward, using it to shatter her opponent's layer of ice. To Silen, Rifenhad was a monstrous genius, though when he lost his memory, that innate talent vanished as well. Instead, he became an aura user. The important thing was, she owed Rifenhad too much, and just like that, she pushed her opponent back. Thanks to him, she was able to become an official mage and step out into the world without sullying her body. A pillar of light erupted from below. To Silen, before he was a childhood friend, he was her savior. They both looked toward it in alarm. Teslon, Sir Rifenhad. The sky looked as if someone had punched a hole through it, a powerful fist raised high. With his incredible strength, Rifenhad stood tall, brandishing his fist. He had won, knocking his opponent down. Teslon's face was revealed from within his helmet. He couldn't accept this defeat. You damn Demon King, he screamed, refusing to accept it. What kind of 6th stage was that? Daring to use magic to replicate the ultimate technique of the invincible body. Where did you come up with such a cheap knockoff, you bastard? Rifenhad looked at him with cold eyes. So, you're still alive. To think you survived that situation, by deploying a magical barrier. At that moment, he thought about what had just happened to him. A 3-layer magic shield and a 2-layer mystical shield, and even a 7-attribute prismatic barrier? You didn't even have time to form the seals. My brain sensed mortal danger and mobilized its full computational power to activate the magic instantly. Wait, a prismatic barrier is a 7th circle spell. You broke through to the 7th circle in that situation? He then muttered, his mind really is a monster. Rifenhad then turned and said, it's one thing to be good with your fists, but to also raise your spirit like a mage during combat. He could now only say with regret, what a shame, Rifenhad. I should have at least taken one of your arms. Rifenhad's words were ice cold. You have no intention of living? He was immediately terrified. What are you plotting, Demon King? That talent, that brain. I truly covet it. To think you can do all that even while possessing his soul. It's truly the greatest brain in human history, without equal. Though a bit embarrassed to say it himself, he responded in a loud voice. What nonsense are you spouting, Demon King? You think I'd betray humanity just to save my own skin? However, Rifenhad asked, is that what you still think, even now? You've acquired someone else's superior brain, and yet your thoughts haven't changed at all? Do you still think I'm using magic to control them? Do you still think they act this way because they've been corrupted by demonic energy? After asking those questions, he said, you're a high-level mage yourself now. If you still thought of them as human slaves, you would have never been able to reach that level. Rifenhad added, therefore, you will see. Do you really think they were born to be slaves? Do you see them as beings tainted by demonic energy? After a long silence, he replied, yes, that's not wrong. Rifenhad breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had managed to persuade him. But then the man added, that's what makes them even more dangerous. This statement left him stunned. He spoke indignantly. And that's precisely why their existence can never be forgiven. He screamed as if electrified. What if they aren't just tainted by demonic energy? If that appearance is their true nature, then humanity has all the more reason to destroy them. Am I wrong? Elves and dwarves live many times longer than humans. Orcs seem to be born just to fight. The Cho have strength and regenerative abilities, far surpassing humans. Shouldn't we just wipe them all out to prevent future trouble? Rifenhad explained helplessly. Why do you only think that way? We can coexist. The other man still didn't understand and just scoffed. Huh? Why should we find a way to coexist? His eyes were lifeless. Humans are currently the masters of this continent, but if they become powerful again, humanity's territory will be invaded. This world is finite, and that position already belongs to the human race. Wouldn't the human world shrink to just 1/5 of its size? Teslon's gaze on him was incredibly cold, Rifenhad tried to explain. Encountering new cultures and new ways of thinking from other races doesn't mean the world shrinks to 1/5 its size. It means it expands 5-fold. Don't you understand? Not only did he not understand, but he also retorted forcefully. What nonsense are you talking about? The Demon King Rifenhad realized that all his attempts had been meaningless. Persuasion wasn't going to work. The power in his fist flared up once more. What a pity, Teslon. It seems you and I still can't walk the same path. Teslon proudly declared, I am human. Humans siding with humans. Isn't that obviously right? He pointed a finger at his face. You're the strange one here, Rifenhad. Aren't you human too? Why are you opposing your own kind? He could only laugh and sigh, then slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his gaze had changed. If I were truly against humanity, do you think I would have met such an end in my past life? If I had intended to destroy mankind and create a world solely for other races from the very beginning, I would not have failed. I could have just used the new circle magic to wipe out the capitals of every nation. That would have been much simpler. Was it because I only wanted to coexist with humanity, only destroying those who attacked me, that I received such an end? Rifenhad thrust his fist forward. I am human, so of course, I only side with humans. He looked down at Teslon. When it's time to give up, you have to give up. If I don't want to repeat the mistakes of my past life, he too could sense what was about to happen. Just as Rifenhad was about to make his move, someone shouted to stop him. Don't! He looked up. Silent appeared in midair, surprising him. Silent swung her mace towards Rifenhad, shouting loudly, Thunder God's mace, descend! Violent thunderclaw. Without pausing for a second, she unleashed another attack, yelling, multiple clones. The entire area cracked and shattered from the powerful energy blasts. Silent immediately rushed over to Teslon to check on him. Teslon, are you okay? Meanwhile, Rifenhad was enveloped by those energy blasts. He frowned, thinking to himself, just a single incantation and her magic is 7 times stronger? What kind of terrifying artifact is that? It's not a simple magic item like a magic-enhancing talisman. Seeing him approach, Silent pointed her weapon at him and commanded fiercely, Stay back. Fist King, I can't let anyone else touch this man. However, Rifenhad looked at her with an expression filled with emotion and a choked-up feeling, softly calling out her name, Silent. Hearing this, Silent froze. Confused, she wondered to herself, how does he know my name? But she didn't have the energy to think too much about it. She quickly took out a sharp object, thinking, I don't get it, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Maybe this is my chance to escape. The moment Rifenhad saw the weapon, he recalled its destructive power. His expression immediately tensed up as he exclaimed, That thing! In an instant, the sharp object exploded, and the intense light forced him to cover his eyes with his hand. A moment later, Rifenhad could finally open his eyes. Seeing the empty suit of armor in front of him, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Just then, Shaolasteo Hammer walked over from somewhere and asked, Why didn't you kill him immediately? If I hadn't let that mage get away, they wouldn't have been able to escape. But if you had killed that man right away, she wouldn't have had the chance to save him. She stared at him, questioning. Why didn't you finish him off right away? Were you planning to recruit him? Rifenhad scratched his nose, avoiding her gaze as he replied, well, it would be a waste to kill someone with such talent. Shaolasteo Hammer's face darkened, her eyes clearly showing her pain as she said, I've also heard the story about the Prime Minister of Prime Ministers. He was once an enemy, but now he's had a change of heart and become our ally. I suppose you were planning to recruit that man, just like the Prime Minister. The corner of her mouth curved into a sarcastic smile, but he killed Kadam, and I almost died at his hands. This statement startled Rifenhad. Shaolasteo Hammer turned her head away and continued, As a warrior who wields a sword, failure is regrettable, but not an injustice. Kadam was probably the same, because he too was a proud warrior. She glanced at him coldly, asking one question. I'm just curious about one thing. When you were thinking of recruiting him, did you, Rifenhad, even think about Kadam's death? If the one who had died was Cirrus, would you have done the same thing? The question left Rifenhad speechless, completely stunned. A few seconds later, he suddenly spoke, as if to himself. I was so foolish. Xiao Lasteo Hammer, hearing this, was also a bit surprised. She stared at him, thinking she noticed something strange. There's something wrong with this man. Indeed, Rifenhad at that moment seemed to resemble himself from before his reincarnation. At the same time, in the southern district of Jeffy, Us was laughing like a madman. He continuously attacked Roos, shouting provocatively, How long are you going to keep running? Roos tried to use his 7 stars technique to hold him off, worrying to himself, just when will that guy's mana run out? The energy blasts from the 7 stars flew towards Us in unison. He didn't stop, quickly executing his greatsword technique. On the other side, Us was completely unharmed and even shouted powerfully, Scream! The moment Eldron finished his words, a massive explosion erupted, creating a deafening sound. Roos was bewildered by this counterattack and asked in frustration, Us, where's all the swordsmanship you've been learning all this time? What kind of idiotic trick is this? Us stood amidst the smoke and dust, his tone arrogant and matter-of-fact. You learned swordsmanship to win, and this is just the best way to destroy you. Hearing this, Roos's hands itched to fight even more. He charged forward angrily. How dare you lecture me, while relying on the power of an artifact yourself? Have you no shame? Us quickly unleashed a barrage of attacks, shamelessly replying, Don't talk nonsense. If you want to criticize my tools, you should throw away your sword too. Roos tried to counterattack, but it was all useless. He thought helplessly, the great sword doesn't work, and the 7 stars is useless. If that's the case, Roos seemed to make a decision, gripping his sword tightly and raising it high. Then, he brought it down in a powerful slash. Lightning descended, and sparks flew, shattering the ground and sending electricity straight into his opponent. However, he was still completely unharmed. He even let out a mocking laugh. Now you're just doing pointless things. But as soon as he finished speaking, a large rock fell and hit Us on the head, causing him to collapse. Roos became even more tense, thinking to himself, this is even worse than the greatsword. I can imitate Sir Kanken's techniques, but without a trained body, I can't bring out their full power. It's true, there's nothing to learn from him or Sir Kanken. He frantically thought of a way to counter, knowing it would be hard to expect any help from Sir Melroy, who was busy dealing with the Day-Fi Knights. Or maybe I should just crush him with a building again. After all, that's the only thing that's worked. Meanwhile, US had just gotten up from the rubble, covered in dust, and angrily cursed. This bastard dares to use such petty tricks. Roos gripped the hilt of his sword, silently making a momentous decision. There's only one way left. Aim for the uncovered eye. Just then, US started taunting him. Your movements are too slow, Roos. Even you must be getting tired, right? He paid the taunts no mind, focusing on spinning his sword. At that exact moment, another one of US's attacks came rushing in. Roos flashed through the energy beam. He focused and charged toward US's eyes. In an instant, a sword strike slashed right into his eye. Roos used a phantom splitting technique to create countless swords. On US's side, his eye had gone dark, but unexpectedly, he easily recovered the energy, making it glow once more, and said with contempt, Fool, did you really think my eye was my weakness? With that, he began to unleash the light of Elrim. In the current situation, everyone was safe and spread out, except for the Dammits. The light beams unleashed by US were pressing down on Roos, suffocating him. He thought to himself, originally, with Eldrat's stored mana, unleashing Eldrin's light should be limited to about 5 times. I thought that if I just kept dodging, an opportunity would arise, but I was wrong. His new magical artifact is releasing nearly limitless mana. The bombardments rain down like a meteor shower, leaving no openings whatsoever. US's technique is overwhelming me. Just then, US flew over. He hovered in the air, looking down and said, You were hit by the light and still survived? As I thought, you're someone who can't be left alive. Battered and bruised, Rusi glared upwards. The brilliant golden light shining in his eyes made the question surface in his mind again. Is his technique really overwhelming me? A sliver of doubt appeared in Cirrus's mind. Could he truly be on a level above those who enlightened me? At that moment, US raised his sword again and began to channel energy full of killing intent, shouting, Die, you pathetic wretch. Roos kept a tight grip on his sword and looked up. Above him, US was diving down at high speed. Seeing this image, Roos was reminded of something. Like moonlight in the mist. The fleeting thought sparked a realization. His eyes widened as he silently repeated the word, mist. An image of Shaolasteo hammer appeared in Roos's mind, and he quickly understood something. It's a technique. It has to be a technique. One that I couldn't even begin to imitate among all the techniques I've ever seen. This is the technique with the most outstanding application of aura. The breath of the North Sea. Roos recalled Shaolasteo hammer's answer when she performed the technique. You ask how I do it? Water can become ice, and it can also become vapor and turn invisible. All things transform. So, you just need to bring that transformation into your body and use your aura to manifest your thoughts. He began to reason. However, no matter how hard I try, splitting aura into particles is impossible. Even when I tried to break down my aura as much as possible, the limit was still the size of a grain of sand. Controlling countless individual aura particles to the point they become mist? Even a god couldn't do that. But Shaolasteo hammer is doing the impossible. It's absurd. And why is the technique called breath? If it's a technique for moving aura particles, wouldn't the name mist be more fitting? Like how inhaling and exhaling changes the properties of air, she is changing the phenomenon called aura into the phenomenon called mist. Shaolasteo hammer's aura has become a material transformation. It's not about controlling microparticles, but about transforming the state of aura energy into the state of mist. Molding that enormous mass of energy at will is the secret to how she controls the chilling mist. Roos focused, analyzing this internally. Time, space, and matter. The three great factors that magic absolutely cannot control. Shaolasteo hammer has managed to realize a part of material transformation using only the power of her aura. Before long, US's attack reached him. As quick as a flash, Roos perfectly dodged the countless light beams. He used his energy to create numerous phantom swords. He determined something in his mind. Phantom split? The name was wrong from the very beginning. You name a technique to clarify its image. By doing so, the image becomes more solid, and its power increases. But, is an illusionary sword what I truly want? No. After a moment of uncertainty, Roos found the answer for himself. What I want isn't a sword that deceives the eyes like an illusion, but a sword that truly toys with space. What I desire is to exist everywhere. US had drawn very close, shouting, "Die, you pathetic wretch." At the same time, Roos slowly moved his sword along with his train of thought. And to exist nowhere at all. A sword as empty as the void. Very quickly, US's slash came straight for him. Roos mentally guided his own slash, bypassed the sturdy armor, and cut only the target itself. It transcended space itself. US was stunned by Roos's new technique, while Roos thought to himself, if I can perfectly master this sword, my sword will become an undodgeable blade that no one in this world can evade. And just as he thought, Roos succeeded in severing US's legs with the sword of the void. He thought, the sword of the mind. It cuts the instant its master wills it, and passes through like light when it does not. At this thought, Roos felt a sense of accomplishment. The corners of his lips curved into a smile as he said, with a sword that transcends space, no one can possibly stand against it. His brow furrowed deeply as the proud image of Rifenhad appeared in his mind, followed by the four cold, arrogant faces of the others. After thinking for a moment, he reminded himself, I still don't have the right to be arrogant. Behind him, US lay sprawled on the ground, still unable to accept reality. Me? Lose to someone like him? To such a pathetic wretch? Fine, kill me, you bastard. Hearing this, Roos turned around and raised his sword, shouting in anger. Yes, it's time to end this wretched, ill-fated bond. A blue light flashed in his eyes as he resolved himself to kill him. Following that, a deafening explosion sent earth and stone flying everywhere. However, US, still on the ground, was completely unharmed. A single, light slash had grazed his mask. A second later, it split in two, revealing US's enraged face. Roos stood before him, sword still raised. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. I will not kill you. Roos blurted out in shock and confusion. What? You're not going to kill me? The other man confirmed it again. That's right. Since you're an Eldros, you must have a healing magic spell carved on you, right? Your severed legs can't be reattached, but this should at least stop you from bleeding to death. However, the man showed no gratitude at all. He scowled and said disdainfully, Someone like you dares to show me pity? Roos glanced at him and replied coldly, I'm not sparing you because I like you. It's for the sake of the teen's family. If you die, What will happen to my sister-in-law? You're a noble too, so you should understand the importance of this. I also heard you left the family a long time ago. Poor sister-in-law. She must have been living like a widow in an empty room all this time. The man's face tensed, and he ground his teeth, spitting out Roos's name with pure hatred. Roos paid him no mind and continued casually. Now that your legs have been cut off, I doubt you'll be able to come after me anymore. Go home and focus on giving me a nephew. I mean, not having legs shouldn't affect your performance in the bedroom, right? The man grew more and more furious, screaming, "You bastard!" He roared like a madman. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Having said his piece, Roos leaped away. With a blank expression, he thought to himself, I don't have any lingering attachments to the family anymore. I've realized that the family, which once seemed so grand, is actually nothing at all. Roos quickly moved toward Malloy's location, still lost in his thoughts. If I wanted to, I could become a count right now. I'm already famous everywhere as the youngest aura user in the continent's history. Even if the Tens family doesn't acknowledge me, the world already acknowledges me as the strongest of the strong, a swordsman among swordsmen. If it's not because of some lingering attachment to my family, then why couldn't I kill him? Why? I don't know. They say the most incomprehensible thing in the world is the human heart, and it's absolutely true. Just then, Malloy saw Roos arrive to help and called out gratefully, "Thanks, Roos. These guys are stronger than I thought." Roos urged him on. "There's no time. Sir Malloy, we need to move quickly." Roos suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, "By the way, where is Silen?" Malloy asked back, looking puzzled. "You mean the young saint?" Meanwhile, Silen was screaming helplessly. "Oh, Felans, why have you forsaken me?" Silen, who was carrying Silen in her arms, said with a grateful expression, "Silen, thanks to the saint's blessing, we were able to rescue you." But he was struggling, praying inwardly, "Oh, muscles that I have trained for so long, grant me the strength to escape from this woman." However, Silen only found his struggling to be even more adorable. She thought, "My dear Silen, you're so shy even when being held in my arms." Left with no other choice, Silen decided to scream for help. But before he could get the full word out, Silen covered his mouth. "Shh, be quiet now, my love. If you're not careful, those monsters will find us," he thought desperately. "But I want to be found." Her face was filled with bliss as she said, "Let's go home, Silen, back to our love nest." Silen used all his strength to pull her hand away, muttering angrily, "I don't remember agreeing to anything like that." Just then, a voice called out from behind them, "Oh my, what is the young saint doing here?" Silen turned to see a woman with sharp, pointed ears standing on a roof. She asked coldly, "A female Cho?" Meanwhile, Silen found a glimmer of hope and screamed internally, "Save me." Silen wanted to say, "Can't you see I'm being kidnapped? Go get help." But his mouth was covered, so he could only make muffled, helpless noises. Titima, sitting on the roof, feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Ah, is that an enemy?" Silen couldn't speak, but he retorted in his mind, "Here in Japan, everyone except the demi-humans is an enemy. You're just figuring that out now?" Suddenly, Titima leaped down, brandishing her weapon as she charged forward, yelling, "Release the little saintess, you human." Seeing her attack directly, Silen's eyes widened in agitation as he screamed internally, "Hey, why are you charging in to fight? Go call for reinforcements." Silen let go of him to draw her sword, her expression cold and disdainful. "Why is something like this in the city? Are even the useless ones causing trouble now?" Silen seized the opportunity to yell, "Run! Run away now!" Just as he finished speaking, Silen's sword swung out. Titi nimbly ducked to avoid it. While chanting some kind of spell, "My body grows," trampling the green forest. She skillfully dodged all of Silen's sword strikes while continuing to chant. Green ginger churns, carrying a staggering burden. Silen soon realized that the spell seemed to be affecting Silen. A moment later, he was suddenly flung from Silen's arms. She cried out in alarm, "Silen!" Seeing him lying unconscious on the ground, Silen asked in a panicked and worried voice, "Are you hurt? I wasn't the one who did that, you know." Just then, Titima rushed forward like a leopard and even took the initiative to introduce herself. "An enemy, right? Sorry for the late introduction. Hello, I am Titima, the Pagaru of Lord Aten Silen." At this point, Silen had regained consciousness, and upon hearing this, he began to ponder her identity. Pagaru, if I remember correctly, it means successor in the Cho language. A child like her is the successor to Aten Silen. From what I know, the Cho don't trust or worship any gods. The spiritual culture of the Cho is to perceive everything without discrimination and to pursue the origin of all things. Therefore, among the Cho, there are no warriors, priests, or mages, only shamans, people who constantly strive to get closer to nature. The entire life of the Cho is based on the shaman's magic. The teachings of the shaman are the Cho's motto and their goal in life. The power of their magic is essential for all activities. From building houses and procreation to finding food, the shaman is the healer who cures the sick, the cleric who tends to their spirits, the warrior, and also the king who leads the tribe. Not just an ordinary shaman, but the successor to a great, respected shaman of the Cho tribe. I thought Atin Silen's successor would be some big, burly guy. Sensing Silen's gaze, Titi turned and asked, "Is something wrong, little saintess?" He replied in a friendly manner, "What's with the little saintess? Just call me Silen." She immediately obeyed. "Yeah, I know," she grumbled under her breath. "Hey, I never said you could speak to me so casually. Either way, that hag is the enemy. The enemy. You hear me?" Tidima obediently repeated, "Yes, that hag is the enemy." Seeing them talking, Silen felt a pang of jealousy. Why is she standing so close to him? She clenched her fists in anger and confronted her directly. "How dare you try to seduce our Silen?" Crichton gripped the hilt of her sword, saying, "It's a bit of a waste to use a good sword on a mere Cho." When Silen saw the blade, his expression changed, and he gasped to himself, "That's the holy light sword, Messe." Meanwhile, she raised her sword high and began to pray. "O great Se, please grant me your blessing." From what he knew, 130 years ago, this was the renowned sword that helped Nordis, a low-ranking priest of Arius, become famous. The Holy Light Sword, Messia. This sword has the ability to enhance its owner's power. It strengthens a swordsman's physique, a mage's magic, and a cleric's holy power. No matter what kind of power the user wields, it enhances it accordingly. She continued to pray for strength. "O great Se, make your sword shine." Silen silently wondered. Where did Silen get that? At the same time, a wave of light from the sword swung towards Tidima, accompanied by a contemptuous remark, "I'll tear you to shreds, you filthy mutt." Tidima was also shocked to find her own blade had been severed. Before she could counterattack, she was slashed all over by the sword's light. Tidima gritted her teeth, trying to dodge, wondering to herself, how did this human suddenly get so much stronger? What's going on? At that moment, a triumphant Silen laughed and said, "This is the sword that the great silver sage bestowed upon our love. It's your honor to die by this blade." Outside, Silen observed the situation while pondering the sword's origin. After the priest Nordis passed away, the holy light sword, Messia, was gradually forgotten. That was because Messia's enhancement ability had a very clear limit. Messia granted its user power on par with an aura user, but it didn't make them a true aura user. It was useless to the truly strong, but it gave the mediocre the power of the strong. Because of this trait, it became the target of countless second-rate martial artists, and after changing hands countless times, it vanished from history. Meanwhile, Titima was being fiercely attacked by Silen. Seeing that the situation was dire, Silen quickly recited an incantation. "O Philons, please grant your servant the might of a lion. Grant her the strength of a giant and hands to wield a sword, eyes as sharp as a hawk's, and legs as sturdy as a bull's to destroy the enemy." As he prayed, Tidima's entire body began to change. She was surprised, wondering, Why do I suddenly feel so light?" Tidima then began to counterattack, confidently shouting, "Even stronger!" Silen gritted her teeth and cursed, "You filthy mutts!" Outside, Silen enthusiastically supported Tidima, saying with determination, "Let me show you how terrifying a priest who knows how to provide support can be. I'll support you. Finish her," he told Tidima, while silently analyzing the strength of both sides. Even with the holy light sword, Messia, Silen's strength still hadn't reached the level of an aura user. A second-rate fighter could only approach the first-rate level. If her opponent were a true first-rate fighter, it would be a different story. Originally, Tidima's strength was on par with Silen's, but with the support of an excellent priest, she could unleash the power of a first-rate fighter. With that thought, Silen continued to pray, "O Philans, please grant your servant the blessing of light." This time, Tidima was the one to charge forward and attack. Her entire body was enveloped in a rosy aura, and she ran with legs as swift as a bull's. The tables had completely turned. Silen was being pushed back by Titima. Before long, a small cut appeared on her face. Silen's expression darkened as she panted, her hand still gripping the sword tightly. Silen had assessed the situation from the start. To the Silver Sage, Messia wasn't a particularly high-grade item. It was a sword made so that anyone could use it. Its power itself was not inferior to that of forbidden holy relics, but it also wasn't so great that its circulation needed to be prevented. As for Silen, she gritted her teeth, speaking with both anger and defiance. I can't believe I can't even fight back with the holy light sword. She suddenly bit her lips so hard that she trembled, seemingly suppressing a painful emotion. A moment later, Silen shut her eyes tightly and screamed, "Do you want to have an affair that badly?" Hearing this, Silen's face went pale, and he asked in confusion, "An affair? What affair?" She glared with indignation and opened her mouth to speak. "So that's it. I have to overcome this trial to be worthy of standing by his side." Seeing her terrifying expression, Silen's face turned white. Silen pointed a finger, declaring with determination, "I will become stronger. Strong enough to be acknowledged by him." After speaking, she turned and left. Tiedemann stood stunned for a moment, then asked, what was she talking about? Silen gave a vague reply, "Just ignore her. She's always like that." Then he turned to thank her. "Thanks, Tiedemann. I only survived because of you." But unexpectedly, Tiedemann's expression suddenly hardened, and she frowned at him, looking displeased. The next second, she suddenly pounced on Silen, expressing herself with a bright smile. "Silen, I like you," he let out aloud, astonished. "Huh?" Tiedemann shouted it again. "I like you. You're amazing." Silen panicked and yelled, "Hey, what's wrong with her?" But she didn't seem to care, focusing only on licking Silen's hair, following her instinct to mark her territory by spreading her scent on things. Tiedemann happily declared, "There, now he's mine." Silen didn't understand what was happening and just said, "Anyway, we need to get out of here quickly. The others have probably already left Jeperin." Upon hearing that, Tiedemann asked, "So, do you want me to carry you in my arms or on my back?" He froze for a moment, remembering the image of being carried around arbitrarily by others, haunted by memories of being treated like an object. Such a convenient, portable potion bottle. Silen's eyes widened, and he wondered in disbelief. Wait, is she actually asking for my opinion? At that thought, he couldn't hold back his tears. He wiped them away and replied, "Thank you. On your back, please." Titima's eyes curved into a smile as she replied, "Okay." The very next second, she was leaping away with Silen on her back. He was overjoyed, raising his hands to recite a prayer. "O Philons, please protect your servant and let her run tirelessly like a mountain goat." Titima cheered happily. "We're going faster." At Golan Canyon, north of the Tran Duchy. It connects the northern Tran Duchy to the Garan Plains in the eastern Groven Kingdom. This place was once the main trade route to Kroven. However, once official routes were built, this place became a wasteland, frequented only by secret smugglers. Athink stood on a high cliff and said, "Gathered like this, it's truly a magnificent sight." He gazed down at the tents set up close to each other below, thinking to himself, "But now, this is just a barren land with nothing." The subjects who would travel to the white nation of Antares had gathered. At this point, Silen was the only one who hadn't arrived yet. In a tent that night, Rifenhad smiled gently and said, "You've returned safely." He inquired about the situation. "How did the plan go?" Athink bowed respectfully and replied, "Reporting. We have successfully rescued all 107 captured clansmen. No one was left behind, and we suffered no losses on our side." He looked at the report in his hand and nodded. Of course, looking at the big picture, the amount of blood spilled can't be considered significant. Athink added, "Even if it's just one drop, blood is still blood." Rifenhad's face darkened, and he scowled. "Yes." He leaned in close to Rifenhad. "Oh, White King, allow me to sing you a song of my people." Then, Athink began a deep and sweet melody. Tears from the high heavens awaken the seeds of the great earth. Seeds that don't sprout become fertilizer for Mother Earth. Ants eat grasshoppers, and cicadas live their entire lives underground. That life, though arduous, is also beautiful. We use life to bear witness to all things, and use death to guide the living. In that flow, there is no high or low, blooming then withering, living then dying. Everything goes as it's willed, and yet not as it's willed. In the end, all things converge at a single point. He looked at Rifenhad with eyes full of hope. "Do you understand, O King of Humans, our King?" After finishing his song, Athink asked to leave, much to his confusion. Then, "I shall take my leave." Back in the hut, Roos appeared out of nowhere and yelled right in his face, "Hey, you bastard, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" He grabbed him and shook him furiously. "Let go of me. I thought something happened to you. You idiot. Something did happen. I was kidnapped by Silen." Silen's face paled slightly as he turned and asked, So we barely avoided a major incident. But who's that little girl who's been staring at us this whole time?" Roos stared at the person staring at them from a distance. "That's Tidima. You don't know?" I heard she's Lady Aiton's successor. Tidima stood up and introduced herself. I am Tidima, apprentice guru to Lord Athink. This is the third time I've introduced myself. Hearing this, Roos said, Sorry, I still can't tell you all apart. Bruce Silent walked over and reminded them. This is no time for jokes. Everyone's gathered. Get ready to move out. Silent quickly replied, I know. I'm getting ready. The information was clear. The number of demi-human slaves who had escaped Jeperin was close to 10,000. Rescuing them was not the end. The amount of food and essential supplies needed to get them to the White Kingdom of Antares was no small number. The one who had prepared this enormous amount of supplies was Sivan, the guildmaster of the Taubin Merchant Guild. Just then, Sivan came over with a document. All the items have been delivered in full. Please sign here. Rifenhad accepted it with a warm smile. Without your help, this mission would have been difficult to succeed. On behalf of all the races, I thank you. Sivan replied humbly. I was simply acting in accordance with my duties as a merchant. Rifenhad chuckled softly and asked, I know I shouldn't ask, but why did you dare to accept this deal? He laughed and scratched his head. Of course, I gave it a lot of thought. Sivan is an extremely decisive person. He is a man who dreams of becoming a great merchant, whose influence covers the entire continent. The existence of the White Kingdom plays a huge role in the development of the Taubin Merchant Guild. But no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't imagine the White King failing. He stated his goal without hesitation. I also intend to gradually wrap up the guild's business here and leave Jorat Gram Protection. Our Taubin Merchant Guild is just like other merchant caravans. It's practically a stateless organization that crosses all borders. Besides, I hold no patriotism for the Duchy of Jorat Gram Protection. Originally, I came from the Duchy of Last, Sivan stated frankly. I am very much looking forward to the White King's patronage. After hearing this, Rifenhad's face soured a bit. Thank you for your trust, but you could be burned alive later for being called a lackey of the Demon King. Then, in a split second, he changed his mind. No. This time I won't be called the Demon King anyway, so that probably won't happen, right? Just then, someone from behind called out to the White King. He quickly received an urgent message. The sun was slowly rising amidst the freezing winter cold. The enemy was slowly advancing. The Jeperin army had sent a pursuit squad. Class led the cavalry on horseback. Humph. The bastards couldn't have gotten far, pulling a stupid stunt like this. The slaves look calmer than I thought. They're discussing a strategy. As expected, the ones who helped them escape were from the White Kingdom of Antares, dwarves and Oros who can use aura. Who else could it be but the White Kingdom of Antares? Quite a few people also saw the brilliant pillar of golden light piercing the skies of Jeperin. They started to grumble and curse uncomfortably. You animals, we took care of you, and you dare to betray us? Even beasts know their masters if they're treated well. Why do we have to be in such a frenzy at the crack of dawn because of those bastards? Class shouted, making them cringe. Shut up, you let them escape and you're still running your mouths? He turned to discipline them. This time, even the Jeperin Knight Order will obey my commands. I don't care if they're slaves or not. All I know is that some of them can use aura. The soldiers weren't ordinary either. What's the scale of the pursuit squad? The cavalryman's eyes widened in confusion. As expected, all that's left is trash. Everyone here is. The ones who took bribes and showed up late. And I have to lead a bunch like this to fight against the army of the renowned Fist King. Meanwhile, on Rifen's side, what's the scale of the pursuit squad? Total forces are around 7,000 to 8,000. 800 to 1,000 are knight level, 2,000 cavalry, and the rest are infantry. Just as I predicted. So there really are no mages? What a relief. It seems the mages are still caught on the bridge. Roos still couldn't quite picture it. What did you do, Lord Rifenhad? He turned his head slightly, a triumphant smile on his face. I prepared a bait that no mage could possibly resist. Do you remember that village a 3-day journey south of Jeperin? I left a little something of mine there. Any mage would go crazy for it. It seems Sirius remembered something. Was it that thing from before? Rifenhad continued to explain. It's a magical theory missing its core component, but right now, they're surely busy trying to decipher it out of curiosity. She followed behind him, praising, You're smarter than I thought, Sir Rifenhad, and you're so confident that I'm smarter than you thought? I am a 10th Circle mage, after all. Flags fluttered, a testament to the great battle about to unfold. They raised their swords and charged forward. You foolish slaves. Stop resisting and surrender at once. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The slaves were wary and terrified. Rifenhad walked over to comfort and reassure them. Don't be afraid. They won't be able to touch a single hair on your heads. Class grit his teeth slightly, his face scrunching up. Jor was an old man over 80, so the other man must be this generation's Fist King. The heroic figure stood at the head of the slaves. Fist King Rifenhad, on his red horse, shouted with a flushed face. Fist King Rifenhad, we don't deny your strength, but you're all alone. No matter how strong you are, you can't protect all of those slaves, Class yelled. Surrender, or leave the slaves behind and retreat, and I will let you go. A subordinate behind him grit his teeth and advised, What are you saying? Sir Class, are you just going to let them go like that? Class glanced to the side. So you want to chase after those monsters? Go ahead, I won't stop you. He scowled, thinking, Of course, Rifenhad won't run. If I intended to back down so easily, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. He smirked contemptuously. You want me to leave them behind and run away? Annoyed, he shouted, I refuse. Class was also spoiling for a fight. He pointed his hand and said, Then the only thing left is to show you the power of Chatan. The Jeepan Knight Order charged forward to bolster their strength, shouting their slogans, Acceleration, Protective Armor, Increased Sharpness, Magic Eye. Class scowled, thinking to himself that no matter how corrupt they were, the Jeepan Knight Order was still the duchy's strongest force. Even if the Jeepan Knight Order failed, the Chatan Knight Order and thousands of soldiers were still behind them. Even an aura user couldn't be invincible. But right at that moment, what slammed into their faces was Rifenhad's mighty army. He unleashed his power, and one by one, they each unleashed their own. Indigo, blue, violet, every color was present, along with terrifying faces hidden behind masks made of animal bone. Everyone was bloodthirsty, no one was willing to back down. They erupted with furious energy, and Silent was no less impressive. A clash exploded, throwing the enemy army into a panic. My God, that's Sword Aura. Aura! They are the aura users of Antares. The slaves now had hope. Rifenhad declared, From this moment on, in the name of the miracle that has opened hope for a new world, I will make the wishes of countless people a reality. A seven-colored light radiated throughout the area. Rifenhad yelled his command. Crew! Roos's sword. Fire continuously. Next came Shaolasteo Hammer's superhuman attack. They fired round after round as Rifenhad's side charged forward. They used incredibly skilled counterattacks, initiating the 7 stars. Earthblade. The ground shattered with a shocking impact, sending shards of rock and debris flying everywhere. Rifenhad then shouted, Melroy, Sloan. They both received his command and acted in unison. They attacked with a perfect two-person sword combination, a resonant quake. The display left the enemy army stunned. What? What is this? What kind of trick is this? Maui had played his strategic card. Ta-da! My comrade, Kataksawan, is just as formidable. Ken, thunder descends. The others also heard the command. A powerful energy surged from within them. Class still didn't understand his intentions. What trick are you trying to pull now, Fist King? An explosion that echoed across the heavens and earth occurred. Scars of battle appeared everywhere. Boom, boom. Not a single spot was spared. Soon, the area was engulfed in smoke and flames. At that moment, he was dealing a ferocious blow. The lake roared, but the lightning fell silent. The currents shifted, becoming a great, blood-colored flood that poured down. This is the sorrow of Mother Earth. The space around them turned crimson red as sky-rending explosions continued to erupt. The enemy army grew more and more panicked. What is this? What's happening? The horses are out of control. The Fist King is planning to use the slaves to carry out some evil scheme. The horses' legs were beginning to tremble. Who knows what's going to happen? Draw your swords and stop them. Rifenhad shouted decisively, I declare to the army of Chatan, any man who values his life should retreat now. Hearing this, Class became extremely agitated. Don't be fooled. Jeepan Knights, there are only 9 of them. Keep charging. He clenched his fist and commanded them. A stream of light swirled around his hand. They were gathering to create something unexpected. Soon, the power was concentrated in Rifenhad's hand. He muttered, Fist Magic Fusion. The power grew stronger and stronger, combining with the strength he already possessed to create a fatal blow against hundreds of men. He unleashed the masterful magic fist. Class gritted his teeth, trying to resist it. Rifenhad charged forward furiously, shouting, as an endless vortex appeared. A world-shaking tremor occurred. 6th-level Demon Fist Fusion. Horn of Annihilation. The power sent earth and stone flying, devastating everything in its path. They were like lava, incinerating an entire area. Class's enemies were suddenly unable to defend themselves. How could this be happening? They retreated, scared out of their wits. Run! Everyone, run away! He shouted while thinking in a panic. The Fist King's own skill was already terrifying enough. We're retreating. The energy grew even more intense. He can even resonate with other auras? New powers were being born, creating a terrifying earthquake to bury the enemy. The devastating booms of one explosion after another grew stronger and stronger. The desperate cries of the enemy army rang out. "Help us!" Class himself was terrified by the scene. "Oh God, dear God." Thick white smoke billowed up. In an instant, rocks had completely blocked the path. Class stood on a high point, thinking in disbelief. Even if he is the Fist King, how could he collapse a cliff that's hundreds of meters high? I've heard that the invincible body is just a brute. But this, Class and his soldiers' faces turned pale. That's right. With power like that, he can act so outrageously. We don't have any mages with us right now. How are we supposed to get through this? Lord Class, what should we do? The man could only glare at him with hatred, while Rifenhad taunted, "If you think you can cross, then go ahead and try." His comrades looked around and had to admit, wow, this is really effective. How could our benefactor say he'd do something impossible? He must have been certain he could do it to give such an order. Of course, he targeted the weak point of the canyon that the dwarves identified beforehand, but even so, to say this was to avoid bloodshed, yet cause so much damage to great nature, truly, the sin is immense. From there, a completely new scene unfolded before Rifenhad. The catastrophic sight before them was the result of combining the master earth mages, the dwarves, with the experience of an ancient archmage who had blown up a few mountains in his time. It was combined with the simple mindset of a musclehead who thinks, if a mountain is in the way, just destroy it. All right, everyone, let's head back. Even if the pursuit team takes a detour, it'll still take them half a month, so we have enough time to reach the kingdom of Robins. The rumor about the Fist King, that the monarch of Antares had attacked Jaren and freed the slaves, had spread quickly. Everyone on the continent was paying attention to this event. The famous Fist King had established the new nation of Antares and achieved victory over the wealthy and ancient duchy of Tra. This was truly a captivating story for those who dreamed of becoming heroes. Some harshly condemned it, calling it a foolish, immoral, and greedy act to invade another nation's capital without even a declaration of war, and plunder their assets on top of that. It's no different from a band of despicable thieves. His ideology is truly dangerous. Freeing the slaves is one thing, but to grant them freedom and citizenship, this action completely goes against the order of the continent. However, the common sentiment of the continent had also changed significantly. Among those who were privately skeptical of slavery but never dared to speak up, the title of liberator began to spread. Everyone was different, each with their own opinion, but they all acknowledged one thing. 1 month after the Jiren liberation campaign, the White King of the White Kingdom of Antares had his desk piled high with documents. He read the reports and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the dwarves were the quickest to get settled. The dwarves had settled in under the guidance of High Priest Marcelin. The villagers chattered together animatedly. This mountain range is absolutely beautiful. When will construction start in this area? Enjoy your meal, everyone. Are there no mines here? My hands are getting itchy. Just rest and get your strength back. I heard there are a lot of materials. We're about to join the big construction project anyway. Class read through each report. The Cho faction didn't seem to have any major problems either. Most of the remaining Cho tribes on the continent had come under the protection of the White Kingdom of Antares. The other Cho chose to explore the world. Is this where we will live? I can feel the blessing of the world tree. It's okay even if we don't have a tribe to return to. The ones captured by humans were just guru priests who had left the village's barrier to train. The older gurus didn't mind new gurus joining the tribe. They integrated quickly. Rana, I'm Mandra, a new guru. I am Guru Hiruba. From now on, we'll take shifts ripping out hearts. Huh? It's so the Cho can give birth safely. The heart-ripping ritual is necessary. With more people to perform the ceremony, no Cho would dare to cause a fuss. The Elves and Orcs are also doing quite well. Roos and Tathasis were in charge of handling the newly rescued slaves who were Elves and Orcs. Since both of them had been slaves before, they were dedicated to helping their newly freed kin settle into their new lives. Vade then arrived with another stack of reports, saying with a smile, "Here is the summary of additional reports from our allied races." Class held his head, exhausted. "Good work. Pass on my praise to the others as well." Besides his former elven secretary, Vade had added about 30 truly competent administrative officials. They were all people who had once worked in the territory of Baron Chetas, which fell after the territorial war. Vade bowed politely. "Then I shall take my leave, Mr. Chancellor." He had recruited talented people who had no backing and thus went unrecognized. Because of this, They were extremely dedicated to the administrative duties they were given. He stretched wearily. Anyway, that's taken care of for now. Can I get some training in now? He then turned to Flora with some curiosity and asked, "By the way, Flora, what is it?" She reported softly, "The White King summons you. I hear the delegation from the Kingdom of Robins has arrived." Class immediately got dressed while complaining, "Can't I get a moment's rest? Who's leading them?" Flora answered immediately, "They say it's Count Laros." Hearing this, he froze. "Count Laros? That old man is an acquaintance of mine. I wonder if he'll expose my identity." She smiled cheerfully and replied, "You probably don't need to worry. Even your own parents wouldn't recognize you, Mr. Chancellor." Class was suddenly stunned for a few seconds as he thought about his past self. He thought for a moment, You mean I've gotten more handsome, right?" Laros knelt before Rifenhad. Laros of the Kingdom of Robins pays his respects to the monarch of Antares. He observed with a frown. The White King is famous, of course, but what in the world is up with that chancellor? Why would an administrator need a body like that? He replied with a serious expression. "Welcome to Antares. Is His Highness well?" Laros was startled and replied, "Yes. Although he is busy with the country's affairs, he is young and in good health. This is a letter. His Highness is very pleased with the White King's recent actions." After reading the letter, Rifenhad smiled with satisfaction. As expected, he can't stand a rogue nation like Chatan either. "Please convey my gratitude to His Highness for his goodwill." The letter basically said, "We already hated the Duchy of Chatan's attitude. So well done. If you need help pulling any pranks on Chatan, contact us, and we'll gladly help." Rifenhad asked curiously, "So, what's the reaction from the Duchy of Chatan?" Laros put on a cheerful expression. "They're furious, of course." Duke Chatan Natan II made an immediate announcement. He condemned the Kingdom of Robins for not only tolerating the Fist King, but also paving the way for him, demanding the return of the slaves and compensation for damages, and declaring that if proper justice isn't served to the Fist King, they will wage war. Of course, we ignored them. Some of our more warmongering nobles are even hoping they'll attack. His Highness also seems to tacitly agree. I suppose we'll get to see the mighty warriors of Antares on the battlefield then, won't we? He replied with satisfaction. Of course. Watching Laros's retreating back, Class spoke up. Most of the Robins nobles have a favorable impression of the White Kingdom of Antares. Rifenhad agreed. In that case, we can consider them a reliable ally. He had a very conflicted expression. That Yuban fellow will definitely support the White King with all his might just so he can get married. It's quite pathetic when you think about it. A loser like me is dating Xiao La, while Yuban sits on the throne and can't even get married. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tease. Aren't you still unmarried yourself? I heard your father-in-law hasn't given his permission yet? His expression turned resolute. Just give me 3 years. I'm confident I can get him to agree within 3 years. Rifenhad reminded him with some concern. I hope you'll use a humane and peaceful method to convince him. Then, he returned to matters of state. Anyway, what's the reaction from the other nations? He answered calmly. Everything has been handled smoothly. In Tempras, the capital of the Grim Kingdom, Pharaon was bowing respectfully before the second prince. Thanks to your highness, I have returned with my mission completed. The second prince of the Grim Kingdom asked him, All right, Viscount Pharaon, what was the response from the White Kingdom of Antares? Pharaon gestured as he replied, Contrary to the rumors, the White King is a reasonable man. A series of treasure chests were then displayed before the Grand Hall. He explained further, These are gifts from the Fist King, Rifenhad, sent for your highness. He said that despite his own troubles, he caused a disturbance and feels the weight of his responsibility as a neighbor, and sends these as a token of friendship. The second prince's eyes couldn't leave the treasures, and he lavished them with praise. Well, it must have taken quite an effort to acquire these things. They are truly magnificent treasures. The maids beside him chimed in, This silk is so beautiful. As expected, even the renowned Fist King fears your highness's authority. The courtiers below laughed loudly, causing a stir. Just what you'd expect from someone from the martial arts world. He acts on impulse and only comes to his senses later. Is that how his school has always been? Well, if he's a natural-born martial artist, it makes sense. Those people haven't just been practicing for a day or two. Pharaon replied with respectful confidence. It was indeed an act as ignorant as their reputation suggests, but since we've received a firm answer, I don't believe there will be any more trouble. His Highness was a bit hesitant. So, you're saying we should just leave them be? In his mind, he was thinking, I have to try this wine glass tonight. He then spoke clearly to the courtiers below. The White Kingdom of Antares has committed the act of letting slaves escape, causing chaos on the continent. And furthermore, They directly attacked the Duchy of Chatan to steal slaves. Meanwhile, the handmaiden beside him sidled up to His Highness with a fawning tone. The one he's confronting is just the duchy. I don't think our kingdom needs to intervene, Your Highness. Pharaon also smiled and expressed his view. Besides, it's the Duchy of Chatan's problem. I see no reason for Grim to spill blood for Chatan. He racked his brain, his face etched with worry. What a headache. If things continue like this and I do nothing, the Silver Sages faction will go berserk. But I can't reveal anything about the Silver Sages to my subjects either. Oh, whatever. In this situation, the Silver Sages will probably understand. Having made up his mind, His Highness announced loudly, "All right, let's just end it like this." Over in the White Kingdom of Antares, Kaz and the others wore amused expressions. This should buy us some time. I've sent gifts to all the kingdoms that had envoys, and they all reacted the same way. Rifenhad was slightly afraid. Is that so? Although the White Kingdom's actions went against the code between nations, we will let it pass, since they later respected the continent's order and showed their sincerity. He expressed his opinion seriously. Even though they're the ruling class, they have a rather simple side to them. It's hard to remain hostile when faced with this level of sincerity, even though it was quite a struggle to prepare the gifts while our finances were in a critical state. Luckily, we have items that are persuasive enough besides just gold and jewels. The gifts sent to the kingdoms were all specialties from each race: elven silk, Orcs leather goods, dwarven weapons, and Cho pottery. These are abundant in the White Kingdom, but in other countries, they are rare items seen for the first time. Though gathering a sufficient quantity wasn't easy, it was much cheaper than using gold and jewels. Compared to the results we achieved, it was practically free. Rifenhad couldn't help but feel guilty, saying, "It feels like we're conning them, so it's a bit unsettling." The White Kingdom of Antares had clearly promised the other kingdoms that it would no longer wage wars of aggression. Well, it's not exactly a lie. Because later, when our power grows, we won't be the White Kingdom anymore. He silently thanked the heavens. I'm so glad this friend is on our side. I only spared his life back then because I felt guilty. In his previous life, he was the wise king of the Robin's Kingdom and the central figure who united the human alliance. A talent that someone like me, who only knew how to use personal force to become emperor, could never compare to. With someone like that masterminding the strategies, it's no wonder the human alliance was so tightly knit. Rifenhad couldn't help but be curious. You guys are human, yet you're changing the world for the sake of other races. Doesn't that bother you? Kaz ignored his question. For the man who's dating Lady Tyra to talk about being bothered. That's a bit funny, you know? Rifenhad said, helplessly. You have a point. He confessed his true feelings. When I was the heir to the Fernando family, I dreamed of a world where my subjects could live happily. When I dreamed of the throne, my focus shifted to the people of CBS. Now, those who were once considered demi-humans are simply united under the name human. And now, I dream of a world where all humans can live happily. There's no reason to hesitate. Emperor Land, the capital of the Holy Bastalon Empire. Leopold I ordered furiously, burn it all. The tone of the Holy Bastalon Empire's emperor, Leopold Bram Bastalon I, was utterly contemptuous. How dare they try to entice me with this stuff? How utterly despicable. To imagine that I would be pleased to receive the ugly bones of those beasts. I must punish the one who dares to call himself king among beasts. The gifts that Kaz had sent were now engulfed in raging flames. Leopold I was seething. How dare they use these cheap gifts to cover up their filthy actions? Does the White Kingdom of Antares truly refuse to bow its head? A courtier beside him cleared his throat and replied, They have ignored the teachings of Seer and have not hesitated to walk the path of sin. Lord Seer has decreed that man was made in his image to rule over all creation. To ignore this teaching is to insult the Empire. An absolutely unforgivable act, Your Majesty. Immediately, the Viscounts below all shouted in unison, We must use the teachings of Seer to save them, Your Majesty. We must launch a punitive expedition. However, among the crowd, another courtier expressed his concern. But realistically speaking, punishing the White Kingdom of Antares is beyond our capabilities. First of all, the distance from the Empire is too great, and we would have to face Antares' ally, the Kingdom of Robins. The other nations also seem to think the Empire is overreacting. The #1 trading nation on the continent, Chatan. Thanks to the Empire's protection, they reaped enormous profits from intermediary trade, and endured countless curses equivalent to that sum. Not a single nation wasn't outraged by the Duchy of Chatan's actions of gnawing away at other countries' wealth. They just didn't dare to openly oppose them, because the Empire was behind the Duchy. That's why when this incident occurred, everyone secretly felt gratified. They acknowledged Rifenhad not because they loved the White Kingdom of Antares, but because they hated Shatan so much, especially the Western Kan Kingdom. They even sent a gift in return to publicly express their desire for a good relationship. This was all because of the disgrace of the Western Kan Kingdom's aura user, Lantus. In the past, the Duchy of Chatan had not only refused to cooperate in his capture, but also granted Lantus asylum, causing relations between the two countries to deteriorate. Since they dealt such a painful blow to that duchy, it's impossible for them not to like the White Kingdom of Antares. Instantly, another person bravely stood up to speak. The reactions of the other religious orders cannot be ignored either. There are quite a few clerics from the Ledanti and Philandans orders residing in the White Kingdom of Antares. It is said that the young saint, in particular, holds a key position in the White Kingdom, so the Philadan order is also extremely interested. Although the Seer order is the most prosperous on the continent, Seer is not the only god that humans worship. In some specific regions, the influence of other orders is even greater than our own. The other orders want to use this opportunity to expand their influence, so they have no reason to be hostile towards the White Kingdom of Antares. Leopold I was a bit suspicious. I heard that so-called Fist King was notoriously ignorant. How could he have accomplished all this? Unable to contain his anger, he shouted, "But are we supposed to acknowledge them just because of that? Are you ministers planning to just turn a blind eye? Lord Seer is watching you. Can you really do that?" Just then, Ines stepped forward, bowing respectfully to speak. "Your Majesty, this humble servant Ines has something to report," he replied. "Speak." His voice was laced with a hidden meaning. The White Kingdom of Antares did not wage war on the Duchy of Chatan. They merely launched a raid. Leopold I couldn't help but be curious. "Ines, explain in more detail." Ines stated frankly, "The White Kingdom of Antares is not a traditional superpower with vast territory and a large population. They simply possess a high-quality military and many aura users. Therefore, this servant has heard that they used a small, elite army to carry out that act." He narrowed his eyes in thought and said, "And so what?" He continued to flatter, "The Empire's strength is unmatched. If the White Kingdom of Antares can do it, there's no reason the Empire cannot." Ines then put on an incredibly cunning expression. "Let's use the same method they did to punish them. Isn't this in line with Say's justice?" Understanding his meaning, Leopold smirked. "Then summon them." Thinking of that distant land, Leopold I was extremely pleased to send a message to that arrogant Fist King, hoping that Say's justice would be carried out by those who will teach him the price of disrupting order. Elsewhere, another kingdom was also secretly hatching a plan, one that was caught between superpowers and had no opportunity to improve its standing. This might be a good chance. A courtier below reminded him, "But Your Majesty, didn't you already accept a gift from the White Kingdom?" He was completely indifferent. "What does it matter? Outwardly, our Green Kingdom has nothing to do with this." Then he gave a cold command. "Kawan, prove that the strength of the Green Kingdom is not inferior to any other nation." In the county of Tenez, of the Kingdom of Grus, a voice spoke gravely. "Rus's reputation is shining in Antares." In contrast, the direct heir of the Tenez family had to return with his legs lost. Although he can be healed by the power of the Silver Sage, it was too late by the time he realized that the light of Tenez could not outshine the gleam of the Fist King. The bloody feud between brothers has ended. As a father, I am somewhat at ease. A mysterious voice from the shadows immediately spoke a reminder. "I wonder if Lord Yusuf will obediently accept your words. I came to the Tenez family because I still feel some attachment to you, and because my sword might just sever the head of another one of your sons." He just silently glanced at him. In the Marquisate of Anti, Stepan von Antian's father said resentfully, "He killed my son. He was a womanizer like me, so he became a libertine. But his talent was exceptional, and his future was very promising. If he had just practiced his sword diligently, he could have achieved great deeds for the family that would have been recorded in history. This is a personal request from me, unrelated to the Empire's demands. Sir W. Grandin, I promise the full support of the Marquisate of Anti. Will you help me?" A subordinate sent by Ines also spoke up indignantly. "This humble one has no intention of standing by and watching those treacherous scoundrels run rampant. I will cut off the nose of that arrogant fool and present it to you as a gift." Over in the arid desert, a messenger spoke urgently. "This is a royal decree, Sir Gua." The man replied with utter contempt. "What has that so-called king ever done for me? First, he pestered me about becoming the captain of the knights, and now he's trying to order me around to do these trivial tasks?" He gritted his teeth threateningly. "Get lost, before I kill you." This caused the messenger to tremble in fear, but he then mustered all his courage to persuade him. What if the commander of this expedition is Sir Banao? Then the moment he heard this, a blazing red aura erupted violently before quickly vanishing. In an instant, The entire arid desert was engulfed in a sea of flames. He thought to himself, they say his aura can make the sky churn like the ocean. As someone who pursues the pinnacle of swordsmanship, how could I not admire him? W then said clearly to the messenger, it will probably take some time to prepare. In a crowded tavern, everyone was buzzing with discussion. That incident was a good opportunity to see just how corrupt Chatan's knights have become. Class was somewhat somber, but his hostility toward the Fist King is another matter entirely. The person next to him advised, Clat, I will carry that anger for you, so please calm down. Plundering, indifference, indulgence, sloth. Our country's knights truly have become corrupt, he said, slamming his mug on the table. However, if they see the fate of someone who steals from others and then flees, the knights of Chatan will surely have to change, right? In the Robin's Empire, Ben wore a confused expression as he asked, you mean you want our nation's aura user, Sir Grandiat, to participate in this expedition? Ines replied respectfully, that's correct. He immediately exploded in anger. Are you all insane? The Empire is surely aware that the White Kingdom of Antares and Krobans are allies. He stated bluntly, without a hint of humility. Although our borders are far apart, you should probably think more about the relationship between Krobans and the Empire. I heard you appreciate the dwarven style, so we also prepared this gift. Hearing this, Yuban became even more enraged and cursed. Does your empire intend to look down on my nation just because I have only recently ascended the throne? Go back and tell your emperor that Robins has no intention of interfering in this matter, Ina said in a cunning tone. So you don't need the gift. He suddenly froze. In an instant, the dwarves before him were burned to death by black flames. He glanced over at them. I thought that even if they were lowly creatures, you would be pleased if they were beautifully packaged. I apologize for my short-sightedness. However, I cannot allow things that your highness has rejected to continue to set foot on the soil of Bastalon. Inas's face seemed to be suppressing his anger, yet he remained respectful. Next time, I will bring a gift that His Highness Yuban might be pleased with when I come for an audience. Yuban sat wearily on the bed and let out a sigh. Phi stroked his head with an affectionate expression. Yuban, you did well. You looked very stately. Yuban hugged her and spoke sweet words. I only try to act strong in front of my subjects. I can't do that in front of you. I'm afraid this situation is getting bigger than I imagined. If it were Sir Rifenhad, this probably wouldn't be a big problem. But he hesitated for a moment, then continued. It won't be long now, until the day you and I are recognized by everyone and can officially hold our wedding ceremony. In the vast Pantheon Hall of the Holy See, the Pope gave a clear command. I thought you had already heard the story. Under the authority of the Pope, I will entrust you with full command of this sacred mission. The person opposite him was somewhat indifferent. Oh, protector of mine, did you summon this old man for such a tedious matter? But since this is for a great cause, I will follow your words. His terrifying face was gradually revealed. I see. The king of the White Kingdom is a disciple of Jorat Grom Protasiso. At that ancient, majestic palace, Flora shouted in frustration. For heaven's sake, I told you to only put 2 spoonfuls of sugar in the sauce. Xiao Lastio Hammer, looking terrified, stammered, Flora, but the flavor is a little. Before she could finish, the other woman lectured loudly. Cooking is a process. Please just follow the recipe. With that, Flora unceremoniously threw the food away. This dish was overcooked and now it's completely burnt. Xiao Lastio Hammer quickly replied, I'll remake it right away. She reached out, grabbed the other woman, and asked sternly, Didn't you say you had cooking experience? Faced with this question, Xiao Lastio Hammer could only give a wry smile. Ah, that? Well, that was over 10 years ago. She added proudly. Back then, I hid my identity and blended in with humans to go on adventures. Everyone said my dried meat was the absolute best. Flora spoke coldly. So basically, a bunch of guys who only know how to make stew got to taste something decent for a change. Is that it? Moving on, she started planning the food. For lunch tomorrow, let's just make simple sandwiches. That way, we won't have to worry about burning anything. Xiao Lastio Hammer obediently complied. Yes, ma'am. In a cleared field near the White King's castle, dust and dirt suddenly kicked up in the distance. Rifenhad poured all his strength into his fist, preparing to launch himself forward. He showed no mercy, firing a direct impact cannon at Roos. Roos yelled indignantly. Using a move like that in a one-on-one fight is going a bit too far. Brother, that's an area of effect skill. Without another word, Roos quickly unleashed a massive blade wave with his sword. Unfortunately, Rifenhad was faster. He had already slipped behind him. Don't worry, Roos. I'm not using this move to catch you. Before his opponent could adjust, Rifenhad unleashed a rapid-fire cannon. The entire area was engulfed in a terrifying sea of fire. When it was over, the two men cheered excitedly. "It's been a while since we got to stretch our legs. That was refreshing. Brother, I feel great after all this time too." As they said this, they suddenly remembered the past few days. It's because Flora has been sighing all the time lately. You're right. She's become an excellent, mature headmaid. Rifenhad looked at the surrounding scenery, expressing his satisfaction. Anyway, in the training room, all we do is break things. Out here, we can spar and plow the fields at the same time. Kills two birds with one stone. Roos nodded and made a suggestion. "Let's go another round." As soon as the words were out, they both charged in to continue their battle. Lasteo, Hammer, and Flora, watching from the sidelines, cheered their hearts out. "Go, Lord Rifenhad. I'm cheering for you." Athica, on her side, also cheered loudly for her team. "It's not fair to only cheer for the White King, is it? Hey Roos, you can do it." "That's right, buddy. Give him a good punch." Hearing them say that, Roos was at a loss for words. Why does that sound so pitiful? Just then, Slook also appeared to cheer for him. "Go, Lord Roos." But this just made Roos feel even more heartbroken. No, that one sounds even more pitiful. Lasteo, Hammer, and the others moved to a corner to watch them. "Ugh, can't you two fight a little quieter? It's so loud it's hurting my ears. Everyone, eat while you watch." She kindly turned to invite Cyrus. "You should have some too, Miss Cyrus." But the other woman coldly refused. "I've prepared my own lunchbox." With that, Cyrus opened a box filled with eye-catching dishes. Seeing them, Lasteo, Hammer was left speechless. She smiled and complimented the other woman. "You're such a skilled cook." Lasteo, Hammer could only manage a wry smile in response. "You too, Miss Cyrus." The others sat obediently watching. The two of them bicker. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? You're probably just imagining it. It doesn't matter who wins. Go for it. Just then, Rifenhad walked over to them. "Oh, what a magnificent spread." Lasteo, Hammer quickly spoke up to show off her own food. I made sandwiches too." Seeing him gobble down the food, Cyrus was filled with disdain. He used to be called an elegant mage, but how is he any different from anyone else now? Meanwhile, Lasteo, Hammer was infatuated with this side of him. Even his eating habits were so manly. Roos suddenly spoke up first. "When I ran into Silen and Jiren this time, it scared the daylights out of me. She got her hands on that sword from somewhere, and it actually made me put in some effort." Hearing this, Roos also remembered something. Now that you mention it, that guy Usus also showed up with a strange ancient artifact. After hearing that, Rifenhad recognized it. "Wait a minute, Cyrus. Was it the Holy Light Sword, Messiah?" She nodded in response. "You know of it? Well, I suppose you would. It's quite famous." Hearing this, he felt a bit puzzled. If it's the Holy Light Sword, Messiah, isn't that Cyrus's sword? I used it a lot because of its ability to enhance any skill, but I later gave it to my adjutant. Rifenhad then offered a theory. Is it possible that Big Woman just happened to find it by chance? Cyrus refuted that. Silen said it was given to her by the Silver Sage. He then became extremely curious about this. And that guy Ren, too. Why is everyone showing up with ancient artifacts? Something's not right. I need to start gathering information seriously. Sometime later, in the Aran mountain range, the western branch of the Great Low Mountains, the new capital of the White Kingdom of Antares was being built. Aran Grat, which means City of Five Colors in the ancient June language. Nestled within the mountain ranges was a modern city, with intricately constructed buildings all around. Taking in the sight, he couldn't help but be impressed. "Oh, it's already starting to look like a real city, huh? The last time I was here, it was just a barren wasteland." The other person replied humbly, "Thanks to our abundant manpower and talented individuals, our progress has been much faster than expected." Rifenhad's attention was suddenly drawn to a statue. "Is that a statue of Katamiti?" Cassus explained in a soft voice. "He will be remembered as a hero of the dwarves who fought for the liberation of the slaves. He's a symbol of freedom." At this, he fell silent for a moment, after which Rifenhad spoke up with some good news. "The people we rescued have settled in and begun production, so our budget should be secured soon." He was also extremely pleased with this progress. Because of this, we've managed to make up for a significant part of our deficit. Sending out the specialty goods from the different tribes to other nations has also become a great form of promotion. Right now, they're in high demand. Cyrus glanced around for a moment before remarking with admiration, "This is incredible. It doesn't feel inferior to Jeepin in the slightest." He smiled and replied, "I thought the elves might have a hard time living here, since it was built by dwarves, but it looks like I was worrying over nothing." Xiao Lasteohammer suddenly spoke up and asked, "Oh, are you planning to plant a world tree here as well?" Sir Rifenhad nodded and laid out his plan. "I plan to plant the third world tree deep in the Aran Mountains because it would attract too much attention out in the open. That way, the elves will have no trouble living here." The townspeople quickly turned their attention toward them. "Hey, look, it's the White King. The Prime Minister is here too." They couldn't stop chattering about them. "Oh, that's Chao. And that must be the great Guru Atinka of the Cho tribe. His teeth look just as impressive as the rumors say. Who's that Cho girl walking behind them? That one must be the New Moon Swordsman. So, is that person the young saint? Must be. Looks like it really is the young saint." Seeing that no one was paying her any mind, Xiao Lasteohammer became extremely annoyed. "I've built up all these muscles, so why is everyone still reacting like this?" The girls were also staring at Xiao Lasteohammer now. "You can do it, Chief. You have to win that man over. And please, cut the crabby old lady act." At a grand, classically designed building, Cass began to introduce it to everyone. "This is the Grand Temple of Phelan, currently under construction in Areningrad." "Reverend Saint," Ceylon cried out in excitement. "Whoa, it's huge." Seeing this reaction made Rifenhad happy as well. "You like it that much, huh?" he exclaimed with excitement. "Of course. I'm an archbishop now, after all." Seeing this, he also offered his congratulations. "Considering your age, this is a truly unprecedented promotion. Congratulations, Archbishop Nim. Congratulations." Rifenhad turned and praised the other person. "It's truly a perfect city, Kankan. You've worked hard." He spoke humbly. It would have been so much better if the capital was named Rifenhad City, or just Rifenhad. Hearing that, he felt a bit embarrassed. How could I give it such an embarrassing name? From a distance, a horseman suddenly rode up with news. "Prime Minister, an urgent message from Ja," Rifenhad asked curiously. "What is it?" He quickly replied, "It's a letter from the Magic Tower in Jarut." He quickly recognized the place. "You mean the Magic Tower built by the Dwarf Mage Corps?" As soon as he opened it, Cass's face turned pale. "This is," Rifenhad said, confused. "What is it?" He quickly handed it over for him to see. After reading it, Rifenhad's expression also darkened. The words written on it said, "The enemy is attacking Jarut." He fell silent, thinking about his current position. Elsewhere, everything in the vicinity had been destroyed. All the buildings were now just piles of rubble. Roos looked at the mess with some curiosity. The city gates and walls are all shattered, but there's no sign of the enemy inside the city. Xiao Lasteohammer also noticed something unusual. If a large army had truly passed through, they couldn't have left so few traces. Rifenhad scanned the surroundings, trying to find a clue. Where on earth did they attack from? The Kingdom of Basili or the Bastalon Empire? If it was the Empire, they would have had to go through Basili, so it's impossible for them to have deployed their army. Just then, they noticed a building that had been split in two. Seeing that sight, Xiao Lasteohammer's expression darkened. The City Hall, the main administrative building of Ja, has been split in two. It looks like an attack by an aura user. Cass was just as shocked. "To handle the affairs of the Duchy of Triton, we sent gifts to many nations, but some of them refused. Although we anticipated a large-scale invasion, this has happened strangely fast." Rifenhad currently had countless questions running through his mind. This isn't magic. The only thing that could do this is an aura sword. But who could it be? All around them were corpses lying everywhere. The sight filled him with rage. Pion, the mayor of Ja. He was a very capable friend. Just who the hell did this? Xiao Lasteohammer scanned the area once more before drawing a conclusion. Some people were crushed to death, but the knights' bodies have sword wounds. It seems they broke into the city hall, slaughtered everyone, and then destroyed the building before leaving. Their main objective was probably information. After hearing this, Cass added, "If they had heard the rumors that the number of aura users in the White Kingdom of Antares is nothing to scoff at, they wouldn't have dared to attack so recklessly. To say this was the work of aura users means they must have gathered a large number of them." As he said this, he suddenly recalled some information he knew. Recently, there have been rumors that the Bastalon Empire's delegation acted arrogantly and disrespectfully in Krabans. Was it because they think Krabans is backed by the White Kingdom of Antares? Or was it in retaliation for Krabans paving the way for the liberation of slaves? The Empire was already displeased with the new Krabans dynasty, so they must have wanted to issue a warning and show off their power at the same time. "Next time, I'll bring a gift that will surely please His Highness Yuban." This was a completely humiliating event for the Krabans dynasty, so everyone kept it quiet. But this worries Cass greatly. Even though he's an ally, That Yuban guy would never reveal anything related to the Empire. That means if they pull any more useless stunts, they won't be let off so easily. With that, Cass announced his decision. I will summon the Night Order and send word to the Aura users scattered everywhere. Suddenly, someone stammered out a cry. Lord Regent, Rifenhad asked cautiously. Who are you? The injured person replied, My name is Lillian. I'm Sir Pon's maid. Hearing this, he began to question her. What exactly happened? Lillian obediently recounted what she knew. There was an old man and 10 knights. All of their swords were glowing. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. An old man and 10 knights. Cirrus, beside him, seemed to understand. You mean, they were all aura users? At this point, the maid suddenly pointed to the other side. Now that I remember, I saw that old man do something over there. And then they all left the city. They quickly turned their eyes to the wall, where lines of crimson letters were clearly visible. I raise my sword to strike down the leader of the vile heretics. In my name, I bring divine punishment upon this land. Bonello. This name put Rifenhad on high alert. Bonello. He seemed to remember the person. If it's Bonello, the sword saint. The one who, along with Master Jorrit Grom Protesi, ruled the world as the strongest of this era. After understanding, Rifenhad became frantic. Damn it, the White King's castle is in danger. At the White King's castle, a terrifying explosion erupted. As soon as she heard the sound, Adrenal ran out in a panic. What's going on? The other person was startled by this. Captain Azriel, he quickly asked about the situation. Sir, was it Sir Roos and Sir Tathis causing a ruckus again? Roos, hearing this, shouted indignantly. It wasn't us. That's right. We're being wrongly accused. Adrenal cried out in confusion. Then who was it? He quickly realized something was off. This is the presence of aura. Tathis agreed. That's right. And what's more, it's a type of fighting energy I've never felt before. Realizing the situation was not good, Rael cursed in anger. Damn it, and right when the Lord White King isn't here. Outside the castle, the entire area was shrouded in dust and smoke. The panicked citizens screamed, Quick, move the injured. The enemies are aura users. Don't engage them recklessly. Seeing this chaotic scene, Roos suddenly froze. What is this? He exclaimed in disbelief. They sliced through the wall in a single blow? With that, they quickly climbed up to get a better look. But what they saw from above terrified them even more. Seeing the group of people, the two of them were stunned. Who are those guys? 11 of them? Judging by their looks, they all seemed to be warriors. Feeling the aura radiating from them, he couldn't help but be curious. Aura users? Why are there so many of them in the White King's city? Suddenly, an overwhelming killing intent washed over them, sending a chill down both their spines. A white-haired man stood proudly below. He slowly opened his eyes. The moment their gazes met, Tathis broke out in a cold sweat from fear. What? What kind of monster is that? How can a human being radiate such a terrifying fighting spirit? Roos mustered all his courage and demanded in a loud voice. Who are you? You who are hostile to Antares. Identify yourselves. The man introduced himself in a grim tone. I am Batel of Bastalon, and I have come here following the will of the seer. The moment they heard that name, all the soldiers began to tremble. They suddenly buckled and fell to their knees. Adrenal cried out in fear. Is that really the sword saint? Bonatel? Bonatel, radiating waves of killing intent, gave them an order. Tell the White King of Antares, that demonic incarnation, to kneel and confess his sins in the name of the seer. The pressure radiating from the man made everyone wary. Suddenly, the sound of more footsteps echoed. The aura user from the Kingdom of Ha has arrived. Cameron smiled and made a guess. Judging by the atmosphere, it seems the Fist King is absent, isn't he? An aura user from the Kingdom of Basili Ran was also present, and it looks like there are only 2 aura users here, Gebrick muttered in frustration. Weren't we told that the White Kingdom, Antares, had nearly 10 aura users? And we went to all this trouble. Marat scanned the area, his voice full of scorn. This city, Jarus, is filled with nothing but weaklings. Are we really going to have to carry out another pointless massacre here? We only need to kill the Fist King, so why do we have to kill these innocents? Kawan also agreed. There's no other choice, is there? The Empire's orders were to wipe out everything related to the Fist King, Dekrin said, stepping forward with determination. Now that it's come to this, let's just get this mess cleaned up and collect our handsome reward, Rikabon declared confidently. I don't know how many more enemies there are, but having the church and the freelance knights pitching in is definitely reassuring. W nodded. When Sir Bonatel himself makes a move, there's no way I'm going to miss the show. Nazdan is here as well. A newly founded micronation with 9 aura users. Crotto appeared and immediately began to scoff. I heard this place was some kind of paradise for slaves, so I was expecting something more. But it turns out to be smaller than I thought. Hearing them drone on, Banatel roared in anger. You fools! What do you think you're doing? Are you planning to stand there and wait for the heretic leader to appear? At his harsh scolding, the others' faces paled. It's been 20 years since. I've been cursed at so bluntly. After awakening my aura, not even my own father dared to order me around like that. With that thought, they quickly activated their mana and advanced as one. Understood. We're on it. Sword Saint, we have to clear out this trash first. Seeing the terrifying wave of power before them, everyone was horrified. Those are aura blades. My god, why are there so many aura users? Adrenal was in a complete panic. Right now we only have Sir Sias and Sir Tathist as aura users. On top of that, their side has the strongest swordsman on the continent, Sword Saint Banatel. What are we going to do? Even if all of the White Kingdom's aura users were here, we might not be able to stop them. He sank into despair. Is this the end for me? Roos suddenly glanced at the person beside him, just as I thought. This is the only way, right, Tathist? Tathist seemed to understand his intent. I suppose we have no choice. If his lordship's group gets here at top speed, it'll still take half a day, Sias said, drawing his sword. We have to hold these people off for an entire half day? Looking at the scene before him, Tathist could only marvel. Humans are truly terrifying. We had to search through all the other races just to gather this many warriors. And yet, they can dispatch a dozen warriors of this caliber whenever they please. With that said, the two decisively jumped down. He spoke fiercely to his companion. Still, we can't just roll over and die. Tathist. Tathist also cried out, filled with excitement. We just have to give it our all and see what happens. As Sias finished speaking, they both shouted in unison. I am the sword of Tinez, Sias of Antares. I am the warrior of the Blue Bear tribe, Tathist. They radiated a powerful aura and declared solemnly, we issue a challenge to you. Who dares to accept it? Looking at the two before him, Banatel sneered. A couple of brats pulling cheap tricks. Meanwhile, the soldiers were completely bewildered by the challenge. Did Sir Sias and Sir Tathist just declare a formal duel? Adrenal was equally stunned. Ah, so that's their strategy. The invaders hesitated slightly at this development. This is annoying. What now? What should we do? Though Roos was terrified, he told himself. We have to buy time. Roos was now incredibly confident in his strategy. They're knights. Once a formal duel has been challenged, they are bound by their code of honor to send out a champion for a one-on-one fight. We can definitely buy some time this way. Surely, someone of the Sword Saint's caliber would never deign to cross swords with an insignificant junior like me. Banatel turned to his followers and asked, who will step forward and teach these whelps a lesson? Sius nervously awaited their decision. I'll probably have to fight one of them, he thought. Either way, we can stall for time. Those men were now hesitating, discussing it among themselves. If this was just a normal duel, it would be one thing, but with so many people watching, and those two don't look like pushovers, we can't afford to expose our weaknesses in front of everyone else. Seeing them waver, Banatel let out a frustrated sigh. How pathetic. Can you do nothing but worry about how others see you? Fine, you dogs of the heretic hunt. As the man stepped forward, Sias's face went rigid. The man declared boldly to the two of them, I, Banatel of Bastalon, accept your challenge. Nobody could have predicted this, huh? Something feels very wrong here, Sias thought, terrified. The Sword Saint, the legendary, peerless master who's been famous across the continent for decades, praised as the strongest swordsman alive. Banatel was now losing his patience, his voice grim. This is a drag. Both of you, come at me at the same time. Despite their fear, the other two decided to charge forward. I, Tatis of the Blue Bear, accept your challenge. I, Rus of Tenez, accept your challenge. Roos was the first to recklessly swing his sword at the man. 2 against 1 was dishonorable, but they had to do it to protect their homeland. Tatis also quickly rushed in to support him. Charging in alone would be a pointless sacrifice. My dear comrade, now is the time to be strong. At that moment, Banatel calmly began to gather his mana. The instant he drew his sword, a terrifying flash of light erupted. The two men knew there was no turning back and still charged head-on. In the next second, the 3 swords clashed, creating a violent impact. A shockwave radiated through the area, making everything feel like it was about to explode. Witnessing such terrifying power, the two men could only feel dread. The amount of aura is incredible. We can't get close. Is this really an aura that a human can generate? Cuz finally countered the attack. Tatis poured all of his energy into his holy sword. Seeing this, Banatel immediately launched his next attack. With just a single sword, he unleashed countless sharp strikes. Seeing that the two were still alive, Banatel spoke with admiration. "You kids are pretty skilled." At that moment, countless sharp sword points were aimed directly at them, so many that it was impossible for them to dodge. But somehow, they managed to turn the tables and break his formation. The soldiers, seeing this, cheered with joy. "That's Sir Tatis for you." And as expected of Sir Rus, they're so powerful, they blocked the Sword Saint's attack. However, inside the battle, the two of them suddenly realized something was strange. "What is this? Something's weird." Rus was completely bewildered. His swordsmanship is too straightforward. Is that old man toying with us? But he looks so serious for someone who's just toying around. He suddenly had a doubt. Is the title Sword Saint just for show? Tatis took this chance to launch a counterattack. Blue Scorpion Strike. Kos quickly coordinated, unleashing a falling flame. They both furiously attacked Banatel. Azure Light. Double Blossom. The aura petals are just a distraction. The real attack, hidden within, is what unleashes its true fury. With that, he continued to execute full bloom. Beside him, Tatis compressed all his power into his blade and brought it down. Banatel immediately raised his guard. At that moment, Rus's attack was on his left, and Tatis's was on his right, completely surrounding Banatel. In the next second, a horrific explosion occurred. The two men waited anxiously for the result, when suddenly, a murderous aura filled the air. They felt it immediately. Banatel was now enveloped in a blazing fire, rendering their attacks useless against him. Was it blocked? He thought angrily to himself. These guys, what have they been doing this whole time? Banatel had to praise his opponents. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to use that kind of technique. You've lived up to your reputations. Both of you are geniuses. He clicked his tongue in confirmation. But I guess that's to be expected. Most aura users are geniuses, after all. Passive aura. An unconscious aura reaction. Banatel was still puzzled by something he couldn't understand. But no matter how I look, I can't figure out how they executed that move. On the other side, Rifenhad was also sweating, thinking to himself, using a passive aura, which is practically useless, to block an aura blade. Normally, its power is very weak, only enough to block small debris or poisoned needles. He didn't have the ability to read his opponent like they did. Battles between aura users are often a mental game of reading the opponent, but Banatel lacked the ability to read the moves of others. Although Banatel disliked it, he had to admit that if that last blow had been a little sharper, his head would have been sent flying. But he had his own way of fighting. That's why he takes every skill head-on, withstands every attack, and unleashes his own decisive blow. The technique of the so-called Sword Saint was incredibly simple, Banatel said with a smile and a terrifying look in his eyes. Even if you use the ultimate techniques of geniuses, it's all useless, because I am no genius. Hearing that, Tatis broke out in a cold sweat. Rifenhad was speechless. An immense power exploded from the man's body. The two of them stood frozen as they witnessed the scene. That terrifying power gradually took over the space. The two could only turn and run for their lives. What is that? Impossible. The aura wave spread wider and wider, forcing them to flee frantically. It's just an aura wave, Rifenhad thought as he ran, but he couldn't understand. An aura wave is a low-level technique, used by aura users who can't project their aura far, often using the ground as a conduit to simulate similar power. It's absurd. An aura wave could never generate that much destructive force, but they couldn't run fast enough and were gradually overtaken by the aura wave. The soldiers in the city were also stunned. What the hell is this? The aura is flooding in like a tsunami. It's reached the city walls. The aura had seeped into every nook and cranny of the city. Class quickly raised his sword and said, "That old man is the same monster he's always been." Fernando, fighting hard beside him, also thought the sight was completely unbelievable. Tatis transformed into a larger form, ready for battle. No matter how powerful it was, Rifenhad also got into his stance to deploy his technique. "I won't fall to a simple trick like this." Banatel had to give them credit. "You two are pretty good. You withstood that last attack?" He raised his sword straight to the sky to unleash his next blow. "Then try this one." An even more powerful blow was struck. The two of them gritted their teeth, trying to stand firm. Banatel laughed loudly, not hesitating to praise his opponents. "Truly, young and talented. You control aura as skillfully as if you were kneading dough." He then released an even stronger aura wave. But no matter what, in the face of overwhelming power, it's all useless. Tatis couldn't hold on any longer. Damn it! Again? Rifenhad was also terrified by the sight. The next aura wave flew towards them, looking as if it would tear space itself apart. Where is all this aura coming from? It's pouring out endlessly. The crimson aura wave churned in the air, making it increasingly difficult for the two of them. The aura was swallowing the entire city. At this rate, the whole city will be crushed. This is such a reckless way of fighting, with no regard for the consequences. The sound of someone giving orders echoed everywhere. Evacuate the wounded. Find cover. The walls are dangerous. Fall back inside the White King Castle now. A group of people stood on the rooftops, observing. Friend and foe alike are scared out of their wits. Do we really need to be here? Think of it as a field trip exclusively for aura users. Isn't it a perfect view? 11 seemed rather disappointed in Banatel. Hey, is Sir Banatel still only able to use those simple moves? He's really no genius. Class observed the situation and confirmed, but he is most certainly a monster. The person next to him was very excited. So, this is what it means to make the heavens tremble. When I heard the Sword Saint was joining the battle, I was hoping to learn a few moves. But looking at this, he had no idea what he was even supposed to learn anymore. Fernando truly couldn't believe what he was seeing. His opponent's application of aura was only at a basic level. So, how could his aura be so ridiculously massive? Tathis had likely already collapsed, while Rifenhad's entire body was shaking. Even though he was injured, he realized that it wasn't some profound secret art or high-level technique. Benello approached them with a terrifying expression. It was simply an absurdly massive amount of aura. When he was younger, he wasn't particularly outstanding. In his youth, Benello was no distinguished swordsman. Unlike those famous prodigies who could grasp 10 things after being taught only one. He never showed any sign of the genius needed to comprehend in a single moment what took others 10 days to learn. He had opponents he simply couldn't land a hit on. In combat, there are always variables. An opponent isn't a puppet, repeating the same move over and over. You have to know how to adapt to the situation. Benello was a rigid swordsman, which made it difficult to defeat his opponents. However, he was severely lacking in that adaptability. Although he could perfectly execute what he had learned, the moment his opponent made the slightest variation in their movements, he would just end up striking empty air. In his youth, Benello was merely an adequate swordsman, nothing more. Still, he wasn't inept. In fact, that man possessed one quality that surpassed everyone else's. As Benello sweated from his training, it became clear. It was his foolishly stubborn persistence. He'd get back up and swing his sword exactly as he was taught. If you taught him one thing, he knew only that one thing, completely unable to adapt. He only knew how to practice what he was taught, over and over again, until he achieved mastery. Benello would raise his sword to the sky, and he could execute that one move more perfectly than anyone else. Benello was intensely focused with every single swing of his sword. If you had to perform a downward slash 1,000 times, anyone would grow tired and lose focus partway through. To persevere without giving up and see every swing through to the end is the mark of a true master. But even an aura user is still human, so their first sword strike and their 1,000th can never be perfectly identical. Yet, the image of each of Benello's swings was exactly the same. He was living proof of extreme perseverance. But for Benello, the very concept of losing focus didn't exist. He was the embodiment of consistency. His first strike and his 1,000th were one and the same, a genius of pure diligence. Even under the scorching sun, he continued to train, using only the most basic of aura skills, repeating them relentlessly and without rest. The more Benello practiced, the more fervent he became, honing his fundamentals to their absolute limit. And now, he was witnessing just how immense his power had become. Just like that, 30 years had passed. Tathis clutched his head, saying bitterly, "Damn it, he's a total monster." Rifenhad quickly warned his comrade. "Tathis, we don't stand a chance in close combat. We have to change our strategy." He seemed to have figured something out. His application of aura is incredibly simple. If that's the case, Rifenhad quickly launched an attack, and Tathis immediately swung his own blade in unison. Benello simply stood still, waiting. Only after a moment did he finally make his move. The two sides' attacks collided, creating a deafening, earth-shattering sound. Rifenhad couldn't believe what he was seeing. He shattered our aura? Tathis was equally stunned. What in the world is going on? Once again, they were forced to flee from his overwhelming power. Aren't you supposed to be a sword saint? Use some kind of high-level technique already. His aura lashed out toward the city again, cornering the two of them completely. Rifenhad was getting extremely frustrated. If his opponent used proper techniques, at least they could try to copy and counter them. But this guy was just steamrolling them with sheer aura. What were they supposed to block that with? Their beliefs? He changed his initial plan. This is bad, Tathis thought. I'd rather take my chances in close combat. Bonello was getting fed up and yelled, "Stop running around in circles. Are you two a pair of mosquitoes?" Suddenly, he clenched his fist. On the other side of the battlefield, a giant hand formed from telekinetic aura was about to snatch Rifenhad and his partner. In an instant, both of them were caught firmly in its palm. Damn it, how dare he? Bonello seized the opportunity to taunt his opponents. "You're good at running away. I'll give you that, but that's all it gets you." They gritted their teeth, trying to endure the pain. "You damned heretics." And just then, an explosion erupted right in front of Bonello's eyes.